Brother. I got the game you wanted. The teenager said cheerfully next to the young man laying on the bed. In her grasp was a large helmet that looked like a bike helmet, but with more of a sci-fi look. The young man's eyes were closed, seemingly asleep, but the girl continued to speak. Here, let me help you put it on. The girl climbed on the large bed that could fit an entire family of 4, and she lifted his head, putting the helmet she had prepared on his head. Thank you. The young man finally spoke in a hoarse voice after she gently laid his head back down. The girl smiled, tenderly caressing his hair so it wouldn't bother him. Brother, although I will be busy with school this week, next week for sure, I will play with you. I will come back later, so until then, have fun. After those words, she went to touch the button on the side of the helmet and waited a few moments before leaving the young man alone. It only took a few seconds after the button was pressed for the young man's body in the real world to fall into a state similar to slumber. He could no longer smell the aroma that was unique to his room or feel the weight of the blanket pressing down on his body. Instead, he could feel himself standing, something he didn't have the opportunity to experience for many years. The world before him was mostly black, like the night sky without stars, and he could see white numbers floating above him, slowly counting down. 10:01 10:00 09:59 I can see. I can feel my limbs. I am no longer blind or a cripple. The young man broke down in this darkness, becoming emotional and falling to his knees. He was born with an incurable illness that left him blind at the age of 7 and crippled at the age of 13. He is now 18 years old, and for the past 5 years he would lay in his bed, unable to do anything else besides just laying there. It was a gruesome and unimaginable life that one wouldn't even dare to imagine themselves in. However, for this young man who has spent more than half of his life living in a world void of light, he was able to continue living without giving in to despair because of his caring younger sister, who supported him every day without any complaints. So this is the world's first VR MMORPG with 100% immersion, huh? When he first heard of the game from his younger sister, he almost couldn't believe it. A game that operates inside the mind of the individual, allowing that person to live in another world without the need to move a single limb. Who would believe that such an incredible and advanced technology could exist? Not to mention that this high-tech technology was announced to be affordable enough for even the most common families to enjoy. It was unimaginable at first, but experiencing it firsthand, the young man can only believe it. 02:19 02:18 The countdown continued to lower as the young man tries to familiarize himself with the feeling of moving his limbs. Although it was difficult at first, even tripping after every few steps, he gradually became familiarized with his body again. 3, 2, 1, 0. Welcome to Cultivation Online. The most up-to-date novels are published on lightnovel/pub.com. As the system's notice appeared, the black space quickly brightened, becoming a bright white room. And right before the young man, a crack appeared out of thin air, looking like a glass window being cracked. Crack. 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 The crack grew larger and larger, until it was large enough for an adult to fit. Suddenly, the large crack broke apart entirely, revealing the darkness behind it, and a beautiful woman with a graceful and elegant body slowly walked out from within the cracked space, looking like a goddess appearing from another world. This is. The young man could only watch in a daze as the beautiful woman who just came out of the cracked space began looking at him from top to bottom with a seemingly cold expression on her otherworldly face. Dressed in unfamiliar red and golden robes, her figure was supple and graceful. Her facial features are sharp, symmetrical, and peerless. All in all, she looked like an otherworldly goddess. However, despite all of her perfect features, her gaze was anything but friendly. She stared at him with her golden eyes that overflowed with a feeling of dominance, and her aura radiated with a tyrannical power that the young man cannot comprehend. "Mortal, place your hand on this." The beauty spoke to him with a cold voice that was fitting for a ruler, and the young man watched as she pulled out a crystal ball from thin air. Okay. Believing that she was an NPC, the young man followed her instructions and placed his hand on the crystal ball without thinking about it too much, and words began appearing inside the crystal ball. Name, unknown. Cultivation, none. Legacy, none. Bloodline, none. Physique, heaven refining physique. Physical strength, 34. Mental strength, 275. Soul strength, 1210. Physical defense, 10. Mental defense, 1121. The beauty's expression suddenly changed upon seeing the information in the crystal ball, her clear eyes filled with disbelief. Heaven refining physique. Her hands trembled along with the crystal ball in her grasp. Not to mention his soul strength is at the rank of spirit warrior despite being only a mortal with no cultivation. No, that is nothing when compared to his physique. The beauty has never been this shocked before, even to the point of her body trembling. Is something wrong? The young man asked her upon seeing her silence and excited expression. She lifted her head to look at him, thinking to herself, I must rope him into joining my faction before the others find him. What is your name? She asked him with a serious expression. You can call me Yuan. Take this token and keep it with you until we meet next time. The beauty retrieved a jade medallion from thin air and suddenly tossed it to him. I don't have much time left here. Make sure you don't lose the token, I will see you again. Huh? Wait, I have some. Before Yuan can even ask her any questions, the beauty walked back into the cracked hole, disappearing alongside the crack in the air. What an odd NPC. What should I do now? He looked around the empty place. Character evaluation complete. Teleportation will occur in 10 seconds. 2. 1. As the timer reached 0, Yuan's vision suddenly twisted, giving him a slight headache. When he blinked and opened his eyes, he found himself on some kind of stage where many people that wore the same white robe as him were gathered in a spacious area. This is Cultivation Online. His eyes widened when he saw mountains floating in the sky above the clouds and what appeared to be houses built on these floating mountains. Welcome, mortals. I am Elder Song, in charge of making sure that before you all leave this place and adventure this vast world that you will have a goal of what you want to do here set in your mind. An old man in blue robes suddenly greeted everybody with a booming voice, causing everybody there to look above them. He's flying. He is really flying while standing on that sword. The people exclaimed the obvious. Elder Song smiled and said, I will answer your questions later, but first, let me explain to you about this world, the world of cultivation. First and foremost, this is the heavenly continent, and we are currently at mountain number 96. Before you were transported here, everyone should have met a representative from our world that gave you an evaluation. That is your character status, it tells you almost everything about yourself. We will start with the basics. In this world, humans and monsters cultivate their bodies and mind with spirit chi that allows them to obtain supernatural powers. We call people like them cultivators, and the higher the cultivation you reach, the stronger you will be in this world. Legacy and bloodlines are special features that can be obtained later on if you are fortunate enough. As for physique, everyone here should have one. Whether or not it is useless, this will tell you. Elder Song waved his long sleeves and thousands of talisman flew towards the people there. Activate it with your thoughts, said Elder Song. The crowd followed his instruction, and loud exclamations resounded soon afterward. It says that I have an earth-ranked physique. What does that mean? Elder Song looked at the young man who just spoke and said to him, there is a 1 in 10,000 chances one is born with an earth-rank physique. Congratulations. You are what we call talented. Elder, how many ranks of physiques are there? The rank for physiques consists of mortal, earth, heaven, and divine. Elder, what does having a mortal rank physique mean, and what is the difference between the ranks? Elder Song remained silent for a moment, before speaking with a grin. Having a mortal physique means you are only ordinary, but having an earth physique means you're talented. The difference is obvious, you are naturally inferior to those who have a better physique than you. The more talented you are, the easier it will be for you as a cultivator. His words caused many faces to sink, especially those with a mortal physique. Can our physiques be changed? Someone suddenly asked. Physiques can be changed, but the process is a long and painful one, so most people just accept their fate. The people sighed in relief after hearing that their mortal physique can be changed. Does anyone here happen to have a divine rank physique? Elder Song's eyes flickered with expectation, but when nobody replied to his question the light in his eyes dimmed. The chances of someone having a divine physique is 1 in 100 million, a genius above genius that knows no equal, so it isn't surprising that such a prodigy wouldn't appear amongst a mere 1,000 people. He shook his head inwardly. Elder, I have a heaven-ranked physique. An individual suddenly said out loud, causing everybody there to look at him. The most up-to-date novels are published on li/nov/lpub.com. Ho! The chances of a heaven physique appearing is 1 in a million. You are a very fortunate one, young genius. What is your name? My name is Shenming, replied the handsome young man. Shenming? Isn't he the eldest son of Shenli, the CEO of Royal Entertainment? Some people there recognized the handsome young man whose face looked exactly the same as he does in real life. Did you receive something from the representative who did your evaluation? Elder Song asked him with great interest. Yes, I did. Shenming did not hide that fact and told him the truth. I received this pouch from the representative. Oh ho! That is a storage pouch used to store items, there may be a few things in there that could benefit you. However, only cultivators are capable of using it. Additionally, if you can meet the person who gave you that gift again, they might even recruit you as a disciple for their sect. Sect? You mean like guilds? A sect is a place created by one or a group of people for the purpose of nurturing its disciples to become powerful cultivators, a school for cultivators, basically. Elder Song briefly explained. Is that it? Does nobody else have a heaven physique? After a moment of silence, Elder Song shook his head and thought to himself, what a pity that there is only one person out of the thousands here worth investing in. But even then, I don't know who had given him that storage pouch. It'd be rude of me if I were to steal away their target, and I might even offend someone I cannot afford to offend. I have one question for everybody here before I let you leave. What do you desire to achieve in this world? Strength? Status? Wealth? Handsome men? Beautiful women? Tell me, mortals from another world. I want to fly like you. I wish for power. I want to be famous. I want enough money to make a mountain. I want to walk around with beautiful women in both my arms. I want handsome men to pamper me. Elder Song smiled upon hearing the masses' desires. If you want to survive in a world such as this, then you must have power. In this world, the strong rules the weak. Wealth and fame will naturally come if you are strong. People will flock to you if you are strong. Remember my words, young ones, this world looks down on the weak and the inferior, respecting only the strong. Having strength means you have everything. Who do you think have the most power in this world? Elder Song glanced at the people below with a narrowed gaze, sending chills down their spine. Cultivators. We, cultivators, are a symbol of power, wealth, fame, and respect. We are the rule of this world. Cultivators, is that some sort of class? The people wondered. Elder, how do I become a cultivator? Elder Song smiled. It's simple, really. He suddenly waved his sleeves, and thousands of glowing orbs appeared out of the blue and flew towards the people and directly at their forehead, submerging into their brain. I have just given you all the method to cultivate. It is now up to you to decide whether you want to cultivate or remain as a mortal. Elder Song waved his sleeves again, and 4 portals appear not too far away from the group. Each portal represents a continent. In this world, we have 4 great continents not including this heavenly continent. Once you step inside, it will take you to a place within one of these 4 great continents randomly, but even I will not know exactly where you'll land, so it is up to your fate. You have learned, basic chi gathering technique. Rank, mortal. Mastery level, 1. Description, absorbs 1 chi every second. Can only be activated when sitting in the lotus position. Now, scram. I have spent too much of my precious time dealing with you mortals. You will learn more about this world as you travel. Even if I use the remaining of my longevity, I won't be able to explain to you everything about this world. With another wave of his sleeve, everybody there began flying towards the portal as though they were being pulled towards them. Ah! Shocked cries resounded, and those who entered the portal would soon appear in this vast and unknown world at random. After being thrown into the portal, Yuan felt the slight dizziness again, and before he was aware, he was in the middle of a forest. Where is this? Is there a map I can use? Suddenly, a large map with 4 large continents separated by water appears before him. Eastern continent. That was the only information he could gather from the map. Everything else was blacked out. Yuan tilted his head to look at the bright sky inside. I didn't get to ask him about my physique. That old man said that there only exist 4 ranks of physiques, mortal, earth, heaven, and divine, so why does my physique not belong to any one of these 4 ranks? Do I have a special body? In his grasp was a talisman with the following words on it. Heaven refining physique. Rank, celestial. Character status. Yuan activated the system command through his mind as he did with the talisman. Name, Yuan. Cultivation, none. Legacy, none. Bloodline, none. Physique, heaven refining physique. Physical strength, 34. Mental strength, 275. Soul strength, 1210. Physical defense, 10. Mental defense, 1121. What do these stats do? He pondered and pondered, but alas, without a guide or someone to teach him, he was clueless. From what the creators of this game said, there will be no guides or manuals, leaving us, the players, to learn about this game for ourselves. There should be a leveling system in these types of games, but where is the experience bar? What is my level? This feels more like reality than playing a game. Yuan opened and closed his hands into a fist. Bang! Suddenly, he punched a nearby tree. Ah! It really hurts. Does it hurt because this game is sending pain signals to my brain, making it believe that I am actually hitting a real tree? That's scary no matter how I think about it. What if he got stabbed by a sword? What would that feel like? He didn't want to think about it. Excuse me, the brother over there. A sweet voice suddenly resounded behind Yuan, making him turn his head. Huh. Standing right behind him was a cute little girl in red robes who looked to be around 10 years old, hugging a red ball in one arm and a book in the other. How did she get so close behind me without making a single sound? I didn't even notice her presence. And what is such a young girl doing here, in the middle of nowhere? Perhaps there is a city nearby. Yuan became curious. Are you an NPC or a player? He asked her, who tilted her head sideways with a puzzled expression. NPC. Player. Xiao Hua is Xiao Hua, replied the little girl. So your name is Xiao Hua, huh? My name is Yuan. How did brother Yuan manage to get in here? She suddenly asked him with a curious gaze, almost like it is her first time seeing another person in her life. Get in here. We are outside, aren't we? She shook her head and said, we are inside my family's garden. Huh? Garden? Yuan looked stupefied at her answer. This forest is your garden. She nodded. If this place that looks like a forest is her family's garden, then how big was the house itself? He couldn't imagine it. While it sounded unbelievable, it also explained why such a small girl like her would appear here. Sorry for intruding, but I was teleported here by some old man against my will. He tried to explain without sounding too crazy. I'll leave immediately, so can you tell me the way? But out of his expectations, the little girl shook her head. Brother Yuan, since you are already here, why don't you play with Xiao Hua? You want me to play with you? He did not expect such a request from her. Xiao Hua is always alone and it is boring to play with herself. What about your family? They are always busy and cannot play with Xiao Hua. Is that so? Yuan felt sorry for her. He himself would be an outcast if it were not for his younger sister, so he knew very well what it feels like to be alone. Okay, this big brother will play with you. He patted his chest with confidence. Due to his illness that left him unable to move even a limb, he did not have the leisure to play with his younger sister when she was young, so he saw this as an opportunity to experience what it would be like if he wasn't born with that illness. Really? You will play with Xiao Hua? Her eyes glittered like the tiny stars in the sky, and her bright expression was adorable enough to soften the hearts of even the cruelest killers out there. What do you want to play? Then Xiao Hua will throw the ball to you, and you will throw it back, okay? She placed the book down and showed him the ball. Let me get some distance. Okay, I am ready. And without further ado, the two began playing throwing ball, and soon after, the merry laughter of a joyous little girl would echo in the forest. While Yuan was spending his time entertaining a mysterious little girl, other players would either be strengthening themselves or trying to gain more information about this world. Everybody rushed to surpass their friends and rivals in this new game that just came out, especially those who wish to become a professional and are required to be ahead of everybody else. Minutes quickly turned into hours, and while everyone was grinding in their own ways, Yuan continued to play with the little girl. What monstrous stamina this little girl has! We have been throwing this ball back and forth for many hours, yet there is not a drop of sweat on her face. Even her small body shows no sign of fatigue. Yuan smiled bittered, his entire body drenched in sweat. How could he, a young man, get worn out before a little girl that's half his age while playing throwing ball? Although he has not moved a muscle for many years in the real world, this was virtual reality, he shouldn't even be sweating, let alone feeling fatigued. What's wrong, brother Yuan? You do not look so good. Are you sick? Xiao Hua's words dealt significant damage to his pride. No. I am, just a bit, tired. He said in an exhausted voice. Hearing his words, she no longer threw the ball at him. Then do you want to take a rest before we resume? You still want to play? She nodded vigorously, nearly making him cry. Okay, but let me rest for a bit. He sits down at a nearby tree, and Xiao Hua follows him, sitting beside him. Where is brother Yuan from? She asked. I am from a faraway place called Earth. Earth? Seeing her glittering eyes, Yuan smiled. Do you want to hear about my homeland? Although it is not much, I still have memories of the places I went as a child. Yes. I want to hear stories about this Earth. Very well, then. Yuan began telling stories to Xiao Hua of the things he has done as a child, and she quickly became engrossed in his stories. After an hour of non-stop storytelling, when he ran out of both breaths and stories to tell her, Xiao Hua opens the book in her grasp and spoke, since brother Yuan played with Xiao Hua and even told her stories, Xiao Hua shall also tell you stories, she said. This is Xiao Hua's gratitude to you, brother Yuan. Yuan did not refuse and humbly accepted her appreciation. However, when she began reading the book in her hands, he was surprised to find out that he wasn't able to understand a single word coming out of her mouth. It sounded more like chanting than a story. But he didn't want to be rude to her, so he continued to listen. Soon, without being aware, he closed his eyes. After closing his eyes, he began feeling more relaxed and comfortable, almost as though he was experiencing some kind of hypnotization. The weird chanting from Xiao Hua became less gibberish, he was beginning to comprehend her words, and information he never knew was being fed into his head. This continued for a whole hour before a sharp sound would suddenly wake Yuan from his meditative state. You have learned heaven's secret art. Heaven's secret art. Xiao Hua smiled gently upon hearing Yuan's mumble. And suddenly, above the sky for every player to witness, a grand system notice appears. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to have learned a divine rank skill. Congratulations. The announcement shocked every witness there, especially those players at the top. The game has not even been out for a day, yet someone has managed to obtain a divine rank skill already. Who was this player, Yuan, and what did he do to obtain it? What's wrong, brother Yuan? Xiao Hua asked him, who looked dazed while staring at the sky. Oh, the announcement. He pointed to the words in the sky. I don't see anything, though. She said. You cannot see the words in the sky. She shook her head, prompting Yuan to ponder. Perhaps NPCs cannot see the game's notifications. Heaven's secret art. Rank, Divine. Mastery level, 1. Description: there are 9 heavenly stages for Heaven's secret art. Each new stage will unlock a new ability. Heaven's first secret art, Consuming Heaven Technique. Rank, Divine. Mastery level, 1. Description: absorbs 5 chi per second. Can only be activated when sitting in the lotus position. Xiao Hua, what is chi? Yuan decided to ask her, who he believes to have more knowledge than him regarding this world. Chi is the essence of this world, it is what people use to cultivate. Cultivate, ha. That old man had said the same. Let me try this. He closed his eyes and positioned himself to sit in the lotus position before activating the skill. Ding! You have cultivated for the first time, unlocking chi experience. 5 out of 5,000. Less than 10 out of 5,000. Less than 15 out of 5,000. His chi experience increased by 5 for every second he cultivated. Additionally, when he activated the Consuming Heaven technique, his breathing naturally became calm and rhythmic, and his entire body felt refreshed, almost as though it was breathing through every existing pore. Within just a few minutes, Yuan suddenly felt his entire body explode with a cool feeling, almost like he had been thrown into a pool of cool water on a hot day. You have succeeded in breaking through your mortal shackles, becoming a spirit apprentice. All stats plus 100. All I have to do is sit here and cultivate to grow stronger in this game. How boring. Yuan ignorantly thought to himself. But it does feel pleasant, almost like I am relaxing in a warm bath or something of sorts. Name, Yuan. Cultivation, First Level Spirit Apprentice. Legacy, none. Bloodline, none. Physique, Heaven Refining Physique. Physical Strength, 134. Mental Strength, 375. Soul Strength, 1310. Physical Defense, 110. Mental Defense, 1221. Congratulations on becoming a cultivator, brother Yuan. Xiao Hua said to him with a smile. It is all because of you, Xiao Hua. You have my gratitude. Then let's continue to play. She stood up with the ball already in her hands, ready to be thrown. Yuan smiled bitterly, but he didn't refuse and continued to play with her. Surprisingly, when he stood up, all the fatigue he had just moments ago was gone, he had fully recovered all of his exhausted energy the moment he became a cultivator. The two began playing again, but the speed the ball was being thrown seemed to be at a much faster pace than previously. Meanwhile, the world was in turmoil from the game's first world announcement. Rich and powerful companies in the real world began looking into this player named Yuan with hopes to find his real identity. However, it was a near impossible task due to the way the game handled the player's privacy. Unlike other games where one can see the player's names at glance, Cultivation Online did not have that feature. Unless the individual allows it, nobody would be able to see their name, not even their friends. After spending many resources and time looking for Yuan, people quickly came to a realization that unless Yuan willingly revealed himself, his identity would remain unknown forever. But that alone was not enough to force these people into giving up on trying to find him. The internet, game forums, even newspapers, people began offering real money for information on Yuan, even outright paying thousands for the person himself to reveal himself. Virtual reality has become so deeply involved in the real world that it would not be an exaggeration to say that professional gamers and top rankers have more fame and respect than even the top celebrities in the world. Some professional gamers, in fact, earn 7 digits every month just from advertisements alone. In fact, even casual gamers can earn more money than people with normal jobs just by selling in-game items for real money. With so much advertisement and appeal, it would only be obvious for people to want to become a gamer where they can have fun and earn money instead of choosing work that involves labor. Furthermore, according to last year's gaming report, at least half of the world's population is a virtual gamer. After throwing the ball for a few hours without breaking a sweat, Yuan suddenly stops. "What's wrong? Are you feeling tired again?" Xiao Hua asked him. "My sister is calling for me, it is time for dinner," he said. "You are going to leave?" Her expression instantly turned gloomy upon hearing his words, feeling reluctant to let him leave. She was afraid that he wouldn't come back once he had left. "Don't leave Xiao Hua alone," she hurriedly said, almost breaking into tears. Yuan patted her head with a smile. "I will be back to play with you later, I promise." "You promise?" "If I break my promise, then I shall swallow 10,000 needles." He swore clearly in a loud voice. "Okay, then Xiao Hua will wait for brother Yuan here." She took a seat by the same tree and closed her eyes to rest. Log off. Yuan's vision blurred, and the warmth in his limbs gradually disappeared. Darkness surrounded his view, and he could no longer see nor feel anything. "Brother, how was the game?" His sister's voice resounded beside him. "It was fun." He showed a gentle smile, but deep inside, he was reluctant to leave that bright and colorful world where his body was not useless. "What's for dinner today?" he asked her despite already knowing the answer. "Chicken soup." Yuan smiled bitterly. He has been eating nothing but soup for the last few years, after all. "Here, let me help you up." She took off the helmet on his head before lifting his head and adjusting his body to a sitting position. She began feeding him warm soup with a spoon soon later. "How is the temperature?" "Perfect." The room became quiet with Yuan drinking soup being the only sound that could be heard. After Yuan finished dinner that was only one large bowl of soup, she laid him back down on the bed. "I will be right back for your cleaning," she said. Moments later, she returns to the room with a towel, a bucket of warm water, and new clothes. "Excuse me, brother," she said before stripping him completely naked. "You row." "What is it?" "I'm sorry." The room instantly turned silent. "What are you saying now?" "You are being weird, brother," she chuckled, breaking the silence. "I know, but I am, His words were interrupted by a warm towel pressing down on his face. "You don't have to worry about me, brother. When you cure your illness one day, then you can pay me back." An indescribable feeling welled up in Yuan's heart. Will such a day ever come, he wondered inwardly. "Okay. You are all clean now, brother. Even your precious little thing." He teased Ro with a sheepish laugh. "Ah. You little. Don't play around with my body because I can't feel anything." "Eh? What are you talking about? I definitely did not touch anything." "You definitely did." Laughter filled the room. "Ro, thank you." Yuan suddenly said, "I will repay you one day, this I promise." Putting his clothes on for him, Ro smiled, "I won't be humble when that time comes." "All right, brother, we are done for tonight. I will be back in the morning." "Ah, can you put the helmet back on before you leave? You want to continue playing? What about sleep?" I don't think I can sleep tonight, and playing the game is already considered sleeping, you know. What am I going to do with you if you get addicted? It might harm your body if you stay up late too often. Only tonight, okay? Brother Yuan, you're really back. Xiao Hua instantly stood up with a happy expression upon seeing him appear out of nowhere like a ghost. I did make a promise to you, he patted her, who was poking her head at him with clear indications. What do you want to do now that the stars are already out? He then asked. Play games. She answered without hesitation. I figured. He nodded with a smile. Yuan continued to play with Xiao Hua throughout the night without a care in the world. Meanwhile, other players were either trying to find the best way to strengthen themselves or were already in the process of grinding their strength. The players also grew addicted to their new profound strength, with the power to smash rocks with mere fists and skip meters into the distance. It gave them a sense of superiority, and it made them feel really good about themselves. However, for someone who is crippled and blind in the real world, Yuan wouldn't mind spending all of his time just playing with Xiao Hua, who has many resemblances to his younger sister. The world under the night sky seemed still, with the only thing moving being two shadowy figures and a ball. Xiao Hua, will you be fine with playing out here till so late? Won't your parents be worried if you don't return soon? Yuan asked her after noticing that she has been out here playing with him for nearly the entire day. It is okay. Xiao Hua is always out here playing by herself, so they are used to it. His pity towards her increased with every passing moment he spent with her. Xiao Hua, how about we take a rest from playing and let me tell you some more stories? Stories? Her eyes began flickering like the stars in the night sky upon hearing the magic word, and she instantly sat by the tree. Yuan followed and sat beside her. The stories I will be telling you today are fairy tales from my homeland. Fairy tales? Like mythology and legends? Well, not exactly. Fairy tales are more short stories made for entertainment rather than legends and such. They are pure fiction, so it's not real. What's the difference? You will know when you hear it. Yuan began telling her famous and classical fairy tales from Earth that he's heard when he was young, such as a certain individual poisoning a girl who awakened due to a kiss from a prince, mermaids in the ocean, and pirates fighting in the sea. While it has been many years since Yuan has heard of these stories, he was still able to recall them clearly and greatly entertained Xiao Hua, who was not used to this genre of stories. These people, are they all mortals? She suddenly asked him. To my knowledge, yes. This is nothing like stories of mythical beasts ruling the world or immortals overturning heaven. It is normal, yet it brings so much entertainment. She didn't know mortals could be so entertaining despite being the focus of these stories. Do you have any more fairy tales to tell, Xiao Hua? She asked. Unfortunately, that was all I could remember. But I will find some more to tell you later. It's a promise. It's a promise. Yuan smiled. Okay, then it is Xiao Hua's turn to read. She opened the same book she used to teach him heaven's secret art. That's. Yuan wondered if she was going to teach him another skill. Although Brother Yuan has already learned the technique, you have not fully mastered it. However, with your powerful comprehension skills, Xiao Hua believes that Brother Yuan will master it in no time. Thus, she began reading. However, this time around, Yuan was only able to understand everything from the beginning only to lose comprehension later on. It felt like he was listening to a story with a plot that quickly deepens as it progresses, becoming more mysterious and profound. It took Xiao Hua nearly an hour to finish reading the book that was only a dozen pages thick. When she finished, she looked at Yuan to see the expression he was making. He was sitting still with his eyes closed, and on his face was a calm expression, looking as though he was in a trance. Brother Yuan is truly a genius. She mumbled to herself, what takes others many tries to comprehend takes you only one time. What takes others many years to learn, you learn in just a few hours. Her gaze stared at his face non-stop, seemingly enchanted by his expression. Who are you, really? Your comprehension for Heaven's secret art has greatly increased. Heaven's secret art mastery level has been increased, 1 up to 2. You have learned Heaven's second secret art, Heaven's splitting sword strike. Heaven's second secret art, Heaven's splitting sword strike. Rank, Divine. Mastery level, 1. Description, consumes 10,000 chi. Must wield a sword to activate. Creates a pillar of light that will destroy everything that dares to block its path. When Yuan opened his eyes again, Xiao Hua was resting her head on his lap, and the night sky had already long passed with the sun peeking in the horizon. It's already morning. He wondered how long he had been in that trance state. Oh. You're awake, brother Yuan. Xiao Hua rubbed her eyes and casually sat up. Did you learn anything new during your enlightenment? Enlightenment? Is that what that feeling was? I see. Right, I have reached the second stage of Heaven's secret art and learned Heaven's splitting sword strike. Xiao Hua looked at him with her eyes slightly widened more than usual, seemingly filled with surprise. Good job, brother Yuan. She gave him a thumbs up a moment later. But your cultivation base is lacking, so you will not be able to use it right away. Right, it says I need 10,000 chi for its activation. Is it the same chi as the one I absorb when cultivating? She nodded to his question. It says I have 5,010 out of 10,000 chi right now. If I max it out and use the skill, won't my chi be depleted and I will have to cultivate until I gain it back? Your depleted chi will naturally recover until it returns to its original state, so you will not have to cultivate every time you use a technique. However, recovering chi naturally takes time, and it will slow down your cultivation. That is why cultivators do not use their chi pointlessly. Xiao Hua explained to him as though she was an expert. Additionally, if your chi falls below a certain point, then your body will be in a weakened state until you recover your chi. In extreme cases, you may lose consciousness or even the ability to cultivate. Yuan took his time digesting all of the information. So if I have 100 chi and I use a skill that requires 10 chi, my remaining 90 chi will naturally recover back to 100 without the need to cultivate? He asked her just in case. Seeing her nod, Yuan fully understood the system. So it is just like any other game but with a slight twist that requires more management. Chi is required for skills but also for a breakthrough in cultivation. It would be unwise to use it unless necessary. Thank you, Xiao Hua. If not for you, I would still be clueless right now. Brother Yuan, gratitude is shown with action, not with words. She patted her own head, causing him to laugh. Right, right. Thank you very much. He said with his hands on her head. After Xiao Hua was satisfied, Yuan stood up and said, "It is about time for me to leave again, but I will be back later." Xiao Hua didn't stop him this time and nodded. Bye-bye, brother Yuan. Play with Xiao Hua again when you get back, okay? Here, you can use this to call me. She handed him a necklace that she had just removed from her neck. Yuan accepted the necklace without much thought. Then, I will see you later. He waved at her before disappearing from the sunlight like a ghost. After Yuan left, Xiao Hua stared at where he stood before logging off, seemingly in a daze. Thank you, for playing with Xiao Hua. Her body suddenly began to flicker, and her body glowed with beautiful light. It was fun, really, really fun. Her body slowly broke down into tiny lights resembling fireflies before floating towards the clouds and disappearing. Congratulations. Player Yuan has completed the world's first hidden quest. Brother Yuan. That night, a sweet and childish voice echoed across the starry sky. Good morning, brother. Morning. I have breakfast with me, she said, placing the bowl of soup on the adjustable table on the bed. Yuro, can I ask you for a favor? Yuan asked her as he's being fed like a patient in a hospital. What is it? I'd like to hear some fairy tales tonight. His words dumbfounded her, who wasn't expecting such a request. Why fairy tales? She asked in a worrying tone, afraid the illness might have finally messed up his mind. I made a friend in the game, and she happens to be a young NPC. I promised her that I'd tell her more fairy tales, he explained. You are telling fairy tales to NPCs? Brother, what are you doing, really? Yuan sighed, thinking how silly he was being. Don't let the fact that they are NPCs fool you into thinking that they are not worth your time. They move, think, react, and speak like real players. You wouldn't know if they are a real player or not unless you ask them. Yeah. Just don't do anything weird to her, alright? Weird? Why would I do anything weird? Yuan asked. Haven't you heard? There have been plenty of perverts getting killed for touching NPCs inappropriately. The penalty for death is extremely harsh in this game from what I heard. Perverts touching NPCs? You can do that in this game? Yuan lifted his eyebrows in surprise. What a profound game. Ah. You're thinking about doing something perverted, aren't you? Don't even think about it, brother. I prohibit you from doing that as your sister. That only works if you are the older one, no? He smiled. Then I will stop taking care of you. Humph. A3. Do you think your brother is some kind of pervert that likes to touch NPCs? Unlike some people, I have morals, you know. He sighed, and continued to speak. Anyway, what is this death penalty, and what happens if you die? He was more interested in that than the perverts in the game. According to those who have died, some became unable to cultivate after death while some have even lost their cultivation base entirely, requiring them to restart from scratch. Yuan pondered. So you basically have to start from the beginning. That is indeed very harsh for a game. Additionally, some people have already tried to buy new consoles to start fresh, but guess what? They still appear in the game with the same character. So we are limited to one character no matter what. Yuan cannot comprehend the game creators' motive for creating such a system. It's almost as if they want humans to live in another world with life as realistic as possible. Ah, brother, it's time for me to go to school. I will pick up some fairy tales on the way home, she said before leaving. Thank you. She's not here. Yuan looked around for a small figure, but Xiao Hua was nowhere to be found. I guess she went home. He decided to sit down and cultivate to wait for her. Seconds turned into minutes, and minutes turned into hours. Until night came, Yuan sat there like a stone statue, cultivating and unaware that time had passed by so quickly. 10,000 out of 10,000. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached second level spirit apprentice. All stats plus 150. 10005 out of 20,000. 20,000 out of 20,000. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached third level spirit apprentice. All stats plus 200. 20005 out of 40,000. 40,000 out of 40,000. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached fourth level spirit apprentice. All stats plus 250. 80,000 out of 80,000. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached fifth level spirit apprentice. All stats plus 300. 148550 out of 160,000. Yuan did not stop cultivating until it was time for him to eat dinner. We couldn't play today, but that's fine. At least I will have stories ready for the next time we meet. He stared at the night sky for a moment before logging off. After feeding Yuan and getting him cleaned, Yuan began reading fairy tales to him like a mother would tell stories to her child before bedtime, but her voice was still too immature to sound like a real mother. How was my narration? She asked him in a cheeky tone. It sucked. What? Fine. You can read it yourself next time. Ah. I'm sorry, Yuan. I was only joking. Yuan hurriedly corrected himself. Your voice was so heavenly that I thought you were a real fairy. Yuan blushed. It was embarrassing to read these childish stories out loud, you know, she said later, I will remember this debt you owe me. Yes, yes, I will even give you my life, so find me a few more fairy tales, okay? Euro. He called out to her after receiving no answer. Brother, please don't say things like that ever again, said Euro with a serious expression on her face, her voice somewhat sorrowful. Yuan quickly realized that he had screwed up. I'm sorry. He apologized right away. As long as you understand. Euro left his side to close the light. Brother, it is getting late, you should go to sleep now. Good night. Good night, brother. Inside her room, Euro surfed the internet on her phone for some time before sleeping like always. This player Yuan is very mysterious and baffling. In just 2 days since the game's launch, he was able to become the first player to obtain a divine rank skill and finish a hidden quest. Is he even human? Despite not being able to play the game due to school and Yuan, she would still keep up with the newest information about the game so when the time comes for her to play, she wouldn't feel too lost. Meanwhile, my brother is fooling around with a young NPC. She smiled bitterly at that thought. Wow, his bounty has increased to 5 million already. Her eyes widened at the effort and money others were willing to put out just to find this one player. So much fame, how envious. She turned the phone off and closed her eyes. Brother too, used to be flickering with lights under the spotlight. She sighed before slowly falling asleep. How is the search going? Have you found any information on this player Yuan yet? A handsome young man sat on his bed with Cultivation Online's console, the helmet, still on his head, his gaze at the middle-aged man standing by the door. Sorry, young master, but this player seems resolute in keeping his identity a secret. Not even our offer was able to lure him out, said the middle-aged man in a tired tone. He has gone without sleep for the past 2 days just to look for information on Yuan, but alas, the results came back in a box of disappointment filled with a whole lot of nothing. Not taking the bait. Then all we have to do is increase the temptation. Go and adjust the reward to 20 million. Unless this player is already super wealthy, then he will surely bite the bait sooner or later, said the young man casually, as though 20 million means nothing in his eyes. Understood. The middle-aged man then left the young man alone. I will have my hands on this player no matter the price. This individual is either Lady Luck's child or has connections to the game creators, allowing him to obtain things in the game that normal people will never have a chance to obtain. If I get him to join my faction, then my family's position within the ranks will surely rise. Similar scenes played out throughout the world with many high-standing figures doing whatever they can in their power to learn more about this player Yuan who is already light years ahead of everyone else in the game, unaware that Yuan still has no idea how much of a stir he has created in the real world just because of a few system announcements. While Cultivation Online is just a mere game in Yuan's eyes, that was not the case for others, who have their own ulterior motives. After eating breakfast, Yuan went into the game, but alas, the small figure of Xiao Hua's was still nowhere to be found. Did she get in trouble with her family for staying out so late? He thought of that possibility. Maybe she was lying about her family not worrying so we could play for a bit longer. Yuan sighed, missing the cheerful little girl. Without her, what else is there to do in this world? Strength, wealth, fame, Yuan was not interested in any of these. All he wanted to do was have fun and use his body normally, something he cannot achieve in the real world. He pulled out the necklace she gave him before she left. Shaking his head, he sighed. I shouldn't be so impatient. I will wait for her just like she had waited for my return. Thus, he sat down to cultivate again. While it was boring at first, as he slowly grew used to cultivating, he began feeling pleasure, like getting a massage during a nap. Time passed quickly, and the night sky appears once again. 160,000 out of 160,000. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 6th level Spirit Apprentice. All stats plus 350. 320,000 out of 320,000. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 7th level Spirit Apprentice. You have learned Enhanced Senses. All stats plus 400. Enhanced Sense. Rank, not applicable. Description, permanently enhances the functions of all available senses. Requires no activation. 320295 out of 640,000. It is taking longer and longer to advance to the next level, and the requirement needed is doubling with every level. Just how many more levels is there? Yuan pondered, but knowing he's still an apprentice makes him worry about the later stages. It will take a month of straight cultivating to advance one level in the later stages at this rate. This cultivation thing is such a chore. Just as Yuan was about to log off for tonight, an announcement appears in the sky, attracting countless gazes from below. Congratulations! Player White Lotus has become the world's first player to have obtained a servant. While Yuan wondered what type of servant this White Lotus had obtained, everybody else was surprised to see Player White Lotus instead of Player Yuan, who was thought to have another shock for the world. But of course, many players were also relieved to know that Yuan would no longer be the only ancestor in the world. Ancestor is a title created by the community that refers to those who have appeared in the system as a world's first after Yuan's first announcement. Servants, Yuan suddenly began having desires of obtaining a servant. But how does one obtain a servant? After logging off the game, Yuro was already beside him with dinner in her hands. Yuro, how do you obtain servants in this game? He decided to ask her. Servants? Did someone obtain a servant already? She asked with curiosity. Also, I don't know anything about obtaining servants. It was someone named White Lotus. White Lotus. Yuro immediately recognized that name. She is one of the top players at the moment who has a cultivation base at 5th level Spirit Apprentice. Furthermore, she is actually a rich young lady in real life, too. 5th level Spirit Apprentice is considered the top. Yuan, who is already a 7th level Spirit Apprentice, was surprised to hear that someone who is 2 whole levels behind him is at the top. Are they really top players? I barely cultivated and I'm already 2 levels above one of the top rankers. He wondered. Yuro, who has the highest cultivation in the game as of this moment? I believe it is someone known as Lightning Emperor, who is a 6th level Spirit Apprentice. Whoa, what an edgy name. That's what you're concerned about? Yuro chucked. Say, what's your cultivation now? Since you spent most of your time fooling around, it should be pretty low, right? Let me take a guess, you are a 2nd level Spirit Apprentice. Yuan grinned, wrong. 1st level Spirit Apprentice? Wrong again. What? Don't tell me, you have yet to cultivate? Yuro, since when have I become so pitiful and weak in your eyes? Your brother is disappointed. Yuan said in a sorrowful voice. A3, never mind, I am just a nobody in the game, anyway. And like you have said, I have been fooling around, so hurry up and play with me so we can do things together. This week is impossible since I still have school, but next week for sure when summer break begins. School, I am envious. Yuan smiled bitterly. Going to school is nothing to be envious about, brother. It is boring and tiring, sighed Yuro. But I still envy you and every student out there. He sighed inwardly. After talking for a few more minutes, Yuro went back to her room to sleep, and Yuan himself also went to sleep. If she doesn't appear by tomorrow, I should use that necklace. He told himself before falling asleep. Xiao Hua, where are you? Your favorite brother is here to play with you. Yuan shouted loudly in the forest the moment he logged into the game. A3. What am I doing? He sat down afterward, his hand reaching for the necklace around his neck. Despite it seemingly made out of steel with a piece of jade attached, the necklace was as light as a feather, nearly weightless. Xiao Hua's necklace. Grade, unknown. Description, obtained from Xiao Hua. Even though she said to use this to call her, how do I use it? He played around with the necklace as he pondered. He tried poking it, caressing it, commanding it to open, even licking it, but alas, the necklace remained unchanged. After many minutes and many failures later, Yuan decided to stop trying to activate the necklace. Oh, Xiao Hua. How can you give me something so complicated without explaining its functions? He sighed loudly. Suddenly, as though the heavens heard his sigh, the earth trembled. The sound of metal clashing resounded, followed by loud cursing. Eat my coiling sword strike, you bastard. Courting death. Boom. A loud explosion appeared in the distance, startling Yuan. What just happened? Why did the earth tremble the way it did just now? Did someone drop a bomb? Clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded again, and a gust of wind suddenly swept the place, nearly lifting Yuan into the air. Devil Meng Li. If I don't kill you today, then I am not Zhan Xuegang. Ahahaha. A mere half-step spirit grandmaster like you think you can kill me? Today will be the day you will realize your foolish existence, in hell. Clang. 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 Visible ripples filled with profound power swiftly swept the sky after every clash, sending chills down Yuan's spine every time it swept past him. It is actually two people fighting against each other that is causing this phenomenon. Yuan was shocked, to say the least. To fight in someone else's garden, how disrespectful. Soon, two figures could be seen fighting each other in the air from where Yuan stood. One with long red hair and one with long black hair. They were flying back and forth, throwing powerful sword strikes at each other that would create ripples upon being blocked by the other person. They are flying, just like that old man. Yuan recalled Elder Song, the old man who gave him and thousands of other players a brief explanation about this world while standing on a sword in the air. The fight in the air lasted for many minutes without either one gaining an advantage over the other, they seemed to be equally matched. However, as they were getting closer and closer to where Yuan stood, the destructive ripples created by their sword clashes also became painful to bear for him. Despite not being a part of the fight, Yuan could feel a dominating pressure making it difficult for him to breathe, and his body felt as though it was carrying a large rock. Die for me. 7 earthly sword strikes. Ahahaha. Too weak. Way too weak. Bloody sword strike. A ripple far superior to the previous swept through the place until it could no longer be seen on the horizon. Cough. Yuan could no longer resist the pressure and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn. This is really uncomfortable. He wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand. I can even taste the iron-like taste of blood. Yuan was completely immersed at this moment. The pain in his body and the realistic features of this game temporarily made him forget that this was just a game. If they get any closer, I will definitely die from collateral damage. He began running away from the two, but the clashes between them were also getting stronger. 9 earthly sword strikes. Devil's blood. Boom. Trees fell and the clouds scattered from the impact, and Yuan was sent flying towards a tree, losing consciousness a moment later. Ha 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 ha. Zhan Xuegang, what's wrong? Didn't you say that you will kill me today? One of the figures began laughing while pointing at the other person who was missing an arm. The prime disciple of the profound sword sect is only a so-so, just like that junior sister of yours. Ha 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 ha. I will kill you. Zhan Xuegang roared, his eyes turned red, and his cultivation base suddenly increased dramatically. What? The eyes of Devil Meng Li widened from shock. You had a breakthrough in the middle of our fight? I will avenge junior apprentice sister Xia today by killing you even if I have to lose all 4 of my limbs and become a cripple. His eyes and nose began bleeding, and veins appeared all over his body. Was she your lover by any chance? Then let me tell you something important before you die, her body was amazing. It is truly a pity that she had killed herself so quickly, or else I would have surely enjoyed her body even more. Ha 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 ha. Meng Li, go to hell. The blue sword in Zhan Shuigang's grasp glowed a dark blue light, and killing intent soared beyond the clouds. Spirit blade. Trying to bring me down with you. Just because you are now a spirit grandmaster like me does not mean we are on equal standing, you fool. Meng Li's red hair glowed a crimson color along with his eyes, looking like a real devil from hell. Hell's fire. Suddenly, before the two of them could release their techniques, a little girl in red robes appeared in between them like a ghost, and in her grasp was a necklace covered in fresh blood. For disturbing the peace of our place, your cultivation base shall be crippled as a punishment. The little girl waved her sleeves, and Meng Li and Zhan Shuigang felt their entire cultivation base collapse an instant later. Without any cultivation to support them, the two were no longer able to control their attacks or fly, and they fell straight to the ground, breaking many bones upon hitting the earth. Who are you? Meng Li cried out loud as he laid on the ground, experiencing major pain across his body. To cripple him, a spirit grandmaster, with a mere wave of her sleeves, her background must be shocking. As for Zhan Shuigang, he could only stare at the little girl in the air with wide eyes. He was too shocked to think. What did we do to offend you? Answer me. Meng Li shouted again after receiving no answer from her. However, the little girl ignored him, descended from the sky to a nearby tree, and walked to where Yuan's unconscious body laid. That's the trash who was watching us fight. Meng Li was aware of Yuan's presence and that he had been watching them, but because he was too weak to affect them, Meng Li treated Yuan like an ant and ignored him. The same goes for Zhan Shuigang. The little girl kneeled to wipe the blood off Yuan's lips, her hands trembling slightly. For injuring him, you shall be punished with death. After wiping the blood from Yuan's lips, the little girl stood and turned to face the two figures lying on the floor, her expression grim and filled with killing intent. Heaven-splitting sword strike. The world suddenly trembled, and the heaven dimmed, almost turning into night. And a sword made from a golden light appeared in the grasp of the little girl. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Impossible. What are you doing here in the lower heavens? Zhan Shuigang recognized the technique being witnessed, and his heart nearly stopped from shock. The little girl ignored his question and suddenly slashed the sword downwards, and the heavens seemed to have split into two at that moment. Boom! A massive earthquake shook the entire eastern continent, shocking many experts within the continent, even alerting many ancient experts around the world. Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that he noticed was the obviously large earth fissure in front of him with an end that he cannot physically see, looking as though it separated the earth in half. What, did those two cause this? This is ridiculous. Yuan's back was soaked in cold sweat upon seeing the earth fissure that seemed endless. He couldn't imagine the power that was required to cause this much destruction. This earth fissure was more than enough to change the geography of this world. Suddenly, Yuan's heart jumped. He slowly turned his head, and it was this moment he realized that he had been sleeping on the soft lap of this little girl. Xiao Hua. He was pleasantly surprised to see her sitting beside him, even allowing him to sleep on her lap. Are you hurt anywhere? Yuan felt relieved upon seeing no injuries on her. Xiao Hua suddenly pulled his head back down to her lap. Master, you shouldn't move too much. You are injured. Yuan became dumbfounded. What did you just call me? Master? What kind of game are we playing this time? This is not a game. Xiao Hua has accepted Brother Yuan as her master. She showed him the necklace covered in blood with a serious expression. That's the necklace you gave me. Oh, so that's what you meant by using that to call you, to summon you as a servant? He face-bombed upon realizing the real meaning behind her words, making a loud slapping sound. Xiao Hua, you. Aya. He sighed loudly. Do you not accept Xiao Hua? Her expression saddened. Is Xiao Hua a bad girl? That's not it. I really like you, but, to keep you as a servant is too much, since it will cause many unnecessary misunderstandings. Misunderstands? Xiao Hua does not mind. But I do. Yuan replied inside his head. After a moment of silence, Yuan finally said to her, Brother Yuan. Huh? Xiao Hua looked at him with a puzzled expression on her face. As long as you call me Brother Yuan like normally, then there will be no misunderstandings. He explained to her. Then. Her eyes began sparkling. Brother Yuan. She suddenly hugged him, hiding the bashful smile on her face. You have accepted Xiao Hua as your servant. Name, Xiao Hua. Servant grade, Divine. Master, Yuan. Cultivation, 3rd level Spirit King. Legacy, Supreme Heaven's Legacy. Bloodline, Divine Bloodline. Physique, Purple Mist Physique. Heaven's Secret Art. Rank, Divine. Mastery Level, 4. Heaven's First Secret Art, Consuming Heaven Technique. Rank, Divine. Mastery Level, 5. Heaven's Second Secret Art, Heaven Splitting Sword Strike. Rank, Divine. Mastery Level, 4. Heaven's Third Secret Art, Heavenly Domain. Rank, Divine. Mastery Level, 2. Heaven's Fourth Secret Art, Heaven Sealing Technique. Rank, Divine. Mastery Level, 1. Fly. Rank, Earth. Superior Senses. Rank, Earth. Chi Manifestation. Rank, Earth. Purple Mist. Rank, Divine. Congratulations. Player Yuan has obtained the world's first divine grade servant. When the announcement appeared above the sky, countless cries of shock resounded around the world, and rumors of player Yuan being a cheater quickly began spreading like wildfire on this day. What the hell? This player Yuan is clearly already at endgame while the rest of us are still picking herbs just to earn barely enough money for a common weapon. The game hasn't even been out for a week and he is already obtaining things that will probably take months, even years of grinding. Can he even be considered a player at this point anymore? He is ahead of the entire player base, and not by a small margin. At this rate, couldn't he potentially rule over everybody at some point? This asshole must be cheating. There is no way he can obtain all these things so quickly. Even the current best players are nowhere near him, and I refuse to believe that some no-name can possibly be so far ahead of everyone else without cheating. That's right. He's clearly cheating. Where are the admins? What about the game creators? He needs to be punished. He either has balls that are hard as steel or he's completely nuts. To cheat so openly, does he think it wouldn't raise even a little bit of suspicion? Rumors of Yuan cheating in the game began spreading like wildfire across the internet. Cheaters nowadays, especially in popular games, are punished more severely than older times where cheating would only be frowned upon but nobody really tries anything major to stop them. Furthermore, if you are caught cheating, then there is a high possibility of receiving a fine that is more expensive than 10 years of rent for housing, and there are even many cases of cheaters being jailed for up to 4 years. With so many risks involved, only those who are rich and really don't care would be willing to cheat. However, even these types of people wouldn't cheat so openly. So in Yuan's case, people could only assume that he was completely nuts to be so obvious in the current most popular game in the world. Cheating, huh? What do you think, White Lotus? Do you also believe this Yuan to be a cheater? A handsome young man in purple robes kicked the decapitated wolf head by his feet to the side. In his grasp was a steel sword with a black handle, and blue lightning snakes would coil around the blade every so often that was dripping with fresh blood. Beside him stood 2 other people, both beautiful ladies. The beautiful young lady with elegant features by his side silently stared at the announcement in the sky. Whether he is cheating or not does not concern me, she said a moment later, her gaze switching from the announcement to the large black cat beside her. But I am interested in what a divine rank servant would look like. Her 2-tailed black cat is a normal monster without a grade, but it has great agility and powerful attacks. If compared to cultivators, then its power would be equivalent to a 4th-level spirit apprentice. This divine-grade servant, with this, his influence within and outside the game is massive and can no longer be ignored, and his actions could very well greatly impact the world. What's this? Is the Lightning Emperor, ranked 3rd in the legacy ranking, feeling pressure from a no-name? The other beautiful lady laughed charmingly. Do you feel nothing regarding our situation, Fiery Queen? Lightning Emperor looked at her with a serious expression. This is not a joking matter. Forget about me, the entire legacy ranking may be thrown into disorder because of this Yuan. I'd be lying if I say I am not interested in this player, but the entire legacy ranking? That's an exaggeration. He's is probably just another cheater. What if he turns out to be the real deal, someone with extreme luck and skills? What will you do then? The cheerful expression on Fiery Queen's face turned serious after his question. Then I will obviously do what I have to and recruit him. Ha! Do you think you are the only one with that thought? Forget about the Feng family who is currently ranked 1st, every family within the legacy ranking is actively looking for him even as we speak. Che. I know that already. But it doesn't matter how many are looking for him. As long as I find him first, then he will be mine. Lightning Emperor only snorted at her words. Talking to you is a waste of breath. We're here, the skeleton graveyard. Lightning Emperor readied his sword, his awareness alert. In front of the current 3 top players was a large graveyard with many skeletons walking around awkwardly, like wooden puppets with stiff movements. Let's quickly finish this. I am feeling sick just from your presence, said Fiery Queen. You willingly followed us. Only because we happen to have accepted the same quest. Che. Let's go. They have already noticed us. Fiery Queen retrieved her weapon, which was a long whip. White Lotus followed, holding a normal-looking sword in front of her. Despite being top players, neither of them had any chance to obtain weapons with a grade, so they can only put up with these normal weapons with no grade. Lightning Element. Lightning Emperor caressed his sword, causing the lightning snakes to return, coiling around the blade as though it was dancing. Body Enhancement, Speed. Fiery Queen's supple body glowed blue, and her body could no longer feel any weight, feeling as though she has become as light as a feather. Su Hei. White Lotus said softly, and the black cat stood in front of her. Let's go. Lightning Emperor kicked his feet, flying towards the skeletons at a quick speed. Don't order me around. Fiery Queen also charged forward, followed by White Lotus and her servant. Xiao Hua, you. Yuan was shocked upon seeing her character status. Although he doesn't understand what they meant, they were obviously not ordinary. To have a companion this powerful so early on in the game. Isn't this technically cheating? Yuan was aware of the advantage he currently has over all the other players, but because he isn't playing for competitive reasons, he doesn't planning to use this advantage. Say, Xiao Hua. Compared to a spirit apprentice cultivator, how much stronger are you as a spirit king? He asked her so he could better comprehend the differences between them. Xiao Hua looked at him weirdly for a moment before saying, 1,000, 10,000. Brother Yuan, they cannot be compared because the difference is too vast. The difference is too vast. How so? That mountain over there. Xiao Hua can make it disappear with one attack. She pointed at the large mountain at the horizon and said casually. Disappear with one attack. Yuan's eyes popped when he heard her confident words. If what she said was true, wouldn't that make her a walking bomb with destructive power equivalent to a nuke? One that can be used multiple times. How could she possibly be a mere servant? Wouldn't her existence be considered a bit unbalanced for a game? Or are all cultivators this powerful once they reach a certain stage? Yuan couldn't help but wonder what the game creators were thinking when they thought that giving such a small girl like her so much power would be a great idea. Xiao Hua, do not use your powers recklessly, okay? I don't want to see you accidentally destroy a city or a piece of land, he suddenly turned to look at the earth fisher, his eyes wide open. Xiao Hua, did you do this? He asked her after having a feeling that it wasn't the two cultivators who had created this mess. She nodded calmly, seemingly thinking nothing much of it. A3. Yuan sighed loudly. What if you had accidentally hit somebody with that? Xiao Hua, listen up. Do not use your power unless I give you permission, okay? She accepted his request quite easily. Good. Yuan looked at the earth fisher one more time before turning away with a bitter smile on his face. Let's go, Xiao Hua. It'd be bad if someone were to see us here right now. Thus, the two began walking further from the crime scene. Xiao Hua, what will you do now that you have become my servant? Yuan asked her, still unsure of what the purpose of servants is in this game. Xiao Hua will follow brother Yuan wherever he goes, she answered quickly. And she will lead you to the next realm. Huh? Lead me to the next realm? Well, never mind that for now. What about your family? What will they say if you decide to leave home to follow me? Brother Yuan is Xiao Hua's family now, so there are no problems. She looked at him with flickering eyes. I don't think that logic would work. He shook his head, unsure of what to do with her. Taking a child who he met only a few days ago away from her family would cause countless problems if this was the real world, but Yuan recalled that he was in a game and she is only an NPC, so there shouldn't be any problems. Alright, do as you wish, Xiao Hua. He finally said with a forfeiting smile. Congratulations. Player Lightning Emperor, player White Lotus, and player Fiery Queen has become the first players to have cleared Skeleton Graveyard. The sudden announcement shocked many players, but it was not because they were the first to clear this dungeon but because 3 different families from the legacy ranking were grouped together. In other words, they were cooperating, something that is rarely seen by the public, if ever. Holy shit! 3 of the top 10 families within the legacy are actually cooperating to clear a dungeon together. Perhaps they have decided to make an alliance to bring down this player Yuan. That is a possibility. Many players gossiped about the new announcement online, some even making conspiracies. The legacy ranking is a system in the real world, or a real-world ranking so to speak, where professional players fight each other competitively to obtain a spot within the legacy ranking. There can only be 100 players in the legacy ranking, ranked 1 to 100. Being a part of the legacy ranking brings countless profits and almost no downfalls. Wealth, fame, authority, power, one can obtain all that just by being in the legacy ranking. Additionally, once a player becomes a part of the legacy ranking, regardless of their rank, their family will also become a legacy family, allowing them to recruit talented players to help them remain or climb the ranks within the legacy ranking, almost like a guild or clan in games. Countless players, young and old, fight in worldwide tournaments just to obtain the qualifications to challenge someone who is within the legacy ranking to steal their spot. Furthermore, only one game would be chosen every decade as the focus. Because of this, the rankings would usually have major changes every decade, except for those at the very top of the ranking. The game the legacy ranking had chosen to be the main focus for this decade was obviously Cultivation Online, the hottest vermork in the world to date. Moments after the announcement, another one appears above the clouds. Congratulations! Player Xiong Lu has obtained the world's first spirit grade equipment. He's finally appeared, huh? Lightning Emperor narrowed his gaze at the name on the announcement. Xiong Lu of the Heavens Divinity, standing at the top of the legacy ranking as the #1 player in this world. He is a major figure even in the real world, owning one of the biggest gaming companies out there. Even an unsurpassable monster like him could only obtain the lowest grade equipment in this game after so many hours, yet this Yuan. Fiery Queen sighed loudly. Xiao Hua, what are the grades for equipment? Yuan asked her after the announcement disappeared. Spirit, Earth, Heaven, Divine, each broken into 4 tiers of quality, low, medium, high, and peak. There are other grades higher than Divine, but there is no need to worry about that since you can only find them in the higher realms. Realm, you also mentioned that before. What did you mean by bringing me to the next realm? Brother Yuan is currently in the lowest realm, the lower heaven. Xiao Hua's job is to help Brother Yuan reach the highest realm, the supreme heaven. Your job? He questioned. Why and who would give her such a job? Xiao Hua accepted the supreme heaven's legacy, so it became her job to find a successor. What a deep game. Yuan looked at the sky. How do we get to the next realm? He asked. Brother Yuan is too weak right now and should only worry about getting stronger. After that, we can challenge the realm guardian for access to the next realm. So it's that kind of game, huh? Yuan became more understanding of the goal of this game. Is there a reward for getting there? The supreme heaven, he asked out of curiosity, not expecting anything too much. Everything, she answered after a moment of silence. The winner shall obtain everything this world has to offer, so, they become this world's god. Yuan totally did not expect such a generous reward. Allowing players to become god. So the game creators are essentially giving admin powers to those who reach that point. How generous of them. But I have no use for such power, so I will enjoy my life to the fullest and leave it to others to fight for that reward. Yuan thought to himself. He was content with just having the ability to use his eyes and limbs as he wishes. After walking for some time, Yuan finally realized that they were walking aimlessly without a destination. Xiao Hua, where should we go now? Or rather, what should we do? He asked her, who seemed to be the one leading this journey. Xiao Hua looked at him with a nonchalant expression and said, help Brother Yuan get stronger. And how will we do that? Although he doesn't really desire strength, it wasn't something he would refuse either. That. Xiao Hua suddenly pointed to the distance where there was an open field, and in this middle of this open field was a large figure at least 5 meters tall. That's, a frog? Yuan quickly blinked a few times non-stop when he saw the massive frog with jade-like skin sitting in the middle with its eyes closed, seemingly sleeping. That is a jade frog. It has power equivalent to a 9th level spirit apprentice cultivator. 9th level spirit apprentice? I am only a 7th level spirit apprentice. Are you telling me to go kill myself? Yuan nearly cried upon hearing her words. Although the jade frog is 2 levels above Brother Yuan's cultivation base, it shouldn't matter because Brother Yuan has cultivated the heaven-consuming technique, allowing him to be stronger than most cultivators at the same level. Is that really how it works? But I also don't know how to fight. It noticed us. Yuan suddenly pointed at the jade frog, its head turned towards their direction with killing intent radiating from its gaze. Whoosh! The jade frog suddenly leaped and appeared dozens of meters into the sky, almost as though it was trying to touch the clouds. Watch out! Yuan instinctively grabbed Xiao Hua by her waist with one hand and jumped back to avoid the shadow. Seconds later, the jade frog lands at where they originally stood, creating a dent in the ground. That was close. Yuan wiped the invisible sweat from his forehead when he saw the hole on the ground. They could have been meat paste if he didn't dodge that. Brother Yuan, good luck. She gave him a thumbs up and casually walked to the side to watch, dumbfounding Yuan. Thinking that she was just an ant, the jade frog ignored her and kept its gaze on Yuan. How am I supposed to fight this monster without any weapons? He cried out loud. Then Brother Yuan can use this. Xiao Hua retrieved a small pouch from her robes, pulling out a steel sword from inside. However, when she pulled out the sword, it also alerted the jade frog, causing it to leap towards her. In the jade frog's eyes, Xiao Hua, who has a weapon, was more of a threat than Yuan who was empty-handed, so it ignored Yuan and went for her instead. Xiao Hua! Watch out! He shouted to warn her, but Xiao Hua only watched it fall on her with a calm expression. Boom! The ground slightly shook when the jade frog landed on Xiao Hua's small frame. Yuan's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped from shock. In his mind, Xiao Hua has most likely turned into a pancake after being squashed by the jade frog's massive body and weight. Suddenly, purple mists began seeping out from beneath the jade frog, almost like it had farted, and Yuan returned to his senses. The purple mist distanced itself from the jade frog and gathered beside Yuan, before forming into the figure of a small girl. Xiao Hua. Yuan was baffled by what he'd just witnessed. What just happened? What's wrong, brother Yuan? She asked him in a normal voice as though she did not just get flattened by the jade frog. What happened just now? Xiao Hua's purple mist physique. Yes, but I am also talking about why you just stood there to take its attack. You nearly gave me a heart attack. But brother Yuan said Xiao Hua cannot use her power until Xiao Hua has permission, and Xiao Hua did not have permission. Yuan looked at her with wide eyes, his expression perplexed. Are you an idiot? He suddenly yelled at her. Startled, Xiao Hua shrunk her head like a scared turtle. Even if you didn't want to use your powers, you could have just dodged. There was no reason for you to stand there and take the hit. Yuan was upset, but mostly at himself for telling her to do something without thinking about it. Xiao Hua is just an NPC, someone programmed to act and do things a certain way, so if Yuan told her to sit, then she will sit without questioning him, her master. But Yuan didn't take into consideration that she was an NPC, who is also his servant, and treated her as a real human, hence why he believed that she would have some logic in her when he told her to not use her power recklessly. Sorry. Xiao Hua apologized. A3. Yuan facepalmed when he saw her sad face. I should be the one apologizing, Xiao Hua. I had told you to do something without thinking. I'm sorry. When I told you to not use your powers, I didn't mean to completely seal off your power and be a punching bag. If you are in danger or feel like you need to use your powers, then just use it. What about brother Yuan's permission? Forget I had ever said that and use it according to your judgment. What I am trying to say is there's no need to crack an egg by smashing it with a large rock, and think about your surroundings and the environment before you decide to use it. Xiao Hua understands. She nodded. Good. Now, give me that sword. I have a debt to settle with this damn frog. The moment Yuan grabbed the steel sword by the handle, information about the sword appeared in his head. Spirit sword. Grade, Spirit. Quality, Peak. Physical strength required, 900. Mental strength required, 1500. Sharpness, 1000. Description, cuts metal like butter. Good sword. Yuan instantly took a liking to it after swinging it a few times in the air. The jade frog remained unmoving, its gaze seemingly filled with confusion as it stared at Xiao Hua, who didn't even bother to return its gaze, as though it was nothing in her eyes. How did this insignificant-looking little girl escape unscathed after being crushed by its massive weight, it wondered. Yuan walked forward in a calm manner, his gaze deeply focused on the jade frog. Although he has never been in a fight before, he felt oddly calm at this moment, as though it was only natural. I have never been in a fight before, let alone use a sword. I have spent the majority of my life in a bed, silently rotting away. However, as powerless I may be outside of this world, I can use my limbs and eyes to the fullest in this world. As long as I am here, I feel as though I can achieve anything, even defeating this giant frog. Yuan suddenly dashed towards the jade frog, alerting it. His speed was faster than even the fastest man on earth, and he arrived in front of jade frog in the blink of an eye. Witness. Remember. Learn. Execute. The fight between the two cultivators flashed inside his head, and his hands moved accordingly. Slash. The sword in his grasp had easily sliced the skin of the jade frog, causing blood to gush out from its stomach. The jade frog screamed from the pain, and it jumped back to avoid him. Xiao Hua's eyes widened when she witnessed the movements of Yuan's sword. Although it was stiff and seemed like the swing of an amateur, it was clearly a sword technique. Yuan did not chase after the jade frog and only looked at the sword in his grasp, and on his face was dissatisfaction. Che. I moved exactly as that guy did, but something about it did not feel right. Brother Yuan, you. Xiao Hua could only be shocked. What she just witnessed was the technique of one of the two cultivators she had killed. Did he learn it just from watching them fight for a brief moment? For someone to learn and execute a technique only after watching it once and only for a few moments, Yuan could only be described as a prodigy. I executed the movements perfectly and it had hit the target, but there was something missing. Yuan pondered. Perhaps. Qi. As though he had received enlightenment, Yuan smiled, and his gaze returned to the jade frog. This time, I will slay you, he exclaimed with confidence, his sword pointing at the trembling jade frog. The jade frog was confused. The human looked incredibly weak and vulnerable just moments ago, yet the moment he grabbed the sword, everything about him changed. His weak aura became sharp like the sword, and his gaze showed dominance, even a hint of arrogance. What had happened to him that caused this change? Even Xiao Hua was also a bit baffled by his change. It was as if he had gone from a mortal who knew nothing about the world to a profound swordmaster. Even the aura he emitted has changed entirely. Yuan dashed towards the jade frog while it was dazed, and his hands maneuvered the sword in his hands with the same movements but with more precision and speed. The sword in his hands suddenly glowed red. Bloody sword strike. Sha! The jade frog instinctively leaped back, but its movements were too slow when compared to Yuan's sword strike, and it split in half in mid-air, causing organs and blood to fly everywhere. You have learned bloody sword strike. Bloody sword strike. Rank, Earth. Mastery level, 1. Description, consumes 900 qi. Must wield a sword to activate. A technique from the Blood Sect. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to have learned an Earth-ranked skill. Congratulations. Player Yuan has become the first player to have killed the elite boss, Jade Frog. 2 announcements appeared, back to back, for the world to see. After the Jade Frog died, Xiao Hua ran up to Yuan and asked him, Brother Yuan, where did you learn that technique? The sharp aura around Yuan disappeared the moment he heard Xiao Hua's voice. Oh, it was a skill used by that red-haired dude fighting in the sky, he said casually. Xiao Hua silently looked at him with her eyes flickering with admiration. No wonder Brother Yuan comprehended the heaven's secret art in such a short time. She mumbled to herself. Anyway, I feel like I have gotten stronger from that fight just now. It also felt great to use my body in such a way. Yuan laughed, perhaps I have a talent for fighting. Ha ha ha. Brother Yuan is a genius, no doubt. Xiao Hua nodded with a serious face. Stop it, you're embarrassing me with your flattering. Xiao Hua is not flattering. Brother Yuan's ability to comprehend things is otherworldly. Such talents are rarely seen even in the higher heavens, let alone this lower heaven. Yuan shook his head, I was able to beat that frog with ease only because of the powerful sword you gave me. Thank you, Xiao Hua. He patted her head. Then when Brother Yuan becomes strong enough, Xiao Hua will give Brother Yuan more powerful weapons, she said cheerfully. You have equipment stronger than this sword. What are you, a walking weapon shop? But Brother Yuan is too weak to wield any of them, so Xiao Hua can only wait until he gets strong enough to wield them without exploding to death. Exploding to death. Yuan shivered upon hearing her cruel words. Surely you must be joking. Unlike normal weapons without a grade, spirit grade and above weapons are called spiritual weapons that have the ability to gain their own consciousness. If one tries to wield a spiritual weapon stronger than their own strength, then the conscious in the weapon may try to kill that person depending on its personality. Xiao Hua explained to him. How dangerous, it's almost as if everything in this game will try to kill you if you are too weak. Yuan thought to himself. Weapons, monsters, even humans, it does not matter, if it is strong, then it will dominate the weak. That's why Brother Yuan has to become strong, so he will not be bullied by the strong. I will be fine as long as I have you, Xiao Hua. Yuan tried to praise her, but she only turned solemn. Brother Yuan, Xiao Hua is only strong in this lower heaven. In the higher heavens, Xiao Hua is only an ant when compared to the real experts. She sighed. Only an ant? Yuan cannot imagine how powerful the cultivators in the higher heavens are when Xiao Hua is already strong enough to destroy an entire mountain. Xiao Hua suddenly walked away and towards where the dead jade frog laid. Where are you going? Yuan followed her. When monsters die, some of them will drop a monster core. Xiao Hua shoved her entire arm into the jade frog's corpse without flinching and pulled out a small crystal a moment later. Monster cores are very important to cultivators because they can greatly assist them in cultivation with qi stored inside. Here you go, brother Yuan. She handed Yuan the monster core. What about you? Don't you also need to grow stronger? He asked. The amount of qi inside this monster core is too little to have any effect on Xiao Hua, so brother Yuan should use it. Yuan nodded, and he threw the monster core into his mouth without hesitation. Taste like candy. He thought. Ah! Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua shouted loudly, looking baffled and scared at the same time when she saw Yuan throw the monster core directly into his mouth. What's wrong? Yuan looked at her casually. Monster cores are not meant to be swallowed like that, she said urgently, hurry up and spit it out. When Yuan saw her panicking face, he also panicked. What will happen to him now that he ate one? Cold sweat soaked Yuan's back, but there was nothing he could do because the monster core had melted in his mouth the moment it touched his tongue and have already entered his stomach. I already swallowed it. Yuan spoke in a stiff tone. I know it is already too late, but what happens if someone swallows a monster core? Xiao Hua dropped to her knees and said, monster cores contain the entire cultivation base of its retainer before death, so if someone tries to swallow so much qi in one go, they will explode to death. Exploding to death again. Yuan's jaw dropped from shock. There are too many things in this game that will cause him to explode to death. Suddenly. Heaven refining physique activated. 128,000 qi has been refined from the jade frog's monster core. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached 8th level spirit apprentice. All stats plus 450. Brother Yuan, did you just have a breakthrough? Xiao Hua asked after a long silence, her voice filled with disbelief. I did. He answered with a weird smile. Xiao Hua looked at Yuan with a pondering gaze. Brother Yuan's cultivation base was only at the early stages of 7th level spirit apprentice before consuming the jade frog monster core. Even if Brother Yuan consumes the entire jade frog monster core, he shouldn't be able to break through to 8th level spirit apprentice right away and would only be halfway there. Additionally, Brother Yuan also directly absorbed the entire monster core and did not receive any backlash but had a breakthrough instead. Xiao Hua has never seen anything like this before. Perhaps it had something to do with my physique. Yuan said. Brother Yuan's physique. It's called heaven refining physique, he said, hoping she'd know something about it. However, Xiao Hua only tilted her head. Heaven refining physique. Xiao Hua has never heard of it before. But if it has something to do with why Brother Yuan was able to consume that jade frog monster core, then we can obtain some more monster cores to experiment. Yuan suddenly retrieved the token given to him by the goddess during his character evaluation and showed it to her. Then do you know what this thing is, or its purpose? Xiao Hua's eyes instantly widened with shock when she saw the jade token in his hand. Ancient spirit jade. And so big, she exclaimed loudly, where did Brother Yuan obtain this? It was given to me by some beauty. I don't know her name, though. What does it do? Yuan became curious when he saw her shocked expression, looking as though she just witnessed the heavens collapse before her. This is a spirit jade, it is somewhat similar to a monster core but holds far more qi within. Even a pebble-sized royal spirit jade of low quality, the lowest grade, is extremely valuable in the higher heavens, since it can awaken or bestow bloodlines. Xiao Hua forcefully swallowed her saliva and continued, the ancient spirit jade in Brother Yuan's grasp is 3 grades above the royal spirit jade, and is probably of high quality. Not to mention it is the size of a palm-sized rock. The presence of the ancient spirit jade was enough to make the usually calm Xiao Hua tremble uncontrollably, it was just that valuable of a treasure. So I can consume this and obtain chi-like monster cores, right? Yuan licked his lips when he thought about how sweet the jade frog monster core tasted. I wonder how much stronger I'll grow if I were to eat this. Xiao Hua nearly received a heart attack when she heard his words and hastily grabbed his hands. You mustn't. If Brother Yuan consumes this, even if you have a unique physique, you will surely explode to death. Even a peak spirit emperor would not dare to imagine consuming it. Yuan chucked when he saw the anxious face she made. Relax, Xiao Hua. I won't consume it. Such a valuable item, how could I consume it before I find that beauty to ask her why she gave me this spirit jade? For that person to have this ancient spirit jade, she must have a shocking background. Maybe someone from the supreme heaven? Xiao Hua thought to herself. Xiao Hua, here. Xiao Hua's soul nearly abandoned her body when Yuan suddenly threw the ancient spirit jade at her. Barely catching it, she looked at him with a baffled expression. Brother Yuan. It'd be wiser if you were to keep this ancient spirit jade for me until I become strong enough to protect it, he said. Xiao Hua cannot hold something this valuable. She instantly refused while shaking her head, her hands already trembling from the invisible weight coming from the ancient spirit jade. Yuan frowned, if you don't want to hold it, then who will? I am aware of my weak existence in this vast world, so having me hold something like that will only bring endless trouble. If I could, I would just throw it away, but now that I know its value. You know what I mean, right? Xiao Hua clenched her fist and nodded with a serious expression. Xiao Hua vows to protect this ancient spirit jade even at the cost of her life. Wrong. Yuan said loudly. No matter how valuable that spirit jade is, it is only an object and will never be as valuable as your life. If it ever comes to losing your life or that spirit jade, then you will choose to lose the spirit jade. But. No buts. This is an order. Yuan was adamant about his decision. In his eyes, there is nothing in this world that can be as valuable as Xiao Hua's life. Xiao Hua understands. She reluctantly nodded before storing the ancient spirit jade in her storage pouch. With the ancient spirit jade gone from her sight, the atmosphere was no longer as heavy and suffocating. I was unable to learn more about that beauty or why she'd give me such a valuable treasure. How unfortunate. Yuan sighed inwardly. Where do we go to obtain more monster cores? Yuan asked her with the steel sword still in his grasp, his blood still heated from the battle with the jade frog. Any monster with a cultivation base of 7th level spirit apprentice and above will have a chance to drop a monster core, she said. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get hunting. Xiao Hua began leading Yuan around to find monsters for him to fight. With her cultivation base, it was an easy job for her to locate monsters within a 1,000-meter radius. There's a middle-level monster 200 meters to the north. Low-level are monsters between levels 1 to 3, middle-level between levels 4 to 6, and high-level are monsters between levels 7 to 9. If it isn't at least at a 7th level, what point is there for us to hunt them if they don't drop monster cores? Brother Yuan, no matter how talented an individual is or how many heavenly techniques they have, without the experience to use them properly, they will still be regarded as someone weak. I cannot argue against that. Yuan nodded. Thus, the two began slaughtering every monster that crossed paths with them, or more precisely, every monster that was unfortunate enough to be in that area. Player Fire Red, Player Poison Fiend, Player Mad Dog, and Player Get Creamed has become the first players to have cleared Burning Cave for the first time. Congratulations! An announcement hung above the clouds as Yuan elegantly danced around with the steel sword in his grasp, quickly decapitating the 4 silver wolves surrounding him. The wolf corpses plummeted to the ground, but Yuan did not stop his sword movements and continued to dance, slaying the 2 wolves that were trying to run. Xiao Hua, who was watching him at a distance, clapped, like a spectator watching a street performance. Brother Yuan's growth is simply astonishing, like a sponge absorbing water. He easily comprehends everything from his own weakness to his strength. In just a few mere hours, his swordsmanship and chi manipulation has increased by leaps and bounds. Her gaze suddenly flickered with regret. If only Brother Yuan grew up in supreme heaven instead of this lower heaven where the chi lacks in both quality and quantity. After slaying the last silver wolf, Yuan retrieved all monster cores he had collected during this grind. Only 7 had dropped after killing dozens of monsters. Yuan cried inwardly at the small amount of monster core he has obtained after spending so much time and effort into slaying monsters. 7 monster cores is considered a pretty successful hunt. Xiao Hua said to him upon seeing his disappointment. If used properly, 7 monster cores can last a month of cultivation. But in Brother Yuan's case, this wouldn't even last a minute for me, let alone 1 month. Yuan suddenly throws one into his mouth, and sure enough, it startled Xiao Hua again. Heaven refining physique activated. Less than 560,000 chi has been refined from the Silver Needle Wolf's monster core. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached 9th level Spirit Apprentice. All stats plus 500. 151-9395 out of 384-0000. Brother Yuan, you. Xiao Hua looked at Yuan like he was a ghost, her gaze filled with shock and bewilderment. Taste like candy. Yuan licked his lips and said, although it did not have as much chi as the jade frog's monster core, it is still very beneficial towards my cultivation. Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua called him, but she didn't know what to say after that. What's wrong? He looked at her with an innocent gaze, seemingly unaware of how amazing his ability is. When a cultivator absorbs the chi within a monster core, they can only absorb a limited amount of chi from the monster core depending on the quality of the monster core. However, even a high-grade monster core will only allow one to absorb at most 50% of its total chi before the rest dissipates back into the world. This is a rule set by heaven itself and cannot be defied. But, from Brother Yuan's situation, perhaps his heaven-refining physique can ignore this rule and defy the heavens? Xiao Hua trembled at the thought that Yuan could possibly have a heaven-defying physique. Defying the heavens, Yuan thought of his real body in real life. If only I had such an ability in my other life, too. He sighed inwardly. Suddenly, Xiao Hua turned her head, and her gaze narrowed. Brother Yuan, there are people near us. People? Are they players or NPCs? He wondered. Since this will be his first encounter with other people besides Xiao Hua since he started playing this game, he wanted to see them. 3 people, 2 7th level Spirit Apprentice and 1 8th level Spirit Apprentice, and they are fighting a peak level fiery lizard. I am interested, said Yuan. Let's go take a look. 3 young adults, 2 male, and 1 female stood a few meters away from a giant lizard with red scales that had black lines spread across like burn marks from a lightning strike. Their gaze flickered continuously with fear and nervousness, and underneath their clothes was a body covered in sweat. They have been fighting this fiery lizard for many minutes, yet none of them was able to break through this fiery lizard's defense. Shit! This thing's scale is as hard as steel. Senior Apprentice Brother Mo, we need to leave now before we exhaust our chi. Junior Apprentice Brother Wang is right. We cannot beat this beast with our current abilities. Let's leave before it's too late. The eldest among the 3 there, Mo Zhou, bit his lips as he stared at the fiery lizard before him. He has already exhausted all his techniques on this fiery lizard, yet there were only scratches on the surface of its scales. I refuse, he suddenly shouted. Senior Apprentice Brother Mo. The other two became anxious when they saw the stubbornness on his face. You two can leave, but I will stay here until either one of us dies. My life depends on this fiery lizard's monster core. Mo Zhou bit his lips until it bled, but he continued to look at the fiery lizard with narrowed eyes filled with determination. Either I die here or I return to the sect and die there. Since I will die either way, I might as well put everything on the line at this moment. Then die here. I only helped you out of pity, said the male before he turned to run away from the fight. This wouldn't be happening if you didn't offend senior apprentice brother Ren. The female also abandoned the fight. Neither of those two was willing to risk their lives for him despite being friends for many years. Mo Zhou sighed at his junior apprentice sister's words. Junior apprentice sister Ling is right, but I couldn't ignore my heart no matter what, not even knowing that I will be offending a chosen by doing so. He lifted his sword once again to face the fiery lizard. Come, you trash. Xiao Hua, you said that there were 3, but why is there only 1 here? Yuan pointed at Mo Zhou, who was fighting the fiery lizard with fierce eyes and a bloodied robe. They left before we could arrive, she replied calmly. What about him? Do you think he'll win? Xiao Hua shook her head. His cultivation base is almost dried up, it will only be a matter of time before he collapses due to qi deprivation. He is the only other person I have met so far besides you, Xiao Hua. It'd be a shame if he were to die here. Yuan suddenly jumped into the fight with his sword raised. Bloody sword strike. The spirit sword easily penetrated the unsuspected fiery lizard's steel-like scales and directly pierced its heart, instantly killing it with one strike. Are you okay? Yuan looked at the dazed Mo Zhou, who was staring at him like a dumb chicken, his mouth wide open and all. This. Mo Zhou stuttered like a baby who just started speaking. He has never seen anyone penetrate the scales of a fiery lizard known for its nearly impenetrable defense with a single sword strike, let alone with such ease. Yuan suddenly extended his hand for Mo Zhou, who had fallen to the ground from shock. So. Why did you continue to fight that thing despite the obvious conclusion? He asked as he pulled Mo Zhou off the ground. Mo Zhou's expression stiffened upon hearing his question. I will die if I fail to obtain a fiery lizard monster core, so I might as well die trying. He sighed in a sorrowful tone. Why would you die if you cannot obtain one? Yuan became interested in his situation. Taking another deep sigh, Mo Zhou said, because I had offended a chosen from my sect. Chosen? What's that? Mo Zhou looked at him with a weird expression. How can anyone not know what a chosen means? A chosen is someone who is favored by the mighty heaven, they are all born with great talents and are respected by everyone. Favored by the heavens, huh? Yuan nodded, so you mean to tell me that you are going to die because you had offended this one guy? What did you do, killed his parents in front of him? Mo Zhou shook his head violently at his words. No way. All I did was court senior apprentice sister Xing, but because senior apprentice brother Ren also fancies her, my actions angered him. Are they dating? No. Yuan facepalmed, making a loud slapping sound. He wants to kill you because you went ahead and confessed your love to this Xing girl. What kind of unreasonable man is this senior apprentice brother Ren of yours? Mo Zhou became dumbfounded by his words. But, this type of situation happens all the time, he thought to himself. Yuan glanced at the fiery lizard corpse. You need that, right? He asked while pointing. Yes. Take it. Mo Zhou looked at him with a face full of surprise. This fiery lizard monster core is no doubt a valuable treasure that even the sect elders would covet, yet this young man was willing to give it to him, who he just met, just like that? Really? Mo Zhou mumbled in a doubtful tone. But it was you who killed it. Then I'll just take it for myself. Yuan turned to walk towards the corpse. Seeing his actions, Mo Zhou quickly panicked. Wait. No, please let me have it. I, Mo Zhou of the Flying Sword sect, will be forever in your debt. Brother Yuan is really kind. If it were anybody else, they would have definitely kept it for themselves. Xiao Hua thought to herself as she watched Mo Zhou fall to his knees to kowtow to Yuan as a way to show his gratitude. If there is anything this savior needs from this Mo Zhou, he will do it without fail. Mo Zhou said loudly with tears falling off the corner of his eyes. Having never been in such a situation, Yuan didn't know how to react to Mo Zhou's actions. No need to be so humble. If I can exchange a mere monster core for someone's life, of course, I will do it without hesitation, he said. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mo Zhou stayed kowtowing. Not only did you already save me once from the fiery lizard, you are also giving me this fiery lizard monster core. In such a short time, you have already saved my life twice. Please, accept this as my gratitude. It is awkward seeing a grown man such as yourself in this position while crying. Hurry and stand up already. It took a moment, but Mo Zhou eventually calmed down. I haven't gotten your name yet. You can call me Yuan. Then, fellow Taoist Yuan, once again, I am Mo Zhou, an outer disciple of the Flying Sword sect. Mo Zhou stretched his hands for a handshake. Flying Sword sect. What's a sect, again? Yuan asked, forgetting that he'd already heard of such a word when he first arrived in this world. Mo Zhou instantly became dazed at his question. Brother Yuan, a sect is an organization dedicated to the practices of cultivation, where people go to study cultivation. Xiao Hua explained to him. So in other words, a school for cultivators. Yuan looked at Mo Zhou, and a profound light flashed in his eyes. Hey, Mo Zhou, can you give me a tour around your Flying Sword sect? I have never been to a sect before, you see. Mo Zhou trembled, waking up from his daze. So you really are a rogue cultivator? He mumbled in a voice of disbelief. Rogue cultivator? Yuan looked at Xiao Hua with a question mark floating on the top of his head. They are independent cultivators that do not belong to any sect. Oh, I understand. But why do you look so shocked? He turned to look at Mo Zhou. I can tell that Taoist Yuan is a 9th-level spirit apprentice, but he was able to slay that fiery lizard that even 3rd-level spirit warriors would have trouble, and you even killed it with such ease. What he is trying to say is Brother Yuan, who does not have the support of sects, shouldn't be this powerful, Xiao Hua intervened. She looked at the dumbfounded Mo Zhou and said, Brother Yuan is special. Don't compare him with these geniuses. Even these so-called chosen are nothing in front of Brother Yuan. Ah, you are making me blush with such a bashful statement. Yuan sighed in a low voice, his face slightly red. No, as arrogant as it may have sounded, I believe it, that Taoist Yuan is no doubt a genius. Mo Zhou said with a serious expression. As for visiting my Flying Sword sect, I will have to get permission from my sect elder before I can say for sure. Really? Then what are we waiting for? Yuan said cheerfully. He didn't expect that he'd have the chance to go to school in a video game, something he did not have the luxury of doing in the real world due to the limitations on his body. Ah! Give me a second to retrieve the monster core. Mo Zhou said hastily, nearly forgetting about it. Bloody sword strike. A red arc of light swept through the forest and directly beheaded the 3 meters tall ape without alerting it. Your comprehension with Bloody Sword Strike has reached a new level. Bloody Sword Strike Mastery Level, 1, up to 2. Bloody Sword Strike. Rank, Earth. Mastery Level, 2. Description, consumes 90,000 Qi. Must wield a sword to activate. A technique from the Blood Sect. When Yuan noticed how the Qi consumption had increased 100-folds with a single mastery level increase, his jaw dropped from shock. Wouldn't his heaven-splitting sword strike require 1 million Qi to activate at mastery level 2 at this rate? Fellow Taoist Yuan is really incomprehensible. Mo Zhou trembled in shock as he watched Yuan slay high-level monsters with ease, and all in a single strike. Even that high-level spirit apprentice bull ape was slain in a single strike. Ever since they met and decided to visit the Flying Sword sect, Yuan would hunt down every monster in their path, collecting a few more monster cores. 11 so far, huh? Yuan counted the number of monster cores he had obtained, and the bundle of glistening monster cores in Yuan's grasp dumbfounded Mo Zhou to the core, who thought he was in an auction house. So many monster cores! Mo Zhou exclaimed loudly. Monster cores are all valuable resources that greatly assist cultivators with their cultivation, and they are greatly desired by cultivators from all levels. And because they can only be acquired through high-level monsters, they are considered rare and hard to obtain. But now in front of his eyes, there are a dozen of them all gathered on one man's palm. You consider this many? It won't even fill the gap between my teeth if I eat them all. Yuan sighed. What? Mo Zhou couldn't comprehend the meaning behind his words, but he had a premonition that he would regret it if he knew, so he decided to ignore it. We have been running into a lot of high-level monsters, haven't we? That was already the sixth one. Mo Zhou pondered as another high-level monster falls to the ground with its head detached from its neck. You really like beheading things. It's efficient and easy, after all. Yuan smiled casually, tch. No monster core from this one. Easy, huh? Mo Zhou inwardly compared Yuan with the chosen in his sect. Would they be able to say such bold words so casually? Would they also be able to behead high-level monsters with such ease? Most likely not. A thought suddenly appeared in Mo Zhou's head. Since he is a rogue cultivator, there is a chance I can rope him into joining our Flying Sword sect. If the Flying Sword sect accepted a genius like him into their ranks, they will surely be overjoyed. Hell, they may even consider him a candidate as a future sect leader. Say, Taoist Yuan, have you ever considered joining a sect? He decided to ask him. Yuan thought about it for a moment and shook his head. I did not know of the existence of these so-called sects until today, so no, I have never thought about it. Then, would you be interested in joining my Flying Sword sect? I am sure the sect will welcome you with wide arms. While Yuan pondered, Xiao Hua decided to open her mouth and speak. Brother Yuan, there is no need for you to join a sect, it will only hinder your growth. Xiao Hua believes that Brother Yuan will grow stronger much faster when together with Xiao Hua as a rogue cultivator. Mo Zhou's mouth dropped when he heard Xiao Hua's words. Because she has been silent, he didn't really pay much attention to her. He wondered about their relationship. If I ever join a sect, it'd only be for fun, said Yuan. However, it is still too early for me to join any sect, so I will have to refuse that offer for now. Is that so? While Mo Zhou was dispirited due to Yuan refusing his offer, he understood that there was still hope for him to join the Flying Sword sect in the future. Then, if you ever feel like joining a sect, please come to my Flying Sword sect. I'll keep that in mind. After walking for a few more hours, the group finally arrived at a vast valley surrounded by high mountains. This is the Flying Sword sect. Yuan was mesmerized by the scene of the 1,000 swords hovering in the air above the valley, looking as though there was a roof made of swords covering the place. That's the 1,000 swords formation. It is a heaven-ranked battle formation. If activated, they will all attack at once, like a rain of arrows. Though, it has been over 100 years since it was last activated. Mo Zhou wanted to leave a deep impression on Yuan with the sect's power, hoping it would increase the chances of him join the sect. Mo Zhou's words and the magnificent scene indeed left a deep impression within Yuan, who has never seen anything like this before. As for Xiao Hua, she only glanced at it for a second before looking away. Please wait here for a moment while I go ask for permission to give you a tour around as a guest. Yuan nodded and waited outside for him. A genius rogue cultivator, you say? An old man sat in his exquisite wooden chair, his gaze as the young man standing before him. That's right, Elder Jiang. He managed to slay a high-level fiery lizard with a single sword strike, even piercing its steel-like scales known for its impenetrable defense. Mo Zhou shared his experience with Yuan to the old man before him. The old man was Elder Jiang, a sect elder of the Flying Sword sect, who was also in charge of the administration for the sect. If this young man is really as good as you praised him to be, then I'd like to meet him myself. Elder Jiang stood up and walked towards the door. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Yes. Mo Zhou led Elder Jiang outside the sect where Yuan and Xiao Hua waited patiently. Fellow Taoist Yuan. Thank you for waiting, Ninth level spirit apprentice, how old are you, young man? Elder Jiang could tell Yuan's cultivation base with a single glance. You seem to be around Mo Zhou's age, not bad for a rogue cultivator who cultivated without any proper guidance. He nodded with approval. You are. This is Elder Jiang, he is in charge of the sect's administrations for the outer court disciples. Mo Zhou introduced Elder Jiang to Yuan. I see. Nice to meet you, Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang gently brushed his white beard and said, I will get straight to the point, do you want to join my Flying Sword sect as a disciple? The sect provides countless benefits and resources to its disciples to help them grow. If you join, then your cultivation base will definitely rise faster than before. Perhaps you may even qualify to become an inner court disciple one day. Inner court disciple? Yuan wondered if inner court disciples meant being something like an upperclassman. You. Elder Jiang frowned and looked at Mo Zhou. Elder Jiang, you see. Taoist Yuan has actually never been aware of the existence of sects until today, hence why he wanted to visit our Flying Sword sect. Mo Zhou explained to him with a bitter smile. What? How is that even possible? Elder Jiang doubted his words, but even an idiot could come up with a better excuse. Elder Jiang looked at Yuan again, and he sighed. Whatever. I do not care about your circumstances. Well. What is your answer? I will accept you as an outer court disciple right this moment if you so wish. Mo Zhou saw the chance and urged Yuan. Taoist Yuan, you are really lucky. Under normal circumstances, one would have to pass the entrance exam before they get admitted into the sect as a disciple. However, Elder Jiang here has the authority to accept you into the sect without any of that hassle. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance that anyone would be willing to die for, he said with excitement. Yuan turned silent for a moment. However, despite the enticing offer, Yuan still shook his head. Although I appreciate the gracious offer, I will have to decline. Why? Mo Zhou exclaimed. How could anybody let such a chance go to waste? This could be his ticket to becoming an inner court disciple of a great sect such as the Flying Sword sect, a chance every outer court disciple like Mo Zhou would die for. Like I have already said. I am not yet ready to join any factions. I am currently waiting for someone, and until she arrives, I will not make any big decisions, said Yuan. Xiao Hua glanced at Yuan when he mentioned that he was waiting for someone. Who could this person be? Very well. Elder Jiang said with his eyes closed, if that is your decision then so be it. However, do not come back one day and ask for my generosity again as you have already lost it once. Mo Zhou sighed. All of his efforts were wasted in such a short amount of time. Perhaps the reason Elder Jiang did not put any real effort into pursuing Yuan was that he still doesn't fully trust his words, that Yuan was a prodigy that even inner court disciples may not be able to match. About the tour, am I still allowed to see your sect? Yuan asked with a sly expression, he still wanted to see the inside even after all that he said. Mo Zhou looked at Elder Jiang with the corner of his eyes, waiting for his answer. Elder Jiang coldly snorted and said, let him see what he's missed out. He walked away afterward. Yuan was speechless. Refusing Elder Jiang's offer must have offended him. Mo Zhou sighed again and said with an apologetic expression, don't worry about it too much, Taoist Yuan. It was my fault to begin with. If I hadn't spoken so highly of you in front of Elder Jiang with the intention of recruiting you then this would have never have happened. Yuan shook it off and said, I don't mind it. He's just a grumpy old man, after all. Grumpy old man. Taoist Yuan, please don't ever let him hear you say that in front of him or else he will definitely kill you. Mo Zhou, with a terrified expression, turned to see whether or not Elder Jiang had heard Yuan. When he couldn't see Elder Jiang's figure, Mo Zhou sighed in relief. Forget about him and let's hurry and go inside. I have been itching to see the inside since the sight of the 1,000 sword formations. Yuan said in an urging tone. Mo Zhou smiled bitterly and said, all right, follow me. He turned around and led the two inside, where disciples could be seen bustling around. Wow, they all carry swords with them. Yuan's eyes flickered with excitement. He couldn't be more excited at this moment. In his eyes, this place was just begging for him to explore. That building over there is the cafeteria for outer court disciples like me. The inner court disciples eat at a separate building. Mo Zhou explained as he guided Yuan around the flying sword sect. Yuan nodded his head in excitement. Do you see that open area over there? That is where disciples go for lectures from sect elders once a week. That tall building is where disciples train to sharpen their sword techniques, said Mo Zhou as he pointed to the pagoda that was in the distance. What a unique shape for a building. Yuan silently admired the elegant tower. Do you think I can go inside for a closer look? He then asked Mo Zhou, who quickly shook his head in an apologetic manner. I'm sorry, Taoist Yuan, but visitors are not allowed inside any building with a ceiling. Che. What a stinky place. How will you attract new disciples if you block off everything? Yuan shook his head in pity. Mo Zhou didn't know how to refute his ignorant statement and could only smile awkwardly. Because normally, one wouldn't tour around a sect before deciding whether they want to join or not. Forget it. Yuan suddenly said. Let's continue with the tour. Mo Zhou heaved a sigh of relief when Yuan didn't continue the topic. Okay, then let me show you what disciples of the Flying Sword sect deem as the most important thing in this sect. Oh. Hearing his words, Yuan instantly became curious about this place. After walking for a few minutes, they stopped in front of 3 tall stone tablets sitting beside each other. These 3 stone tablets were perfectly rectangular and had dozens of names engraved on it, resembling a memorial for the dead. However, unlike the other 2, the middle stone tablet only had a few names on it, and they were much bigger and sharper than the rest. What's this? A memorial for the dead? Yuan opened his mouth to ask without thinking. Mo Zhou looked at him with a scared look. He then looked around to see if anybody was there to hear his words. After seeing that the place was empty, Mo Zhou heaved another sigh of relief. Taoist Yuan, even though I am aware of your ignorance about sects, what you just said had greatly offended not only me but also every disciple in this sect. What? Yuan looked at him with a baffled expression. This is not a memorial for the dead but a ranking for the entire sect. Every name on these 3 tablets represents a genius within the sect, and they are all respected by the thousands of disciples in this sect. If others besides me had heard your words, they would have jumped at you with their swords raised, as that was extremely disrespectful to the individuals that have poured their sweat and blood just to be on that ranking. Is that right? I had no idea, but I will still apologize for my rude remarks. Sorry. Yuan said in an apologetic tone. Seeing his sincere apology, Mo Zhou nodded with an approving smile. It's fine. I know you didn't mean it. He then turned to the 3 stone tablets again and said, every stone tablet except the middle one holds 45 names, with the middle having only 10, adding up to a total of 100 names. These 100 names are the names of the strongest disciples within the Flying Sword sect, not including the sect elders and the sect leader. And every single one of them receives the sect's full backing, allowing them to enjoy almost an unlimited amount of resources provided by the sect. And everybody in the middle stone tablets is given the title, Core Disciple. Mo Zhou's eyes sparkled with admiration as he stared at the 3 stone tablets, especially when his gaze met with the middle one, seemingly mesmerized. Every disciple in this sect, including me, desires to have our own names engraved on the stone tablet. Suddenly, as Mo Zhou ended his words, the last name on the third stone tablet disappeared. And a few seconds later, another name engraved itself on the very same spot. When Mo Zhou saw this, his eyes flickered with excitement. Look! Someone just replaced the 100th name. Eh? How did the names on the tablet change itself? Aren't they engraved into it? Yuan was more curious about the phenomenon than the event itself. After staring at the stone tablet for a few moments, Yuan suddenly noticed the name Renfuchen. He pointed to the first stone tablet and asked Mo Zhou in a curious tone, "Hey, that Renfuchen, is he the same as the Ren that you had offended?" When Yuan mentioned Renfuchen, Mo Zhou's complexion noticeably paled. He then nodded in a dispirited motion, confirming Yuan's curiosity. His name is ranked 14th. He's the 14th strongest disciple in this place. Mo Zhou nodded again, but even slower this time. What about the girl you were courting? Is she also on the ranking? Hearing his question, Mo Zhou silently pointed to the last name engraved on the middle stone tablet. Xing Aiying, ranked 10th. Yuan then turned to look at Mo Zhou with a surprised look. You actually courted someone that has her name on the ranking, the middle one, no less? How bold and aspiring. Mo Zhou could only smile bitterly at Yuan's words that were seemingly filled with admiration and praise. Anyway, this is pretty much all there is to see, for guests like you at least, Mo Zhou said. Now I have to give this fiery lizard monster core to senior apprentice brother Ren. Mo Zhou sighed in a dejected manner. Do you really have to give it to him? You didn't do anything wrong, so there's no reason for you to listen to his nonsense, said Yuan. Mo Zhou shook his head and said, You don't understand, Daoist Yuan. This is a world where the strong makes the rules and the weak obey their rules, even if such rules are unreasonable and full of nonsense. And I'm telling you that only an idiot would follow such rules, Yuan shrugged. You are the one who doesn't understand here. An idiot? Mo Zhou looked at him, who'd unknowingly called everybody in this world an idiot, with a weird expression on his face. How about I come with you to meet this Ren guy? Yuan suddenly said, dumbfounding him. It's fine, Mo Zhou said a moment later with a bitter smile, this is my own problem, I cannot drag you into it, especially not after all that you've done for me already. Yuan turned silent and looked at him with a calm expression. Is that so? Then. Suddenly, a loud voice resounded from the distance. Hey, isn't that the kid who tried to court senior apprentice sister Xing and ended up offending you? Both Yuan and Mo Zhou turned to look in the direction of the voice, and Mo Zhou's face paled the instant he saw the two handsome young men in the distance looking at him. Senior apprentice brother Ren. Senior apprentice brother Zhen. When Yuan saw how Mo Zhou's legs were shaking like jello, he knew just how fearful he was towards these two individuals. Mo Zhou, you bastard. How dare you make me walk to your living quarters to look for you? The handsome young man on the right approached Mo Zhou with an angry expression, his hands grasped tightly into fists. Where have you been hiding? Didn't I say that today was the last day for you to bring me a monster core from a fiery lizard or else? I have it. I have a fiery lizard monster core with me. Here you go. Mo Zhou pulled out a small red crystal from his robe pockets and showed it to Renfuchen. That brat really managed to obtain a fiery lizard monster core. Renfuchen's eyes widened upon seeing the crystal. He did not think that someone as weak as Mo Zhou would have the ability to slay a powerful beast like the fiery lizard, yet there was its monster core in his grasp. How did you get it? Don't tell me you bought it. It doesn't matter how I obtained it. I have gotten what you asked, so leave me alone from now on. Ha 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 ha. Hearing his words, Renfuchen burst out laughing. You really are an idiot. You really think that I'd leave you alone just because you somehow managed to obtain the monster core? That was only an excuse for me to beat you up. What? At this point, Mo Zhou's heart was filled with bitterness. You promised that you'd forget about me courting senior apprentice sister Xing if I give you the fiery lizard monster core. Of course, I will honor my words and forget about your disgraceful act of courting senior apprentice sister Xing. However, after you give me the fiery lizard, it will no longer be about that. How dare a lowly trash such as yourself have feelings for senior apprentice sister Xing? Just your feelings are enough for you to get beaten. Mo Zhou trembled uncontrollably upon hearing those words. Just his love for his senior apprentice sister Xing is enough to get beaten. Where is the justice in that? But alas, he was weak and Ren Fuchen was a chosen, their status in this world was simply too far apart. Wow, what a statement! Yuan suddenly said loudly, causing Mo Zhou's body to mysteriously stop trembling. Beating someone up just because they love the same person as you? What a messed up personality you have there. Yuan laughed out loud, almost like he was watching a funny movie. And who the fuck are you? You are clearly not a disciple of this sect, so how did you get in here? Ren Fuchen finally noticed Yuan and Xiao Hua standing by the side. Who am I? I am the person who gave him that fiery lizard monster core, said Yuan, his expression calm. Taoist Yuan. Mo Zhou looked at him with wide eyes. Ho. So you are the one. Ren Fuchen looked at Yuan with narrowed eyes. Why did you give him something as precious as the fiery lizard monster core? What did he offer in return, he asked. He didn't give me anything, nor do I want anything from him. I gave him it simply because I felt like it, Yuan casually replied. Although he didn't know who Yuan was, Ren Fuchen was wary of him. After all, what kind of normal individual would give away something as valuable as a fiery lizard monster core for free? And? What do you want? I'd appreciate it if you stopped bullying him, said Yuan with a smile. And what if I said no? While Ren Fuchen didn't want to offend someone as mysterious as him, he wasn't afraid of him. Not only is he a chosen but they are still inside the Flying Sword sect, where he has protection in every direction. Of course, you will refuse. Yuan turned to look at Mo Zhou and said, I have already saved his life once, it won't be weird if I do it again, right? You. Ren Fuchen instantly frowned at his words. Taoist Yuan. As for Mo Zhou, he looked at Yuan with tears in his eyes, his gaze filled with admiration, and his heart filled with gratitude. I do not know which hole you crawled from, but consider this as your last warning. Ren Fuchen said as he unsheathed the sword by his side, causing the aura around him to change. Yuan looked at Ren Fuchen with a smile. Instead of worrying that he might have to fight another human for the first time, he actually found this situation to be pretty entertaining. You wanna fight? Let's go. I have been wanting to test my sword on something that's not monster for once. Yuan also retrieved his sword. When Ren Fuchen saw Yuan's sword that was emitting a powerful and sharp aura, his eyes widened with shock. A spirit-grade sword, and it's even peak quality. He actually has a peak quality spiritual weapon. Any weapons with a grade are considered precious treasures, as they are always many times stronger than normal weapons, especially weapons with higher quality. And although Yuan's sword is only at the lowest grade, spirit grade, a peak quality weapon is something that even someone like Ren Fuchen, who is ranked 14th overall in this entire sect, does not have. Ren Fuchen frowned deeply after realizing that Yuan had a peak quality weapon whilst he only held a medium quality weapon. His attitude also changed, and he no longer looked at this situation as calmly as before. After all, he is already at a disadvantage before the fight even started. Compared to Yuan's peak quality weapon, his medium grade quality is akin to a wooden stick. What are you standing there for? If you don't want to fight then just say so. Yuan said to him when he doesn't move even after many moments, his voice with a hint of provocation. No. Although he has a superior weapon, I have the advantage in terms of cultivation base. He's only a 9th level spirit apprentice whilst I am a 5th level spirit warrior. There's no way I could lose even if he has a peak quality weapon. Ren Fuchen encouraged himself with such logic. Even if Yuan has a peak quality weapon, if he does not have the cultivation base to use its full potential, it will actually burden him instead. If you hand over that weapon as an apology, then I don't mind forgiving you for everything you've done up to this point, and I will even stop bothering Imo Zhou. How does that sound? Before Yuan could even open his mouth to speak, Xiao Hua opened her mouth for the first time. Brother Yuan, this will be good practice for you. Although you have familiarized yourself with beasts, you have yet to fight another human, and to be honest, you will most likely be fighting more humans than beasts in the future. Yuan nodded and raised his sword to stand in an offensive stance. He had no intention of avoiding this fight, as he already considered this as an in-game event. Good. Then I shall take it off your dead body. Ren Fuchen roared as he charged towards Yuan with the sword in his grasp raised high in the air. Triple sword strike. Ren Fuchen connected 3 attacks together in the blink of an eye, making it seem as though he attacked 3 times with a single movement. Yuan's eyes widened at his approach, but he was not shocked. Instead, he was watching Ren Fuchen's attack closely, almost as if he was analyzing it. In the next instant, Yuan raised his sword, blocking all 3 strikes with a single move. What? Ren Fuchen exclaimed in surprise after Yuan perfectly blocked his attack. However, despite blocking it perfectly, Yuan was pushed back slightly from the power created by someone 5 whole levels above him. Amazing. Yuan looked at his trembling hands with a wide smile on his face. This tingly and numbing sensation. What a great feeling. Yuan, whose real body cannot feel anything, was excited to experience such a feeling for the first time, and it made him feel alive. Is he crazy? Ren Fuchen looked at Yuan's smiling face and thought to himself. Come. Let's fight even more. It was Yuan's turn to be aggressive this time. Could Brother Yuan be a battle maniac? Xiao Hua wondered to herself. Bloody sword strike. The blade of the sword suddenly glowed red, and killing intent filled the place. Ren Fuchen nearly crapped his pants when he realized that Yuan had just used an earth-grade sword technique. Impossible. You are clearly only a spirit apprentice. How could you possibly use an earth-grade sword technique? He gasped in shock. Ren Fuchen hastily raised his sword to block the incoming attack. Bang! The moment their swords collided, Ren Fuchen felt as though he was clashing against a mountain, and his knees were forced to the ground by the tyrannical pressure pressing down on him. The next instant, Ren Fuchen noticed cracks appearing across his sword. Not good. At this rate, he will break my weapon. Help me, he suddenly called out to his fellow disciple that had been on standby. In the next moment, the disciple retrieved his sword and approached them at high speed. Taoist Yuan. Watch out. Mo Zhou couldn't react in time to block the disciple and yelled out loud to warn Yuan of the incoming danger. However, Yuan did not even turn to look at the disciple and swung his sword, throwing Ren Fuchen many meters into the distance. Once Ren Fuchen was out of the picture, Yuan turned to face the second disciple. Bloody sword strike. He activated the same skill and quickly swung his sword, sending an arc of light towards the surprised disciple. The disciple, who was not the least prepared for such a strike, could only watch as the arc speed towards his direction and separate one of his limbs. My arm. The disciple dropped on the floor and screamed in agony while clutching the right side of his body. Oops. Yuan had acted purely on instinct and did not really mean to cut off the disciple's arm, even feeling bad for him afterward. He should be fine, right? This is just his reaction as an NPC, right? His arm will regrow as if nothing happened after I leave, right? Yuan tried to convince himself so that he'd feel less guilty for cutting the disciple's arm. You bastard. I will fucking kill you. Ren Fuchen roared in anger, but he was secretly fearful of Yuan's tyrannical strength. Even now, his arms are shaking from Yuan's strike. It's not my fault he jumped into our fight. Yuan directed the blame towards the disciple, which caused the disciple to cough up a mouthful of blood upon hearing his words. Help me. I'm bleeding to death. The disciple continued to yell at the top of his lungs, but the nearby disciples did not assist him, as they did not want to be caught up in their ruckus. Eventually, the disciple's voice reached Elder Jiang's ears, who was sipping tea not too far from the place. Throwing his tea down, Elder Jiang leaped into the air and approached the noise. The way he jumped from rooftops to rooftops made it seem as though he could control the gravity around him, allowing him to be weightless. When he arrived, Elder Jiang's eyes widened with shock at the puzzling situation. He then quickly reacted by stopping the blood from spurting out of the disciple's arm. Once he fixed the problem by placing some sort of seal around the disciple's arm, Elder Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to face Mo Zhou. What the hell is going on here, Mo Zhou? He directed his anger towards Mo Zhou, who was trying his best not to piss his pants from listening to the disciples' agonizing screams. They confronted us with hostility, and in order to protect me, Daoist Yuan sparred with senior apprentice brother Ren. When senior apprentice brother was on the verge of losing, senior apprentice brother Huang tried to backstab Daoist Yuan, which resulted in this situation. Daoist Yuan. That child. Elder Jiang turned to look at Yuan, who was trying to hide the bloody sword in his hand behind his back while awkwardly smiling at him. This child, who is only a 9th-level spirit apprentice, defeated not only Huang Ding but also Ren Fuchen, one of the top inner court disciples. Elder Jiang couldn't believe his ears. Although cultivators achieving victory against people with a higher cultivation base is not that uncommon, such a large skip in level is unheard of. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong here right now, but is this how you repay my generosity for letting you inside as a guest? I don't care what background you came from, prepare to face the consequences for attacking a disciple of the Flying Sword sect. Elder Jiang began approaching Yuan, who felt something amiss here. They are clearly the ones in the wrong for confronting him, and he even defended one of their disciples from getting bullied, yet he's going to be punished. Sure, he did slice that disciple's arm off, but that was an accident that could have been prevented if he didn't jump in the middle of their match. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong. Although I do not belong here, don't I have the right to be safe as a guest in your house? One of your students provoked me into fighting him, but you don't care about that. Your own students are being bullied by their fellow students in plain sight, yet nobody even bothered to prevent it. If this is how you act as a teacher of this place, then I don't think you should be a teacher. Yuan said what was on his mind without saving any face for Elder Jiang. How dare you? Who are you to lecture me? Elder Jiang's eyes turned red from anger, clearly provoked by Yuan's words. Seeing Elder Jiang emit faint killing intent, Xiao Hua also silently prepared herself. If Elder Jiang so much as tries to hurt Yuan, she will not hesitate to kill him. Just as Elder Jiang prepared himself to punish Yuan for speaking out of line, a sudden voice resounded in his ears. Wait! Elder Jiang instantly halted his movements and turned to look behind him. When he saw that it was a middle-aged man with sharp features and a dominating presence standing behind him, his eyes widened with shock. Sect leader! Not only Elder Jiang but everybody there exclaimed loudly. Step back, Elder Jiang. I will personally take care of this. What? Elder Jiang was shocked speechless, but he didn't dare refuse and silently nodded. Once Elder Jiang stepped back, the sect leader stepped forward. He then looked at Ren Fuchen and Huang Ding and spoke, I have been watching since the beginning. His words dumbfounded the two, causing them to tremble in fear. How pathetic. Not only did you lose a 2-on-1 but you also had the audacity to attempt a backstab. Where did you learn to fight like cowards? I do not recall teaching this type of swordsmanship in my sect. I will surely discipline both of you afterward. Ren Fuchen's expression paled upon hearing the sect leader's words. Knowing his character, they will surely be experiencing hell after this. As for Huang Ding, he directly fell unconscious after hearing the sect leader's words. What is your response? The sect leader suddenly roared. Yes, sect leader. Ren Fuchen replied in a cracked voice. Humph. The sect leader coldly snorted. He then turned to look at Yuan. That technique you used just now. You must be from the blood sect. The blood sect? That evil place. Elder Jiang cried inwardly. He didn't expect someone innocent looking like Yuan to be a part of that vile place. If he'd known, he would have never allowed him inside this place. I do not want any trouble with you or your place, so please just leave us alone. As for this incident, it was our fault, so you don't have to worry about anything. Everybody there was speechless watching their domineering sect leader act so humble before someone way younger. Not many of them even have heard of this blood sect, so they were also puzzled. Ah! Yuan was also speechless. He didn't expect the situation to make such a turn and was at a loss of what to do. After standing there and pondering for a moment, Yuan decided that it would be better for him and Mo Zhou to just acknowledge being a disciple from the blood sect. That's right, I am indeed from the blood sect, he said with a confident voice. And I don't mind pretending what happened today did not occur, but you have to promise me that my friend, Mo Zhou, will no longer be bullied by his fellow disciples. Taoist Yuan. Mo Zhou couldn't believe his ears and began crying. Why would Yuan go this far for him when he didn't do anything to really deserve this treatment? Mo Zhou, huh? The sect leader turned to look at Mo Zhou for a moment before saying, you will be my disciple starting today. Anyone who dares to touch you will have to answer me. What? When the sect leader made his announcement, everybody there gasped in shock, Mo Zhou included. Greet your new master. The sect leader continued. Mo Zhou immediately kowtowed on the ground and bowed to him. This disciple greets master. Good. Starting today, you will be training under me. Yes. Mo Zhou replied with enthusiasm in his voice. Although Yuan did not expect such an outcome yet again, he was more than satisfied. Then I will be taking my leave, he said. The sect leader nodded and looked at Mo Zhou again. Go guide our guest to the exit. Yes, master. Thus, Mo Zhou brought Yuan and Xiao Hua away from the crowd. Once they were gone, sect elder Jiang spoke, sect leader, making Mo Zhou your disciple is a little bit. Humph. The sect leader coldly snorted. If you hadn't noticed by now, the sword technique used by that child is one of the blood sect's most powerful technique. What does this mean? That child is definitely not just your average disciple from the blood sect. Judging from his prowess and ability to fight those many realms above himself, I won't be surprised if his master is the blood sect's master himself, Lord Blood. Lord Blood. Elder Jiang trembled in fear just by hearing his name. And if someone like him calls Mo Zhou his friend, then there's a high possibility that the blood sect will help us if we are ever in danger because of their relationship. If that's the case, then I won't hesitate to make him my disciple, even if it will make many disciples unhappy. Elder Jiang stared at him with a gaze filled with admiration. To think that the sect leader would be thinking so far ahead just to keep his sect safe. It's no wonder why he's the sect leader. Sect leader is sharp and wise. To think I doubted your decision even for a moment. Please, forgive me. If you want to be forgiven, then take care of the rest of this mess. The sect leader said before walking away. The news of Mo Zhou, a mere outer court disciple, suddenly becoming the sect leader's disciple came out of the blue and shocked every disciple within the Flying Sword sect, especially those already at the top. What? How could a nobody like Mo Zhou be chosen as the sect leader's disciple when the rest of us have been working our asses off just for that spot? The heavens are unjust. This world is unfair. No doubt many people began to despise Mo Zhou because of his luck and bullshit, but alas, with the sect leader behind his back, who would dare to touch him now? Outside the Flying Sword sect, Mo Zhou dropped to his knees and kowtowed to Yuan, who was slightly taken back by his behavior. What are you doing? Yuan tried to lift him off the floor. Taoist, no. Brother Yuan. Everything you have done for me, I do not know if I will ever be able to repay you, but I will do my best as the sect leader's disciple and will one day return this debt. Yuan smiled and casually waved his hands, don't worry about it. Like I'd already said many times, I am not doing this because I want any reward. No. This is not a reward. I am doing this because I want to, just like you, he quickly responded. Yuan could tell that Mo Zhou will not change his mind no matter what he says at this point, so he only shook his head inwardly and accepted the outcome. Fine, do whatever you want. I will. And good luck with that girl you fancy, I'm rooting for you. Alright. Mo Zhou began blushing. Then, I'll be leaving. I have already caused too much trouble in your place. Yuan began walking away. Take care, brother Yuan. Mo Zhou waved at him from the Flying Sword Sect. A few moments later, after Yuan left the Flying Sword Sect, messages appeared before his eyes. Congratulations. You have unlocked the bond system. Mo Zhou has been added to your bond. Mo Zhou's bond level has increased to acquaintance. Mo Zhou's bond level has increased to friend. Mo Zhou's bond level has increased to brotherhood. Congratulations. Your bond level with Mo Zhou has reached brotherhood. You have gained the following effect from Mo Zhou's bond level: Mo Zhou's gratitude. Mo Zhou's gratitude increases sword mastery by 25% and sword damage by 10%. Sword mastery increases your control when wielding swords. Sword damage increases your damage when wielding swords. Congratulations. You have unlocked associations. Flying Sword Sect has been added to your associations. Because of the drama you've caused there, your relationship with Flying Sword Sect has decreased drastically. Because of your bond level with Mo Zhou, prime disciple of Flying Sword Sect, your relationship with Flying Sword Sect has increased greatly. Congratulations. You have unlocked fame. Due to your actions at Flying Sword Sect, your fame has increased by 10. Fame increases as you make a name for yourself. Yuan nearly received a headache from the number of notifications being spammed. Where should we go now? Yuan asked Xiao Hua as they left the area. Xiao Hua pondered as their figures entered the forest. As they traveled further away from the Flying Sword Sect, Xiao Hua thought to herself, it's only been a few days since Brother Yuan became a cultivator, yet he is already powerful enough to hold his own against spirit warriors, even though he's only a 9th-level spirit apprentice. This kind of growth is unheard of and is terrifying, to say the least. His experience with the sword is also increasing at a frightening rate, almost like he's the reincarnation of a sword emperor. Besides wandering around aimlessly for valuable resources and collecting monster cores, there is really nothing else to do. Additionally, because Brother Yuan is already a 9th-level spirit apprentice, he has to attain enlightenment before he can make a breakthrough and become a spirit warrior. Xiao Hua turned to look at Yuan and spoke, Brother Yuan, what would you like to do? Even if you keep consuming monster cores to fill your qi, once you reach the peak of the spirit apprentice realm, you will not be able to gain more qi unless you become a spirit warrior. How do I become a spirit warrior? He asked her. To become a spirit warrior, you must comprehend the enlightenment that will come naturally once you reach the peak of the spirit apprentice realm. However, whether you will really gain enlightenment or not will depend on your fate and talent. What do you mean by that? Yuan expressed puzzlement. Although most people are born with the capability to cultivate, their max potential is predetermined before birth. For example, whilst Brother Yuan may be able to reach the peak of the spirit apprentice realm with ease, you might not gain enlightenment that is required to break through to the spirit warrior realm, thus forever remaining a spirit apprentice. That being said, albeit valuable and hard to find, there are plenty of treasures out there that can help one exceed their limit and rewrite their fate. Although she did not say it, Xiao Hua actually has a few of these treasures on her, so even if Yuan is destined to remain as a spirit apprentice forever, she can help him escape such a fate. Yuan looked at his qi experience as he listened to Xiao Hua speak. 1519395 out of 384,0000. If I consume 3 more monster cores, it should be more than enough to max out the qi experience. Yuan thought to himself. Suddenly, without thinking too much about it and excited to experience this enlightenment, Yuan retrieved 3 monster cores and threw them into his mouth all at once. Heaven refining physique activated. Less than 900,500 chi has been refined from the blood ape's monster core. Less than 895,415 chi has been refined from the vampire wolf's monster core. Less than 730,650 chi has been refined from the scaled boar's monster core. 384,000 out of 384,000. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. Because your chi experience is already full, you will not be able to receive any more chi until you reach the next realm. The notifications disappeared for a few seconds before returning. You have met the requirements for a breakthrough. You have reached first level spirit warrior. Your enhanced senses has developed into advanced senses. You have learned enhanced strength. All stats plus 1000. Advanced senses. Rank, mortal. Description, sharply enhances the functions of all available senses permanently. Requires no activation. Enhanced strength. Rank, not applicable. Description, greatly enhances your strength and stamina. Once Yuan has reached the spirit warrior realm, he could feel a large amount of profound energy expanding in this body. It made him feel as though his body had increased in size despite having no changes made to his actual body. Xiao Hua stared at Yuan with eyes as wide as 2 round eggs, her cute and round face filled with shock and disbelief. Brother Yuan. You. She couldn't believe what she just witnessed. Although the spirit warrior realm is nothing special in her eyes and could be easily disregarded, Yuan had actually managed to become a spirit warrior without any enlightenment. Such an achievement was unprecedented even in the higher heavens. Brother Yuan, what did you just do? She asked him in a trembling voice. But I didn't do anything. Just like before, I had enough chi for a breakthrough, and before I could even react, I had already become a spirit warrior. Yuan responded, sounding somewhat disappointed that he did not get to experience this enlightenment. Unbelievable. Xiao Hua still couldn't believe it. Just what kind of cultivating prodigy is Yuan? Hell, calling him a prodigy is still an understatement considering what he just accomplished. While Xiao Hua was dumbfounded by his achievements, Yuan looked at his current stats. Cultivation, first level spirit warrior. Legacy, none. Bloodline, none. Physique, heaven refining physique. Physical strength, 3734. Mental strength, 3875. Soul strength, 4910. Physical defense, 3710. Mental defense, 4821. Chi experience, 384,6000 out of 384,60000. 38 million. I need 38 million chi for the next level. This is ridiculous. Yuan felt slightly dizzy after seeing the long numbers and sudden spike in the chi required for the next level. I might as well eat the rest of the monster cores right now. Yuan retrieved all of his remaining monster cores and tossed it into his mouth. However, what happened next dumbfounded him greatly. Heaven refining physique activated. Because you have consumed a monster core that is not suitable for your cultivation base, the overall absorbed chi will be reduced by 90%. Less than 88,000 chi has been refined from the blood ape's monster core. Less than 82,500 chi has been refined from the vampire wolf's monster core. Less than 70,500 chi has been refined from the scaled boar's monster core. Less than 85,000 chi has been refined from the vampire wolf's monster core. Less than 65,000 chi has been refined from the hairy serpent's monster core. Less than 66,700 chi has been refined. Less than 54,650 chi has been refined. Chi experience, 450,000 out of 384,60000. What the hell? Why am I barely getting any chi from the monster cores now? Xiao Hua's voice responded to his puzzlement a few moments later, because Brother Yuan is now a spirit warrior, any monster core that is not from a spirit warrior beast will no longer be as effective. No way, but that makes no sense. Brother Yuan's existence also makes no sense. Xiao Hua sighed. After calming down and thinking about it for a moment, Yuan realized that such a system was actually quite logical and fair, as it would prevent those with power that far exceeded this area's level range from taking advantage of the weak too much and force them to hunt stronger monsters. Well, this is a good time to take a break from cultivation, since I am starting to get tired of all this hunting, mentally. He thought to himself. Xiao Hua, can you lead us to the nearest city? We can talk about our plans after we take a break. Xiao Hua nodded and said, the nearest city is 10 kilometers away. 10 kilometers, let's run there. Having never felt this energetic before, Yuan suggested running there. Okay. Xiao Hua easily agreed. Thus, the two began running towards the nearest city. After half an hour of running, Yuan and Xiao Hua could finally see the city walls. You have discovered Spirit City. This place seems to be called Spirit City, said Yuan after reading the system notification. Spirit City is one of the 4 great cities within the eastern continent, and it's ranked 3rd in terms of influence. Xiao Hua quickly explained. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yuan and Xiao Hua approached the city gate. What are they doing? As they approached, Yuan noticed the crystal ball in one of the guards' grasp. It's to inspect the visitors. Unless Brother Yuan is a wanted criminal, you don't have to worry about it. Yuan nodded. A few minutes later, they reached the guards at the gates. Entrance fee is 1 silver for each individual, said the guard once they got close enough. Xiao Hua, do you have any money? Yuan, who was penniless, looked at her with an awkward expression, feeling slightly embarrassed to be asking such a little girl for money. But alas, Xiao Hua shook her little head. What the hell? Do you want to enter this place without money? Where did such beggars come from? The guards sneered inwardly when they realized that they were dealing with penniless people. If you have no money, then I cannot allow you inside, said one of the guards. Get out of the way already. There are people behind waiting for you. Yuan sighed and prepared to leave. However, before he could even take a step, the person standing behind him spoke, if you want, I can pay for your entrance fee. Yuan turned to look at the person who just spoke, it was a pretty young lady wearing a pair of fine robes. If you don't mind. Yuan spoke with an embarrassed face. Young lady, we shouldn't bother ourselves with these 2 beggars. The old man standing beside the young lady suddenly mumbled into her ears, unaware that his words were heard by Yuan, who has enhanced senses. However, Yuan decided to ignore the old man's disrespectful remarks. As the young lady of the Shien family, how could I ignore people in need of help? And it's just 2 silvers. The young lady shook her head at the old man, looking disappointed by his words. Excuse me, this will account for their entrance fee, too. The young lady then handed 4 pieces of silver coins to the guards. After a quick glance, the guard nodded and retrieved the crystal ball. Place your hands on it, said the guard. Yuan placed his hands on the globe. A few seconds later, it glowed a green light. You may pass. The guard then turned to Xiao Hua, who also passed with a green light. A few moments later, once they have passed the inspection and entered the city, Yuan bowed to the pretty young lady. Thank you. Although it's not much, please accept this as my gratitude. Yuan pulled out a monster core and placed it in front of the young lady, who immediately covered her mouth in surprise. Blood Ape Monster Core. This is simply too much for 2 mere silvers. I cannot accept this. The young lady quickly refused. Most blood apes are around the 8th level spirit apprentice realm, and their monster cores would usually fetch at least 100 gold coins in the marketplace. If she accepted this monster core, it would make her feel guilty for taking advantage of Yuan. Don't worry, I have no more use for this quality of monster core, and it's only something I picked up during my travel here. Yuan understood the reason for the young lady's hesitation but continued to urge her to accept it. The pretty young lady looked at Yuan's honest face and the shiny monster core in his hands and forcefully swallowed. Since you insist, I will accept it. She accepted the blood ape monster core with trembling hands. Once the monster core was off his hands, Yuan said to Xiao Hua, "Let's go." "Wait. What's your name?" "I am called Shien Wuhan." "You can call me Yuan," he responded. "Thank you, Yuan. If you need help with anything, you can find my Shien family in Spring City." Shien Wuhan then handed Yuan a medallion made of metal and imprinted with the word Shien. Yuan casually accepted the medallion without thinking too much about it. "Shien Wuhan has been added to your bond." Shien Wuhan's bond has increased to acquaintance. "Then, I will see you around," he said before leaving with Xiao Hua. After Yuan left, the old man beside Shien Wuhan spoke, "Young lady, why did you give him the family medallion? That is not something strangers should hold." That young man, despite his young age, there was a formidable aura around him. He's most likely a genius cultivator from some large family. If I can be friends with him, it will benefit our Shien family, not to mention his honest character. I like people like him. Are you sure about his background? He wasn't able to take out 2 silvers just now. The old man remained doubtful. Were you even watching just now? He handed me a blood ape monster core worth over 100 gold coins without batting an eyelid because I gave him 2 silvers. That is not something even I would do. He must be testing people on purpose. But why would he do something like that? What would he accomplish by testing others? Shien Wuhan shook her head and spoke, "Just like my grandfather, the more profound and powerful the individual, the less sense they make. It is not something people like us can fathom." "Are you saying that the young man just now is as powerful as the ancestor, who is a spirit master?" "That's a bit. Of course, not. I am just saying," Shien Wuhan said. "Anyway, let's go. We cannot miss the auction, or we will have to deal with my father's angry shouting later." Meanwhile, Yuan and Xiao Hua wandered around the city aimlessly. "Xiao Hua, we need to earn some money. How about we sell the monster cores we hunted on our way here? They seem quite valuable," he said. One monster core will easily sell for over 100 gold and will last us for a while, and we still have 4 of them. Then the question now is where to sell these monster cores. If you want the most money out of the monster cores, we can look for an auction house. Although it might take some time, we will get the most profit out of it. If you do not mind selling them for much cheaper, any regular store that deals with monster cores will do the job, said Xiao Hua. An auction house, huh? That sounds kind of fun. I have never been to one before. But where can we find one? Most big cities will hold an auction every few weeks, not to mention this Spirit City, one of the 4 biggest cities on this continent. We should find one with relative ease if we ask around. Yuan nodded. If it won't take too long, I will use the auction house to sell my monster cores. But if we have to wait a few weeks, I'd rather just sell them for cheaper. After deciding their next course of action, Yuan began asking around in hopes to find an auction house to sell his monster cores, as he did not want to experience today's humiliation any more in the future. After walking around for half an hour and speaking to many people about the auction houses in this city, only one name came up repeatedly. This Azure Phoenix auction house seems very popular. Let's give it a look, said Yuan. Xiao Hua nodded and followed Yuan to the location of this Azure Phoenix auction house. According to the people Yuan spoke with, the Azure Phoenix auction house is one of the wealthiest and most influential auction houses within the Eastern continent. What's more, they are backed by the Azure Phoenix sect, one of the most powerful backgrounds in this world. We are really fortunate to have arrived in this city right on the day it opens, right, Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua nodded her little head. The Azure Phoenix auction house only opens once every 3 years because they have to stock up valuable treasures, and coincidentally, they came at the exact day it would open. After walking around the spirit city that occupies miles of land for many minutes, Yuan and Xiao Hua have finally arrived at the Azure Phoenix auction house's entrance. Wow, this large place is the auction house. Yuan couldn't help but become amazed by the luxurious building before him that took up an entire street. Excuse me, is this the Azure Phoenix auction house? Yuan asked one of the people there just in case. Once he confirmed that they were at the right place, Yuan approached one of 2 pretty young ladies standing silently by the entrance, assuming she was one of the workers here. Hello, do you work here? He asked. I do, she replied with a gentle voice. Great. I came here today because I would like to sell something here. The young lady looked at Yuan with a weird face after hearing his words. I'm sorry, but we stopped accepting things for the auction a month ago, she said a moment later. What? Yuan stood there with a dumbfounded look. The young lady chuckled and spoke, Is this your first time at an auction house? Yes. Then let this sister teach you something about them. If you wish to sell something using auction houses, you must let them know ahead of time so they can put it on a list to let the guests know. People won't go to auction houses if they don't know what will be sold, you know. They have to prepare, too. I see, that makes sense. Yuan sighed, feeling disappointed and slightly frustrated. Looks like I will have to sell these monster cores elsewhere. Spirit Apprentice Realm Monster Cores. The young lady noticed the monster cores in Yuan's hands and shook her head inwardly. Even if Yuan was in time to sell his monster cores, the Azure Phoenix auction house wouldn't accept something so insignificant. In fact, even if he brought Spirit Warrior Realm monster cores, the Azure Phoenix auction house wouldn't even give it a glance. The young lady did not want to disappoint Yuan anymore, who was clearly ignorant of many things, so she remained quiet. However, the other worker there, who has been watching them since the beginning, burst out laughing, ha ha ha. Does this kid actually want to sell the trash at our Azure Phoenix auction house? This is hilarious. Lian Rong. Why must everything that comes out of your mouth be so foul? He's clearly very young and ignorant. There's no need to mock him. The young lady beside Yuan frowned at her fellow workers' unsightly behavior. Humph. I am only speaking the truth. And the earlier he learns, the faster he will grow up. Why are you even protecting a beggar like him, Nine? Lian Rong coldly snorted, her gaze filled with mockery. Don't mind her, little brother. It's not a crime or disgraceful to be ignorant at times. Nine tried soothing Yuan, acting like his next-door friendly sister. What's wrong with you, Nine? Are you perhaps charmed by this kid? Ha ha ha. I wonder how the disciples at Azure Phoenix sect will react once they learn of this. Lian Rong continued laughing. Although Yuan did not mind Lian Rong's mockery, the little girl standing beside him was boiling with anger. This insignificant little ant has no idea who she's mocking. Brother Yuan is a genius among genius, a prodigy that will shock even the upper heavens. One day, Brother Yuan will become a figure that stands above all. I cannot allow him to continue being mocked. Are you done embarrassing yourself yet? Even I am starting to feel ashamed just by being beside you. Naing shook her head. You. Are you looking for a fight, Naing? Oh. Do you want to fight me? Are you sure about that, senior apprentice sister? Naing narrowed her eyes, and the cultivation base of an expert at the peak spirit warrior realm emitted from her body. A bead of sweat appeared on Lian Rong's forehead after feeling Na Ying's pressure. Just you wait. Once we return to the sect, I will. What's with the commotion here? A strong voice suddenly resounded. A few seconds later, an old woman appeared in front of them with an annoyed face. Senior Chang. Both of the girls immediately stopped their argument and bowed to the old woman. Do not forget where the two of you are right now. Regardless of your status at the Azure Phoenix sect, you are working for me now. And I will not tolerate this kind of behavior at my Azure Phoenix auction house. I am sorry. They quickly apologized. Enough. I will deal with you two afterward. The guests are already seated. Close the doors and come inside, said Senior Chang. Wait. Just as Senior Chang turned around, a cute but overbearing voice stopped her steps. Xiao Hua. Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. What are you doing? He whispered in her ears. Don't worry, brother Yuan. Xiao Hua will deal with this, she responded with a smile on her face. Who the hell is this little girl? Senior Chang frowned when she sensed a profound aura surrounding Xiao Hua's tiny body. It gave her a dreadful feeling. Are you the owner of this place? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. That's right. And who are you? Senior Chang responded. However, Xiao Hua did not immediately respond and pulled out her storage pouch. Then, right before their eyes, Xiao Hua pulled out a blue dagger from the pouch. The instant the dagger was revealed to the world, an unfathomable presence suddenly appeared and enveloped the place. This presence. Senior Chang stumbled backward and nearly fell on her, but when she saw the dagger and sensed its aura. This dagger is a heaven-grade weapon at the peak quality, Heavenly Frost Dagger, said Xiao Hua, and she continued in a calm manner, who I am is not important right now. What is important, though, is that I had planned to sell this dagger at your Azure Phoenix auction house. However, because one of your workers mocked Brother Yuan and angered me, I am now having second thoughts. After a moment of silence, Senior Chang's stiff body began trembling. Who? Who dared to offend you? I will kill that bastard for you. Senior Chang's attitude took a sudden turn, shocking both Lien Rong and Naing, who has never seen her this agitated before, acting as though someone had just killed her son. Even Yuan couldn't help but look at Xiao Hua with wide eyes. Since when did they come here to sell that dagger? And why does she feel so different right now? That girl over there. Xiao Hua wasted no time pointing her small fingers. Senior Chang turned to look at Lien Rong, who was as pale as a ghost right now, looking like all of her blood had just been drained out of her body. What have you done, Lien Rong? Senior Chang roared at her with a furious expression. Unable to respond and filled with despair, the young lady named Lien Rong fell to her knees, even pissing her pants due to fear. Naing covered her mouth from shock as she witnessed this unexpected turn of events. What's going to happen now? Senior Chang, this is what had happened. Naing began explaining to her the events that took place right before she'd arrived. You foolish thing. Senior Chang was speechless. To think that Lien Rong, someone usually with keen eyes and great intelligence, to misjudge a hidden expert due to her arrogance. There is nobody you can blame but yourself for being so arrogant and failing to recognize empty tie. She shook her head. Please. Senior Chang. You can't kill me. I am an inner disciple from the Azure Phoenix sect. Lien Rong began begging for her life. I am not the one who will decide whether you live or die today. You are begging the wrong person. After hearing Senior Chang's words, Lien Rong immediately ran to Yuan and kowtowed before him, and she begged him with a face filled with tears and snot. Please, young master. This lowly one has failed to recognize someone as prestigious as you. Yuan was speechless. This is the first time he'd seen a young lady begging for him to spare her life. Young man, although she has wronged, I would also like to request for your forgiveness. After all, she is an inner disciple of the Azure Phoenix sect. If you kill her, they will surely. Yuan suddenly raised his hand and stopped her sentence. Wait a moment. I never said anything about killing her. You were the one who spoke such words. Do not try to act as though I was the one who wants her dead. I understand. Lien Rong. Be grateful. This young man has decided to spare your life. Thank you, benefactor. Lien Rong cried. Yuan couldn't but help find these people's behavior weird and unnecessarily exaggerated. Why must she be executed for mocking him? If he was to kill anyone that has offended him, who knows how many people will die. I hope this won't become a trend amongst NPCs. Yuan silently prayed. Now that everything has been settled, are you willing to sell your heaven-grade dagger at our auction house? I promise you that you will not regret it. 80, no. You will receive 90% of the revenue, and we will only take 10%. Normally, it would be 75/25, but because we have troubled you today, I am willing to make it 90/10. Senior Chang suddenly said. In fact, Senior Chang did not care about the revenue of the Heavenly Frost dagger. All that matters to her was the reputation that would come from selling it. The last time a heaven-grade weapon was sold at the Azure Phoenix auction house was 100 years ago, and it was only a low-quality weapon at that time. As for a heaven-grade weapon at the peak quality, this would be the first one in their thousands of years of history. Once the world learns of this, the Azure Phoenix auction house will surely skyrocket in popularity, and they will receive much more attention and guests in the future. You are asking the wrong person. I am not the owner of that weapon, she is. Yuan pointed to Xiao Hua, who was casually holding the dagger as though it was a normal weapon. I am willing to sell it but only under one condition. Xiao Hua said. You must also sell his monster cores at your place. Okay. I accept that condition. Senior Chang immediately accepted without even needing to think about it. Even if the Azure Phoenix auction house loses a bit of face or becomes a laughing stock for selling Spirit Apprentice level monster cores, the heaven-grade weapon will make up for it and more. Xiao Hua. Yuan smiled warmly after realizing her intentions. To think that she'd be willing to sell such a precious item just for him, he couldn't thank her enough. Are you sure, Xiao Hua? That's a precious item, right? You don't have to force yourself to sell it. I can sell the monster cores elsewhere. Yuan said to her. When Senior Chang heard Yuan's words, she felt the urge to beat him up and seal his mouth shut. It's only a heaven-grade weapon, Xiao Hua has many more of them. And Brother Yuan does not use daggers, so it would only continue collecting dust. Xiao Hua said, dumbfounding Yuan. How can one have so many rare items but no money at the same time? He wondered where she got all of these items from. A few moments later, Xiao Hua handed the Heavenly Frost dagger and the 4 Spirit Apprentice level monster cores from Yuan to Senior Chang. If you steal anything, I will destroy this place. Xiao Hua gave Senior Chang a stern warning before following Naing, who was assigned to serve them, to one of the VIP rooms. After they left, Senior Chang sighed a breath of relief. Even though she's a little girl, her attitude and presence are beyond normal, almost like that of an immortal's. Not to mention that she actually dared to take out a peak-quality heaven-grade weapon out in the open. Even idiots would not dare steal from her. Senior Chang felt the chills just thinking about her. Just as Senior Chang began walking, she noticed that Lien Rong was sitting on the floor with a dazed face. Use this chance and change that arrogant attitude of yours. Even if you are an inner disciple of the powerful Azure Phoenix sect, there are countless people in this world that you shouldn't offend. Yes, Senior. Lien Rong nodded. Anyway, hurry up and return to work. I'm not paying you guys to stand around and be depressed all day, said Senior Chang before disappearing into the auction house. Meanwhile, Yuan and Xiao Hua just stepped into the VIP room, where there were several other individuals. Kids. The people there turned their attention to Yuan and Xiao Hua, seemingly curious about their identity. Who are these kids? I don't recognize them. I don't know them either. How could strangers enter this VIP room? They must have a shocking background that we are not aware of. I don't mean to brag, but I am familiar with every background that is capable of entering the VIP room, and even I don't know them. It seemed as though nobody in the VIP room recognized Yuan, but that was to be expected, as he does not belong to any background and arrived in this world only recently. Yuan. I did not expect to see you so soon again. Suddenly, a pretty young lady approached him. You are Xian Wuhan. Yuan also did not expect to see her here, especially when they were together not too long ago. If I knew that you were coming here, we could have come here together, she said. Ha ha ha. I did not plan on coming here at first. It's only a coincidence. Coincidence or not, we are together again. Come here and sit at my table. Yuan nodded and followed Xian Wuhan to her table, where the old man from before and two unfamiliar handsome young men sat. The young lady was right, to enter this room, his background is not so simple after all. The old man was surprised to see Yuan in the VIP room. Who are they? One of the young men asked after seeing Xian Wuhan return with strangers. Friends I recently made, she said. The two handsome young men looked at Yuan with a pondering gaze. Which noble family are you from? I am Du Bai from the Du family, said the handsome young man on the left. I am Du Hai, his twin brother, said the one on the right. I am not from any family, Yuan casually responded as he sat down beside Xian Wuhan. What? They all looked at him with a surprised expression. Then you must be a disciple of a powerful sect. Which sect do you belong to? I am also not a part of any sect. I'm a rogue cultivator, he said. Once Yuan said those words, the entire room went silent, as everyone in the room was paying attention to him trying to figure out his identity. A rogue cultivator, you say? Ha ha ha, what a good joke. A few moments later, the entire room burst with laughter. There's no way some rogue cultivator would have the privilege to enter this VIP room. Ha ha ha. He must really want to keep his background hidden. Too bad, that only makes me more intrigued. It was Yuan's turn to be speechless. He did not understand why they were laughing at him or why they couldn't believe his words. But regardless of the reason, since they don't believe him, there was nothing he could do. And it's not as though he cared whether they believed him or not. Just ignore them, Yuan. Xian Wuhan said to him. And just as she said those words, the lights in the room suddenly dimmed. The auction is finally starting, said Xian Wuhan as she pointed to the large stage that was right below their VIP room. Hello, esteemed guests. Welcome to the Azure Phoenix Auction House. I will be your main host today, Ching Ching. A beautiful young lady appeared on the stage with a dazzling smile and a cheerful attitude, brightening the atmosphere despite the dimmed lights. Before we begin, allow me to remind you of the rules for this auction house. First of all, once you have made a bid on an item, it will be final and you cannot reclaim the offer. Rule number 2, you are not allowed to pressure others with your background. This is an auction house, not the streets. After one warning, we will ask you to leave. And lastly, if you bid on an item and cannot afford it in the end, we will take whatever you have on hand until it's enough to pay the debt. If the debt is not paid, we will hold you until someone pays the debt. After announcing the rules, Ching Ching clapped her hands. A moment later, another beautiful lady appeared on the stage while pushing a cart covered by a thick cloth. Then without further ado, let me reveal the first item for today's auction, an earth-grade medium-quality chest plate made of silver metal, allowing it to have nearly no weight while retaining high defenses. As long as this armor is on your body, all damage dealt by those below the Spirit Master realm will be reduced in half. As Ching Ching announced the item, her assistant removed the cover on the cart and revealed the silver armor under it. 50% damage reduction as long as their cultivation is below the Spirit Master level. How powerful! Yuan gazed at the armor with wide eyes. If he had such equipment, it would greatly increase his survivability in this world. Xiao Hua noticed his desire for the armor in Yuan's eyes and spoke, Brother Yuan, although it may sound powerful, it'll only work if your opponent is below the Spirit Master level. With your talent, you'll be fighting Spirit Masters in no time. What's more, with Xiao Hua here, nobody will be able to hurt you, even if they are a Spirit Grandmaster. Yuan chuckled at her confident face and nodded. Meanwhile, the Du brothers sitting on the other side of his table were glaring at the silver armor with drooling eyes. This is a must-have item. As long as we have this, we will be near invincible within the inner court. They laughed loudly. Relying on treasures too much will affect your cultivation, do buy, do high. Xian Wuhan reminded them after seeing their excited expressions. However, as though they did not hear her, the Du brothers continued to stare at the armor. The starting price for the armor will be 100,000 gold. Qin announced. 100,000 gold. Yuan could feel his heart skip a beat after hearing the price, and it was just the starting price. It's no wonder why they refused to accept his monster cores that would only sell for a measly 100 gold. 110,000 gold. The Du brother immediately bid. 115,000 gold. 118,000 gold. 120,000 gold. 130,000 gold. The price went up by thousands with each call, and within minutes, it raised to 280,000 gold. 280,000 gold. Even if there are players here, I doubt they'll have enough money to buy it. Yuan thought to himself. 280,000 gold going once, going twice, and sold. Yes. We got it. The Du brothers hugged each other with joy after winning the bid. Their family must be filthy rich. Yuan thought as he watched them celebrate. We will keep the item for now. After the auction ends, the winners may retrieve the item after paying the debt, said Qing as she called for another assistant to go onto the stage. The next item will be a spirit-grade martial technique, Fire Lotus Palm Strike. The ability packs devastating power and will also burn everything it touches. The starting price will be 10,000 gold. A single spirit-grade skill costs over 10,000 gold. Yuan was shocked. Since all of his skills were either self-taught or taught by Xiao Hua, they were all free. He simply cannot imagine paying for an earth-grade skill, much less a skill at the divine grade. How much would a divine grade skill normally cost? Yuan decided to ask Xian Wuhan. Xian Wuhan looked at him with wide eyes. Divine grade? You cannot buy that kind of technique even with all of the money in this world. Ha ha ha, she laughed afterward. Yuan's jaw dropped to the ground after hearing her words. Cannot be bought with money? To think Xiao Hua would be so generous that she'd give out something like that for free. He suddenly felt the urge to wrap his arms around her and embrace her tightly. A few minutes later, the Fire Lotus Palm Strike was bought by an old man in the VIP room for 48,000 gold. The third item is a Tier 3 pill, Soul Strengthening Pill with 80% purity, crafted by the renowned 3-star alchemist, by Ming. Xiao Hua, what's an alchemist? Do they turn things into gold? Yuan asked her. Alchemists are medical experts that craft special medicine with their cultivation, usually in the form of pills. Every pill has a different effect. Some can increase your strength while others can boost your stamina. Pills are usually expensive, so it's not an exaggeration to say they make gold. I see. Yuan nodded as though he understood something. Soul Strengthening Pill, it has a mind-calming effect, allowing you to achieve greater results during cultivation. I want this. Xian Wuhan gripped her hands into a fist. Senior buy personally crafted 15 soul strengthening pill for today's auction, enough to fill 3 pill bottles, and we will be selling them separately. For the first bottle that contains 5 soul strengthening pills, the starting price will be 5,000 gold. Yuan's eyes nearly popped out of its sockets after hearing the price. Mother of fortune, 1,000 gold for one tiny pill. If I want to earn money quickly, it seems like becoming an alchemist is the only way. Yuan's interest in alchemy was piqued. He thought that if one day he has a chance to learn alchemy, he would definitely give it a try. However, Xiao Hua also noticed this and quickly lowered his expectations of being an alchemist by saying, although pills can be sold for good money, it's also incredibly hard to craft pills, and they usually end in failures unless you are a very skilled alchemist. Even a single tier 1 pill will require hours of effort to complete, not to mention that the supplies needed to craft the pill will also cost a lot of money. What's more, even geniuses will need to train for years before they can become a proper alchemist. If Brother Yuan wants to become an alchemist, you will need a lot of money, talent, and patience. Yuan's hype for alchemists immediately dipped after hearing Xiao Hua's encouraging words. Life is hard even inside a game, huh? He sighed inwardly. 6,000 gold. Xian Wuhan immediately bid for the soul-strengthening pill once the auction began. 6,100 gold. 6,200 gold. A few minutes later, Xian Wuhan managed to secure the soul-strengthening pill for 7,500 gold. Yes. Now I will be able to break through to the 3rd-level spirit warrior realm, she made a victorious fist. However, Xian Wuhan was not satisfied with just a single bottle, so she proceeded to bid on the other 2 bottles. After a few more minutes, 2 more bottles of soul-strengthening pills were handed to Xian Wuhan, and she ended up paying 25,000 gold for all 3 bottles. Hey, Yuan. Xian Wuhan suddenly called for him. What's the matter? He turned to look at her. Xian Wuhan smiled and opened one of the pill bottles to retrieve a soul-strengthening pill. Here you go. It's not much, but I hope we can be friends for years to come, she said while handing it to him. Yuan accepted the pill with slightly widened eyes. Thank you, he said with a smile on his face. When Yuan held the soul-strengthening pill in his hands, the system automatically analyzed it for him. Soul-strengthening pill, Tier 3, purity, 82%. Effects, permanently increases soul strength by 1000. Description, a spiritual pill concocted by Bai Ming. Limit, free. It increases my soul strength permanently. And by 1000. Yuan exclaimed. Xiao Hua then spoke, most pills have a limitation on how many you can consume before it no longer benefits your body. These soul-strengthening pills can only be eaten 3 times before it stops benefiting your body. With that being said, even if it won't improve your body, it still has other benefits such as calming your mind during cultivation, hence why she bought so many of them. I see. Yuan nodded. Hey, why don't you give us one of those pills too, Lady Xian? Aren't we also friends? The Du brothers asked her after seeing her give one to Yuan. If you wanted some, why didn't you even try to buy it? Xian Wuhan asked them. That's because you were very eager to have them, so we didn't fight for them with you, said Du Hai with a cheeky smile. Are you saying that I only won because you allowed me to win? Xian Wuhan narrowed her eyes at him. Du Hai's cheeky smile quickly became an apologetic one and said, that wasn't my intention. Then forget it. After Xian Wuhan turned her eyes away from him, Du Hai looked at Yuan with narrowed eyes, almost like he blamed Yuan for being responsible for the situation. Sometime later, after 10 more items were auctioned, Yuan's monster cores finally made its appearance. For our next item, we have a few monster cores. Qing sounded less confident and somewhat embarrassed by her own words. Monster cores? Could it belong to a beast that was at the spirit master level? The people were slightly surprised by the appearance of monster cores, as they are rarely sold in auction houses. They are spirit apprentice level monster cores, said Qing with a weird tone. Spirit apprentice monster cores? Did the auction house mess up? How could they sell such trash here? There must have been a mistake. I cannot imagine the Azure Phoenix auction house purposefully selling trash. The Azure Phoenix auction house does not make mistakes. Although I don't know the reason, these monster cores were approved by Senior Chang herself, said Qing, and she continued, the starting price for all 4 of these monster cores will be 500 gold coins. However, nobody made a bid even after many minutes. It was an unprecedented event for the Azure Phoenix auction house. Just take those trash away from our sites. Are you mocking us with them? Nobody wants it. Dubai shouted loudly. That's right. What kind of joke is this? Even if you are the Azure Phoenix auction house, there is a limit. Following Dubai, other guests also began complaining. To sell something worth so little in this high-end auction house with treasures worth tens of thousands of gold was akin to selling street meat in a luxurious restaurant. The guests were feeling as though they were being mocked by the auction house. What should I do? Senior Chang told me to sell these even if we have to lose face. Qing cried inwardly. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, Yuan was slightly frowning. Even though the complaints were directed at the auction house and Qing, he felt as though they were all directed at him, who wanted to sell these monster cores. Xian Wuhan noticed the irritated expression on Yuan's face and wondered if the monster cores belonged to him. After all, he gave her one of them at the city's entrance. It's just a few hundred golds. If these monster cores really belong to him, it'll definitely benefit our relationship, and he might even owe me for giving him face. It might also be another one of his tests. Thus, Xian Wuhan spoke the next moment, I will bid 600 gold for these monster cores. Lady Xian. Why would you bid for the monster cores? They are just trash. Don't waste your money on them. If you want, I can give you some at the spirit warrior level for free as a gift. Du Hai said to her. Shut up. Do I need your permission if I want to buy something? I just happen to need these monster cores, so I am buying them, she coldly snorted. Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. Not only did she give me a soul-strengthening pill worth hundreds of gold but she's also buying my monster cores. I will definitely thank her properly in the future. He thought to himself with a warm smile on his face. Would you like to pay for the monster cores now? An assistant from the auction house asked Xian Wuhan after she easily won the bid due to a lack of competitors. Xian Wuhan retrieved 600 gold and handed it to the assistant. I want it now, she said. Understood. The assistant accepted the money and returned a few minutes later with the monster cores. Meanwhile, on the stage, a new item was already being auctioned. For the next item, we have this piece of crystal that is of unknown origin. Although we cannot tell you the purpose of its existence, it has a large amount of qi flowing within like a monster core. In fact, if it was a monster core, it would be comparable to one at the spirit grandmaster level. Qing showed them the cobble-sized piece of crystal to the guests. Comparable to a spirit grandmaster monster core. The people were shocked, as monsters at the spirit grandmaster level were exceedingly rare and terrifying, and they have the power to wipe out a large city like this spirit city with ease. In fact, the last time a spirit grandmaster monster appeared in this world was 1,000 years ago, killing millions of people and nearly destroying the world if not for the spirit grandmasters that sacrificed their own lives to kill it. When Xiao Hua saw the cobble-sized crystal, her eyes slightly widened. Brother Yuan, that's a spirit crystal. Xiao Hua's voice suddenly resounded in his head. Spirit crystal? Like the ancient spirit jade I have, he asked. No, it's not real spirit jade. Real spirit jade, even at the lowest quality, would have more qi. And even though it's not comparable to spirit jade, it'll still provide a big boost to your cultivation. It can also be used as a currency in the upper realms. I wonder how much qi I would get from consuming it, he pondered. Brother Yuan, you should bid for it. Xiao Hua suddenly said. What? But I don't have any money. We may have no money now but we will have plenty once we sell the heavenly frost dagger. It'll be more than enough to buy something like this spirit crystal, and the people here seem to be unaware of its true value. Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, Are you sure? It's still your money. Even if Xiao Hua allowed him to use the money from selling the heavenly frost dagger, Yuan was not shameless enough to accept it. In fact, if he accepts it despite everything that she's already given him, it'll make him feel guilty instead. Buy it, brother Yuan. Xiao Hua nodded with a resolute face. Okay, if you say so. I must get this piece of crystal that is overflowing with qi. If I can cultivate the qi inside, I might even break through and become a spirit master in no time. Xian Wuhan's eyes glittered with excitement. There's no way something that contains so much qi is not a treasure. It must be a treasure with a powerful ability. Not just Xian Wuhan but Du brothers and the others in the VIP room were also trembling in excitement. Since we do not know its true value, we will let the guests decide. The auction begins now. Ching Ching announced loudly. 10,000 gold. 30,000 gold. 100,000 gold. The people immediately began bidding, and the price fluctuated quickly. Within mere minutes, the price for the spirit crystal reached 500,000 gold. Xiao Hua, it's already at 500,000 gold. Are we still going to buy it? Yuan asked her. Xiao Hua did not hesitate for a second and nodded. 500,100 gold. Yuan made a bid for the first time in this auction and in his life. This brat, he's not a simple one, as expected. The people in the VIP room glanced at Yuan with the corner of their eyes. You want to buy something when I am here? Then you will have to ask me for permission first. Du Hai coldly sneered in his heart and raised his hand. 510,000 gold. 510100 gold. Yuan calmly responded. Du Hai gnashed his teeth and spoke loudly, are you purposely trying to provoke me by adding so little every time? Yuan raised an eyebrow at Du Hai's words, as he truly didn't understand why Du Hai would be upset about that. Is there something wrong with that? Du Hai trembled in anger at Yuan's response, thinking that he was being mocked. 520,000 gold. This is how you bid in an auction. What is the point in adding so little? 520,100 gold. What if I add too much and waste money? I'd rather play it safe. Yuan innocently shook his head. After all, it was not his money that he's using to bid. Xian Wuhan chuckled after hearing Yuan's words, which only fueled Du Hai's rage even further. Good. Since you want to play that game, then I will also play. 520,200 gold. 520300 gold. 520,400 gold. 520500 gold. After a few minutes of bidding back and forth, Du Hai was finally unable to endure it and burst with anger, you motherfucker. How dare you play with me like this? Seeing Du Hai lose control of his temper and preparing to strike Yuan, Naing, who had been standing in the background in silence stood forward and spoke, esteemed guest, please behave yourself. If you continue any further, we will have to ask you to leave. Du Hai, sit back down. Du Bai grabbed Du Hai's robes with a frown. Che. Du Hai coldly snorted and returned to his seat. However, his narrowed gaze remained on Yuan even after many moments later. We cannot afford to offend the Azure Phoenix sect. And give up on this treasure. Our money won't last till the end if you spend so much at once. If you want to deal with him, we can do it after the auction. Du Bai whispered in Du Hai's ears afterward. Yuan, the Du brothers are unforgiving people. They will surely try to cause trouble for you afterward. I will speak to them later. Xian Wuhan whispered in Yuan's ears when she noticed their suspicious gazes. Thank you for the warning. Yuan nodded. Although he was not afraid of them, he'd rather not have to deal with them. A few minutes later, Yuan won the bid with 550,000 gold. Esteemed guest, would you like to pay for the item now, or would you like to pay for it afterward? Naing asked him with a polite tone and a respectful demeanor. You can subtract it from that item afterward. Xiao Hua said to her. I understand. Naing nodded and walked away. Xian Wuhan raised her eyebrows at Xiao Hua's words, and she pondered. That item? Did they put something else besides the monster cores up for auction? After selling the spirit crystal, a few more items were sold. Before we start the auction for the final item we have today, allow me to introduce the owner of this auction house, Senior Chang. Ching Ching suddenly said, dumbfounding the people there. Madam Chang will be making an appearance today. How rare. The people thought. A few moments later, an old lady appeared on the stage with a wooden box in her hands. Thank you all for coming to my auction house today. Since the last item we have for today is a little bit special, I will be conducting the final auction. Senior Chang spoke in a low voice, yet her voice echoed in every corner of the room. After saying those words, Senior Chang opened the wooden box and revealed the beautiful dagger resting inside. That aura. It's a heaven-grade treasure. Without even needing Senior Chang to introduce the heavenly frost dagger, the people there were already able to tell what kind of treasure it was from the profound aura that was shrouding the blue dagger. It's really a heaven-grade treasure. Ha ha ha. I have lucked out by coming here today. Even though I won't be able to afford it, I am already satisfied to witness something so valuable with my own eyes. The crowd went into an uproar after the appearance of the heavenly frost dagger, as the last time something this precious appeared in the public was 100 years ago. Elder Jia, we must buy this heaven-grade treasure at all cost. Shien Wuan said to the old man beside her with a serious expression. I agree with the young lady. Although it might get expensive very fast, heaven-grade treasures do not appear very often in this world, and this one appears to be of great quality, too. Do high, this treasure. Of course, we are going to try and bid for it. Even though we might not win, we cannot simply sit here and do nothing while there is such a treasure before us. Du Hai spoke with a regrettable face. Although the Du family has decent wealth, compared to the other esteemed guests in the VIP room, their wealth is nothing significant. However, even if there's the slightest chance they could buy the heaven-grade treasure, they will surely try. The VIP room quickly became chaotic, and everybody there looked at the heavenly frost dagger with covetous eyes. Even if they have to use all of their money and replace the food on their dinner table with water for the next 10 years, they felt that it would all be worth it if they obtained the treasure. Once the anticipation within the auction house was at its maximum, Madame Chang spread her arms and spoke with a wide smile, then without further ado, let the bidding for this peak-quality heavenly frost dagger begin at 10 million gold. Despite the outrageous price, the people at the auction house began bidding like animals. 11 million gold. 11.5 million gold. 13 million gold. Within minutes, the minimum price for the heavenly frost dagger increased to 21 million gold. 21 million gold. Yuan listened to the biddings with a dazed face, seemingly in disbelief. He cannot even begin to imagine what he could do with that much wealth. 25 million gold. Shien Wuhuan suddenly shouted. The sudden high bid by Shien Wuhuan slowed the bidding pace briefly, but after a few moments, it returned to normal. When the bidding reached 30 million gold, the pace finally slowed down permanently, as only very few individuals there could afford to bring out so much money. 30.5 million. Of course, Shien Wuhan, whose family belonged to the business circle, was one of these rich individuals. 31 million. 31.5 million. After a few more minutes of bidding from the same three people, a new voice suddenly resounded. 40 million gold. The voice was profoundly calm, causing everybody in the VIP room to turn to look at the person who just spoke. However, that person had not been in the VIP room since the beginning, and the people there wondered when this person arrived. That's Qi Jiguang from Heaven and Earth Palace. What's he doing in this place? Someone there exclaimed after realizing his identity. What? The Heaven and Earth Palace? Although most people there were unfamiliar with the name Qi Jiguang, they all gasped in shock after hearing the name, Heaven and Earth Palace. That man is at the peak of the Spirit Grandmaster. He's considered as a peak expert in the lower heavens. Xiao Hua mumbled to Yuan, who seemed to be dazed by the profound aura surrounding this Qi Jiguang. I wonder what it would be like to fight someone as powerful as him. Yuan said in a low voice. Xiao Hua looked at him with raised eyebrows. As expected of a battle junkie. In this entire room, you are probably the only one thinking such a thing, brother Yuan. But at your current cultivation, you won't even last a second against a single finger from him. You'll die instantly. When Qi Jiguang noticed the two of them looking at him, he also looked back. Although there was nothing out of the ordinary about Yuan, he could sense an invisible yet formidable aura coming from Xiao Hua. That little girl. I cannot see her cultivation base, but she's without a doubt an expert like me. Qi Jiguang thought to himself. While her presence piqued his interest, he did not want to involve himself with another expert at his level without any good reason, as that might lead to unnecessary confrontation. Many moments have passed since Qi Jiguang bid 40 million gold for the Heavenly Frost dagger without anyone else trying to outbid him. Damn it! Why did someone like him have to appear here today? Xian Wuhuan cried inwardly. While she had the ability to continue bidding, she did not want to fight against someone from the Heaven and Earth Palace and accidentally offend him, as that would be devastating for her family and its business. Since there doesn't seem to be any more bidders, the bid for this heaven-grade treasure shall come to an end. Congratulations to the esteemed guest for winning this exquisite treasure. Madame Chang clapped with smiles all over her face, as she just earned 4 million gold from this transaction alone. After the auction ended, Xian Wuhan said to Yuan, "If you ever need anything, come find me at Spring City. You can show anyone the medallion I gave you, and they will lead you to me. I hope to see you again later, Yuan." The Du brothers glanced at Yuan with narrowed eyes for a moment before leaving the place. Sometime later, Naing approached them after the auction ended and said, "Esteemed guests, please follow me to claim your sales." Yuan nodded and proceeded to follow her to a private room at the top of the auction house. "Madame Chang will be here in a few moments with your earnings, please relax in the meantime," Naing said to them as she poured them a cup of spiritual tea. "You have gained the following effect from consuming Phoenix Blossom tea. Increased Qi absorption rate by 10% for 12 hours. Soul strength plus 500 permanently." Yuan gained some stats after drinking the tea. "What wonderful tea!" Yuan mumbled after sipping the tea, feeling a little bit stronger after just a single sip. "I'm glad you like this tea, esteemed guest. It's called the Phoenix Blossom Tea, a spiritual tea made by the Azure Phoenix sect. Usually, only elders within the sect are allowed to enjoy this tea, but Madame Chang specifically wanted you to try it," Naing said to him with a smile. A few minutes later, Madame Chang entered the room and bowed to them. "Thank you for being patient with this one, esteemed guests. I have just finished organizing your sales." She then placed a ring made of jade and a small red pouch on the table before them and continued, "I have already deducted the auction house's 10% share and your purchase worth 550,000 gold from the income, so there are 35 million gold and your purchase and a spatial ring from the heaven-grade treasure and 540 gold and a storage pouch from the monster cores. And you can keep the spatial ring and the storage pouch as well. Although it's nothing significant when compared to the heaven-grade treasure, please consider it as a small gift from the Azure Phoenix sect. Spatial ring. Grade, Earth. Mental strength required, 5,000. Description, a mythical ring that contains its own space, allowing you to store things inside and retrieve them with a thought. Storage pouch. Grade, Spirit. Mental strength required, 500. Description, a pouch that contains its own space. Although there's not much room inside, you can fit a few watermelons inside. Yuan picked up the jade ring and the red pouch, and a notification appeared before him. 35450560 gold has been received. You have unlocked the wealth leaderboards. Congratulations. You have reached first place in wealth leaderboards, becoming the wealthiest player in Cultivation Online. Congratulations. You have obtained the unique title, Rich Young Master. Fame plus 100. When Yuan saw that he'd become the richest player in Cultivation Online, he didn't express any surprise. In fact, it would be more surprising if he wasn't in the first place. Xiao Hua, here, take this. After receiving the spatial ring, he handed it to Xiao Hua, who looked at him with a puzzled face. Why are you giving it to me, brother Yuan? It's your money. However, Yuan shook his head and said, to begin with, it was your treasure that was sold, and I will feel bad for accepting this much money when it doesn't even belong to me. Xiao Hua belongs to Brother Yuan. Everything in Xiao Hua's possession is also Brother Yuan's possession, so it's not weird. I know, but it still doesn't feel right with me, getting so much wealth when I didn't do anything to deserve it. Keep it. But when we really need that money, we can use it. Yuan was adamant about not accepting the 35 million gold. He felt that it was too much money for him at his current level and that it would take away all of the fun in the game if he could buy whatever he wanted with such ease. In fact, he even feels slightly guilty for having an overpowered companion such as Xiao Hua by his side. However, obtaining a massive amount of resources without working for it and earning these resources by himself are two entirely different matters. Furthermore, as someone who could only rely on others to help him survive for almost his entire life, he did not want to rely too much on Xiao Hua, who resembled his real younger sister, hence why he refused the gold. Seeing the stubbornness in Yuan's eyes, Xiao Hua ultimately nodded her head and accepted the spatial ring and all of the money inside. However, after taking the spatial ring, she transferred the money inside the spatial ring to her own storage pouch, before handing the spatial ring back to Yuan. Brother Yuan, I will take the money, but you should keep the spatial ring. It'll be very convenient for you since you can carry many things with you without the burden of carrying its weight that way. Yuan nodded and accepted the spatial ring without much thought, completely oblivious to the fact that the spatial ring itself was valued at a few 100,000 golds. Meanwhile, outside of the Azure Phoenix Action House, a large notification was hanging above the clouds with countless eyes staring at it. Player Yuan has become the first player to unlock the wealth leaderboards by accumulating over 1 million gold. Somebody has already earned over 1 million gold. How is that even possible? Look! It's that alleged cheater, Yuan. Holy shit! If you convert that amount of gold into real-life money, that's over $10 million at the market's current rates. Since Cultivation Online is a video game, a very popular one at that, there would obviously be people using the game to make profits in real life by trading in-game currencies for real-life currencies, and at the current state of the game, a single gold coin was worth around $10 in real life. This type of business is usually called real-world trading, RWT for short, and is against the terms of service for most online games out there. However, despite being against the terms of services, there are many people who would rather go out of their way to use such services to strengthen themselves in-game than to waste time and effort to earn them fairly. Furthermore, this type of business is not limited to only in-game gold, as people buy in-game treasures and resources with real money, too. With all that being said, RWT is not against Cultivation Online's terms of services, as such terms never existed in the first place, so there are already many players using their real-life money to buy Cultivation Online gold and vice versa. If Yuan were to convert all of his in-game gold to real-life currency, he'd have over $350 million right now. But of course, Yuan is oblivious to such a business market, thus such thoughts never crossed his mind. If you ever need to sell anything to our Azure Phoenix auction house, please come by again. Madam Chang handed them a badge with the auction house's name on it. You have obtained Azure Phoenix Auction House Diamond Pass. As long as you have that pass, you can enter any auction house in this world that is owned by the Azure Phoenix sect. Thank you. After accepting the pass, Yuan and Xiao Hua left the auction house. Once Yuan and Xiao Hua left the auction house, they wandered around the city aimlessly. What should we do now, Xiao Hua? Now that we have enough money, maybe we should better gear ourselves for the future. However, Xiao Hua merely tilted her head in a puzzled manner and spoke, but Xiao Hua has plenty of treasures you can use. Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and said, while that is true, I cannot rely on you for everything. I want to work hard and earn my own equipment, too. Xiao Hua remained puzzled, and she asked, Xiao Hua has noticed this for a bit now, but why does Brother Yuan want to work so hard? If it were someone else in your shoes, they would surely take advantage of the situation and not do so much work. Yuan chuckled after hearing her words and said, although it may not seem like it, I have lived the majority of my life as a cripple, where I cannot even use the bathroom without help from someone else. I hate the feeling of being so powerless and useless, and despite breathing, I never felt alive. But now that I can finally use my useless body again, I want to enjoy life to the fullest and experience what it means to be alive. Brother Yuan, you must have lived a difficult life. Past tense. Yuan laughed in a dispirited tone. Even though I may appear fine now, I am actually still living that pointless life. But Brother Yuan is no longer a cripple. He's even a cultivation genius. Although Xiao Hua does not know his situation, she could feel a sense of loneliness and desperation within his tone. That may be true in this world, but once I log out, I will return to being a cripple in that dark and still world. Anyway, let's leave this depressing topic behind and enjoy ourselves with our newfound wealth. Yuan said as he continued walking around the city. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua silently stared at him with a pondering gaze, seemingly in deep thoughts. Maybe there's something Xiao Hua can do to relieve Brother Yuan's pain. She thought to herself. Sometime later, they arrived at what appears to be an equipment shop. Welcome to the Dragon Armory. The middle-aged man behind the counter said to them after noticing their presence. We have all sorts of spirit-grade weapons and armor. If you are looking for something specific, just let me know. I will, Yuan said as he began looking around. Bone sword. Grade, spirit. Quality, medium. Physical strength required, 300. Mental strength required, 600. Sharpness, 300. Description, a sword made from the bones of a spiritual skeleton. Price, 30,000 gold. Fiery lizard scale armor. Grade, spirit. Quality, high. Physical strength required, 500. Mental strength required, 250. Physical defense, 5,000. Description, crafted with highly durable scales from a fiery lizard. Price, 80,000 gold. Good lord, the equipment here is so expensive. Yuan's eyes widened when he saw the price for these spirit-grade weapons. It made the 540 gold he'd earned completely insignificant. It's expensive, right? Xiao Hua could read his expression and said with a smile. Unless you are from a noble family or have the backing of a powerful sect, nobody would come to these places to look for equipment. Why didn't you tell me before we walked in here? Now I feel like a beggar walking into a jewelry store. Yuan sighed. Let's leave and get something to eat instead. When the middle-aged man saw that they were leaving after looking at just 2 items, he sucked his teeth in disdain. Che. To think I'd wasted my breath greeting these poor bastards. Hearing such words, Yuan stopped walking and turned around to look at the middle-aged man with a frown. What? Are you going to hit me for speaking the truth? The middle-aged man remained nonchalant and even continued to insult him. This store is owned by the Earth Dragon sect. Hit me if you dare. Yuan's eyebrows twitched at the irritating tone coming from the middle-aged man, but he had nothing to say, as he was truly poor. Furthermore, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble inside a shop owned by an NPC because who knows what the NPC might do. However, Xiao Hua was not as kind as Yuan, and she despised people looking down on Yuan, her beloved master. A moment later, she retrieved her storage ring and pulled out 2 peak-quality heaven-grade treasure, 1 in each of her small hands. When the middle-aged man realized that she was holding 2 heaven-grade weapons and was even treating them as though they are mere toys, his eyes rolled back from shock, and he collapsed the next moment. That's what you get for bullying Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua sneered inwardly before putting away the heaven-grade weapons and leaving the store with a satisfied expression on her cute face. Once they left the store, Yuan and Xiao Hua went to a nearby restaurant, where they proceeded to fill their stomach with delicious food. Oh my god! This food is crazy delicious. I can't believe how real it tastes inside a game. As though he'd turned into a starving beast, Yuan stuffed food into his mouth and down his throat, and both of his hands were occupied with food at all times. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua watched him eat like an animal with her jaw hanging. This is the first time she has seen anyone eating so frantically. It was almost as though he'd never eaten anything before today. The food isn't going anywhere, Brother Yuan. If you don't eat slowly, you might choke to death, she said to him. I can't help it. My hands are moving by themselves. After all, I have eaten nothing but soup for the last few years. Yuan said in a stuffed voice as he continued to mercilessly shove food into his mouth with tears flowing down his fat cheeks. Xiao Hua merely shook her head before she began to eat her own plate of food with elegance. After spending nearly 3 hours stuffing his face with food in the restaurant, Yuan was finally satisfied with his stomach, which was fully bloated at this moment, making him appear fatter than normal. Unbelievable. Brother Yuan's stomach is a true mystery. Not only can you consume monster cores and feel perfectly fine, but you can also eat enough food to feed 10 whole families. Xiao Hua stared at him with wide eyes. Ha ha ha. I don't usually eat so much, but for some reason, when I swallow the food, it feels as though the food disappears before it even reaches my stomach. Yuan said. And my qi has increased significantly, too. After consuming so much food, his qi experience has increased by 1 million, comparable to the jade frog's monster core. That's because of the food Brother Yuan ate. It's not ordinary food, but spiritual food, which is cooked from monsters and contains spiritual energy. Is that why it also tasted so good? Man, I should eat more of these so-called spiritual foods. Yuan said as he rubbed his stomach. However, when the bill appeared sometime later, Yuan immediately regretted eating so much. 500 gold coins. That's nearly everything I have. Why the hell is it this expensive? Did they miscalculate the bill? Yuan exclaimed with a terrified expression. Brother Yuan, did you order the food without looking at the prices? Spiritual food is considered luxury food, of course it would be expensive, and you ate so much of it. Xiao Hua said to him. Yuan sighed and spoke, if it's like this, I'd rather hunt and cook my own food. That's an option, too. Xiao Hua nodded. After all, it's just cooked monster meat. Then it's decided. In order to save money, I shall learn how to cook spiritual food. And he continued, by the way, are there any techniques that teach you how to cook? Xiao Hua nodded and said, it'll cost you a few gold coins, but you can find these kinds of techniques in any cultivator market. Great. Then let's go shopping again after this. After paying the massive restaurant bill that depleted almost everything he's earned from selling the monster cores, Yuan and Xiao Hua returned to strolling in the streets. Sometime later, they approached a store with a large sign that read Cultivator Essentials. Welcome to Cultivator Essentials. How may I assist you, young master? A pretty lady greeted him with a warm smile after noticing their presence. Hello. Do you sell cooking techniques in this place? Yuan asked her. Cooking techniques, huh? Give me a moment to check. The pretty lady then went to the back of the shop. A few minutes later, she returned with 3 books in her hand. We have 3 cooking techniques. Pick whichever is to your liking. Yuan looked at the 3 techniques before him. 1,000 knife techniques. Heavenly fire control. Senior Wu's recipes. Yuan made a weird expression after reading the title of these 3 books. Are they really cooking techniques? They look more like fighting techniques. And the last one, it's only a recipe book, right? The pretty lady behind the counter chuckled, and she said, I can assure you that they are cooking techniques. If you aren't convinced, I can let you read a few pages for yourself. Really? Then excuse me. Yuan picked up the techniques and began reading them one at a time. A few minutes later, a notification appeared. You have learned 1,000 knife technique. 1,000 knife technique. Rank, mortal. Mastery level, 1. Description, consumes 100 qi. Must wield a knife or dagger to activate. A common knife technique for chefs around the world. You have learned Heavenly Fire Control. Heavenly Fire Control. Rank, mortal. Mastery Level 1. Description: consumes 10 qi per second. Allows you to control and adjust the temperatures of regular fire with your spiritual energy. You have read Senior Wu's recipes. Your cooking knowledge has increased significantly. You have learned cooking skill. Cooking skill. Mastery Level 1. You have learned new cooking recipes. You can now cook Tier 1 spiritual food. Yuan did not mean to learn the techniques without paying, and he turned to look at the pretty lady with a worried face, but she appeared to be oblivious of what just happened. How much are these techniques, again? He asked her with a shaky voice. 10 gold coins each, she quickly responded with a bright smile. Not wanting to feel like he'd just committed a robbery, Yuan decided to pay for these techniques even if it would cost him all of his remaining money. I will buy them, he said in a sighing voice, before taking out 30 gold coins and placing them on the counter. Thank you very much for your purchase, young master. The pretty lady immediately accepted his money with her face full of smiles. After buying the 3 cooking techniques, Yuan and Xiao Hua left the shop. I only have 10 gold coins left. Yuan sighed deeply after taking a look into his empty wallet. Should Xiao Hua give you some money? After all, she made brother Yuan pay for her own share of food in the restaurant. Xiao Hua said to him after seeing his saddened face. No, it's fine. You have already done enough for me. And it's about time for me to start helping you, even if it's as small as paying for your food. Yuan said. And if I really need money, I can just farm some more monster cores and sell them again. Don't mention it, brother Yuan. It's only natural for Xiao Hua to assist you as your servant. It's her responsibility, after all. Yuan showed a gentle smile on his face and said, Thank you, Xiao Hua. But instead of a servant, you are like a little sister to me. Xiao Hua. Brother Yuan's little sister. Really? She looked at him with sparkly eyes. That's right. Yuan nodded. That's why you should stop calling yourself my servant. Xiao Hua quickly nodded with a blissful smile on her face, okay. Then Xiao Hua will be brother Yuan's little sister starting now. Xiao Hua, it's about time for me to log off for dinner. I will be back later. Yuan said to her sometime after leaving the cultivator shop. Where will you go during my absence? He then asked her. Xiao Hua pointed to the necklace around his neck, and she said, You can call Xiao Hua using the necklace whenever you are back. After saying those words, Xiao Hua's body began glowing, before being absorbed into the necklace. What a profound necklace. Yuan mumbled to himself before logging off. After logging off the game, Yuan patiently waited for Yu Rou to bring him dinner, and he felt as though time had stopped. Unlike the colorful world in the game, the real world was pitch black, almost like he was living in the void, and his body felt non-existent. If only I could live inside Cultivation Online forever. Yuan sighed inwardly. After familiarizing himself with the world inside the game, his perception of the real world became even worse, and it felt even more lonely than usual. Inside the game, whether it be the pedestrians or just the noises nature made, it was always lively. However, whenever he returned to his own room, the only thing he could hear was the sound of his own heart beating and very rarely subtle noises from outside his room, a world he hasn't stepped foot in for many years. After waiting around for a few minutes that felt like hours, he could finally hear footsteps approaching his bed. However, he could immediately tell that it was not Yu Rou, as these footsteps were too heavy to be Yu Rou's, so it was someone else in his room. Who's there? Yuan asked in a hoarse voice. Young master, the young lady is currently busy with the masters, so I will be taking care of you for today. A voice belonging to a middle-aged woman responded. For today's dinner, we have beef soup with. It's fine. Yuan suddenly interrupted. I am not hungry today. Even if you say that. I have a job to do. The person sighed in a troubled tone. I won't repeat myself. Silence filled the room, and a moment later, the middle-aged woman spoke, "I understand. Please rest well, young master." The door closed a few seconds later, and Yuan could barely hear the person who just left coldly snorting in disdain. With that useless body, it's a miracle that he hasn't been tossed out of this house already. I can still hear you, you know. Yuan smiled bitterly. Since the only functioning part of his body were his mouth and ears, he has to rely on his hearing more than normal people, allowing him to hear things people normally wouldn't be able to. Perhaps my voice, even my ability to hear, might abandon me in the future, just like the rest of my body had. Sometime later, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online. However, he did not immediately call for Xiao Hua, as he had spent a few minutes silently staring at this colorful world. What am I doing? I don't have the time to be depressed. Every second I spend idling around is a second lost in this beautiful world. I may be useless and crippled in the real world, but I am not like that in this world. After calming down, Yuan summoned Xiao Hua using the necklace. You're back already, brother Yuan, she looked at him with a pondering gaze. Despite Yuan's efforts to hide his emotions, Xiao Hua was able to notice the sadness within his eyes at a single glance. Are you okay, brother Yuan? You seem a bit sad. She asked him. Don't worry about it. It's nothing I can't handle, and it'll quickly go away after I slay a few monsters. He said. Although she was worried, Xiao Hua did not want to force him. If brother Yuan needs somebody to talk to, Xiao Hua will always be by your side. Thank you, Xiao Hua. I will keep that in mind. Yuan smiled. Xiao Hua nodded, and she said, then let's continue brother Yuan's training. Although you won't gain much from monsters' cores at the spirit apprentice levels, you can still improve your sword techniques. And once you are more experienced in combat, we can start looking for monsters at the spirit warrior realm. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start training. Yuan and Xiao Hua began making their way out of the city. Sometime later, once they were a few miles away from the city, Xiao Hua spoke in a low voice, Brother Yuan, we are being followed. Could it be the Du brothers from the auction house? Shien Wuhan did warn me that those two might be up to something before we separated. Xiao Hua nodded and said, yes, but I can sense another person with them. He's a cultivator at the peak of the Spirit Master realm. Spirit Master? That's one realm above me. Yuan showed a worried expression, completely forgetting about the Spirit King walking beside him. Don't worry, brother Yuan. If they try to do anything funny, Xiao Hua will take care of them. Let's just continue acting like we are unaware of their presence. Yuan nodded, and the two of them delved deeper into the wilderness. After walking for a few more miles, a familiar-sounding voice resounded. Stop right there, you little bastard. Yuan and Xiao Hua stopped walking and turned around, and standing a few meters behind them were the Du brothers and a tall middle-aged man with a bulky frame. Following me all the way out here, what do you want from me? I doubt it's anything good, though. Yuan asked them with a frown on his face. Since you dared to ruin my face in the auction house before so many people and even directly in front of Lady Xian's presence, I will have you pay for it with your life. Du Hai spoke loudly, his face filled with anger. Wait a second, what do you mean I ruined your face? Your face looks perfectly fine. I didn't even touch you. Yuan said with a bewildered expression. If you are going to lie, at least do it better. That's not what I mean. Are you making fun of me, you bastard? Du Hai stomped his feet in anger, and he continued, because of you, my reputation was ruined. You even embarrassed me in front of Lady Xian. I won't forgive you even if you die. What an exaggeration. If you are going to kill someone just because they embarrassed you a little bit, you'll have to kill a lot of people in the future. That's going to be a hard lifestyle. Yuan shook his head, and he was unable to comprehend the thought process of these kinds of people. So what? I have already killed tons of people for messing with me, and it'll only get easier in the future. This is a world where the strong eats the weak and where the weak has no privilege to complain. Yuan frowned and said, I don't care what kind of psychopathic world you live in, but I am not in a good mood today, so you should leave me out of it before I get angry. Ha 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 ha. The Du brothers burst out laughing at his words, and they spoke, so what if you get angry? What are you going to do to us? What can you do to us? You are a mere single spirit warrior, and we have 2 spirit warriors and 1 peak spirit master. Ha ha ha. I cannot believe that a nobody like you could be so entertaining. Well, since you made us laugh, we'll give you a quick and painless death. The Du brothers withdrew their swords and pointed them at Yuan. Yuan silently stared at the Du brothers with a grim expression, his aura slowly growing sharper and sharper, almost like a sword. When the spirit master saw this, he frowned and said to Du brothers, "Young masters, don't underestimate him. He's emitting a powerful aura that doesn't suit his level. He might have the strength to fight those above his own level. So what if he can fight people above his own level? We can also do the same." Du Bai scoffed. "Are you looking down on us? Even though you are at the spirit master level, you are still just a mere guard that's hired by my family." Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Yuan asked Xiao Hua, "Do you think I will be able to win against those 2? Both of them are in the 5th level spirit warrior realm. Although they are slightly better than the disciple you defeated before, it shouldn't be a problem for brother Yuan." "That's all I need to hear." Yuan nodded before retrieving his own sword. "Oh. You also have a peak spirit grade weapon. I guess you really didn't wander into the VIP room by accident. Ha 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 ha. However, unfortunately for you, having that sword won't change the outcome." The Du brothers then sheathed their swords and pulled out 2 peak spirit grade swords a few seconds later. "I am going to warn you two one last time. Do not force my hands." Yuan shouted at them with the sword in his hand tightly grasped. "Enough bullshitting. Let's get him, Du Bai." Du Bai nodded, and the 2 of them began rushing at Yuan. "This will be fun." A wide grin appeared on Yuan's face as he also stepped forward. A moment later, the 3 of them clashed, and Yuan maneuvered his sword like an expert, blocking both their sword strikes at once. "Let's see how long you can keep this up." The Du brothers began releasing a torrent of sword strikes at Yuan. Ding! 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 However, Yuan either deflected their attacks or perfectly blocked them, albeit barely. "This is much more difficult than I'd expected. If I want to win this fight, I will have to be the aggressive one." After being on the defensive side for a few more strikes, Yuan suddenly stepped forward and began attacking the Du brothers, catching them off guard. What powerful blows! He's not an ordinary one. The Du brothers began sweating after tasting just a few of Yuan's sword strikes. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua was not even paying attention to their fight, and she had her eyes on the spirit master this entire time, as she was prepared to kill him the moment he even tries to interfere with Yuan's fight. Just who is this brat? Which family does he belong to? To think he'd be able to fight the Du brothers by himself. And it even looks like he's slowly defeating them. The spirit master watched their fight with wide eyes filled with disbelief, and he began worrying that they might have picked the wrong person to fight with. The longer the spirit master watched Yuan's fight, the more shocked and worried he became. This young man is a genius. He's not only fighting back the young masters, but he's even growing stronger as he fights. He's a freaking monster. I cannot allow this to continue any longer, or the young masters will be in danger. The spirit master prepared to interrupt the fight, but he suddenly noticed an immense pressure not too far away, causing his eyes to shift to the small figure a few meters away, who was staring dagger at him. That little girl, she's an expert like me. The spirit master's back was instantly soaked in cold sweat after this realization. Anyone would think she was Yuan's little sister at glance, but to think that she would be his guardian instead. It was truly a shocking revelation. And he was certain that this little girl's cultivation base was much more formidable than his own, as not even spirit grandmasters would be able to emit such a terrifying invisible pressure. However, he cannot just stand there and watch the Du brothers die to Yuan, as their parents would surely kill him for failing to protect them. Young lady, why don't we talk about this? The spirit master took the initiative to speak with Xiao Hua, as he was certain that he would not be able to defeat Xiao Hua in a fight, and if the Du brothers continued fighting Yuan, they would also lose to him sooner or later and lose their lives. With no more options at hand, he could only resort to pleading for their forgiveness, hoping that they would at least spare the Du brothers' lives. And he said, why don't we negotiate? If you let the young masters leave this place in one piece, the Du family will compensate you for the trouble they have caused for your young master. Let them go, you say. But they were the ones who willingly jumped at brother Yuan. Xiao Hua responded with a nonchalant expression. I won't deny that the young masters are the ones at fault here, but you gain nothing by killing them. In fact, if you kill them, regardless of your background, the Du family will do everything in their power to avenge their deaths, and I'm sure neither of you would want the entire Du family chasing after you. The Du family? I have never heard of them before. Xiao Hua said. The spirit master was dumbfounded. Although the Du family is not the most powerful family in the world, they are considerably famous in the cultivation world with multiple experts at the rank of spirit grandmaster within their family, and even if someone does not know of their achievements, they would at least know of their reputation. Furthermore, if I kill all three of you, how will the Du family know who killed you? Even if one of you managed to escape, do you even know who we are? How are you going to find us? Xiao Hua asked him with a cold gaze that did not fit her childish appearance. The spirit master's complexion immediately paled after hearing Xiao Hua's word, and he began to realize the gravity of their situation. If Xiao Hua kills the Du brothers including him, who will tell the Du family about the culprits? Unless they can talk to ghosts, they will never find out the truth. Please, have mercy, young lady. There is no need to spill blood over such a minor complication, right? At the end of the day, those two are only juniors who allowed their arrogance and pride to go to their head. There are many people like them out there, and I'm sure that even your young master has made mistakes before. The spirit master began pleading, and if not for Xiao Hua's pressure on him, he would have kowtowed to her. Don't compare brother Yuan to those two bullies. He's a kind brother who played with Xiao Hua when nobody else would. Xiao Hua suddenly shouted, accidentally emitting killing intent, which suffocated the spirit master. I can't breathe. The spirit master began choking. Meanwhile, right as Yuan knocked the Du brothers to the ground, he noticed the ominous aura behind him, causing him to turn around and look. Xiao Hua. When he saw the unpleasant expression on Xiao Hua's face, his initial thought was that the spirit master had done something to her, so he ignored the Du brothers and immediately rushed to her side. Are you okay, Xiao Hua? Hearing Yuan's voice, Xiao Hua snapped out of her rage and turned to look at him, who was staring at her with a worried expression. Are you hurt anywhere? He asked her, and she nodded. Xiao Hua is okay, brother Yuan. Is that so? That's great to hear, he sighed in relief. After knowing that Xiao Hua was safe, Yuan finally noticed the spirit master that was laying on the ground, who was heavily panting, almost as he'd just ran a marathon. What happened to him? He mumbled to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua doesn't know. She casually shrugged. After catching his breath, the spirit master spoke, please. I beg you, don't kill us. That is not for me to decide. Xiao Hua said, and then she turned to look at Yuan, who appeared to be dumbfounded. What is he talking about? Why would I kill them? Yuan asked. You're not going to kill us. The spirit master looked at him with wide eyes filled with shock. While I am angry about everything today, I am not like some people, who would kill another just because they were offended. But if you dare to bother me or anyone else again, I won't hesitate to kill you next time. Yuan said to him. Thank you, young master. Thank you for having mercy. I will immediately leave with those two, and we will never appear before you again. The spirit master kowtowed to him with tears in his eyes. Wait a second. Who said you can leave so fast? Yuan suddenly said. The spirit master looked at him with wide eyes. I have unexpectedly used up most of my energy after fighting with those two, and I'd spend 500 gold coins filling up my stomach not long ago. Now I feel like I wasted my money. How are you going to compensate me for this tragedy? Yuan said to him with a frown. Not just the spirit master, but even Xiao Hua was staring at him with wide eyes filled with shock. Of course. Although this isn't much because the young masters had already used most of it, I will give you all of it. The spirit master quickly retrieved his money pouch and offered it to Yuan as though he was giving an offering to a god. I never thought a day where I would become a victim of extortion would come, and it's even to a mere spirit warrior junior, he cried inwardly, feeling his pride as a spirit master shattering into 1,000 pieces. Yuan cleared his throat and accepted the money pouch without a hint of shame on his face, and he spoke afterward, "Thank you for the donation." "Donation, my ass." The spirit master retorted inwardly, but he didn't dare to complain out loud, as he feared that Yuan might change his mind and kill all of them. "You may leave now." After receiving Yuan's permission, the spirit master immediately went to grab the Du brothers and quickly left the scene. Wait a minute. Where are you taking us? We haven't lost to him yet. Let me fight him. I won't be able to sleep tonight if I don't beat him up. The Du brothers struggled to escape the spirit master's grasp, but being an entire realm below him, they were effortlessly taken away by him, disappearing a few moments later. After the spirit master and the Du brothers are long gone, Xiao Hua spoke, "Brother Yuan, why did you let them leave?" Knowing their personalities, the Du brothers definitely won't forgive you for what happened today, and they will surely come back even stronger for revenge one day. Xiao Hua is aware of Brother Yuan's kind personality, and Brother Yuan only very recently became a cultivator, so killing people might still be difficult for you, but there are people in this world that are better off dead. Because even if they no longer pose any threat to you, they will surely be a threat to someone else. The cultivation world is a place where if you do not consume your enemies, they will eventually consume you instead. So you must become the one who consumes others, not the other way around. Hearing Xiao Hua's lecture, Yuan sighed, "I know that I may be naive, perhaps even a fool in your eyes, and that these people are only NPCs within a game, but I do not wish to kill another human being unless absolutely necessary, as I am afraid that it might affect my mind negatively, since there has already been a few times where I forgot that I am actually inside a video game, treating this world as though it's the real world." Xiao Hua listened to his words in silence. And although she only understood half of it, she knew what he was trying to say, and she said afterward, "Brother Yuan, what you have experienced today is barely the tip of the cultivation world and very common in our world. There will be many more people like the Du brothers out there, and there will even be people with far worse personalities. You will also encounter similar situations in the future, sometimes more than once in a single day. And unless you are strong enough to handle any situation that comes your way, you will always be bullied by the strong and powerful ones." A bitter smile appeared on Yuan's face. "I guess living life as a cultivator isn't as easy as I initially thought. I just hope that I won't become someone without morals or someone who is apathetic to other people's life like the Du brothers. Don't worry, Brother Yuan. If you ever walk astray in your cultivation path or feel like you are becoming a different person, Xiao Hua will be there to help you return back to normal." "Thank you, Xiao Hua. I will also try my best to familiarize myself with this new world and lifestyle as a cultivator without being a burden for you. People will always change, but it's how they change that truly matters. As long as Brother Yuan remains the kind brother that he is right now, it will be fine even if you change a little." Xiao Hua said to him. "Ha ha ha. You are really like my little sister, who is actually more mature and intelligent than she appears." Yuan chuckled, feeling as though he could see Yu Rou in Xiao Hua's shadow. "Anyway, how's Brother Yuan feeling? Were you injured during your fight with the Du brothers?" Xiao Hua asked him sometime later. "Besides having a few superficial scratches and feeling a little bit hungry again, I'm perfectly fine," he said with an energetic expression. Xiao Hua nodded and continued to speak. "Brother Yuan's experience and insight have increased significantly from the fight. If we continue at this rate, Brother Yuan should be prepared to fight monsters at the spirit warrior level in no time. Then what are we waiting for? Let's continue training. Yuan said with enthusiasm. Brother Yuan really likes to fight, huh? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Of course, since I feel like I am actually alive when I fight. I also enjoy moving my body, swinging a sword around, and the thrill that comes from fighting. Yuan nodded. The two of them began walking deeper into the wilderness shortly later, and Yuan would continue sharpening his sword skills while Xiao Hua assisted by locating all of the monsters for him. After many hours of training with the sword, a notification appeared before Yuan. Your mastery with the sword has improved significantly. Your understanding of swords has reached a new level. You have met the criteria to learn Sword Aura. Sword Aura. Yuan raised his eyebrows at this new term. Xiao Hua, what Sword Aura? He decided to ask the only expert available. Sword Aura. Has Brother Yuan's swordsmanship reached the level where he can already learn Sword Aura? Xiao Hua looked at him with a shocked face. I don't even know what that is. But after listening to your tone, I'm guessing it's something impressive. Of course, it's something impressive. Only true swordsmen can learn Sword Aura. And it's not something one can learn just by training with a sword, as you can train with a sword for your entire life and not understand Sword Aura, whilst some people can do it within a few years of training. People with Sword Aura are also called sword masters. However, Brother Yuan has only trained with the sword for only a few days. If people learn of your talent, there will be countless sword masters who will beg you to become their disciple. Xiao Hua said to him with excitement. You're praising me too much, again. It's making me blush. Yuan said with a slightly rosy face. Then can you teach me how to use this Sword Aura? He asked her a moment later. Xiao Hua shook her head and said, that's not possible for Xiao Hua because she is not a sword master, so she does not understand Sword Aura. I see. Then how do people normally learn Sword Aura? Through training, Brother Yuan. Once you grasp the understanding of Sword Aura, it's only a matter of time before you learn it. In fact, all sword masters will eventually learn Sword Aura as long as they keep training with the sword. Xiao Hua said. Then I don't have to do anything special? Yuan asked, and Xiao Hua shook her head. I wonder how long it'll take for me to learn Sword Aura. Yuan pondered to himself as he stared at the sword in his hand with a dazed expression. If the Du brothers really decide to return for revenge, I will be ready for them, and I won't let them escape a second time. After meeting the criteria for learning Sword Aura, Yuan and Xiao Hua continued to hunt monsters for a few hours. I have been training with the sword non-stop for 5 hours now, but I still cannot seem to learn this Sword Aura. Yuan sighed. It would be more shocking if Brother Yuan actually learned Sword Aura in such a short time. Even the top geniuses in the higher heavens need to train for many years before they can learn Sword Aura. Xiao Hua said to him. There's no need to be impatient, Brother Yuan. You are without a doubt a genius that was born with a high affinity with swords. If you train enough, you'll definitely learn Sword Aura sooner or later. Yuan nodded, and they returned to hunting more monsters. After killing a few monsters, a notification appeared before Yuan. Congratulations, you have slain a total of 1,000 monsters. You have gained the title, Novice Monster Slayer. Because of your title, Novice Monster Slayer, all of your damage dealt to monsters will be increased by 10%. Monsters will feel more pain from your attacks as your damage to them increases. This is my second title, and it even comes with a very beneficial effect. Yuan wondered to himself if titles are a common thing in Cultivation Online. Of course, due to the lack of guides for this game, he cannot know for sure without talking to other people or looking it up online. Sometime later, Xiao Hua suddenly stopped moving and said, Brother Yuan, there's a person ahead of us. Oh. What's he doing? Yuan asked. He seems to be pacing back and forth in front of this cave entrance with a distressful expression on his face. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Yuan pondered, is he an NPC or a player? Let's go see the situation. If he's truly that worried, maybe there's something we can do to help him," he said. Xiao Hua nodded, and they made their way toward this cave entrance. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man with a pale complexion entered their view, and the middle-aged man noticed them at the same time. "Ah! It appears that my pleading has finally reached the heavens. Please, esteemed cultivators, I need your help." The middle-aged man quickly approached them with teary eyes and a desperate expression. "What's the matter?" Yuan asked him. "My daughter, she was captured by a fearsome monster and was taken inside the cave. Please, can you help me by bringing her back? I will do anything in return for your help. Please, saviors." The middle-aged man even got on his knees and kowtowed to Yuan. "You have received a quest. Quest, Unknown Man's Plea. Location, Demonic Spider's Silent Cave. Difficulty, Medium. Quest description, help the man by rescuing his daughter from the demonic spider." A quest? Yuan was immediately intrigued, as this is his first time encountering a normal quest. "Xiao Hua, what's a demonic spider?" he decided to ask her first. Demonic spiders are intelligent and deceptive monsters that mostly dwell within caves like this one, and they are usually within the spirit warrior levels. Xiao Hua said to him. "Do you think I can defeat a demonic spider at my current level?" Xiao Hua nodded. "As long as its cultivation is below the 3rd level, it shouldn't be a problem for Brother Yuan." Yuan sighed in relief after hearing her words, and he looked at the middle-aged man and said, "Okay, we'll help you rescue your daughter. You have accepted the quest, Unknown Man's Plea." "Oh. Thank you. Thank you very much, brave warrior. You can thank me after I return with your daughter," Yuan said to him before he approached the cave. "You are about to enter Demonic Spider's Silent Cave. Recommended level, 3rd level spirit warrior and above. Let's go, Xiao Hua," Yuan said to her, who nodded with a mysterious glint in her gaze. Once Yuan and Xiao Hua entered the cave shortly later, the middle-aged man standing outside cried inwardly, "Finally. I am finally free. This place isn't as dark as I'd expected," Yuan said after realizing that he was able to see inside clearly despite how dark it looked from outside. "That's because all of Brother Yuan's senses have improved after becoming a cultivator," Xiao Hua said. And then she continued, "By the way, Brother Yuan should be careful." "Huh? Can you already sense the demonic spider?" However, Xiao Hua shook her head and said, "That man outside, he lied to us." Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after hearing such words, and he asked, What do you mean by that? Why would he lie to us? And how can you tell?" "Because Xiao Hua has already searched this entire cave with her spiritual sense, and she was unable to sense the man's daughter inside this place. However, there is a demonic spider in here." But the despair in his eyes seemed so real, and so was his tears. What if the demonic spider has already eaten his daughter? Yuan asked, still feeling slightly doubtful. That's not possible, because Xiao Hua would have been able to sense her blood. Perhaps the man outside is working for the demonic spider by luring people into this place for it. After all, demonic spiders are very crafty and intelligent beings. It's not uncommon for them to use humans to bait other humans into their dwelling. No way. Yuan stopped moving and stood there with a dazed expression on his face. He didn't doubt the man even for a second because of the quest. If the man had really tricked them, why would a quest appear, even asking him to save his daughter? It made no sense at all. "Then should we turn around and leave this place?" Yuan asked her. "We could do that, but doesn't Brother Yuan want to fight a monster at the spirit warrior level? This could be a good opportunity for Brother Yuan, at least Xiao Hua thinks so." "You think so?" Yuan showed a bitter smile on his face. Should he continue on with this quest that might be a trap, or should he just turn around and call it quits? After standing there with a pondering face for some time, Yuan finally said, "Okay, let's do this. Even if that man may have lured us into this trap, if I leave now, who knows how many more people will fall victim to this scheme if I leave it alone. Tell me more about the demonic spider, Xiao Hua. Does it have any fatal weaknesses? Xiao Hua nodded and said, demonic spiders are renowned for their powerful poison, which can easily kill someone below the spirit warrior level within mere seconds, and their sharp claws that can cut large boulders as though it's paper. However, as long as you avoid these two deadly attacks, the demonic spider is no different than just an oversized spider. You make it sound like it's an easy task to dodge those attacks. Yuan looked at her with raised eyebrows. Although the demonic spider has powerful attacks, it lacks the speed to take advantage of its raw power. So as long as Brother Yuan pays attention, you shouldn't have any problems dodging its attacks. I hope so. Yuan sighed. The two of them began walking deeper into the cave until they encountered what appeared to be an entrance to another area in the cave. This is definitely the boss room. Yuan mumbled to himself after seeing the suspicious entrance that oozed with an obnoxious feeling. The demonic spider is right beyond that point, Brother Yuan, and it appears to be at the 4th level spirit warrior realm. Xiao Hua said to him after scouting for him using her spiritual sense. 4th level. That's 1 level higher than your recommended level. Yuan said. Brother Yuan is a genius, so it will be fine. Xiao Hua raised her thumb at him. I have a feeling that you are overestimating me. Don't worry, Brother Yuan. If you are in trouble, Xiao Hua will come to your rescue, so you can fight to your heart's content. I guess so. What's the worst that can happen? I die and restart my cultivation. Well, here goes nothing. After taking a moment to prepare himself mentally, Yuan began walking towards the boss room with a sword in his hand. After entering the boss room, Yuan could see a spacious area with webs and bones littering the ground, but there was no sight of the demonic spider. Where's the demonic spider? He asked after looking left and right without seeing the monster. It's above you, Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua said to him. Why didn't you tell me that before I entered this room? Yuan immediately looked up at the ceiling, where a 5-meter-tall monster with a half-human and half-body spider was hanging on the webs that covered the entire cave ceiling. That thing is massive. Yuan exclaimed with a terrified expression, as he has never seen anything this terrifying before. Not only did it look like a monster straight out of a horror movie, but it also had 8 massive and sharp legs, and each of them was as big as Yuan's entire body. Be careful, Brother Yuan. It's coming. Right as Xiao Hua warned him, the demonic spider kicked its legs and jumped at Yuan with its large mouth wide open. Oh shit! Yuan quickly jumped back. Boom! The demonic spider landed a moment later, destroying the solid ground with ease. Looks like we have quite the nimble one here. The demonic spider suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. It can speak. Yuan was thoroughly shocked now, as he did not expect the demonic spider to suddenly start speaking in human language. Some demonic beings can gain the ability to speak once they reach a certain cultivation level. Xiao Hua said to him. Since it can speak, I might as well question it. Yuan said, and he continued, demonic spider. What happened to the daughter of the man outside? What, you ask? I ate her, of course. Ha ha ha. The demonic spider burst out laughing, sending chills down Yuan's body. Children's meat smells and tastes the best, after all. Although I'd promised that man that I'd return his daughter if he brings me 10 humans, I simply couldn't resist my urges, and I consumed her flesh and bones on the 2nd day. The demonic spider held a blissful expression on its human-like face as it recalled eating the human girl. You bastard! Yuan narrowed his eyes in anger, and he emitted killing intent for the first time ever. You have gained new information for the quest Unknown Man's Plea. Quest Unknown Man's Plea has been updated. Quest description: slay the demonic spider that consumed the man's daughter. I like the look in your eyes, it resembles that of a wild beast. A grin appeared on the demonic spider's face, and it continued to speak. However, you are only at the 1st level spirit warrior realm. You cannot defeat me, so you should just give up and let me eat you. The demonic spider then turned to look at Xiao Hua and said, "This is truly my lucky day. Your skin is very smooth and beautiful, it also smells much better than the other child. I bet you are going to taste much better, too." The smile on its face grew even wider when it imagined taking a bite from Xiao Hua's tempting body. "Since you like to eat so much, I will let you eat my sword." Yuan shouted, and he rushed at the demonic spider with the sword in his hands raised. Bloody sword strike. A red aura covered the sword's blade, creating a red arc of sword light as it slashed towards the demonic spider. Ding! The demonic spider quickly blocked the Yuan strike with one of its legs, and the impact made it sound as though two swords had collided. "It's tough." Yuan was surprised by how hard the demonic spider's legs were, feeling as though they were made out of metal. However, Yuan was not the only one who was surprised after that exchange, as the demonic spider was also shocked by Yuan's strength. How does this human have such strength when he's only at the first-level spirit warrior realm? He'd even managed to cut my legs that are harder than steel in a single strike. The demonic spider looked at the sword cut with wide eyes filled with shock. "Looks like you have some ability, cultivator." The demonic spider showed him a grotesque smile and continued, "However, you won't be able to defeat me if that's all of your strength. You talk too much for a monster." Yuan said, and he rushed at the demonic spider again. "How brave." The demonic spider used its legs to sweep at Yuan, but he dodged it with ease. Just as Xiao Hua said. Although it may be strong and tough, its speed is very slow compared to the cultivators I've already fought. Yuan felt relieved inwardly after seeing that he could dodge the demonic spider's attacks with no problem. Bloody sword strike. Yuan activated his sword skill, and he aimed it directly at the demonic spider's face. "If I can't cut your legs, I will go straight for your face." Ding! The demonic spider used 2 more legs to block its face. "Ha ha ha. Did you forget that I have 8 limbs? Die for me." After blocking Yuan's attack, the demonic spider opened its mouth and spat out a lob of green liquid at him. Yuan's eyes widened at the green liquid that was flying towards his face, but he was not caught off guard, as he'd been watching the demonic spider's every movement very carefully. After dodging the poison spit, Yuan distanced himself from the demonic spider and raised his sword in a particular manner. "I do not believe that I cannot cut you down." Yuan took a deep breath before closing his eyes. "How dare you close your eyes during our fight? Are you looking down on me?" The demonic spider shouted in anger, and it began running at Yuan with a fierce aura. However, Yuan remained calm, and he slowly opened his eyes a second later, which was glowing brilliantly, and his black eyes suddenly became golden. When the demonic spider saw Yuan's golden eyes, it immediately stopped running at him and stared at him with narrowed eyes, feeling an ominous feeling coming from Yuan. "This is my first time using this skill, but I have a feeling that it'll defeat the demonic spider." Yuan felt very confident at this moment, and his senses were sharper, almost as though something within him had awakened. "Oh. Brother Yuan is finally going to use that technique." Xiao Hua watched with enthusiasm. Yuan's body suddenly exploded with immense spiritual energy and a heavenly aura, and his sword gushed with a golden light that was so bright and thick that the blade itself could no longer be seen, almost as though it had turned into a pillar of light. After raising the sword towards the heavens, Yuan swung it vertically as though he wanted to split the seas and separate the heavens. Heaven-splitting sword strike. A golden beam of light then shot out from the sword and rushed at the demonic spider, and if one looked closely, they would be able to see the image of a dragon within the golden light. The demonic spider watched the golden beam flying towards it with wide eyes, and it wanted to dodge it, but for some odd reason, it was unable to move its muscles, much less its legs, almost as though there were invisible chains bounding its body. The demonic spider suddenly felt the urge to turn its head, so it slowly turned to look at the small figure standing a few meters away, and when it saw the barely noticeable smile on Xiao Hua's face, it immediately realized why it couldn't move its body, and it roared loudly. Damn you, humans! When the golden light finally reached the demonic spider, it consumed the demonic spider's figure, before destroying its body into 1,000,000 pieces until there was nothing left of its existence. However, the golden light did not stop even after erasing the demonic spider and continued to fly towards the end of the cave. Boom! The entire cave shook violently as Yuan's sword strike created a massive hole in the cave. Congratulations! Player Yuan has become the first player to kill the elite boss, Demonic Spider. Congratulations! Player Yuan has become the first player to conquer the demonic spider's silent cave. 2 announcements appeared in the sky for every player in the world to see. Meanwhile, inside the demonic spider's silent cave, Yuan silently stared at the gaping hole in the cave, seemingly surprised by the heaven-splitting sword strike's prowess. As expected of a divine rank skill, its ability is through the roof. Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice. Sometime later, Xiao Hua approached Yuan with 2 items in her hand, and she said, "Brother Yuan, the demonic spider dropped its monster core and a poison sac." "Oh, thank you." Yuan accepted the monster core without hesitation but then looked at the poison sac with a worried expression. "Xiao Hua, is it safe to be holding that thing?" he asked her. The poison is contained inside the sac, so you won't get poisoned." She nodded. Poison sac. Material. Description: a rare item dropped by demonic spiders. It can be used to enchant weapons or used to create poison pills. "Anyway, let's get out of here," Yuan said. The 2 of them began making their way out of the cave, and a few minutes later, they reached the exit. What happened? Where's my daughter?" When the middle-aged man saw Yuan, his eyes widened with shock. Why is he still alive? What happened to the demonic spider? Seeing the middle-aged man, Yuan immediately frowned and said to him, "How dare you lie and bait us? You never wanted us to save your daughter." The middle-aged man immediately got on his knees and kowtowed to them, "I'm sorry, cultivators. I had no choice because the demonic spider has my daughter. It said that if I brought 10 humans to it, it would let my daughter live." Yuan shook his head and said, "Just like how you'd lied to us, the demonic spider also lied to you. It never planned on keeping its words. Your daughter, she was eaten by it on the 2nd day." "No. Impossible." The middle-aged man looked at Yuan with disbelief, and he begged Yuan in a voice filled with desperation, "Please. That cannot be true. She must be in there somewhere. I don't gain anything by lying to you. If you do not believe me, you can go inside and check for yourself. I have already killed the demonic spider, so you don't have to worry about." Before Yuan could even finish his sentence, the middle-aged man got up and rushed into the cave, disappearing into the darkness. Many minutes have passed since the middle-aged man rushed inside the demonic spider's silent cave to look for his daughter. Meanwhile, Yuan and Xiao Hua waited for him outside. "I wonder how much qi I will gain by consuming the demonic spider's monster core." Yuan thought to himself with the shiny monster core in his hands, preparing to pop it into his mouth like eating hard candy. When Xiao Hua noticed Yuan staring at the demonic spider's monster core with craving eyes, she asked him, "Brother Yuan, are you going to eat the monster core?" Although Brother Yuan can eat Spirit Apprentice level monster cores without any problems, Xiao Hua is worried that Spirit Warrior level monster cores may contain too much qi for you to consume. "We won't know that until I try it, right?" Yuan said. "That is true, but..." Xiao Hua still wore a worried expression. Yuan then said with a confident smile, "Don't worry, Xiao Hua. I have faith in my stomach. But the qi goes to your dantian, not your stomach, Brother Yuan. It's not food, after all." Xiao Hua said to him with a dumbfounded face. "What's the difference?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. "The dantian is every cultivator's source of power and where you store your qi. Without it, one cannot cultivate qi. And any damage done to one's dantian is incredibly hard to heal. That's why every cultivator cares for their dantian more than their own life because they rather die than live life as a cripple." Xiao Hua explained to him the importance of one's dantian. If one cannot cultivate, they are considered a cripple in this world. And people would rather die than to live as a cripple. That's bullshit. Yuan looked at her with wide eyes filled with disbelief, even feeling slightly angry at cultivators. As a cripple himself, Yuan couldn't help but feel offended to hear that cultivators would rather die than being a cripple. In fact, he doesn't even consider people who cannot cultivate to be real cripples, even finding it incredibly disrespectful. So what if one cannot cultivate? That does not mean they should die. These cultivators truly live a luxurious life, worrying about such insignificant matters. Yuan sighed loudly. Xiao Hua was speechless. Although it may not be of any importance to Yuan, who grew up in a world without any cultivation and in a relatively peaceful world, in the cultivation world, whether one can cultivate or not was a matter of life or death, because if one cannot cultivate they will remain weak forever and will eventually be consumed by the stronger people who can cultivate. Brother Yuan may not understand the importance of cultivation now, but once he grows stronger and experiences more of the cultivation world, he'll see the real ugliness of this world. Xiao Hua pondered to herself. And while Xiao Hua was thinking to herself, Yuan tossed the monster core in his mouth. Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat after seeing this. No matter how many times she has witnessed Yuan eating monster cores, she could not get used to such an abnormal scene and would always feel nervous afterward. Calm down, Xiao Hua. I am fine. Yuan said to her as he savored the sweet taste in his mouth. Just like Spirit Apprentice level monster cores, the demonic spider monster core melted into a sweet substance the moment it touched his tongue. After swallowing the demonic spider's monster core, Yuan could feel an enormous power growing from within his body, causing his aura and cultivation to skyrocket. Heaven Refining Physique activated. 153,840,000 chi has been refined from the demonic spider's monster core. 38,460,000. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached the second level spirit warrior. Plus 1500 stats. 70692000. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached the third level spirit warrior. Plus 2000 stats. 153,840,000. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached the fourth level spirit warrior. Plus 500 stats. 165,568,000 out of 307,680,000. Brother Yuan, you. Xiao Hua glared at him with a terrified expression, as she has never seen anyone raise their cultivation by 3 levels in a single breath. See? I am fine even after consuming the monster core. Yuan said to her afterward with a bright smile on his face. What is going on? How can Brother Yuan raise cultivation levels as easy as breathing? Could he be the cultivation gods reincarnate? Xiao Hua cried inwardly. However, Yuan obtained more than just chi from consuming the demonic spider's monster core, as his heavenly refining physique unexpectedly activated again. Heaven Refining Physique activated. You have gained weak poison resistance from consuming the demonic spider's monster core. Weak poison resistance. Description: slightly increases your poison resistance. Xiao Hua, I also gained some resistance against poison after consuming the monster core, but this has never happened before. Yuan decided to ask her, who's still trying to recover from the earlier shock. Brother Yuan, what did you just say? Xiao Hua asked him with a dazed face. That I gained some poison resistance after consuming the monster core. Yuan repeated himself. That's impossible. Xiao Hua quickly shook her head, and she continued to speak in a shocked voice. Xiao Hua has never heard of someone gaining something else besides chi from consuming monster cores before. Yuan casually shrugged his shoulder and said, there's a saying that there's always a first time for everything. However, Xiao Hua was not convinced, as this would be an unprecedented event in the cultivation world that has existed for countless millions of years. No, There is a story in the upper heavens that mentions an individual who has a similar ability, but that is only a legend from the ancient times. Brother Yuan is truly unfathomable. Xiao Hua could barely stand still at this moment, feeling as though her common sense regarding the cultivation world had been flipped upside down by Yuan's profound existence. Are you okay, Xiao Hua? Your expressions are more exaggerated than usual. Yuan suddenly said to her, completely unaware of how heaven-defying his own existence is. Xiao Hua is fine. She nodded a moment later, and she continued, but is Brother Yuan really fine? Does your body feel weird? You did just break through 3 times in the blink of an eye, after all. I feel perfectly fine, he said. In fact, I feel even better than normal. And then he said, by the way, Xiao Hua, remember that spirit crystal you bought from the auction house? Since it's similar to a monster core, maybe I can eat it too. When Xiao Hua heard his words, she immediately shook her head with a horrified expression and spoke in a stern voice, absolutely not, Brother Yuan. You cannot eat the spirit crystal. It contains spiritual energy that rivals even spirit grandmasters. And it's nothing like a monster core. Brother Yuan will definitely explode into a million pieces after eating it. If you say so. Yuan said with a slightly disappointed expression, as he was curious about the spirit crystal's taste. A few minutes later, Xiao Hua suddenly said, Brother Yuan, he's coming back. Yuan turned to look at the cave, and the middle-aged man slowly walked out of the cave with an emotionless expression, almost as though he'd lost all of his will to continue living. When Yuan saw the hopelessness in the middle-aged man's blank eyes, he also felt a slight pain in his heart, as he understood what the middle-aged man was feeling at this moment very well. After living for so many years as a cripple who cannot even leave his own bed without another's assistance, even the world's toughest man would experience depression, much less someone as young and innocent as Yuan, and it was inevitable that he would have thoughts about ending his own life to make things easier for his little sister. That man, he's lost the will to live, Yuan mumbled in a low voice. If only there's something we can do to relieve that sorrow. Xiao Hua gently shook her head and spoke, there is nothing we can do for him, Brother Yuan. This is the harsh reality for those without power, the weak will be consumed by the strong. There's only one way to avoid this kind of situation, and that is to become strong enough to protect the things you love. Yuan was speechless, but he was beginning to understand this world better and why people, cultivators, thirst for power. If one was weak, they might experience the same situation as this middle-aged man, losing their loved ones to a stronger existence that's beyond their own abilities. And somewhere within Yuan's heart, the desire for strength, the desire to protect this peaceful life he's living, began to bud. Ah, you're still here. The middle-aged man stopped in front of Yuan and Xiao Hua. I'm sorry for your loss. If only I came to this place earlier. Yuan sighed. The middle-aged man shook his head and spoke in a low voice, no, this is entirely my fault. If only I didn't bring her to this dangerous place to pick herbs with me. But for poor people like us, this is the only way for us to continue living. Anyway, I would like to apologize for tricking you into the demonic spider's cave. The middle-aged man got on his knees and kowtowed to them with a sincere feeling, not daring to lift his head even many moments later. Please, you don't need to apologize for something you were forced to do. If I were in your shoes, I would have done the same thing. Yuan said while pulling the man off the floor. Then allow me to thank you for killing the demonic spider, for avenging my daughter's death. The middle-aged man reached into his pockets before taking out a beautiful plant with 7 colorful leaves that resembled a rainbow. That's the 7-colored herb, Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua immediately recognized this beautiful plant and said in an excited voice while pulling his sleeves. Is it valuable? He asked. The 7-colored herb is an extremely rare medicine that does not grow in any specific location in this world. Most people live their entire life without seeing one. It's a priceless treasure, she said. Are you sure that you want to part with such a precious item? Yuan asked the middle-aged man, feeling hesitant about accepting such a priceless treasure. Don't you need money? If you sell it. However, before Yuan could even finish his sentence, the middle-aged man shook his head and said, "Without my daughter, I no longer have any need for money. And this medicine was found by my daughter. I'm sure that she would want you to have it, too. Please, young man, accept it." The man lowered his head and extended his arms until the seven-colored herb was right before Yuan's body. Seeing this, Yuan sighed and accepted the herb. "Thank you." Once Yuan accepted the seven-colored herb, the middle-aged bowed to him one last time before turning around and walking away. "Please wait." Yuan suddenly shouted at him. When the man stopped walking and turned around, Yuan tossed a small pouch at him and said, "It may be nothing compared to your gift, but I hope you can live a carefree life for the rest of your life." The middle-aged man did not say anything and merely nodded his head before disappearing into the woods. I don't know how much money was inside that pouch since I didn't look in it after it was given to me by that spirit master, but I hope it was enough. Yuan sighed afterward. "Don't worry, brother Yuan. There was plenty of money inside." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Eh? How do you know? You didn't even touch it." A storage pouch without any protection is no different than an open book for cultivators who can control their spiritual sense. Just like how Xiao Hua uses her spiritual sense to locate monsters for Brother Yuan, Xiao Hua can also use her spiritual sense to sense things that cannot normally be seen with the naked eyes. Xiao Hua said. Anyway, there were about 3 million gold coins inside that pouch. But compared to the seven-colored herb he gave to Brother Yuan, it's akin to buying a priceless treasure with a grain of rice. This thing is that valuable. Yuan looked at the colorful plant in his grasp. Seven-colored herb. Tier 7 medicine. Description: an extremely rare herb with countless uses. Tier 7 medicine. Even the soul-strengthening pill Shien Wuhan gave me is only Tier 3. Yuan cried inwardly. A few more moments later, a notification appeared before him. You have completed the quest, Unknown Man's Plea. You have been rewarded with 1x7 colored herb. Fame plus 10. Mu Qing has been added to your bond. Mu Qing's bond level has increased to acquaintance. Congratulations. You have gained the following effect from Mu Qing's bond level: Mu Qing's approval. Mu Qing's approval. Is Mu Qing that man just now? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner after seeing the notification. Mu Qing's approval grants you access to certain events. What kind of effect is this? Yuan became even more puzzled after seeing the description. Unlike Mo Zhou's gratitude that grants him offensive benefits, this Mu Qing's approval provided nothing of that sort except a vague description. I guess not every effect comes with benefits like Mo Zhou's gratitude. Yuan thought to himself. Xiao Hua, now that I have defeated a monster at the spirit warrior level, do you think I am ready to fight other monsters at the same level? Yuan asked her sometime later. But spirit warrior level monsters don't usually roam in this area. The demonic spider must have been a special occasion. If Brother Yuan wants to fight spirit warrior level monsters, we will have to travel further south to the purple bamboo forest. There we can find monsters between the first level and the third level spirit warrior. How far away is this place? Yuan asked. A few thousand miles, she casually responded. A few thousand? Yuan's eyes widened with shock, as that was akin to traveling from one continent to another in the real world. How long would it take for them to get there without a plane or any vehicle? And how are we going to get there? He decided to ask her. We fly, of course. Xiao Hua calmly responded. Unless Brother Yuan wants to run there, which will take a couple of days. Wait a second, did you just say, fly? You can fly. Yuan looked at her with wide eyes, completely forgetting about her skills. Xiao Hua nodded and said, once a cultivator reaches the spirit grandmaster level, they can manipulate the spiritual energy within their body and their surroundings and soar in the sky. Of course, there are talented individuals out there who can fly before reaching the spirit grandmaster level. But since Brother Yuan can't fly yet, Xiao Hua will carry you with a flying sword. After saying those words, Xiao Hua retrieved a sword from her storage pouch and tossed it in the air. One would expect the gravity to pull the sword towards the ground, but the sword actually remained suspended in the air, almost as though there was an invisible hand holding it. Oh my God! Yuan stared at the floating sword with bright eyes. He has been wanting to try something like this ever since he saw that cultivator floating in the sky while standing on his sword when he first arrived in this world. However, he didn't expect that such an opportunity would arise so fast. You are the best, Xiao Hua. I love you. Yuan went to hug her out of sheer excitement. Oh. Xiao Hua's soft cheeks turned slightly rosy after the hug. Anyway, how do I do this? Do I just jump on the sword? Yuan asked her afterward. Yuan. Xiao Hua nodded, and she spoke, because Xiao Hua will control the sword for Brother Yuan, you will only need to control the spiritual energy in your legs and feet, or you will fall off the sword in the air. Okay, let's give this a try. Yuan immediately turned to face the flying sword with excitement in his gaze. After preparing himself, he jumped on the sword. Ah! Yuan immediately fell off the sword a second later due to a mistake in his balancing. This is harder than I'd thought. Yuan said, but he did not lose hope and tried again. After many trials and errors that resulted in his face kissing the ground, Yuan finally began getting used to controlling his spiritual energy and balancing himself on the sword. Look! I am floating. Yuan spoke with excitement after standing on the flying sword without falling for over a minute. Seeing this, Xiao Hua said, Xiao Hua will move the sword now. Try to stay on the sword, Brother Yuan. Do it slowly. He quickly warned her. A second later, the flying sword began moving very slowly, traveling a single meter every few seconds. Haha, I am doing. Just as Yuan prepared to celebrate his achievement, he lost control over his spiritual energy and fell off the sword again. Don't worry, Brother Yuan, you'll get used to it. Xiao Hua encouraged him. Thus, Yuan began training with this flying sword for the remainder of the day. After many hours of training, Yuan was finally able to remain standing on the sword even when it was flying at 100 miles per hour. However, any faster than that and he would fall right off the sword. By the end of the day, Yuan could finally withstand the flying sword traveling over 300 miles per hour. Of course, he still needed Xiao Hua to control the sword for him. Okay, Xiao Hua, it's about time for me to log off. We can start traveling to the purple bamboo forest after I return. Yuan said to her at the end. Xiao Hua nodded before returning to the necklace, and Yuan logged off shortly later. After logging off, Yuan could already hear the sound of gentle footsteps approaching his room, and he immediately knew it was Yu. Once the door to his room opened, Yu's soft voice resounded, I apologize for not being able to take care of you yesterday, brother. There's no need for you to apologize. Even you need to rest on some days. Anyway, are you okay? I heard from the maid that you were speaking with father and mother. Yuan said to her. Ha! A low-spirited laugh escaped from Yu's mouth, and she spoke. Instead of speaking, it was more like being scolded. Eh? You were scolded? Now that's something you won't hear every day. What did you do? Yuan was surprised to learn that Yu had been scolded, as she was the role model type of girl who's always respectful and obedient towards her parents. Well, my grades in school dropped a little bit, enough for me to get scolded. Although Yuan couldn't see her expression, he could hear the bitterness in her voice. I see. Our parents are very strict when it comes to performance, after all. Yuan said. They can be too strict at times. She sighed. Anyway, let's not talk about such a depressing subject. Why don't you tell me about your experience with Cultivation Online while I help you clean? How are you enjoying the game so far? Yu asked him a moment later. To say I am enjoying it is an understatement. Yuan quickly said. Oh. Tell me more about it. Yu smiled after hearing his voice that was filled with excitement and happiness, which was an unfamiliar feeling even for her. Just the other day, for the first time in many years, I got to eat something that's not soup or porridge. Yuan recalled to Yu the wonderful food he'd eaten in the game. Even though I'd spent all of my money on it, I do not regret it. And let me tell you, eating food in the game feels no different than eating in real life. You can taste every flavor and spice in the food. I don't know how they did it, but this kind of technology is simply otherworldly. Is that all you've been doing in the game? Eating food? Yu chuckled at him. What about your cultivation? Isn't that the main focus of the game? How far have you progressed? I don't know how I am doing compared to the others, but I think I am progressing at a steady pace. Hearing his words, Yu said, most of the top players around the world are just reaching the 9th level spirit apprentice realm. What level are you, brother? What? They are just reaching the 9th level. Why are they so slow? Does this make me a top player? Yuan pondered to himself. I am at the 4th level. Yuan said a moment later, purposefully leaving out the spirit warrior realm so he can surprise her later on. The 4th level only. Just how much have you been slacking, brother? At this rate, I will catch up to you even though I am a week late to the game. Does one's cultivation really matter? It's not as though you cannot play the game without cultivating. Yuan said to her, unable to comprehend why everyone is trying so hard to improve their cultivation. And I feel like cultivating normally takes too much time, and it's too boring since you only sit there and breathe. While it's true that you do not need to cultivate to play the game, you are going to get bullied by other players and even NPCs if you are not strong in the game. The saying, only the strong survives, is deeply rooted in the game's world, and it's almost like nature itself there, so if you are not strong enough, you won't be able to survive, much less enjoy the game. There are even many players who are killing other players to loot their items, and player killing is getting more popular by the day. Yu said to him. Player killing. What a pain in the ass. Yuan shook his head inwardly. Now he not only has to deal with psychopathic NPCs who will kill you if you even slightly bother them, but also other players. Why can't everyone just enjoy the game peacefully? Why must they dirty such a beautiful world with blood and corpses? It's the nature of the game, so there's nothing we can do about it. Even if you try to mind your own business and not cause trouble for others, other players will still cause trouble for you. And if it's not a player, it'll be an NPC. That's why you should cultivate seriously if you wish to enjoy the game, brother. I don't want to see anyone bullying you. Hearing her concerned voice, Yuan spoke with a smile on his face. Don't worry, Yu. I won't let anyone bully me, nor will I let anyone bully you in the game. If they cause even the slightest trouble for you, your brother here will cut them down without mercy. Yu chuckled at his words and said, before you start cutting anyone, you should start improving your cultivation first. Then I shall raise my cultivation just for you, Yuan said. Sometime later, after Yu finished cleaning and feeding Yuan, she asked him, do you have anything else you want to say before I leave? Yeah, just one thing. Yuan said, and he took a deep breath before continuing, thank you, and good night. Good night, brother. I can't wait to play with you in a few days. Yu said to him before leaving the room. After Yu left the room, Yuan went to sleep shortly later. Meanwhile, inside her own room, Yu surfed the internet for the latest Cultivation Online news. Player Yuan makes the headlines again. He sure is popular, even having his own forums. Yu clicked on the link without even thinking and began reading the forums that only had posts about Player Yuan. Player Yuan has become the first player to accumulate over 1 million gold coins in Cultivation Online, which is worth over $10 million at the current market rates. Player Yuan is currently the only player on the wealth leaderboards. Player Yuan becomes the first person to slay a demonic spider. Player Yuan managed to solo the dungeon Demonic Spider's Silent Cave, even achieving the first clear. Just who is this Player Yuan? Click here to find out. Top 10 theories on player Yuan and his real identity. Another player claiming to be player Yuan has appeared. There were over 100 topics on player Yuan on the forums, and it would take Yuro the entire night if she wanted to read through all of them. This player Yuan's reputation is growing by the day, to the point where there are already people impersonating him. The questions people have about his existence are almost countless. It would be interesting if I could somehow meet this player in the game. After spending an hour on the internet, Yuro entered her bed and went to sleep. Early in the morning, before the sun was even out, the alarm beside Yuro rang, waking her from her slumber. After waking up and tidying her bed, Yuro went to the bathroom to take a quick shower, wash her face, and brush her hair, before going to the kitchen to cook breakfast. However, she was not feeding herself. Once breakfast was finished, Yuro carried the bowl of soup she just cooked and some other things to a large room that was isolated at the end of the hall. "Brother, are you awake?" Yuro knocked on the door before going into the room. "I'm awake," Yuan spoke in a hoarse voice. "Let me brush your teeth." Yuro proceeded to lift Yuan into a sitting position before brushing his teeth and wiping his face with a warm towel. A few minutes later, she began feeding him the soup she'd personally cooked. "How's the temperature?" she asked him. "Perfect." Yuro wore a smile on her face as she continued feeding him a spoon at a time. "Brother, my 4-day vacation from school starts in 3 days, so I will finally be able to play with you soon," Yuro said to him. "That's great. I want you to meet a friend I've made in the game. She reminds me of you a lot," Yuan said with a smile on her face. "She." A slight frown appeared on Yuro's face when she learned that Yuan made a female friend. "Is she pretty?" she decided to ask him. "Yeah, she's very cute. I'm sure that you'll get along with her easily," Yuan said without hesitation. Yuro's eyebrows trembled at his words, and she said, "I highly doubt that, brother." "Why not? She's already like a second sister to me." "Second sister?" Yuro exclaimed in a surprised voice, and she quickly said, "I hope you are not getting fooled by her, brother. You are not very experienced with that kind of stuff, after all." Yuro was worried that Yuan might have been tricked by some sly fox with unkind intentions, as these kinds of people were a dime a dozen these days. "Listen here, brother. You may not know this, but there are many people out there who will willingly pretend to be your friends for their personal benefits, and once they have what they wanted from you, they will toss you aside like trash. Even though it's just a game, you must stay vigilant, especially with the females. They are the craftiest ones. Who knows what kind of trouble you'll get into with them." Yuro gave him a stern warning. "Huh, you are over-exaggerating." Yuan chuckled at her words, and he said, "Xiao Hua is not that kind of person. You'll understand it once you meet her. Don't worry, brother, that will be the first thing I do once I can play the game." After chatting for a few more minutes, Yuro said, "Brother, it's time for me to go. I'll see you again later tonight." "Have a safe day," Yuan said to her before entering the game. Once Yuro left Yuan's room, she went to eat breakfast that was prepared by someone else. "Young lady, for breakfast we have." A middle-aged lady wearing maid clothes began explaining the food on the table for Yuro. After Yuro finished eating breakfast, the maid said to her, "The car is ready, young lady." Yuro gracefully wiped her lips with a napkin before nodding her head. Sometime later, Yuro was escorted outside by another maid. Why must the young lady waste her precious time on that cripple? I even heard that her performance in school was lower than usual. She must not be getting enough sleep because of that cripple." One of the maids sighed in a pained tone after Yuro was gone. "There's nothing we can do about it. The young lady insists on taking care of him by herself, even restricting us from going into his room without her permission," said another maid. "Why does she care so much for him? I doubt he is able to do anything for her with that useless body. I have only heard of this from the older servants, but apparently the young master used to have a healthy body. Does it really matter what happened in the past? The fact is that he's a cripple now and will continue to be one in the future. I simply cannot fathom the young lady's thoughts. She could easily gather countless men with her status and beauty, yet she'd rather spend her time with a bed-stricken cripple who might die at any moment. You should really watch your mouth. If the young lady hears such words, losing your job will be the least of your worries. While the maids in the house talked behind Yuan's back, Yuan was having the time of his life soaring besides the clouds in the sky on a flying sword. This is the best feeling ever. Yuan shouted from excitement as he flew over mountains and rivers, feeling as free as a bird. Be careful, brother Yuan. You'll fall if you lose control of your spiritual energy. Xiao Hua warned him from behind. And unlike Yuan, who needed the assistance of the flying sword to fly, she was flying in the air with just her spiritual energy alone. I don't understand why anyone would walk if they can just ride these things. If I could fly, I'd be flying everywhere, even in the streets. Flying gets tiring if you do it for too long, and it consumes too much spiritual energy. Most people would rather save as much spiritual energy as they can in case they run into trouble. And because not many people have reached the spirit grandmaster level in this place, we will barely run into any cultivators who can fly. Xiao Hua explained to him. I see. Anyway, how long before we reach our destination? Yuan asked her. We will arrive in a few hours. But we'll also take short breaks in between because Brother Yuan cannot remain on the sword for long. Sounds good. Yuan nodded. After flying for a little under an hour, Yuan was beginning to feel fatigued from using his spiritual energy constantly. How am I feeling tired already? I have over 100 million qi. Yuan was baffled by how quickly his qi depleted when he had over 100 million qi. Either flying requires a massive amount of qi to maintain or the large number of qi does not justify his actual amount of qi. No wonder why cultivators rather walk than fly. He sighed inwardly. Hold on a little bit longer, brother Yuan. Xiao Hua suddenly said to him. There's a small city up ahead. We can rest there. A few minutes later, Yuan could see the city walls with buildings inside a few miles in the distance. Although it did not appear to be as big as Spirit City, it was still considerably spacious. You have discovered Peng City. Sometime later, Yuan and Xiao Hua descended from the sky and landed near the city entrance, instantly attracting the attention of everyone there. An expert. It's an expert. I have never seen anyone fly without the assistance of a flying sword before. The people there began mumbling to each other with awe, their gazes filled with respect. When the guards at the gates saw Yuan and Xiao Hua, they immediately approached them and bowed to them. Welcome to Peng City, seniors. Seniors? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a baffled manner. Does he really look that old in the eyes of these guards? Listen here, I am only 18 years old. Don't address me as if I am an old man. That's disrespectful. Yuan said to them. The guards stared at Yuan with even larger eyes after hearing his words. What kind of prodigy could control a flying sword at such a young age? Calling him a genius would still be an understatement. Oh, our apologies, young master. The guards apologized when they snapped out of their daze. Brother Yuan, people care about your power above anything else in the cultivation world. Being called a senior means they acknowledge that your strength is above theirs, and it's not disrespectful at all. Is that so? But it still feels weird to be addressed in such a manner. Yuan said. Anyway, what do you want with us? He asked the guards a moment later. If it's not too much to ask, we would like to know the young master and young lady's reason for visiting this place. The guards responded still with their heads lowered. We don't have any reason, really. We're only taking a break here before we resume our journey. Yuan said to them. If the young masters are looking for a place to rest, may we recommend the Lord's Manor, said one of the guards. The Lord's Manor? That sounds like a very expensive place, and we won't be staying here for long, so it's not necessary. Yuan quickly rejected their offer, as he was personally penniless. Don't worry about the expenses, young master. The Lord won't charge you even a single coin. The guard said to him. But I don't want to intrude on this person without any reason, Yuan said. In his eyes, it was simply too awkward for him to stay in someone's house without any good reason, not to mention a place as impressive sounding as the Lord's manor. To tell you the truth, we are only following the Lord's orders, as he is currently in a troubled situation and is looking for experts for help. The guards suddenly revealed the real reason why they wanted him to go to the Lord's manor. Oh. Yuan's eyes flickered with interest upon hearing the guard's words. Could this be a quest? Maybe the real reason they approached me is because I am a player. Yuan thought to himself. I guess it won't hurt to visit this person who might need our help. What do you think, Xiao Hua? Yuan nodded a moment later. Xiao Hua will follow Brother Yuan's decision, she quickly responded. Okay, then let's go to this Lord's manor, Yuan said to the guards, who immediately wore very bright smiles on their faces. Thank you very much, young masters. The Lord will be filled with joy once he learns of this. Please wait a moment while I find an escort for the young masters. One of the guards quickly left the scene. A few minutes later, the guard returned with a very beautiful lady who did not have the appearance of an ordinary escort. Welcome to Pang City, esteemed guests. The lady greeted them with courtesy before introducing herself. I am Luo Ling, the eldest daughter of the Luo family that governs this humble city. Allow me to escort you back to my home. You can call me Yuan, and this is Xiao Hua. Yuan gave her a quick introduction. Senior Yuan and Senior Xiao, right? You can drop the formality and just call me Yuan. He said to her, as it felt incredibly weird for a beautiful lady who only appeared to be in her mid-20s to call him senior. How does Taoist Yuan sound? I do not dare to address someone as powerful as you so casually. Luo Ling said to him. Powerful. You are giving me too much credit. I am only at the spirit warrior level. Yuan said with a bashful smile. Despite that, you emit a very formidable aura, not to mention the young lady beside you. Luo Ling looked at Xiao Hua with a nervous gaze. Although she cannot see Xiao Hua's entire cultivation base, she was certain that Xiao Hua was at least at the spirit grandmaster level, as many people here have witnessed her flying without the assistance of a flying sword, and she even emits the aura of a true expert. Taoist Yuan is fine, I guess. He nodded a moment later. Luo Ling proceeded to escort Yuan and Xiao Hua into the city. Meanwhile, the people that had to wait in line to get inside the Pang city began mumbling to each other. Did you see that? I have never seen Lady Luo personally receive guests before. Of course I saw it. I am not blind. And those two were clearly experts. It'd only be obvious that they would be treated with the utmost respect. Hey, did you hear that young man just now? I think he called himself Yuan. Could he be the player Yuan that everyone and their mother has been talking about? Are you sure you heard right? He didn't give off the feeling of a player, much less an unfathomable individual such as player Yuan. He's probably just an NPC with a similar name. Yeah, probably. It would be amazing if he was the real player Yuan, though. A group of players within the line chatted with each other while they waited for their turn to enter the city. After entering the city, Yuan said to Luo Ling, the guards mentioned that the lord of this city is currently in a troubled situation. What's troubling him, and how can we help him? Well, it's like this, Taoist Yuan. A few days ago, some ignorant adventurer went into the mountains to hunt, and he accidentally killed the mountain lord's child. This greatly angered the mountain lord, who immediately blamed our city and swore to send an army of monsters to trample us very soon. Mountain lord? Is that a person or? Yuan raised his eyebrows. The mountain lord is a fearsome beast at the 5th level of the spirit warrior realm, and it is a guardian of sorts for the Pang mountain that's right beside our Pang city. If it attacks our city, only my father who's also at the 5th level of the spirit warrior realm can fight it, but then he won't be able to protect the city against the other monsters, and we are currently lacking in manpower with around 50 guards, with most of them being at the spirit apprentice level. Luo Ling explained the situation to him. This is why we are looking for any help we can get. If Taoist Yuan is willing to lend us your power, it would definitely help us a lot, and we won't spare any effort into repaying you afterward. Luo Ling said to him with her head lowered. Since this city needs help and the strongest threat is only at the 5th level of the spirit warrior realm, there's no reason why I would refuse to give you my assistance. Yuan nodded. Now that he is at the 4th level of the spirit warrior realm, he shouldn't have any problems fighting even 7th level spirit warriors, much less a spirit warrior at the 5th level. Thank you very much, Taoist Yuan. My father will definitely be ecstatic to hear this later. Luo Ling bowed to him again before they continued walking. Sometime later, they arrived at a massive building that was situated in the middle of the city. Welcome to my family's humble home. Luo Ling said to him when they were at the front gates. Yuan looked at the decorated building with wide eyes. How can such a place be described as humble? Welcome back, young lady. Welcome to the Lord's Manor, esteemed guests. The guards by the gate greeted them when they approached. Where's my father? She asked them. Lord Luo should be finishing up with the other guests right as we speak. Oh. Esteemed guests. You are finally here. A middle-aged man wearing luxurious official clothes suddenly came running out of the building in the middle of the guard's sentence. Welcome to my humble home, esteemed guests. The guards have already briefed me about your presence. Thank you so much for taking the time to even listen to our request despite being so busy yourselves. Lord Luo extended his hands to Yuan for a handshake. Don't worry about it. We are not actually that busy, anyway. Yuan said as he accepted Lord Luo's handshake. Please, let us continue speaking inside. Lord Luo then led them into a large guest room and said to Luo Ling, bring us our finest tea, and bring the other two here while you're at it. Yes, father. Luo Ling nodded. Excuse me for a moment, Taoist Yuan. She said to him before leaving the room. Esteemed guests, once again, allow me to thank you for coming here. Lord Luo said to them a moment later. Just call me Taoist Yuan, and I have heard everything about your situation from Luo Ling, Yuan said to him. You need help defending the city, right? That's right, Taoist Yuan. As shameful as it may sound, being only a 5th level spirit warrior, I do not have what it takes to defend the city in this dire situation. We usually don't have to worry about the beasts within the Pang Mountain because of a peace treaty between the city and the Mountain Lord, but because of what happened with the Mountain Lord's child, the treaty was broken. We had even tried to bring the perpetrator directly to the Mountain Lord, hoping it'd at least spare the innocent people in the city, but alas, the Mountain Lord was too consumed in anger to even care. Lord Luo spoke in a sighing voice. Taoist Yuan, the city, and I will be eternally grateful even if you can help us take care of the weaker monsters, as it's the people in the city that I am the most worried about, and I will handle the Mountain Lord by myself. You have received a quest. Quest, Protecting Pang City. Difficulty, Easy. Quest description, Defend the Pang City against the Mountain Lord's attack. Yuan nodded his head and said, Okay, we'll help you defend the city. Thank you. Thank you very much, Taoist Yuan. Sometime later, Luo Ling returned to the room with a teapot and 2 cups along with 2 other individuals that appeared to be around the same age as Yuan. Let me introduce you to my other children, Taoist Yuan. Lord Luo pointed at the handsome young man and said, This is my eldest son Luo Ming, who is 20 years old and at the 1st level spirit warrior. Hello, fellow Taoist. Luo Ming nodded at him. Lord Luo then moved to the beautiful young lady beside him and said, This is my youngest child, Luo Li, who is at the same age as Taoist Yuan and at the peak of the spirit apprentice level. It's a pleasure to meet someone as talented and handsome as Taoist Yuan. She gave him a graceful bow with the colors on her cheeks slightly rosy. Handsome. Yuan raised his eyebrows. This is the first time anyone's ever praised him for being handsome. Now that I think about it, I don't know what my appearance looks like in this game. Yuan suddenly came to this realization, as he never really cared about his own appearance, hence why he did not give it any thoughts until now. After his children introduced themselves, Lord Luo said to Yuan, "Daoist Yuan, you came to the Pang city to rest, right? I have already arranged 2 of our best rooms for you and the young lady. And from the information we've gathered, the Mountain Lord plans on attacking us either tomorrow or the day after, so you are free to do whatever you want until then. I will leave one of my children with you just in case you need anything." Lord Luo then turned to look at his youngest daughter, Luo Li, with a sharp gaze. Luo Li immediately realized what her father was trying to tell her and stepped forward. "I will be taking care of all of your needs, Daoist Yuan. If there's anything you desire, don't hesitate to talk to me," she said to him. Assisting the guests' needs are usually the servant's job, but Lord Luo specifically assigned his own daughter to take care of Yuan simply because he hoped that some kind of romantic relationship could bud between them, as it would definitely benefit their family to have a talented individual like Yuan with them. "I'll be troubling you," Yuan calmly said, unable to take the obvious hint. "Luo Li, show the guests their rooms. I have to return to the other guests since I kind of left them hanging to come here," Lord Luo said to her. He then turned to look at Yuan and said, "I won't bother you any longer, Daoist Yuan. If you need anything at all, just let my daughter know and she'll take care of it. Although she may be young, I can proudly say that I've raised a very competent daughter." After Lord Luo and the others left the room, Luo Li said to Yuan, "Shall we head to your room now?" Yuan nodded and followed her to a large room somewhere down the hall. "This will be Daoist Yuan's room, and the one next to it will be the young lady's room," Luo Li said to them. "Xiao Hua will stay with brother Yuan." Xiao Hua suddenly said to her. "That's okay, too. The bed is large enough to fit 4 people, after all." Luo Li nodded. A few moments later, when they entered the room, Yuan was amazed by the spacious room that was decorated with Chinese antiques in almost every direction. "What do you think, Daoist Yuan? Is this room to your taste?" Luo Li asked him a moment later. He quickly nodded. "Then I will leave you alone for now. If you need anything, I will be standing outside," Luo Li said to him. You don't have to do that. It would actually have the opposite effect, and I won't be able to relax." Yuan looked at her with wide eyes. "Then what do you suggest, Daoist Yuan? My father told me to stay with you, after all. He won't like it if I left you alone." Yuan scratched his head before saying, "I guess you can stay here for now. I have a few questions about a few things, too. Then I shall stay in this room with Daoist Yuan." Luo Li nodded before walking to the door and standing there like a guardian of sorts. "You don't have to be so strict with yourself. Sit down and relax," Yuan said to her with a weird smile on his face, feeling kind of awkward with her seriousness. Sometime later, Yuan and Luo Li sat across each other on the couch. "Your father mentioned other guests. Are they also going to be helping with defending the city?" Yuan asked her. "Yes. Most of them are warriors who came from a very distant land, and they were all very eager to help us defend the city after we told them about our situation, and we cannot be more thankful to everyone for helping us, especially you, Daoist Yuan," Luo Li said with a beautiful smile on her face. "A distant land? Could they be players like myself?" Yuan thought to himself. "I see, then can you tell me more about this place?" he asked a moment later. "Our Pang city. We're just an ordinary city with a few thousand citizens. Compared to Daoist Yuan's background, we're not even worth mentioning." Luo Li replied with an embarrassed smile. "My background?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. Luo Li nodded and said, "Despite being the same age as me, Daoist Yuan is already at the 4th level spirit warrior. I have never met anyone as talented as you before. Surely, you must come from a powerful sect or a renowned family." However, Yuan quickly shook his head and said, "I'm neither from a powerful sect or a renowned family." Really? Then where did Taoist Yuan come from? And who taught you how to cultivate? Luoli looked at him with wide eyes, as she cannot imagine someone as talented as Yuan coming from nowhere. Well, I am also from a distant land that is not well known in this place. As for who taught me cultivation. Yuan turned to look at Xiao Hua, who was casually sitting beside him with a calm expression. This young lady taught you cultivation. Luoli stared at her with a dazed expression. However, Xiao Hua shook her head and said, Xiao Hua did not really do anything. It was brother Yuan who learned everything by himself. That's not true, Xiao Hua. If not for you I would not have become a cultivator so soon, and you were the one who gave me the cultivation technique and taught me what it means to be a cultivator. Xiao Hua merely gave brother Yuan the chance to learn the cultivation technique. It was mostly due to brother Yuan's own effort and talent that he managed to learn it. Luoli was speechless. Hearing their conversation, it sounded as if Yuan had only become a cultivator very recently. When did Taoist Yuan start cultivating? She decided to ask him out of curiosity. About a week ago. Yuan said after pondering for a bit. Luoli stared at him with wide eyes that were filled with disbelief. It had taken him only a week to reach the 4th level spirit warrior realm from the beginning. What kind of cultivation monster is he? Don't think too much about it, you'll only give yourself a headache, Xiao Hua suddenly said to Luoli, almost as though she could read her mind. Brother Yuan is a prodigy that appears once every few generations. You won't understand his talent with ordinary logic. Is that so? Luoli decided to take Xiao Hua's advice and stop thinking about it. Sometime later, Yuan said, by the way, I would like to take a look around this city if you don't mind. Of course not. Let me speak with my father first, then I will guide you around the city. Luoli quickly said. Yuan nodded, and Luoli left the room shortly later. Once Luoli was gone, Yuan looked around the room with curiosity, as this is his first time being inside such a unique room, and that is when he noticed the tall mirror sitting at the corner of the room. Oh. A mirror. Yuan immediately stood up and walked to the mirror with his heart filled with anticipation and nervousness. What does he look like in this world? Is he really as handsome as Luoli described him? This is me. Yuan stood before the mirror that was slightly taller than his head with a dazed face. He had short but silky black hair on his oval-shaped head, clear brown eyes that were bright as crystals, long eyelashes that would make even females jealous, sharp but neat eyebrows, and a small nose. Overall, his face was very symmetrical and pleasant-looking. The last time he'd seen his own face was when he was 7 years old, before he lost his ability to see and became blind. If I recall correctly, Yu-Ro once mentioned that one's appearance in the game will closely resemble their appearance in the real world, hence why I entered this game with an avatar already created for me. However, I do not know what I look like in the real world, and it has been over 10 years since I last saw my own face, so I cannot confirm whether this face really resembles my real appearance or not. Furthermore, because he does not know the standard regarding one's appearance, he cannot really tell whether he's really handsome or not. Therefore, he decided to ask someone else for their opinion. Xiao Hua, I have a question for you. Yuan suddenly said to her. What is it, brother Yuan? He then pointed at his own face and asked with a serious expression, without being biased, what do you think of my appearance? Would you say that I am handsome? Or am I ugly? Xiao Hua looked at him with wide eyes, seemingly speechless by his sudden question. A few moments later, she spoke in a bashful voice and with slightly rosy cheeks, Xiao Hua thinks brother Yuan is very handsome. Really? Are you sure that you're not just complimenting me because you don't want to hurt my feelings? It's okay to tell the truth, Xiao Hua. Yuan said to her, as he had a feeling that her judgment might be somewhat inaccurate because of their relationship. Xiao Hua is telling the truth. Brother Yuan is very handsome. Xiao Hua said again, but her face was flushed with redness this time. Okay, I will trust your judgment. Yuan nodded. Xiao Hua was speechless. Why would he even want this kind of feedback? Did he not look in the mirror just now? Anyone with a working brain would agree that Yuan was handsome. Or did he just want to tease her? Why are you asking about your appearance, brother Yuan? Is it because of that Luo girl? She decided to ask him. However, Yuan quickly shook his head and said, no, I was just wondering because I have never really cared for my own appearance. Don't worry, brother Yuan. In the cultivation world, one's appearance isn't that important. As long as you are talented and powerful, unless you have the world's ugliest face, you'll be able to attract girls. And since brother Yuan is both talented and handsome, you will, without doubt, have beauties fighting for you in every direction in the future. Thinking that Yuan was worried about his appearance, Xiao Hua decided to cheer him up. Ha ha ha. My appearance is the least of my worries, Xiao Hua. Yuan laughed in a bitter voice. A few minutes later, Luoli returned to the room. However, she looked a little bit different than before she left, almost as though she came back even prettier. It was obvious that besides speaking with her father, Luoli had spent some time improving her own appearance with light makeup. Of course, as someone who doesn't pay much attention to appearances, Yuan was completely oblivious of this fact. Taoist Yuan, I have let my father know about your wishes to look around the city. We can leave whenever you want, she said to him. Okay, then let's leave now, Yuan said. Sometime later, they left the Lord's manor. Where do you wish to visit first, Taoist Yuan? She asked him once they were outside. Yuan shrugged and said, I don't know what's in this city, so I'll let you choose where to visit. However, as this is her first time giving a tour to someone, Luoli was also unsure of where to go. Therefore, she decided to just walk around the city until they come across something that would pique Yuan's interest. That fruit stall over there is managed by Madaming, and it always has the freshest fruits in the city. That's Mr. Wang's treasure, the only weapon shop in our city. This is the residences area, where most of the citizens live. That building over there is Li's clinic. Luoli gave a brief explanation for most of the shops and buildings they passed, and Yuan would listen to her with a bright face, looking as though he was in an amusement park. However, he would show the most interest when Luoli talked about the buildings that were related to food, and upon noticing this, Luoli asked him, would you like to experience some of Pang City's finest cuisines? Really? Yuan immediately became excited. But when he remembered that his wallet was near empty, he asked her, I only have 10 gold coins on me. Will that be enough? Finding his question quite silly, Luoli couldn't help but laugh slightly. With 10 gold coins, you can eat everything on every single menu in this city and still have plenty of money left. What? The food here is that cheap? My last meal was atrociously expensive in comparison. Yuan was shocked to learn that the food in this place was so cheap, especially when he'd spent 500 gold coins on his previous meal. Brother Yuan, that's because you were stuffing your face with expensive spiritual meat. Normal food will only cost a few silver coins at most. Xiao Hua said to him. Is that so? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go eat until our stomachs are round. Yuan quickly said. Sometime later, Luoli brought Yuan to one of their largest and most famous restaurants. 100-style pork shop. Yuan looked at the sign above the door with a slightly wet mouth. As the name implies, this restaurant specializes in pork. Of course, there are other foods on the menu, but they are most famous for their pork. Luoli said to them before they walked inside. Welcome to the 100-style pork shop, Lady Luo. The receptionist immediately recognized and greeted Luoli. Table for 3, she said. I understand. Please, come with me. The receptionist then led them to the largest table in the room that could easily fit even a large family. Here's the menu, young lady. Thank you. By the way, you can send the bill to my family. Luoli then said to the receptionist. Are you sure? Yuan asked her when he heard her words. Yes. Although it's not much, please allow my family to treat Taoist Yuan to this meal. If my father was here, he would have also said the same. After all, Taoist Yuan is still our esteemed guest. If we cannot even do something as simple as feeding you, then it would bring shame upon the entire Luo family. Luo Li said. You're exaggerating. Yuan said with an awkward smile, as he was not used to this royalty-like treatment. Anyway, please order whatever you want, Taoist Yuan. My family will bear all of your bills today. Seeing the stubbornly beautiful smile on Luo Li's face, Yuan could only nod his head and accept her offer. A few moments later, Yuan began ordering from the menu. I'll have this braised pork, this seasoned pork, this pulled pork, this, and this. Both the receptionist and Luo Li stared at Yuan with wide eyes as he continued to name dishes after dishes until he named almost every dish that was available on the menu. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua casually sat there with a calm expression, looking as though she was used to seeing this scene. Very well. I'll immediately notify the cooks. The receptionist quickly left their table a few minutes later with her hands feeling slightly numb from writing essentially the entire menu. Taoist Yuan must have been starving from his journey. Luo Li said to him with a stiff smile on her face, while silently wondering to herself whether Yuan really had the ability to eat so much food. Yes, I am quite exhausted after riding the flying sword for so long. Yuan nodded. If you don't mind me asking, where does Taoist Yuan plan on heading to after the Pang City? She suddenly asked him. Oh, we are heading to the purple bamboo forest for training, he said with a calm expression. The purple bamboo forest? Luo Li covered her mouth in shock after hearing his words. What's the matter? Yuan was surprised by her reaction. The purple bamboo forest is renowned for nurturing powerful beasts above the spirit warrior realm. It's a dangerous place where beasts as powerful as the mountain lord are abundant, and only the strongest warriors would dare to train such a place. Luo Li looked at Yuan with awe in her eyes. To think Taoist Yuan would go to such a dangerous place just for training. You are truly on another level compared to me, who cannot even go to the Pang Mountain without supervision. I am now feeling ashamed to even share the same table as you. It may be a dangerous place, but how else am I going to grow stronger? Yuan laughed. Indeed, while it may be dangerous, the cultivation world is already filled with danger, and only those who are willing to risk their lives for improvements like Taoist Yuan can truly reach the peak. I really admire Taoist Yuan for that. Luo Li said to him with an adoring gaze. Sometime later, the receptionist and a few servers returned to their table with dishes in both their hands. We will continue bringing the dishes as they are being cooked. Do you need another table to hold the dishes? The servers asked them. No, it's fine. Brother Yuan will finish the dishes before you can even bring out new plates. Xiao Hua said to them. Sometime later, once the table was filled with dishes, Yuan quickly began stuffing his face with food. Oh, man! This food is really amazing. The meat is so flavorful and filled with juices. Every bite I take fills my mouth with bliss. Luo Li watched as Yuan constantly shoved food into his mouth without stopping with a dazed face, silently wondering to herself, Taoist Yuan is truly unfathomable. How can so much food fit into that body? A few moments later, Luo Li also began eating the food, but unlike Yuan, she ate as slow and as gracefully as possible, as she was afraid of ruining her makeup. And just like Xiao Hua had predicted, Yuan managed to finish the dishes on the table before the next round of plates were brought to them, which greatly shocked the servers there. Hey, did you hear? They increased their offer for player Yuan again. Suddenly, as he was chewing his food, Yuan heard the people sitting behind them mention his name, causing him to slow down. I saw it. It's up to $50 million, right? They are even awarding anyone who can identify player Yuan with 5 million. 5 million? I will be set for life with that amount of money. It will only be a matter of time before one of his friends or even family members reveal his real identity to the world for the money. I can't believe people are willing to pay that much money for a cheater like player Yuan. You will never understand the rich. There are even some people who want to see player Yuan being PK'd. I think the bounty is around 10 million right now. Ha ha ha. Reward or not, if I ever see this player Yuan, I'm definitely going to player kill him. Yuan slowly turned around to look at the group of people chatting loudly behind him with a dumbfounded expression, his round cheeks still filled with food. Surely, they must be talking about someone else with the same name as him, right? After all, he does not recall doing anything that would make other players hate him to the point of putting a bounty on his head. Hell, he hasn't even encountered any other players until now. What's the matter, brother Yuan? Are you full already? Xiao Hua asked him after noticing that he'd stopped eating the food. No, not yet. Yuan quickly returned to stuffing food into his mouth, but his ears remained perked and focused on the group of players behind him, as he was curious about this player Yuan they were mentioning. Surely, they must be talking about someone else who has the same name as him, right? After all, it's not uncommon for people to have the same name in games nowadays, as they have removed the unrepeatable names limit for most games these days, allowing players to have whatever name they want without the frustration of changing names because someone had already picked the name before them. Though, this player Yuan sure is quite the mystery. Anyone with a working brain would not hide their existence when there's so much fame to their name. If he continues to hide his identity, people will eventually forget about him, wasting this massive opportunity to become famous. Do you think player Yuan is actually someone within the legacy? That's not possible. Everyone in the legacy has already announced their identity in the game to the world, and we know that it's not possible for one person to have two different characters in this game even if they buy two consoles. It doesn't matter who this player Yuan is. As long as there's a bounty for his head, everyone will be aiming to PK him. Good heavens, what on earth did this player Yuan do to make the players so angry? Yuan silently pondered to himself as he listened to the players talk. A few minutes later, when Yuan could no longer contain his curiosity, he turned around and spoke to the players. Excuse me, can you tell me more about this player Yuan? What did he do to make the others want to player kill him? Hearing his question, the players looked at him with a weird expression. You don't know about player Yuan? Have you not been on the internet lately? Even people who don't play the game know about him. One of them said to them. Unfortunately, I haven't. Yuan said with a bitter smile. Well, player Yuan is a mysterious player who has been dominating the game with an impossibly fast progression recently, and there are even accusations of him being a cheater. A cheater? Yuan's eyes widened with surprise. How does one even cheat in this game? Is that why people want to PK him? Because he's cheating? He then asked. That's only one of many reasons why people want him dead. Well, the biggest reason is that they envy this player Yuan, who is akin to a godlike existence in this game at this current moment. Godlike existence? Yuan expressed awe. Of course. He not only has a divine-grade technique but also a divine-grade servant. And it hasn't even been that long since the game launched. It's no wonder people are calling him a cheater. How else can you progress that fast? Yuan's eyes widened with shock after hearing such words. A divine-grade technique and a divine-grade servant. He slowly turned to look at Xiao Hua and swallowed nervously. Surely, it must only be some kind of coincidence. When the players saw Yuan's bewildered reaction, they all laughed loudly, ha ha ha. We know exactly how you feel, young man. We also felt the same when we first heard it. However, this player Yuan is not only powerful, but he's also incredibly rich, as he'd obtained over 1 million gold coins not long ago, becoming the first person to enter the wealth leaderboards. And he even soloed this dungeon recently. Yuan began sweating profusely at their words. Heavens! They are really talking about me. He cried inwardly after this realization. I see. Yuan tried his best to remain calm and said to them, thank you for this information, I will now also keep my eyes out for this player Yuan. Good luck, buddy. We'll also try our best to find and kill this player Yuan. But because almost every player is currently looking for him, it won't be that easy. The players said to him with bright smiles all over their faces, and they left the restaurant shortly later. Yuan quickly turned around and continued eating with his back soaked in cold sweat. What the hell? I am definitely not a cheater. How dare people accuse me of cheating when they don't even know anything? It was at this moment that Yuan swore to keep his identity a secret from the other players, as it would be disastrous if people knew of his real identity. And even if he was powerful enough to defeat other players, he did not want to fight every player that crosses paths with him in the future. Why have things become so complicated now? Why must I be hunted by every player in the world because I got a little bit lucky? I only want to enjoy this game like everyone else. Yuan sighed inwardly. However, this situation is something he cannot control, and he could only hope that people will soon forget about him. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua and Luoli silently stared at Yuan with a contemplating expression, almost as though they were unable to comprehend Yuan's conversation with the other players just now. However, they quickly gave up a few seconds later and continued eating as though it wasn't their concern. An hour later, Yuan rubbed his round stomach with a satisfied expression. Ah, that was amazing. Luoli chuckled and said to him, what's even more amazing is Daoist Yuan's stomach. I did not think you would really eat everything, and I apologize for doubting your ability. Young lady, the bill will be 6 gold coins. The server said to her afterward. I will have someone bring the money over later, she nodded. A few minutes later, all of the servers and even the cooks in the restaurant came outside to bow to them. We thank young lady and her friends for their patronage. They said to them. What should we do now, Daoist Yuan? Luoli asked him after they left the restaurant. Let's return to the Lord's manor. I'm too full to do anything right now. Yuan said to her. Very well. She nodded. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, Yuan went straight to his room with Xiao Hua, while Luoli went to brief her father about their little tour and restaurant bill. What should we do now, Xiao Hua? We have plenty of time until the Mountain Lord attacks, but I don't want to just sit around and do nothing. Yuan said to her. Most people would cultivate during their free time, as every minute matters, she said to him. But I find cultivating normally very boring. I'm just sitting there and breathing, after all. And it'll take forever for me to reach the next level if I were to cultivate normally. Yuan sighed. Now that he needs millions upon millions of qi to reach the next level, it would take him many days, even weeks to break through a single level when his cultivation technique only absorbs 5 qi per second. Cultivation, in general, takes a very long time, Xiao Hua said to him. Once Brother Yuan reaches the higher realms, it might take you decades of cultivation time to improve a single level. But since Brother Yuan doesn't want to cultivate normally, why don't Xiao Hua read her book for you? Xiao Hua then suggested. Oh. That book? Yuan nodded. Now that he's improved his cultivation, perhaps he might learn something new this time. A few moments later, Xiao Hua retrieved her book and began reading it. Yuan closed his eyes and focused on Xiao Hua's gentle and innocent voice. Many minutes later, Luoli returned to the room, but when she saw that Yuan had entered cultivation, she decided to remain outside until he was done, as it was very offensive to interrupt someone while they were cultivating, and it might even lead to internal injuries that are very difficult to heal. A few hours later, Yuan opened his eyes, feeling as though new knowledge was gushing into his head. Your comprehension for heaven's secret art has greatly increased. The skill level of the sky-devouring technique has increased, 1 to 2. Heaven-consuming technique. Rank, divine. Mastery level, 2. Description, absorbs 500 qi every second. Can only be activated during cultivation in the lotus position. Heaven-splitting sword strike mastery level has increased, 1 to 2. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Rank, divine. Mastery level, 2. Description, consumes 10 million qi. Must wield a sword to activate. Creates a pillar of sword light that will destroy everything that dares to block its path. 500 qi per second. That's 100 times faster than before. And I need 10 million qi to activate heaven-splitting sword strike now. That's 1,000 times more than before. Yuan was shocked by the massive improvements to his cultivation technique. I guess it only makes sense that you would absorb and use more qi the higher your level, he thought to himself. Seeing the formidable aura around Yuan, Xiao Hua could easily tell that he'd once again improved as a cultivator. Just what is brother Yuan's limit? Does he even have a limit to his talent? Xiao Hua pondered to herself. Every cultivator under heaven is either born with or without talent, and for those born with talents, regardless of how much, there is always a limitation to their talents as set by the mighty heavens. No. There exist people who do not have a limit to their talents, but those people are. Xiao Hua, my understanding of the cultivation technique has improved slightly, Yuan suddenly said to her. I can now absorb more qi with the cultivation technique. Xiao Hua quickly tossed her thoughts to the side and said, Brother Yuan is always improving, so Xiao Hua is not surprised. Meanwhile, when Luo Li heard the two of them talking, she knocked on the door and said, Are you finished with cultivation, Daoist Yuan? Don't tell me you have been standing outside this entire time. Yuan quickly went to open the door for her. I did not want to bother Daoist Yuan, after all. She nodded. Anyway, I have some news for Daoist Yuan. We have new information on the Mountain Lord, and it might begin the invasion as early as tomorrow morning. I understand. He nodded. One more thing, my father would like to invite you for dinner later, but it's okay to refuse because we know that you might still be full from the restaurant earlier today. Dinner? That sounds great. Yuan immediately accepted their invitation regardless of how full his stomach was, as he would never turn down a meal as long as it wasn't only soup. That's great. I will let my father know. Luo Li said before disappearing again. After Luo Li left, Yuan said to Xiao Hua, I'm also going to leave for a bit. If she returns before I do, just let her know. Xiao Hua nodded and watched as Yuan disappeared into thin air right before her eyes. Silence filled the room after Yuan logged off, and Xiao Hua pondered with curiosity. How does brother Yuan disappear and appear as he pleases like that? He shouldn't know any teleporting techniques. And where does he go? However, after pondering for a few seconds, almost as though something inside her head had flipped, Xiao Hua immediately lost all interest in Yuan's sudden disappearance and treated it as though it was only normal. Meanwhile, after logging off the game, Yuan patiently waited for Yu Rou until she entered the room and began doing her daily routine. Yu Rou, I'm currently doing an important quest, and even though it might not happen until tomorrow morning, I'll be staying in the game for the night just in case, Yuan said to her. Oh. So you're finally playing the game seriously, brother? Okay, I'll let you play. But you really shouldn't do this too often. I don't want your health to weaken because of it. Ha ha ha, you worry too much, Yu Rou. I have never felt better ever since I started playing the game, and there are even times when I feel as though my body is filled with energy. Of course, the only thing limiting me is my pathetic condition. Sometime later, after being cleaned and fed by Yu Rou, Yuan returned to the game. A few minutes after Yuan returned to the game, Luo Li knocked on the door. Daoist Yuan, dinner is ready, she said to him. I'm coming. Yuan said before coming out of the room with Xiao Hua. Luo Li then led the two of them into a large room with a long table in the middle where the rest of her family was waiting. Thank you for accepting our invitation, Daoist Yuan. Lord Luo said to him after seeing him. No, I should be thanking you for inviting me. Please, have a seat. Lord Luo gestured to the two empty seats beside him and two servants pulled out the chair for them. Thank you. After taking a seat, Lord Luo clapped his hands. A few seconds later, the servants began carrying dishes after dishes into the room. I have heard about your impressive appetite to eat an entire menu and made sure to have enough food so that you don't have to worry about holding back. Lord Luo said to him with a bright smile as the table was being filled to the brim with food. They began eating shortly afterward. The Luo family watched with wide eyes as Yuan consumed the food on the table as though he was a food monster. Even Luo Li, who had seen him eat before, couldn't help but stare at Yuan with wide eyes. How can he still eat like that when he'd already consumed so much not too long ago? Where does the food go after entering his stomach? It's almost as though there is a black hole inside his stomach which could consume even the entire world. Meanwhile, Lord Luo was beginning to worry about what might happen to their family's finances if they had to feed Yuan like this every day. A little over an hour later, after they finished eating and the servants carried away the empty dishes, Lord Luo looked at Yuan and said to him, "Daoist Yuan, now that dinner is finished, why don't we have a little conversation? My family would like to ask you some questions. Since you have satisfied my stomach, I don't mind answering a few questions." "What would you like to know?" Yuan said. "Do you have any hobbies?" Luo Li was the first to ask him. "It may sound simple, but I enjoy doing anything that requires me to exert myself. Whether it be hunting monsters or simply walking around town, I enjoy it all. I think it's wonderful," Luo Li said with an alluring smile. "I will ask the next question," said Luo Ming. "Since you mentioned hunting monsters, what's the strongest beast you've defeated so far?" "The strongest beasts, huh? I defeated a demonic spider that was at the 4th level spirit warrior realm not long before arriving at this place," Yuan said in a calm voice. "A demonic spider?" Luo Ming exclaimed in a shocked voice. "Why, you are stronger than I'd expected, Daoist Yuan. Even the elders at my sect would have trouble fighting a demonic spider." The other people in the room had similar expressions as Luo Ming after learning that Yuan had defeated a demonic spider. If only they knew that he'd obliterated it with a single strike. A few moments later, Luo Ling asked him, "You don't have to answer this if you don't want to, Daoist Yuan, but do you have a Dao companion?" The room instantly turned silent with everyone's gaze staring intensely at Yuan, especially Luo Li, whose heart was beating loudly. "Dao, companion." Yuan lifted his eyebrows at this unfamiliar term. "I'm sorry, but what is a Dao companion?" Albeit a little bit surprised by his question, Luo Ling responded with a smile on her face, "A Dao companion is someone you walk the cultivation path with for the rest of your life, a spouse so to speak." "Like a wife?" "Then no, I do not have someone like that. I am way too young to be thinking about something like that." Yuan shook his head. "What are you talking about, Daoist Yuan? You are already eligible for marriage at the age of 16. Then what about a girlfriend? Surely, someone as talented and handsome as you should have one or two already, right?" Luo Ling continued to ask him with a brave expression on her face. "No. I also don't have someone like that," he said with a bitter smile on his face. "I am in no position to have someone like that in my life as I do not want them to waste their time on someone in my condition, and I'm sure that nobody would be willing to accept me if they knew about my real identity." Yuan sighed inwardly. Even if someone in the real world would be willing to take care of him, Yuan wasn't sure that he'd be able to endure the guilt, as his heart is already filled to the brim with guilt for making Yu take care of him. "I see. I'm sorry if my questions made you feel awkward, Daoist Yuan." Luo Ling apologized to him afterward. She then turned to look at Luo Li and winked at her. Seeing this, Luo Li blushed. Anyway. Just as Lord Luo opened his mouth to speak, the door slammed open before a guard came rushing into the room. "Who dares? Do you have no manners?" Lord Luo shouted at the guard who came into the room. However, the guard ignored his anger and quickly said, "Please excuse my sudden entrance, Lord Luo. This is an emergency. There are thousands of beasts from the Pang Mountain rushing here as we speak." "What?" Lord Luo immediately stood up with a surprised face. "The Mountain Lord is already attacking us. I was told they wouldn't attack until tomorrow morning. This is too sudden." "Whatever. I will deal with whoever gave us the intel after we settle this situation." Lord Luo then turned to look at Yuan and said, "I deeply apologize for this, especially when you just filled your stomach, but it appears the Mountain Lord has already begun its revenge. Yuan shook his head and said, "This just means I have more energy to fight with. Gather all of the guards and prepare to defend the city." Lord Luo then ordered the guard. Once the guard disappeared, Lord Luo said to his children, "I want the three of you to follow Daoist Yuan and defend the city with him. I am going to deal with the Mountain Lord." "Yes, father." They nodded. A few moments later, Lord Luo also rushed outside. "Please take care of us, Daoist Yuan." The Luo family bowed to Yuan afterward. Sometime later, a notification appeared above Pang City. Event, Mountain Lord's invasion, has begun. Slay the monsters attacking Pang City to receive points. The player with the highest points at the end will receive a special reward. An in-game event. Yuan looked at the notification in the sky with his interest piqued. After seeing the notification on the sky and not wanting to let the others get ahead of him in points, Yuan quickly said to the others, "Let's go." Yuan and the Luo family proceeded to run outside the city gates, where hundreds of people were already gathered. There were around 100 people wearing similar-looking armors whilst the rest of the people there were wearing common and unmatching gear. It was obvious who the players were and who were the NPCs at a glance. There are so many players here. Yuan was slightly surprised, even feeling a little nervous, worried that he might reveal his identity once he starts fighting. Xiao Hua. He suddenly called for her, and he asked her, "Do you have any equipment that covers the face? Something like a mask?" Not even questioning why he needed it, Xiao Hua nodded before rummaging her storage pouch. "Here you go, brother Yuan." Xiao Hua handed him an elegant-looking black face mask that could cover his entire face. "Thank you, Xiao Hua. I will return it to you later," he said as he accepted the mask. Black Jade Mask. Grade, Spirit. Quality, Peak. Mental Strength Required, 2500. Description, a profound mask that increases your mental defense by 5000. Just like the sword, brother Yuan can keep it. Xiao Hua said to him afterward. Yuan nodded, and immediately after wearing the mask, he could feel his mind easing and feeling more tranquil. The Luo family wondered why Yuan felt the need to hide his face, but they didn't have time to ask him as someone there suddenly shouted with excitement, "The monsters are here." Once the people there heard that, they all retrieved their weapons and prepared to fight. Very soon, hundreds of monsters between the 3rd level and 7th level spirit apprentice could be seen rushing towards the city walls. Defend the city. The guards roared loudly, causing the atmosphere to instantly change, and the place there quickly became a battlefield with both the NPCs and the players engaged in fights with the monsters. Yuan and the Luo family also began attacking the monsters. +2 points. +3 points. +1 point. After Yuan swiftly beheaded 3 monsters with only normal sword techniques, he rushed to the front lines where there were barely any people but filled with monsters and began slaying even more monsters with ease, each with a single sword strike. The monsters that were slain by Yuan did not even have a chance to scream before becoming a corpse, and when the Luo family saw how effortlessly he was slaying these monsters, their eyes widened with admiration and awe. Granted, Yuan was a spirit warrior fighting monsters way below his level, but the way he so effortlessly executed the monsters was nothing short of perfection, and it was almost like a walk in the park for him. However, it was not just the Luo family that were surprised by Yuan's prowess, as the other players have also taken notice of his domineering presence on the battlefield. Who the hell is that single-man army? He's killing the monsters as though they are defenseless chickens. He's probably some expert NPC assisting with the situation. Forget about him. Look at the little girl next to him. She's killing the monsters with her bare hands. And she's even making it look so effortless. The people there watched as Xiao Hua slapped every monster that dared to attack her with a single slap to the face, shocking everybody there greatly. +1 point. +2 points. +2 points. +1 point. +3 points. Points continuously flowed for Yuan even when Xiao Hua killed the monsters, racking up over 200 points within mere minutes. Meanwhile, the other players were having trouble dealing with just a single monster, and most of them had less than 10 points even after many minutes. How many monsters are there? Yuan cried inwardly after slaying over 500 monsters but was still surrounded by them. He also wanted to use heaven-splitting sword strike to clear the mobs faster, but he did not want to destroy the place in the process, as the Pang city was right behind him, so he could only give up on such thoughts and defeat the monsters without any flashy attacks. Taoist Yuan, the beasts coming here are growing stronger. The Mountain Lord should be near. Luo Ling suddenly said to him. The Mountain Lord? If we kill it, won't its subordinates stop attacking the city? Yes, and our father should be fighting the Mountain Lord right now. Yuan nodded, then let's continue defending the city until he defeats the Mountain Lord. Bloody sword strike. The sword in Yuan's hand flickered, and 3 more monsters were slain in a single strike. Your comprehension with Bloody Sword Strike has reached a new level. Bloody Sword Strike Mastery level has increased, 2 to 3. Bloody Sword Strike. Rank, Earth. Mastery level, 3. Description, consumes 900,000 chi. Must wield a sword to activate. A technique from the Blood Sect. Ha! After killing a few more hundred monsters with the sword, Yuan's comprehension improved again. Your mastery with the sword has improved significantly. You have learned Novice Sword Mastery. Novice Sword Mastery. Description, slightly improves your control with the sword by 15% and increases all damage dealt with swords by 10%. Your enemies will feel more pain from your sword attacks as your damage increases. Requires no activation. Many minutes of fighting later, as both players and NPCs were beginning to run out of energy, someone wearing Pang City's armor approached the Luo family and shouted at them in a panicked voice, "Young ladies. Young master. It's about your father, Lord Luo. He's currently in a critical condition after fighting with the Mountain Lord." What? What happened to our father? And what about the Mountain Lord? Luo Ming quickly shouted back. After taking a deep breath, the guard continued, "Lord Luo, he lost the fight against the Mountain Lord. However, he barely managed to escape with his life and is currently being treated by the doctors. And while his life is not in danger, he cannot continue fighting." How could this be? Luo Li covered her mouth in shock, feeling lightheaded after hearing such news. Does this mean the Mountain Lord is still going on a rampage? If we don't defeat it soon, the monsters will eventually overwhelm the people here and destroy the city. Luo Ming said with a frown. We will have to worry about our father later. Right now, we must defeat the Mountain Lord. Luo Ling then turned to look at Yuan, who was still slaying monsters not far away from them. She then ran to him and said, "Taoist Yuan. We've just received news that our father lost to the Mountain Lord." What? Is your father okay? Yuan said in a surprised tone. She nodded and said, "His life is not in danger, but he won't be able to fight the Mountain Lord anymore, and you are the only one here that's strong enough to fight it. Please, help us defeat the Mountain Lord. I will do anything to repay you afterward." Yuan did not even need to think before nodding his head, "Okay, I will fight the Mountain Lord. Lead us to the Mountain Lord," Luo Ling said to the guard. However, before they leave, Yuan said to Xiao Hua, "I alone should be enough to handle the Mountain Lord. Can you stay behind to make sure the people here aren't overwhelmed by the monsters? You can come to me afterward." The people there were already looking exhausted and he cannot imagine what might happen to the defense here if he were to leave so abruptly. Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Xiao Hua will take care of the beasts here." "Thank you, Xiao Hua. The two of you also stay here and help her," Luo Ling said to her siblings. Yuan then followed Luo Ling and the guard to the Mountain Lord whilst Luo Li and Luo Ming stayed behind with Xiao Hua to assist the people. Once Yuan was gone, Luo Li bowed to Xiao Hua, "Senior Xiao, please take care of us." Xiao Hua nodded, and she turned to look at the hundreds of monsters on the battlefield. "It's going to take forever if I kill them one at a time." She thought to herself. Brother Yuan said that I can use my powers as long as I am conscious of the surroundings and I don't destroy any nature. Tell the guards the retreat. Xiao Hua suddenly said to Luoli. All right away. Luoli nodded, not daring to doubt her words after seeing the serious expression on her face. Retreat. Guards. Retreat back to the gates. Luoli suddenly shouted loudly. The guards quickly rushed back to the gates after hearing her words, even feeling relieved that they don't have to fight any longer. However, the other players were left dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. What the heck? What about the monsters? Are you trying to make us do all of the fighting, you damn NPC? Whatever. That just means more points for me. Despite the players' anger, Luoli ignored them and said to Xiao Hua, Senior Xiao, the guards have retreated to the gates. Is this good enough for you? Xiao Hua nodded and took a deep breath before closing her eyes. A few moments of silence later, she slowly opened her eyes, and her gaze flickered with a golden light that seemed to carry the will of heaven within. She calmly raised her right arm into the air before pressing her palms down in a profound manner. Heavenly domain. Xiao Hua mumbled in a low voice. Boom. Xiao Hua's Spirit King cultivation base suddenly exploded, causing the dark sky to brighten, and the entire place became filled with a golden light, almost as though they were bathed in sunlight. What is this golden light? What is going on? Both the players and the guards were baffled by this phenomenon. In the midst of the players' confusion, the monsters suddenly began screaming in pain, sounding as though they were being slaughtered before. Splat! The monsters within the golden light, within Xiao Hua's heavenly domain were crushed into meat paste, almost as though an invisible boulder had suddenly fallen on them, squashing them flat. And within mere seconds, only flattened beast corpses remained within the heavenly domain. The place turned dead silent after the people there witnessed this shocking scene and Xiao Hua's terrifying prowess. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Yuan was shocked when he suddenly gained thousands of points at once. Plus 1,169 points. Plus 1,014 points. Plus 2,841 points. What the heck? Where did all of these points come from? I hope Xiao Hua didn't go overboard again. Yuan cried inwardly. There's the Mountain Lord. The guard suddenly said. That's the Mountain Lord. Yuan was speechless when he saw a group of guards trying to fight a massive 7-meter-tall black bear in the distance. Luo Ling nodded with a serious expression on her face. Indeed, that's the Mountain Lord, the Black Beast, and it seems to have advanced to the 6th-level Spirit Warrior realm since the last time we saw it. No wonder why my father lost to it. Do you think you can defeat it? Luo Ling turned to look at him with a worried expression, as she was worried that she was asking too much from him. I will try my best, Yuan responded a moment later. Don't push yourself too hard, Daoist Yuan. If you cannot defeat it, just run away. How can I possibly do such a thing knowing that the city might fall if I don't defeat it here? Yuan quickly shook his head. Daoist Yuan. Luo Ling looked at him with a passionate gaze, looking like a child before her hero or a teenager before her idol. A few moments later, once they were close enough, Luo Ling shouted at the guards that were already at their limit, get back. Reinforcement is here. Young lady. A blissful expression appeared on the guards' faces when they saw Luo Ling's face and the masked expert beside her who was emitting a profound aura. I will assist you to the best of my ability, Daoist Yuan, she said to him after they arrived before the Mountain Lord. Yuan nodded and stared at the Mountain Lord with a serious gaze through the holes in his mask. What a terrifying gaze and a bloodthirsty aura. This Mountain Lord is, without doubt, stronger than the demonic spider. Despite facing such a threatening opponent, Yuan was feeling calmer than when he fought the demonic spider. Perhaps it was due to the black jade mask's effect, or maybe he was simply getting used to these situations, but his mind was completely tranquil at this moment. When the Mountain Lord saw Yuan's confident aura, it narrowed its gaze and silently stared at him. A few seconds later, it spoke in a grim voice, "No matter how many experts you humans bring, I will tear down this city and avenge my son." Roar. The Mountain Lord released a deafening roar before it rushed at Yuan and Luo Ling with red eyes filled with killing intent, even causing the ground to tremble with each step it took. "Here it comes, Daoist Yuan," Luo Ling quickly said to him. Yuan nodded and raised his sword as the Mountain Lord lifted its massive claws and swung at them. Boom! Yuan felt as though a large boulder was trying to crush him when he blocked the Mountain Lord's strike. "I will back you up." Luo Ling used this chance to thrust her sword at the Mountain Lord's face, but alas, with a single roar from the Mountain Lord, Luo Ling was sent flying away from the tremendous air pressure. "Luo Ling. Are you okay?" Yuan asked her whilst he pushed the Mountain Lord's claw to the side. "I am not hurt," she quickly responded. "Get lost, you human ant. You don't have the qualifications to meddle in our battle." The Mountain Lord roared at her. "I understand that you are angry because of what happened to your child, but do you really have to kill so many innocent people and destroy an entire city for revenge?" Yuan suddenly said. "Don't try to persuade me, brat. I will kill everyone in this city even if it's the last thing I do and there's nothing you can do to stop it." The Mountain Lord roared again, and its aura began growing more powerful and tyrannical. "If that's the case, then watch me stop you." Yuan's eyes flickered with a bright light and his sword began trembling, almost as though it was filled with excitement. Bloody sword strike. A red light flashed before the Mountain Lord's eyes, and before it could even react, Yuan's sword was already directly in front of its eyes. The Mountain Lord quickly closed its eyelids to protect its eyes with its steel-like skin, but alas, Yuan's sword was much sharper than it had anticipated and pierced right through its tough skin. The Mountain Lord screamed in pain as blood squirted from its eyes. "Che! I couldn't reach the brain and kill it in one shot." Yuan sucked his teeth after pulling his sword out of the Mountain Lord's face with effort. "I will kill you. I will fucking kill you." The Mountain Lord roared before rushing at Yuan with its claws swinging recklessly. Seeing this, Yuan immediately focused on dodging its strikes, feeling the tremendous pressure from each strike as it brushed by his face. If the Mountain Lord successfully hit him even once, he will most likely turn into meat paste and die. After dodging a dozen strikes, Yuan finally saw an opportunity to strike back and quickly stabbed his sword at the Mountain Lord's uninjured eye. "How dare you!" Without its sights, the Mountain Lord was severely crippled in its movements and ability to defend itself from Yuan's incoming attacks. It sucks without the ability to see, right? I know that feeling very well. And I am giving you one last chance to leave before I really kill you. Yuan said, feeling that it was only right to show mercy to the Mountain Lord who had lost its child to a human even though it was a monster, not to mention that it was once peaceful with humans. "Even if I leave today, my hatred for humans and for this place will never subdue. Unless you kill me today, I will definitely return for revenge. Then you leave me with no other choice." Yuan narrowed his eyes with a resolute feeling, and he tightened his grasp on the sword. Bloody sword strike. Yuan rushed at the Mountain Lord before thrusting his sword forward, and because the Mountain Lord could not see, it was unable to react, allowing Yuan to pierce its neck with ease. Congratulations! Player Yuan has become the first player to kill the elite boss, Black Beast. You have subdued the Lord of Pang Mountain. Plus 10 fame. Plus 5,000 points. You have successfully defended Pang City from the Mountain Lord's invasion. An announcement announcing the end of the event suddenly appeared above Pang City for all players to see after Mountain Lord was slain by Yuan, followed by another announcement a few moments later. Player Yuan has amassed a grand total of 11,690 points during this event, obtaining the most points out of all participants, and will receive a special reward for such an achievement. When the other players saw the familiar name, Player Yuan, they immediately began shouting in excitement. "It's Player Yuan. He's actually in this place right now. Where is he? Who is Player Yuan? Holy shit. 11,000 points. I only have 300 points after killing over 100 monsters. Just how on earth did he obtain so many points in such a short time? It was at that moment the players there realized something. Wait a second. There's only one person who can possibly have so many points. That little girl who used some overpowered technique to kill most of the monsters here. Now that you mentioned it, where is that little girl? Impossible. Player Yuan is actually a little girl. It all makes sense now. That golden light must have been a divine grade technique. No wonder why it was so powerful, even overpowered. This new information is definitely going to shock the world. Quick! Someone hurry and post it online. The world must know about this as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. To think that we've been wasting our time looking for a male player when we should have been looking for a little girl this entire time. This is hilarious. The people there began logging off to spread the news on the internet, completely unaware of the chaos this misunderstanding will cause in the future. Meanwhile, the real player Yuan was silently staring at the Mountain Lord's corpse, feeling slightly guilty for killing it, as any normal human would go crazy from sorrow if their children were killed. I cannot thank you enough for protecting the Pang City and the innocent citizens that live here, Daoist Yuan. Luo Ling had unknowingly appeared behind him and said to him with her head lowered. Thank you for defeating the Mountain Lord, Senior Yuan. The guards also bowed to him at a 90-degree angle. There's no need to thank me. Although it had a valid reason for wanting revenge, I could not allow an entire city to fall and thousands of innocent people to die because of it. Yuan said to them. A few moments later, Xiao Hua returned to his side and said, Well done, Brother Yuan. You too, Xiao Hua. Daoist Yuan, the guards will handle everything from here. Let's return to my father's side for now. He needs to know that the city is no longer in danger. Luo Ling said to him sometime later. While Luo Ling led Yuan back to the Lord's manor, the real world was in utter chaos from the new information regarding player Yuan that had just appeared on the internet. Shocking news. Player Yuan is actually female, and a little girl at that. New information regarding player Yuan has surfaced. Player Yuan is currently at Pang City. The new information on player Yuan shocked the whole world collectively. However, not everyone was willing to believe this new information despite the convincing evidence from the players that had participated in defending Pang City, as it was simply too unbelievable that some little girl without any background could possibly be the #1 player in the world. There were even some people who wanted to see for themselves whether this information was true, so they began making their way towards Pang City regardless of how far away they were from the place at the moment. Father. Are you okay? Luo Ling went straight to her father's room where he was being treated after returning home. Linger, why are you here? What happened to defending the city? What about the Mountain Lord? Lord Luo asked them with an anxious face while laying on the bed with bloodied bandages all over his body. Please calm down and listen to me, father. Everything has been resolved by Daoist Yuan. He not only defended the city gates from the invasion but even defeated the Mountain Lord by himself. The city is safe. Luo Ling explained the situation to him with a bright face. What? Is that true? Our Pang City is no longer in danger. Lord Luo's eyes flickered with emotions after hearing the news. Yes, father. It's all true, so you can rest and focus on healing your injuries. Luo Ling said to him. I don't know what to say, Daoist Yuan. I really don't know how to thank you for your contribution. If not for my condition, I would even kowtow to you right now. Lord Luo said to him with a grateful expression. Your feelings are more than enough, Yuan said with a smile. No, that cannot do. I must thank you properly. An idea suddenly flashed inside his head, and he quickly said, I know. You can have my daughter. And if Luo Li alone is not good enough for you, I can also give you Luo Ling here. And if you don't want to make them your wife, they can be your concubines. Yuan looked at Lord Luo with a baffled expression, but before he could even respond, Lord Luo looked at Luo Ling and asked her, what do you think, Linger? Are you willing to serve Taoist Yuan even as a concubine? You probably won't find someone like him again. Wait a. And as Yuan opened his mouth, Luo Ling bashfully nodded her head with a rosy face. I am willing, she mumbled in a low but clear voice. The door opened a second later and the rest of the Luo family entered the room. Father. How are your injuries? Luo Ming asked him without having a single clue as to what kind of situation he just walked into. Father. Luo Li also approached the bed with a worried expression on her face. However, instead of telling them that he was okay to calm them down, Lord Luo instead looked at Luo Li and said to her, Lear. I have already heard about the situation from Linger, and I am thinking about giving your hand and Linger's to Taoist Yuan for saving our city, and your elder sister has already agreed to become his concubine. Eh? What? Luo Li immediately looked at Luo Ling with a shocked face. I'm sorry, little sister. I know that you already have feelings for Taoist Yuan, but I have also fallen for him. Elder sister. Luo Li looked at her with a perplexed feeling in her heart. However, in the midst of their conversation, Yuan loudly cleared his throat and said, Excuse me. I am flattered by your feelings, but I have already said that I am too young to marry, much less two of you. That's fine, Taoist Yuan. If you want to marry them in a few years, they can wait for you. I can also assure you that they have never been in a relationship before, so they are still maidens. Lord Luo quickly said, clearly adamant about giving his daughters to him as a reward for saving the city. That's not what I am trying to say. Are we not good enough for you, Taoist Yuan? Luo Ling suddenly asked him with a disheartened expression. Eh? I never said that. Yuan quickly shook his head, feeling slightly overwhelmed by the situation as he has never been in this kind of situation before. If Taoist Yuan does not feel comfortable with us now, we are willing to wait until you are ready to accept us however long that might take, even if it's only as your concubines. Luo Li said to him a moment later. Yuan was speechless. Why do they want to be with him so much? Or are they programmed to like whoever saves the city? What the heck even is a concubine? Yuan cried inwardly. While Yuan was pondering in silence, Xiao Hua spoke in a calm voice, Brother Yuan is destined to become a great figure who will rule the cultivation world in future, and there will be no lack of women who will want to be with him. Xiao Hua won't speak of your qualifications, but it won't be long before Brother Yuan challenges the stairway to heaven, and once that happens, who knows if you'll still be alive by the time he returns here. What? Taoist Yuan is going to challenge the stairway to heaven? Everyone in the room was shocked to hear Xiao Hua's words, but Yuan couldn't understand why. What even is this stairway to heaven? So we are underestimating Taoist Yuan even now. To think he'd be brave enough to participate in the stairway to heaven. Luo Ming said with an awkward smile. If Taoist Yuan really plans on climbing the stairway to heaven, we will only become a burden for you. I'm sorry, Taoist Yuan, but you can forget about our conversation just now. Luo Ling released a deep sigh. However, Luo Li's gaze remained resolved, and she said, Taoist Yuan. If you still remember me by the time your adventure ends, please do visit this place again. I will wait for you until my last breath. Seeing the sincere emotions in her gaze, Yuan couldn't help but nod his head. Although I don't know what will happen in the future, I definitely won't forget about you or my experience in this place, Yuan said with an innocent smile. The next time we meet, let's eat together again, okay? It's a promise, Taoist. No, Brother Yuan. Luo Li nodded with slightly teary eyes. Don't forget about me neither, okay? Luo Ling also said to him. I won't, he nodded still with a smile on his face. Congratulations. Because of your massive contributions during Mountain Lord's invasion, you have been awarded the unique title, Pang City's Hero. Pang City's Hero. Description: bearing the title of hero, your reputation within Pang City will always be at the maximum, and your overall cultivation speed will increase by 10%. Luo Li has been added to your bond. Luo Li's bond level has increased to acquaintance. Luo Li's bond level has increased to friend. Luo Li's bond level has increased to intimate. Congratulations! Your bond level with Luo Li has reached intimate. You have gained the following effect from Luo Li's bond level: Luo Li's adoration. Luo Li's adoration increases your charm by 10 and overall damage by 15%. Charm increases your overall attractiveness. Overall damage, all of the damage you inflict to others will feel more painful. Luo Ling has been added to your bond. Luo Ling's bond level has increased to acquaintance. Luo Ling's bond level has increased to friend. Luo Ling's bond level has increased to intimate. You have gained the following effect from Luo Ling's bond level: Luo Ling's adoration. Luo Ling's adoration increases your charm by 20 and luck by 10. Luck increases the chances of monsters dropping their monster cores. Pang City has been added to your associations. Because of your heroic actions that saved the city, your relationship with Pang City has increased significantly. Because of your bond level with Luo Li, daughter of Luo family, your relationship with Pang City has increased significantly. Because of your bond level with Luo Ling, daughter of Luo family, your relationship with Pang City has increased significantly. Due to your actions at Pang City, your fame has increased by 50. Your relationship with Pang City has reached the maximum level. Due to your relationship with Pang City, all monsters within a 1,000-mile radius from Pang City will drop their monster cores twice as often. Once the barrage of notifications had stopped for Yuan, he said to the Luo family, "I will stay in this city for one more day just in case the monsters return. Please. You can stay here as long as you want. I wouldn't even mind if you lived here forever." Lord Luo laughed loudly despite the pain in his body. "By the way, I will properly award you for helping us once the preparations are complete." Lord Luo then said to him, "You really don't have to. There's no need to be humble. You are already like family to us, anyway. And you can just think of it as an early wedding gift or something like that." Ha ha ha. Lord Luo laughed again. Cough. Fuck. That hurts. Lord Luo cursed in a painful voice after laughing too hard. "Get some rest already, father. We will take care of everything for you." Luo Ling said to him. "Thank you." He mumbled before falling asleep a few moments later. "You can rest in your room, Brother Yuan. If you need anything, just let me know and I will do my best to assist you." Luo Li said to him with rosy cheeks before she quickly walked towards the door. "See you later, Brother Yuan." Luo Ming casually waved at him. Once Luo Li and Luo Ming left the room, Luo Ling approached his ears and whispered to him, "If my sister is not enough for you, you can call for me afterward." She winked at him in a seductive manner before leaving the room, completely unaware that Yuan was too innocent to understand the meaning behind her words. "Did you hear? Player Yuan is currently at Pang City." "Where is that?" "It's only 30 miles away from here. Want to go over there and take a look? There will be many other people who'll be going there to see for themselves whether player Yuan is really a little girl or not. Let's go." After news of player Yuan spread throughout the internet, thousands of players began making their way towards Pang City in hopes of seeing player Yuan, who was rumored to be a cute little girl. Of course, Yuan himself was completely unaware of the misunderstanding about him that had spread throughout the internet, and he was silently cultivating in the Lord's manor. A few hours have passed since the Mountain Lord's invasion, and Luo Li took a deep breath before knocking on the door to Yuan's room. Knock knock. "Brother Yuan, it's Luo Li," she said to him from outside. "You can come inside," Yuan responded a moment later. "Were you cultivating? I hope I didn't interrupt your cultivation," Luo Li said after seeing the spiritual energy that was gathered around him. "It's okay. I was about to take a break anyway," Yuan said as he got off the bed, feeling a little bit stiff from sitting in the same position for many hours. "Do you need something from me?" he asked her a moment later. "Quite the opposite," actually. We have finished preparing the reward for your contribution during the Mountain Lord's invasion, and we would like you to receive it now, she said. Okay. Yuan nodded before following her outside with Xiao Hua by his side. A few minutes later, they entered this massive long room with Lord Luo sitting on a large chair at the end of the room, and he was still wrapped in bandages. Luo Ming and Luo Ling were also in the same room, as were all of the servants in the building and a few guards. Once Luo Li brought Yuan to the front, Lord Luo spoke in a clear voice, "Daoist Yuan, I have said this before, but I will say it again. Neither I, nor this city can thank you enough for what you have done for this place, and one can even say that you are the sole reason why this city and the thousands of citizens that live here are still alive right now. Although this reward isn't much, it's the most precious item our Pang city can afford." Lord Luo suddenly clapped his hands, and two servants approached Yuan with two boxes in their grasp. Once they opened the boxes, Lord Luo continued to speak, "For your contributions, from defending the Pang city from thousands of beasts to defeating the Mountain Lord, my Luo family shall award you with 1,000,000 gold coins and our Luo family's heirloom, the Starry Abyss." Inside one of the boxes was a small storage pouch that contained 1,000,000 gold coins, whilst the other bigger box contained a beautiful dagger with a golden handle and a pitch-black blade that seemed to be made from some kind of jade. "The Starry Abyss has been passed down in my family for over 10 generations, but nobody in the family has ever been able to wield it, almost as though it has its own consciousness. Perhaps you, Daoist Yuan, who will be climbing the stairway to heaven one day, might be able to wield it." "A dagger. But I have only ever practiced with a sword." Yuan looked at the flickering black dagger that appeared to contain an entire universe within with a dazed expression, feeling some kind of connection to it. "Brother Yuan, that's a soul weapon," Xiao Hua suddenly said to him in a low voice, and when Yuan turned to look at her, he could only see a shocked expression on her face. However, since this wasn't the time or situation to ask her for an explanation, Yuan could only wait until later to ask her. "Thank you very much for your gift. I swear that I will keep it safe no matter what." Yuan humbly bowed to them before he accepted the gift, as he learned that bowing in this world meant a display of respect after seeing it so many times. "Congratulations. You have obtained a soul weapon." Once Yuan accepted the gifts, an announcement appeared in the sky for everyone but Yuan to see. "Congratulations. Player Yuan has become the first player to obtain a soul weapon." However, the players were puzzled by the announcement, as this is their first time hearing about soul weapons. What even is a soul weapon, and how does it differ from regular weapons? Once the rewards have been distributed, Lord Luo then said to Yuan, "By the way, we have collected all of the monster cores from Mountain Lord's invasion. We were able to collect 241 monster cores at the Spirit Apprentice level and the Mountain Lord's Spirit Warrior Realm monster core, and I'd also like to give them all to you, as you were the one who killed most of them, anyway." However, Yuan said, "You can have the Spirit Apprentice level monster cores, I only need the Spirit Warrior monster core." "Are you sure, Daoist Yuan? If you sold them, you could earn some more gold." He nodded and said, 1,000,000 gold coins is more than enough for me right now. If anything, I'd like to donate those monster cores to the guards who also risked their lives defending the city yesterday." When the guards in the room heard Yuan's words, their faces immediately brightened, and they silently thanked Yuan in their hearts. "I understand. If that's your request, I will leave the Mountain Lord's monster core with you and share the rest with the guards." Lord Luo nodded with an approving smile on his face. Good-natured cultivators like Yuan are hard to come by nowadays, and he cannot be any happier to know that his daughters might be taken care of by someone like him in the future. Sometime later, Lord Luo said to him, "Breakfast is almost done, Daoist Yuan. Are you interested?" "Of course." He nodded without hesitation. Once breakfast finished and Yuan returned to his room, he asked Xiao Hua, "What's a soul weapon?" Soul weapons are, as its name suggests, weapons that contain a soul, allowing it to have its own consciousness. They are exceedingly rare treasures even in the higher realms with nearly unlimited potential. And due to their uniqueness, they do not have specific grades like ordinary weapons do. It's really shocking that the Luo family would have something like this. Xiao Hua explained to him. A weapon with a soul, so there's somebody inside the weapon. How does that even happen? Yuan asked, still confused about the concept. That's not quite right, brother Yuan. There's nobody in the weapon. The term soul does not actually mean there's someone in the weapon. It's just a weapon with just enough consciousness to pick their masters. Oh. So I cannot talk with it? Yuan said with a slightly disappointed expression. That might not be the case either, brother Yuan. Because soul weapons are essentially living weapons that grow stronger with their master, there's a chance its soul can evolve in the future, allowing it to speak. Soul weapons can grow stronger. No wonder why you say it has unlimited potential. Xiao Hua nodded and said, however, in order for it to grow, brother Yuan must be able to wield it first, and soul weapons are not easy to control. Because regardless of your cultivation base, if the soul weapon does not recognize you as its master, it will be no different from an ordinary weapon, perhaps even worse. Yuan nodded. He then retrieved the beautiful black dagger and stared at it with a mesmerizing face. Starry Abyss. Level, 0. Rank, Soul Weapon. Growth rate, very slow. Requirement, unknown. A description, a beautiful dagger with an unknown origin. Appears to contain its own universe within the blade. How do I get it to recognize me? Yuan asked her a moment later. Brother Yuan can try feeding it some of your blood to see whether it will recognize you or not. Xiao Hua suggested. Feed it my blood. How much blood? A few drops should be enough, she said. Yuan nodded and took a deep breath before pricking his finger with the tip of the starry abyss, feeding it a few drops of his own blood. The moment Yuan's blood touched the dagger, his blood sunk into the dagger's blade, and Yuan could see his blood being absorbed by the flickering stars inside the blade. A few seconds later, the dagger began trembling. What is going on, Xiao Hua? Yuan asked her with a nervous expression. It's reacting to your blood, brother Yuan. There's a good chance it will recognize you. Quickly, feed it more of your blood. She urged him with excitement on her face. Yuan nodded and squeezed a few more drops of blood onto the shaking dagger. As the dagger absorbed more of Yuan's blood, the trembling grew stronger, and the dagger itself even started heating up. It's burning me. Yuan dropped the dagger when it became unbearably hot to hold. However, as though gravity stopped working, the starry abyss did not fall to the floor and remained levitating before Yuan. After spending a few moments suspended in midair, the starry abyss finally stopped trembling. Try touching it, brother Yuan. Xiao Hua suddenly said to him. Yuan nodded and reached for the dagger. After poking it a few times to make sure it wasn't hot, Yuan grabbed the dagger. Congratulations. You have been recognized by the starry abyss as its new master. You have obtained the title Soul Weapon Master. I did it, Xiao Hua. It recognized me as its new master. Feeling some sort of connection with the dagger, Yuan said to her in excitement afterward. Xiao Hua nodded with a smile. The soul weapon definitely recognizes brother Yuan's unlimited potential. How do I make it grow stronger? He asked her. Soul weapons will naturally grow strong with the master, so as long as brother Yuan continues growing stronger, so will the soul weapon. Though, if you wish to make it grow faster, you can hunt monsters with the soul weapon so it can absorb their blood and grow stronger that way. But I don't know any dagger techniques besides the 1,000-knife technique, and that's for cooking, he said. Even seemingly innocent and useless techniques like cooking techniques can become deadly in combat if used properly, brother Yuan. Yuan nodded and said, I guess I can try using the 1,000-knife technique with this dagger on weaker monsters when I have the time. Meanwhile, in Lord Luo's room, a guard said to him, Lord Luo, there has been an influx of visitors at our city ever since the Mountain Lord's invasion, and they're all cultivators. What? Do you know why? Lord Luo asked. We asked them for their reason for coming to our city, and a few of them said that they were here for, player Yuan. Do they mean Taoist Yuan? But why would so many people come here just to see him? Lord Luo pondered out loud. We have also asked them that question, but they did not provide us with any good reasons, saying things like they simply wanted to meet him. Lord Luo nodded his head and said to the guard a few moments later, notify Taoist Yuan of the situation. Since these people came here for him, it'd be for the best to let him decide what we should do in this situation. Sometime later, the guard explained the situation to Yuan, who was sweating by the end. Don't let them know that I am here. In fact, tell them that I have long left the city. Yuan quickly said to the guard, who was slightly dumbfounded by his reaction, looking like he was on the run or something. It looks like Senior Yuan is more popular than we'd anticipated. The guard thought to himself. Understood. We won't let them bother Senior Yuan no matter what. The guard said to him before leaving the room. Damn. This must be due to the announcement. Now every player in the world knows that I am in this city. I must leave this place as soon as possible. Yuan sighed inwardly. However, it's too dangerous to leave now when there are so many people looking for me outside. I will leave once there are fewer people tomorrow. With that decided, Yuan returned to cultivating in silence to calm his mind. Once Yuan realized that there were many people visiting Pang City to see him, he remained inside the Lord's manor until it was dark outside, and after eating dinner with the Luo family, he logged out and waited for Yu Ro to feed him once again. Brother, how is your progress in the game? Yu Ro asked him as she wiped his body with a wet towel. Fairly good. I have made some new friends and got to eat some amazing food, he responded with a smile. Oh. Tell me about these new friends, she quickly asked him. Well, they are only NPCs, but they feel as real as players with almost no distinctions between them. I have heard about that, too. Despite being NPCs, you will not be able to tell the difference between a player and an NPC unless they start talking about our world. Yes, it's really shocking how realistic the world is. Sometime later, once Yu Ro finished feeding and cleaning Yuan, she said to him, Brother, I will be able to play with you after tomorrow. Where are you currently in the game? I will be entering the game after this and see where I start so that we can arrange a meeting once I begin playing. Me? I am in a place called Pang City, he responded without thinking. Pang City? Isn't that where the famous player Yuan was last seen? Did you by any chance see this person? Yu Ro asked him. Player Yuan. I have no idea. Yuan quickly said. What a pity. I wanted to confirm whether the rumors are true or not, she sighed after hearing his words. Rumors? What kind of rumors? Yuan asked her with his interest intrigued. Well, there were some players that had participated in the event at Pang City who claimed that they have seen player Yuan with their own eyes and that he is actually a sheik. Yu Ro explained to him what she read on the internet. What the heck? Yuan cried out loud in a shocked voice. Why would anyone call him a female? I was shocked too when I first saw this information online. Apparently, she's a little girl who can use a very powerful technique that wiped out hundreds of monsters in the blink of an eye. A little girl. If Yuan could feel his body right now, he would definitely be feeling the cold sweat soaking his back right now. How on earth did they mistake Xiao Hua as me, he cried inwardly. I have a feeling that this information might be wrong. Yuan suddenly said to her. What makes you say that? Yu Ro asked him. I don't know. It's just a feeling I am getting, he responded. What a coincidence, brother, as I am also getting a similar feeling. Yu Ro said. You seem very interested in this player Yuan, why is that? Yuan asked her a moment later. Even if you weren't interested in something at first, you will eventually become intrigued by it if you keep seeing it online constantly. Though, I am more interested in this player's servant more than anything. Servant? Yu Ro nodded, and she continued, because I personally don't like violence or fighting, I want to become a cultivator who has servants that will fight for me, and I cannot help but wonder what a divine-grade servant might look like. Any monster with such a high grade must be extremely powerful, right? Like a phoenix or a dragon. Actually, she's human, and a little girl at that. Yuan responded to Ro in his head. After talking for a few minutes, mostly about what kind of servants she wants once she starts playing the game, Ro said to him, "It's getting late, brother. I am going to create my character tonight, and I will tell you where I am tomorrow morning." "Okay. Good night, Ro." "Good night, brother." Ro closed the lights before leaving the room. Since Ro wants to have servants, I should ask Xiao Hua tomorrow if there are any methods to tame monsters. Yuan thought to himself before falling asleep. Meanwhile, inside her room, Ro laid on the bed with the helmet used to play Cultivation Online on her head. A brief moment after pressing the power button, Ro could feel her consciousness slowly being transported to another place by a mysterious force. Sometime later, when she opened her eyes, an old man with a profound gaze was already staring at her a few meters away, and they appeared to be inside this white room. "Hello." Ro took the initiation to speak to him. "What is your name?" he asked her in a deep but clear voice. "Ro. Place your hand on this." The old man pushed a crystal ball towards her. Ro nodded and placed her hand on the crystal ball. A few moments later, her status appeared. Name, Ro. Cultivation, none. Legacy, none. Bloodline, none. Physique, pure physique. Physical strength, 62. Mental strength, 80. Soul strength, 54. Physical defense, 40. Mental defense, 90. A disappointed light flickered within the old man's eyes after he saw Ro's status, and he sighed inwardly, another one with just above average talent, huh? Why am I so unlucky compared to that cold woman who encountered someone with the legendary heaven-refining physique? I am now certain that heaven holds some kind of grudge against me. Is everything okay, senior? Ro asked him after seeing his dejected expression. Although you may not have amazing talents, you should be able to live a comfortable life with the purine physique. Good luck, young lady. The old man said to her before disappearing into the cracked space behind him. A few seconds after the old man left, Ro felt her consciousness being transported to another place, and she could see a large crowd of people standing around her when she opened her eyes again. Welcome to the world of cultivation, mortals. A loud and clear voice resounded above Ro, causing her and the other people there to look up at the sky, where a handsome middle-aged man was floating in the air and staring down at them with a smile on his face. I am Elder Yang, and I will be giving you a brief introduction to our world before I let you explore this vast world by yourself, said the handsome middle-aged man floating in the sky. First and foremost, you should know about the existence of cultivators, as we have the potential to become the most powerful beings in this world, even becoming a god. I am what you call a cultivator, and as cultivators, we absorb the energy of heaven and earth that are known as chi or spiritual energy to cultivate our bodies. Once you've cultivated enough, you can do things like fly around the skies like a bird with wings or even split the seas with your fist. The next thing you should keep in mind is that in the cultivation world strength is all that matters. In a world where the strong eat the weak, if you do not have the power to defend yourself, you are essentially a chicken waiting to be hunted by the strong, and you can blame nobody but yourselves when that happens. Now that you know the basics of this world, allow me to bestow you the method of cultivation. Of course, this cultivation technique is only the most basic one out there. If you wish to obtain a stronger cultivation method, you must find it yourself in this vast world. With a single wave of his sleeves, every player there received the skill, basic chi gathering technique. And before I send you all away, do any of you have either a heaven rank or earth rank physique? Elder Yang looked at the players with an anticipating gaze. Ro looked at her own status. Pure physique. Rank, earth. I have an earth-ranked physique called the pure physique, she said as she raised her hand. Oh, the pure physique, huh? Elder Yang looked at Ro while nodding his head with approval. Although it may only be earth-ranked, the purine physique is at the top of most physiques at that rank, even beating some heaven-rank physique in terms of usefulness. As for what it does, it simply allows you to absorb spiritual energy or chi that contains yin elements much easier than normal people. Furthermore, your body will dispose of all impurities for you, saving you the effort of needing to dispose of them by yourself. If you ever manage to reach the higher heaven, visit the divine yin temple. They will gladly accept someone like you as their disciple, and don't forget to mention that Elder Yang from the Supreme Yang Temple referred you to them. Yuan nodded at the cultivator's words. Nobody else has either a heaven-ranked or earth-ranked physique. What a disappointing bunch. Elder Yang shook his head in a disappointed manner before waving his sleeves again, sending the players towards the teleporters right behind them. Yuan opened her eyes again, finding herself in the middle of a busy city this time around. Where is this? Yuan proceeded to walk around the city for a few minutes, even asking the pedestrians about their location. This is the Spring City in the Eastern Continent, said one of the pedestrians. I see. Thank you. Now that Yuan was aware of her location, she continued to explore the city and experience the beauty of this world for a few more minutes before logging off and going to sleep. However, she did not fall asleep right away like usual, as the world of Cultivation Online had left a deep impression, filling her heart with excitement. I cannot wait to explore this world with brother. She thought to herself before falling asleep after much effort. Brother, are you awake? Yuan entered his room early in the morning. Yes, I am. Did you enter the game last night? He asked her. I did. And I was blown away by how amazing and realistic the world seemed. It exceeded my expectations on many levels. No wonder why it's the most popular game in the entire world right now. I almost didn't want to log off once I started playing. Yuan spoke in a voice filled with excitement, sounding like a child who just went to the amusement park for the first time. Ha ha ha. So you finally understand. Yuan said with a smile on his face. Anyway, after getting my character evaluated, I was given a brief explanation about the world by some cultivator before being sent to this beginner's city called Spring City, in the Eastern Continent. I don't know how far away it is from Pang City, but I hope it's not too far. Don't worry, Yuan. No matter how far away you are, I will come to you. Spring City, right? I will definitely see you there. I can't wait to play with you, brother. Yuan nodded with enthusiasm. Sometime later, Yuan went to prepare for school whilst Yuan returned to the game. Welcome back, brother Yuan. Xiao Hua said to him after seeing his face appear out of thin air like a ghost. Did anything happen while I was away? He asked her. Luo Ling and Luo Li came to visit you last night, but I told them you had to go somewhere, she said to him. I see. Let's go talk to them now before we leave this place. Xiao Hua nodded and followed him to meet with the Luo family. Luo Li. Yuan called out to her after seeing her figure in the hallway. Brother Yuan, you're back. Luo Li greeted him with a courteous bow. Sorry I missed you last night. I had to log off for the night. Don't worry about it. It wasn't anything important, anyway. Luo Li said to him with a slightly rosy face when she recalled the reason she visited him last night. Anyway, I was just about to call you for breakfast, she then said to him. Yuan nodded and said, let's go. I need to fill my stomach before I return to my journey. You're leaving already? Luo Li looked at him with a dispirited face. Although she knew that this moment would eventually come, she didn't want to part with him so soon, as there were still many things that she wanted to do with him. Yes, I plan on leaving this place after breakfast, said Yuan after Luo Li asked about his departure. Is that so? I understand. Luo Li nodded before continuing, let's continue this conversation with everyone else. Okay. Sometime later, Yuan and the Luo family began eating breakfast. Where do you plan on going after this, brother Yuan? Or are you still planning on going to the purple bamboo forest for training? Luo Ling asked him during breakfast. While they normally speak after breakfast, she didn't want to waste any more time after learning that he would be leaving soon. No, my plans have changed. I will be going to Spring City after this to meet up with someone. As for training at Purple Bamboo Forest, that will have to wait until a later date. Spring City. That's quite far away from here even if you are flying there on a sword. Lord Luo said to him. Really? How far is it? Yuan asked him with a slightly anxious frown, worried that he might not be able to meet Uro on time. Spring City is approximately 30,000 miles from Arpang City. It will take you over 100 hours to fly there even if you flew without rest for the entire journey. No way. Yuan's face immediately dropped after learning just how far away Spring City was from his current location. At this rate, Yuro's entire vacation will end by the time he even gets there, and he will have to wait another week before they can play together. Seeing the desperation on Yuan's face, Luo Ming spoke out loud, if you are in that much of a hurry to get to Spring City, why don't you use the teleportation device in Liang City? It's only 3,000 miles from here. Though, you will have to pay a tremendous amount of gold to use it. Really? I can reach Spring City in a short amount of time if I use this teleportation device. Yuan's dispirited expression immediately brightened. Yes, you should be able to reach Spring City before the day ends. However, it won't be cheap. After all, teleportation devices require a massive amount of spiritual energy to operate, and the further you need to go, the more expensive it'll cost you. 30,000 miles isn't bad at all, so the gold we gave you should be more than enough for you to use it. Luo Ming said to him. Thank you. I will use this teleportation device even if it'll cost me an arm and leg. Yuan said to him. Why are you in such a hurry, brother Yuan? Is this person you are meeting that important? Luo Ling suddenly asked him. Yes, she's the most important person in my life. He responded without hesitation. The most important person in your life. Luo Li repeated in a low voice, feeling somewhat envious of this person. Even Xiao Hua couldn't help but look at him with her interest piqued. It's not an exaggeration to say if not for her, I would not be alive right now. Yuan nodded with a heartfelt expression on his face. Is she your lover, brother Yuan? Luo Ming couldn't help but ask him. Ha ha ha, of course, not. Yuan laughed at his words before saying, she's my sister. Oh, it's just his sister. The Luo family sighed in relief after hearing his words. Brother Yuan's sister, what kind of person is she? Xiao Hua suddenly asked him while staring at him intensively. She's a very kind individual who puts others' well-being above her own. Even though she's already busy enough with her own life, she never fails to take care of me every single day, even when she's exhausted herself, and I cannot thank her enough for her sacrifices. It sounds like you have a wonderful sister, brother Yuan. I fully understand why you must leave now. Luo Li said to him with a smile. Once the small conversation was over, they continued to eat. Sometime later, once breakfast was finished, Lord Luo whispered to one of the servants. The servant returned a few minutes later with a scroll in her hands and handed it to Yuan. That map will show you how to get to Liang City from here. Since you will be flying, it will be much easier for you, but you must pass a mountain range before you can see Liang City. Thank you, Yuan accepted the map. Allow me to walk you outside, brother Yuan. Luo Ling stood up and said to him. I will come too. Luo Li also said. A few moments later, Luo Ling suddenly embraced one of his arms close to her chest whilst Luo Li went for the other before leading him outside, making Yuan appear to be some kind of playboy with a beauty in each of his arms. Once they were outside, Yuan was dumbfounded by the massive crowd that filled the streets. Why is there so many people here? He was dumbfounded. After what happened with the Mountain Lord, Arpang City has been flooded with visitors. Many of them appeared to have come here looking for brother Yuan, and even though we have already told them that you had long left this city, the numbers continued to grow. Luo Ling said to him. I see, then I can only fly out of here. Yuan sighed. Goodbye, Luo Ling. I won't forget my experience here. He then said to them with a bright smile on his face. Can I hug you before you leave? Luo Li suddenly asked him. Yuan nodded and opened his arms without thinking too much about it. Luo Li immediately leaped into his arms and embraced him tightly. Come back here when you have the time, okay? I will always be waiting for you. I will. After hugging him for a few moments, Luo Li released her arms and took a step back before suddenly propelling herself towards Yuan, kissing him on the cheeks. Yuan was speechless, but he didn't mind it. I will see you later, brother Yuan. Luo Li said to him with a red face before running back into the house. It's my turn to say goodbye. Luo Ling also went to embrace him. I am going to miss you, she mumbled to him. A few moments later, Luo Ling released him and kissed him on the other side of his cheeks, and unlike Luo Li, she did not immediately run away afterward. The next time you visit us, we can do something even more intimate, she winked at him in a seductive manner. Although Yuan couldn't understand the meaning behind her words, he nodded his head regardless. I will see you later, he said to her. Once Luo Ling also entered the house, Xiao Hua said to him, Brother Yuan sure is popular with the ladies. He showed a bashful smile before speaking, anyway, let's head to Liang City for the teleportation device. Yuan then retrieved his spirit sword to let Xiao Hua control it. A few moments later, the two of them soared towards the clear sky and left the city, shocking the people that saw them from below. After leaving Pang City, Yuan and Xiao Hua flew straight towards Liang City. However, because of Yuan's low cultivation base, they needed multiple breaks in between their journey. I am going to eat the Mountain Lord's monster core now, Yuan suddenly said during their third break. A few moments later, he popped the monster core into his mouth like a piece of candy before swallowing the sweetness. Heaven refining physique activated. Less than 311 million chi has been refined from the Black Beast's monster core. 307,680,000 out of 307,680,000. You have absorbed enough chi for a breakthrough. You have reached the 5th level Spirit Warrior. Plus 3,000 stats. 480500000 out of 615360000. After consuming the Mountain Lord's monster core, Yuan could feel his exhausted energy instantly recover to the brim and more. He then turned to look at his status screen. Cultivation, 5th level Spirit Warrior. Legacy, none. Bloodline, none. Physique, Heaven refining physique. Physical strength, 12734. Mental strength, 12975. Soul strength, 14410. Physical defense, 12710. Mental defense, 13821. Chi experience, 480500000 out of 615360000. Fame, 180. Charm, 30. Luck, 10. Seeing these large numbers, Yuan couldn't help but wonder if it was normal for cultivators at his level to have such high stats. He then looked at his available skills. Heaven's Secret Art Mastery Level, 2. Consuming Heaven Technique Mastery Level, 2. Heaven Splitting Sword Strike Mastery Level, 2. Bloody Sword Strike Mastery Level, 3. Thousand Knife Technique Mastery Level, 1. Heavenly Fire Control Mastery Level, 1. Cooking Skill Mastery Level, 1. Advanced Senses. Enhanced Strength. Weak Poison Resistance. Novice Sword Mastery. Despite having so many techniques at hand, Yuan felt like he only had one or two from using the same technique over and over again. However, it was not as though there was any need for him to use the other techniques when Bloody Sword Strike is more than enough to handle most threats with ease. Are you okay, Brother Yuan? Xiao Hua asked him in a worried tone after noticing that he had been staring at the empty air with a dazed face, worrying that he might have finally gone crazy from eating too many monster cores. "Oh, I'm fine. I was just thinking about something," he said a moment later. "Anyway, let's continue our journey now that I am full of energy again." Xiao Hua nodded, and they returned to the sky shortly later. "Do we need to rest again?" Xiao Hua asked him an hour later. Yuan shook his head and spoke in a relaxed tone, "No, I am still filled with energy. I cannot believe how much stronger I got just from one level. The higher your cultivation, the more difference between each level," Xiao Hua said to him. After flying for another hour, Yuan was finally beginning to feel tired, so they rested for half an hour, and they continued this routine until they reached Liang City. "Finally. I can finally see the city." Yuan spoke with teary eyes when he saw the tall city walls in the distance. It has been over 12 hours since they left Pang City, and the entire journey was simply mentally exhausting for someone like Yuan who has never traveled such a long distance in one go before. Sometime later, they descended near the entrance where there was a decently long queue of people waiting to get inside the city. However, when the guards saw how Yuan and Xiao Hua appeared out of nowhere from the skies, they immediately ignored the people in the line and rushed towards them. "Welcome to our Liang City, senior cultivators. If there's anything you need, please let us assist you." The guards spoke after politely bowing to them. "We're here for the teleportation device," said Yuan. "It's here, right?" "That is correct. Our Liang City indeed has a teleportation device. However, it has a travel distance limit of 70,000 miles. That's more than enough. I only intend on traveling to Spring City, which should be around 30,000 miles away." "I understand. Please come with me, I will lead you to the teleportation device." Yuan nodded and followed one of the guards into the city while the other guards returned to assist the other people. Sometime later, they reached the center of Liang City, where the teleportation device was in the middle of a crowded square street. "That's the teleportation device?" Yuan raised his eyebrows in a surprised manner after seeing the large circular object that seemed to be made of some kind of metallic material. It looked like a massive round mirror but without the glass in the middle, and there was even a stage right before it. "Is there anything else you need from me, seniors?" the guard asked them after they arrived. "No, this is all. Thank you for taking the time to bring us here," Yuan said to him. "Please, you don't even need to mention it. I am merely doing my job." The guard left a few moments later, leaving Yuan and Xiao Hua standing before the teleportation device. "Where would you like to go?" An old man with a profound aura standing beside the teleportation device suddenly spoke to Yuan after noticing their presence. "Spring City," he said. "Spring City, huh? That would be 30,247 miles from here." The old man said to him. "How much will it cost?" 350,000 gold coins. The old man quickly responded. "That much?" Yuan cried inwardly. Although he had prepared himself for it, the price still shocked him greatly. Seeing Yuan's dumbfounded expression, the old man said, "It requires an enormous amount of spiritual energy to operate the teleportation device, it's only natural it'll cost this much. Do you still want to use it?" Yuan quickly nodded, "Yes, I do." The old man then extended his wrinkly hands towards Yuan, signaling him for the payment. Seeing this, Yuan sighed inwardly before taking out his storage pouch and handing the old man the money. After counting the money with his spiritual sense, the old man nodded with satisfaction and said to them, "Go ahead and step onto the stage." Yuan and Xiao Hua proceeded to walk onto the stage and stood before the massive teleportation device. The old man then walked to a stand that was only a few meters away and placed onto it a few chunks of beautiful crystal that emitted intense spiritual energy. A few moments later, once the teleportation device was charged up with spirit chi from the crystals, the empty space before Yuan began to twist and turn, and a black portal appeared. "You won't be directly teleported inside Spring City but a few miles out. Enter the teleportation device whenever you are ready but don't take too long because it will disappear in a minute." Yuan nodded and turned to look at Xiao Hua. Are you ready? He asked her. Whenever Brother Yuan is ready, she nodded her small head. Yuan then extended his hand for her to hold, and Xiao Hua grabbed it without hesitation. After taking a deep breath, Yuan took a step forward and walked into the portal while holding Xiao Hua's small hands, disappearing from Liang City. And literally a second later, just like when he first entered the game and met Xiao Hua, Yuan found himself surrounded by trees in the middle of nowhere. Let's go up, Yuan said, and they soared to the sky a moment later to look for the city. I think it's that place over there, Yuan pointed at the city in the distance. Let's go. They began flying towards the city. You have discovered Spring City. A few minutes later, they descended from the sky and landed in front of the city gates, and just like the guards from Pang City and Liang City, the guards at Spring City immediately approached them after seeing them descend from the heavens. Welcome to our Spring City, seniors. If you need anything, just let me know. The guard said to him. It's fine. We are only here to meet with someone. Yuan said to the guard. May I have the senior's name so we can report to the Shien family of your presence? The guard suddenly said. Shien family. Yuan suddenly recalled Xian Wuhan, who mentioned that her family was in this city. That's correct, senior. The Shien family controls this city, and we were instructed to let them know if any experts arrive at our city to avoid any unnecessary trouble. The guard explained to him. Then do you know Xian Wuhan? Yuan asked him. The young lady. Are you acquainted with the young lady? The guard showed a surprised face. Yes, she asked me to see her if I ever visit Spring City, and I have some time before my meeting. Here, she even gave me this. Yuan showed him the medallion Xian Wuhan gave him in Spirit City. That's the Shien family's medallion. The guard's eyes widened with surprise after seeing the medallion. Only those trusted by the Shien family would have something like that. Please follow me, esteemed guests. I will immediately bring you to the Shien family. The guard bowed to them with respect. By the way, you can call me Yuan. Young Master Yuan. Meanwhile, another guard rushed to return to the Shien family before Yuan and Xiao Hua could arrive to alert them about their presence. What? Someone with my family's medallion is coming here. I don't recall anyone that goes by the name Yuan. The head of the Shien family, Patriarch Shien, raised his eyebrows after hearing about Yuan. He mentioned the young lady's name, even claiming that she was the one who gave him the medallion, said the guard. Patriarch Shien nodded and said, Bring my daughter here. Yes, Patriarch. Sometime later, Xian Wuhan appeared before them with a messy appearance, looking like she'd just gotten out of bed. What's the matter, father? I was having a nice dream, you know, she asked him with a tired expression. Do you know someone by the name of Yuan? Patriarch Xian immediately asked her. How do you know about Taoist Yuan, father? Xian Wuhan's face immediately became energetic after hearing Yuan's name, and she looked at him with a surprised face. So you are acquainted with him? Yes, I met him at Spirit City and the auction house there. Although I don't know his background, he's definitely not an ordinary individual, especially the little girl who follows him around. I have a feeling that she's a real expert like Grandpa. A spirit master like my father, huh? That's very likely, as the guards saw her flying with their own eyes. Wait a moment. They were here. In our city? Xian Wuhuan quickly asked him. Yes, and they are heading here as we speak. Why didn't you tell me that from the beginning? I am not ready to receive any guests, and I have already wasted plenty of time here. Then you'd best hurry up and fix your appearance before they arrive. Patriarch Xian shook his head at her. While Xian Wuhan is known for being a hard worker by the people outside, she was the complete opposite at home, being a lazy girl who spends most of her time sleeping. I will be right back. Xian Wuhan said before she ran towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, Yuan and Xiao Hua had just arrived at the Xian family's household. Heavens! This place is even bigger than the Luo family's manor in Pang City. It's almost like comparing a small hut to a massive mansion. Yuan spoke with a dazed look on his face as he stood right outside their building. It's no wonder why Xian Wuhan was treated like a VIP at the auction house. The Shien family has already been notified of your arrival, esteemed guests. Just as the guard finished his sentence, the door opened, and a handsome and tall middle-aged man with a profound aura walked out of the building and stared at Yuan with a sharp gaze. 5th level spirit warrior. How old is this young man? He doesn't look any older than my daughter. Patriarch Shien was filled with surprise after seeing his cultivation base and young appearance. However, what shocked him the most was Xiao Hua's formidable presence, who was naturally emitting a profound aura, yet he could not see the full extent of her cultivation base despite being a spirit master himself. A real expert. She's a real expert, he cried inwardly. You must be Daoist Yuan. I am the patriarch of the Shien family and Xian Wuhan's father, Xian Chao. Thank you for taking the time to visit our humble family. Patriarch Xian clasped his hands together and bowed to them respectfully with a friendly smile on his face. Thank you for having me. Yuan followed his movements and returned the bow. Please, come inside. Yuan and Xiao Hua then followed him into the massive building. Welcome, esteemed guests. 2 rows of servants standing parallel to each other bowed to them in unison as they entered the house. Once they were in the guest room, the servant served them tea, and Patriarch Xian spoke as Yuan held the teacup. I have heard about you from my daughter, Daoist Yuan, and I must say, you are as talented as. No, you have exceeded my expectations. Reaching the 5th level spirit warrior realm at such a young age, I can only imagine how talented your master must be. And I cannot help but ask, just how old are you this year? Patriarch Xian looked at him with clear eyes filled with interest. I turned 18 3 months ago, Yuan responded casually. 18. Patriarch Xian exclaimed, nearly standing up from shock. Although Yuan looked young, he did not really expect him to be such a young man since appearance is the most deceptive part about cultivators, with Xiao Hua as the perfect example. Unbelievable. I thought you were near my daughter's age, maybe even slightly older, but alas, to think you were actually younger than her by 3 years. Patriarch Xian praised him without feeling any shame, even feeling a little envious of his talent. And while he wanted to ask Yuan about his background, Patriarch Xian did not want to appear too inquisitive on their first meeting. It was at this moment the door to the room opened, and a beautiful young lady wearing subtle yet striking makeup entered the room. Yuan turned around to look at Xian Wuhan and smiled upon seeing her. Hello, Xian Wuhan. I have come to visit you. Daoist Yuan. Thank you for, what the heck happened to you? Xian Wuhan suddenly exclaimed in a shocked tone midway through her sentence, dumbfounding Yuan and Patriarch Xian. Yuan watched with wide eyes as Xian Wuhan ran towards him in an aggressive manner. How are you already at the 5th level spirit warrior realm? The last time I saw you, you were only at the 1st level. And that was only a few days ago. She looked at him with a gawking face. What? Patriarch Xian stood up from shock after hearing his daughter's baffling words. Not even a cultivating monster can improve their cultivation so quickly. Just what kind of background does Yuan have? Well, a few things have occurred since the auction house. Yuan said with a weird smile on his face. You must have had quite the fortunate encounter to raise your cultivation so quickly. How envious. I also want a fortunate encounter. Xian Wuhan sighed loudly. I wouldn't call them fortunate events, though. Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile. Anyway, what brings you to Spring City? Don't tell me you are here just to see me, she asked him with flickering eyes. I'm meeting with my sister here, Yuan calmly responded. Oh. Xian Wuhan mumbled, feeling somewhat disappointed. Then how long do you plan on staying here? She asked a moment later. I'm not sure, but it probably won't be long, he said. Do you have a place to stay? If not, you can stay here for the time being. We have plenty of guest rooms. That probably won't be necessary, since I will be meeting with my sister in a few hours. Thank you for the offering, though. Don't worry. If you ever need a place to stay, you know where to go, she said to him. What about dinner? It's being prepared right now, Patriarch Shien suddenly said. I can stay for that. Yuan nodded. While they waited for dinner to be ready, Xian Wuhan asked Yuan about his activities after they separated from the auction house. Yuan then told them about his encounter with the demonic spider and the mountain lord at Pang City. Both Xian Wuhan and Patriarch Xian listened to his adventure with dropping jaws. How can so much happen in just a few days? Furthermore, it doesn't explain how he managed to improve his cultivation base so quickly. You said that you don't belong to any sect, right? Do you intend on joining one in the future? Xian Wuhan asked him afterward. I honestly don't know. I haven't seen enough of this world yet to want to stay in one place for an extended amount of time, he said. If that is your only concern, then I don't think you need to worry, because only the newer disciples have their movements and activities limited to within the sect, mostly for their own safety. Xian Wuhan said, and she continued, inner disciples and core disciples such as myself have plenty of freedom. In fact, most of us spend more time outside than inside the sect. Take me for example. I belong to a sect, yet I spend more time outside than at the sect. As long as I don't slack and continue to progress my cultivation, they won't restrict my movements. And with your talents and your current cultivation, it's almost guaranteed that you will become a core disciple the instant you join a sect. If you are still worried, then you can join my sect. My grandfather is an elder at the sect, and with his backing, even the sect leader will have to think twice before doing anything to you. Hearing her words, Yuan nodded and said, I will think about it. Although he wasn't interested in sects at first, if he wants to have a better understanding of cultivators, he should live around them for some time. And since Xian Wuhuan has reassured him that he won't have his freedom limited, it seemed like the perfect time to join one. However, because he still needed his sister's opinion on this matter, he won't make any decisions for now. Take as long as you need to think about it. Although it's very common for cultivators to join a sect, it's not something you should take lightly, as it will more likely than not affect the rest of your life. Xian Wuhan said to him. And if you ever decide to join a sect, come to the Dragon Essence Temple. It's one of the top sects in the world and also where I am currently. They'll treat you nicely, I can guarantee you that. Yuan nodded, I will keep that in mind. Sometime later, once dinner was ready, Xiao Hua asked Yuan after they were seated at the dining table, are you going to be okay with so little food, brother Yuan? Because the Shien family is not aware of Yuan's eating habits, she was worried that the food might not even fill the gap between his teeth. Although it won't be enough to fill my stomach, I don't need a full stomach every time I eat something, he said a moment later. Xiao Hua no longer said anything and they began eating shortly later. Many minutes later, after dinner, Yuan said to the Shien family, thank you for the wonderful dinner. I have to go now. You're leaving already? It's already dark outside. Xian Wuhan said to him, seemingly reluctant to see him leave so quickly. I would like to stay for longer, but my sister should be arriving soon, and I have promised her that I won't make her wait for long. Is that so? Xian Wuhan nodded and said, then promise me that you'll come to visit me again in the future. She then extended her hand to him like she was asking for a handshake. Yuan did not hesitate to shake her hands and said, I promise. Once Yuan and Xiao Hua left the building a few moments later, Patriarch Shien said to her, you really like him, huh? I have never seen you act so friendly towards another man before. Even though he's extremely talented and powerful, it isn't obvious at glance, and that doesn't change even after you speak with him. He's a very kind and humble individual despite his status, completely opposite of the arrogant geniuses that I am used to seeing on a daily basis. It's a refreshing feeling. Xian Wuhan said with a gentle smile on her face. I cannot argue with that. Talented cultivators like him are very rare nowadays. They are usually filled with arrogance, and the more talented they are the worse their character. It only makes one wonder what kind of background he's from. Patriarch Shien nodded in an approving manner. Why don't you go talk to your grandfather? Let him know about the situation and see if he can convince Taoist Yuan to join the sect. He suddenly suggested. However, Xian Wuhan shook her head and said, I will let Grandpa know about his existence, but I won't tell him to convince Taoist Yuan. We can't look desperate, after all. Meanwhile, outside the building, Yuan said to Xiao Hua, I am going to log off for now. See you later, brother Yuan. Xiao Hua said to him before disappearing into the necklace. A few moments later, Yuan left the cultivation world and proceeded to wait for Yu Rou to return in the real world. Brother. I am back. I can finally play with you tomorrow. Yu Rou's excited voice resounded outside his room, and Yuan could hear the sound of her running in the hallway. Welcome back, Yu Rou, Yuan said to her with a smile on his face after she entered his room a moment later. Let me change out of my school uniform and prepare dinner for you first. I will be right back. Yu Rou said to him, and she ran outside before Yuan could even tell her to calm down. About half an hour later, Yu Rou returned to his room with all of the necessities on a small cart. How was your day, brother? Do you think you'll be able to make it to Spring City by tomorrow morning? Yu Rou asked him as she wiped his skinny body with a warm wet towel. You have underestimated me, Yu Rou. I am already in Spring City. Yuan responded with a smile. Really? I bet you were already close to it. Yu Rou said, completely unaware that he traveled over 30,000 miles and spent 350,000 gold coins just to get there. You have no idea. Yuan said. And what do you mean tomorrow morning? Can you not play tonight? I would love to play tonight, but I have piano practice at home early tomorrow morning, so I have to sleep right after this, she said as she changed the wet towel and wiped his body for the second time. I see, then I will also sleep early tonight to make time pass by faster, Yuan said. After cleaning and feeding Yuan, Yu Rou went to shower and eat her own dinner before going to sleep, not even bothering to spend a few minutes on the internet as usual. The following morning, Yu Rou woke up early and spent 2 hours with piano practice before returning to Yuan's room to wash his face and feed him breakfast. Let's meet at the front of the city by the entrance, Yu Rou said to Yuan as she wiped his lips after breakfast. Sounds good. I will see you there. Yuan said. A few minutes later, Yuan entered the game while Yu Rou returned to her own room. Xiao Hua, let's go. We're going to meet my sister now. Xiao Hua nodded her head, feeling slightly nervous for some reason. By the way, can you do me a favor? Yuan suddenly asked her as they walked to the front of the city. What is it, brother Yuan? She looked at him. Can you not call me Yuan when we are with my sister? He said. Xiao Hua tilted her head with a puzzled expression on her face after hearing his words. It's a bit complicated, but my real name is not really Yuan. I mean, it is, but it isn't at the same time, he revealed to her. Then what should Xiao Hua call brother Yuan? She asked him. Tian. You Tian, that is my real name, Yuan said to her. Xiao Hua understands, brother Tian, she nodded her head. Thank you, Xiao Hua. Yuan and Xiao Hua continued to approach the city's entrance. Many minutes later, they arrived at the city gate, and to their surprise, there was a small crowd gathered there and looking like they were surrounding something, and they were all young men. Fairy lady, what is your name? I am Bai Chen from the Heavenly Tiger Academy. Forget about him, young fairy. My father is an elder at the prestigious Nine Crane sect. Why are you standing here by yourself, young lady? Are you waiting for someone? Why don't you come with me instead? A clear and delightful sounding voice suddenly interrupted these young men. I am sorry, but I have no interest in accompanying any of you, and I already have a schedule with someone else. Are you saying this person you are waiting for is more important than me, Yin Zhou, inner disciple of the mighty Jade Fist Mountain? An arrogant voice resounded afterward. That's right. The feminine voice responded, sounding as calm as a still pond, "This person is more important to me than anything else in the world. This voice belongs to." Yuan could instantly recognize this beautiful voice even if she mumbled a single word with 1,000 people talking loudly around her. The audacity. "I don't care if you have a pretty face, but how dare you slap my face before my fellow disciples? You Ro." Yuan shouted her name as he approached the crowd. "Brother." Yu Ro's eyes flickered brightly after hearing his voice. Although it sounded clearer and more energetic than usual, she would never mistake his voice for another's. "Who the hell are you?" The crowd around Yu Ro immediately turned their attention to Yuan with frowns, who wore a calm expression on his face. "Oh. Are you perhaps the person she's waiting for, the person that's more important than me? Then you have exactly 3 seconds to turn around and leave before I." Before the man could even finish his sentence, Yuan took a step forward and swung his sword at a speed that could not be followed with one's eyes, stopping directly before the man's neck. "I don't care who you are, you have 3 seconds to leave her alone before I send you to hell," Yuan spoke in a cold and demanding voice, his gaze filled with a dreadful feeling that threatened to destroy anything that dares to disobey his command. Feeling the cold blade pressing against his neck, the man named Yin Zhou didn't even dare to swallow. This young man is in the 5th level spirit warrior realm. He's definitely a genius disciple from a renowned sect. I cannot mess with him. Yin Zhou cried inwardly after sensing the powerful aura emitting from Yuan's body. There must have been a misunderstanding, young master. I will immediately leave. Once the disciples from the Jade Fist Mountain left, the others also left in silence, not daring to offend this mysterious expert that came out of nowhere. Brother Yuan. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded by the fierceness shown by Yuan just now, as this is her first time seeing him emit killing intent towards another human being. In fact, she didn't even know he could be this domineering. When the path between the siblings was cleared and Yu Ro could finally see the tall and handsome young man that stood not too far away from her, she covered her mouth from shock, and her eyes flickered with many emotions simultaneously, causing it to become teary. You are taller than I'd anticipated, Yu Ro. Yuan spoke with a warm smile on his face, his gaze at the beautiful young lady before him. Brother Tian. Yu Ro was speechless. Even though she'd prepared in advance what she wanted to say to him, after seeing her brother who had been crippled for nearly his entire life standing and looking completely healthy, she was simply at a loss for words. What's wrong, Yu Ro? Why aren't you saying anything? Cat's got your tongue. Yuan said to her after waiting long enough. Brother Tian. Wah. In response to his words, Yu Ro lunged herself at him with her arms wide open while crying out loud, I cannot believe it, you look even better than I'd imagined you would if you were healthy. Yuan immediately opened his arms to catch her in his embrace before hugging her tightly, something he has been wanting to do for many years but was not physically capable of. However, with Cultivation Online's 100% immersive system, it finally allowed Yuan to feel Yu Ro's warmth, and it allowed Yu Ro's dream to witness Yuan being healthy again to come true. And albeit they were only inside a game and not in the real world, it still meant a great deal to them. Yes, you also look a lot different than I'd imagined, Yuan said to her. A few minutes later, once Yu Ro cried enough and calmed down, Yuan said to her, let me introduce you to my little friend who has been with me since the beginning and helped me a great deal since then. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if not for her, I wouldn't be here right now. I have said this before but she's like another little sister to me now. Yu Ro turned to look at the pretty young girl standing behind Yuan. What a pretty girl. She looks just like a doll. Yu Ro was surprised by Xiao Hua's doll-like appearance. There's no doubt that Xiao Hua would grow up to be a very beautiful woman. Nice to meet you, Brother Tian's sister. Xiao Hua is Xiao Hua, she introduced herself a moment later. She's an NPC, right? Why is she talking in third person? Yu Ro asked Yuan. Is that weird? I find it very cute, Yuan said. Cute. Yu Ro looked at him with slightly narrowed eyes. Anyways, I am called Yuro. Since Brother Tian treats you like a little sister, let's try to get along, okay? Yuro extended her hands towards Xiao Hua for a handshake. Xiao Hua nodded and shook her hands, yet there was this fierce atmosphere between the two of them, almost like they were standing on an invisible battlefield. After shaking hands with Xiao Hua, Yuro turned to look at Yuan's handsome appearance some more, almost as though she was trying to engrave his image into her soul. Anyway, now that we are together, what do you want to do, Yuro? Yuan asked her a moment later. I haven't really thought about it, but I would like to raise my cultivation a little bit first. I don't want to be a burden, after all. You don't have to worry about that since I will never see you as a burden. In fact, I would like you to rely on me, as I can only do something for you in this world. Yuan said to her. Thank you, brother. She nodded. Xiao Hua, are there any quiet places we can go so she can cultivate peacefully? Yuan then asked her. We can rent a cultivation room, she quickly said. They are made specifically for these kinds of situations where cultivators need a place to cultivate in peace but do not have a place of their own. A cultivation room. That sounds very interesting, Yuro said. Where can we find one? There are at least one in every city, so there should be one here too. Let's ask around. Yuan suggested. A few minutes later, after speaking with some of the pedestrians, they learned of a place called Cultivators' Haven that was only a few blocks away, so they began making their way towards that place. Sometime later, they stood before a large and tall building that had over 20 floors, resembling a pagoda. Once they entered the building, one of the receptionists there noticed them and immediately waved her hands at them. Welcome to Cultivators' Haven. How may I assist you? The beautiful lady asked them once they approached her. Hello, we would like to rent a room for cultivation. Yuan responded. The receptionist looked at them and asked, one room for each of you or just one room? One room is fine, he said. Then how long would you like to rent the room for? Yuan turned to look at Yuro and asked her, how long? I don't want to spend too much time on cultivation when I am with you, so a few hours is enough, Yuro said. Yuan nodded and returned to the receptionist, 4 hours is enough. However, the receptionist responded with an apologetic expression, I'm sorry, but we cannot rent the room for less than 24 hours at a time. Though, you can leave at any time you want. Okay, then we'll do 24 hours. Yuan nodded. Thank you. Now as for the room itself, which floor would you like a room in? What's the difference? Yuan asked. We have a total of 21 rooms available in our Cultivators' Haven, and the higher floor you go, the more effective your cultivation will be since we have placed special arrays to improve the quality of spirit qi in that room. Of course, it all comes at a higher cost. The rooms on floors 1 to 9 will have normal quality spirit qi whilst floors 10 to 20 will have higher quality spirit qi, about a 30% improvement compared to cultivating outside normally, and the rooms on floors 1 to 9. As for the rooms at the peak of the building, the 21st floor, it's about a 50% improvement. There are only 3 rooms available on that floor, and 2 of them are already occupied. Which floor would you like a room on? The receptionist asked him after explaining their structure to him. I want the room on the 21st floor, Yuan responded without hesitation, as he only wanted the best for Yuro and would not accept anything less than the best. Are you sure, esteemed guest? It'll cost 1,000 gold coins to use the 21st floor rooms for 24 hours, and you'll only be using it for a few hours. The receptionist seemed slightly taken aback. 1,000 gold coins. Yuro's eyes widened with shock, and she quickly tugged at Yuan's sleeves. Brother, you don't have to spend so much money on me. We'll only be here for a few hours. However, Yuan shook his head with a resolute expression on his face, nonsense. This is the only way I can repay you for your sacrifices in the real world, and I am not going to be humble about it. I will pay for the room even if it costs 100,000 gold coins. Yuan quickly placed the money on the counter before Yuro could further persuade him and repeated, I want a room on the 21st floor for 24 hours. Right away, esteemed guest. The receptionist accepted the money with a bright smile on her face, as this would reflect positively on her position as someone who managed to rent out such an expensive room. Aya. Brother, to think you'd really spend 1,000 gold coins without blinking an eye. How on earth did you obtain such wealth, anyway? Most players have at most a few dozen gold coins after grinding for days, and even the richest players out there that spend real money on the game wouldn't dare to spend so lavishly. Yuan sighed loudly, shocked speechless by Yuan's unhealthy spending habit. Alas, if only she knew that he'd spent 350,000 gold coins just to meet her. One could only imagine the face she'd make then. If you don't mind me asking for your name, esteemed guest. Tian. Yuan stuttered. Young Master Tian, right? Please give me a moment to bring you the key. A few moments later, the receptionist returned with a circular medallion that appeared to be made from some sort of jade or crystal and handed it to Yuan. The time will start from the moment you open the door with the key, and once the 24 hours is up, the room will block all spirit chi from entering the room. The receptionist explained to him afterward. I see. Thank you. Yuan said to her before walking up the stairs with the group. After walking up 20 flights of stairs, Yuan and his small group finally reached the 21st floor. On this floor, there existed only 3 doors made of stone that were evenly distanced from each other and a stone tablet right beside each door. 2 of the 3 stone tablets already had a key inserted into the hole, signaling that it was already occupied. Therefore, Yuan and the others walked to the stone tablet that had an empty keyhole. After inserting the key into the keyhole, the stone door began to tremble before it started opening. However, it was unlike any normal door, and it opened by levitating off the ground. Once they walked into the empty room, the stone door closed itself, sealing them inside. A few moments later, the empty room began filling with rich and dense spiritual energy, and a large drawing resembling a magic circle appeared on the floor that spread throughout the entire room. Wow, this feels entirely different from the spirit chi from the outside, Yuan expressed his surprise after feeling the spiritual energy in the room. There's a special array in the room that attracts spirit chi and increases its quality. Xiao Hua explained to him. Array? What is that? Yuan continued to ask her. Arrays are also known as formations, and they are techniques with an area of effect created by array masters, and anything inside that formation will have to obey the law set by the formation master within the array. For example, if one were to set a movement restriction array inside this room, we would have our movements restricted in some way until we leave this room. I see. So that's what these weird symbols on the floor are. Yuan said as he looked at the massive magic circle on the floor. Arrays circles usually reveal themselves after activation, hence why they are often used as traps by array masters, Xiao Hua said to him. Anyway, I am going to start cultivating now. Yuan suddenly said as she sat down in the middle of the room in the lotus position. A few moments later, her breathing calmed down and became somewhat rhythmic. You have cultivated for the first time, unlocking chi experience. A notification appeared before her as she absorbed her first chi. Due to chi gathering array, your chi absorption rate has increased slightly. 9 out of 5,000. While Yuan cultivated in silence, Yuan mumbled to Xiao Hua in a low voice to not distract Yuan. Xiao Hua, do you think you can let my sister learn the divine grade technique, too? He asked her. However, Xiao Hua quickly shook her head and said, because Xiao Hua is not from the lower heaven, Xiao Hua cannot help those in the lower heaven, or she will be punished by the heavens. Huh? Then why are you helping me? Yuan looked at her with a baffled face. Because Xiao Hua has chosen Brother Tian to assist her with the Supreme Heaven's legacy, and Xiao Hua can only help those who are participating in the legacy. So unless Brother Yuan's sister wants to help Xiao Hua with her legacy, Xiao Hua cannot help her. I have heard this before, but what exactly is the Supreme Heaven's legacy? The Supreme Heaven's legacy is a mission given to Xiao Hua by the heavens that she must fulfill, and Xiao Hua's mission is to find someone who can climb the stairway to heaven and reach the Supreme Heaven. Why are you burdened with this mission? And what happens if you fail? Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner, feeling more confused than in the beginning. However, Xiao Hua did not immediately respond to him, even looking hesitant on speaking, almost like she was afraid of something. If you don't want to tell me now, you don't have to. Tell me whenever you feel ready, I'll always be willing to listen, Yuan said to her a moment later. Thank you, Brother Tian. She nodded with a relieved look on her face. Then can you tell me about this stairway to heavens? He continued to ask. Yes. The stairway to heaven is a path that will lead one to a higher realm if they manage to pass the challenges on that path. Oh, I remember you saying something about defeating the realm guardian before we can ascend to a higher realm. Yuan suddenly recalled his conversation with her around the time he defeated the jade frog. Xiao Hua nodded and continued, there are multiple stairways to heaven in this world, and there is a realm guardian at the end of every stairway before one can ascend to the next realm. Then where is this stairway to heaven? I would like to see it. Brother Tian is still too weak to challenge the stairway to heaven, he'll only die if he went right now. Xiao Hua spoke to him with a serious expression on her face. At what level should I challenge it, then? Spirit Grandmaster, that's the lowest requirement for climbing the stairway to heaven even if you are a genius, she quickly replied. Spirit Grandmaster, that's quite far away. Yuan sighed. With Brother Tian's talent, he'll reach Spirit Grandmaster in no time, Xiao Hua spoke in a confident voice. About an hour later, Yu opened her eyes and spoke in an excited voice, Brother. I have entered the first level Spirit Apprentice and became a cultivator. You have succeeded in breaking through your mortal shackles, becoming a Spirit Apprentice. All stats plus 50. Congratulations, Yuan said to her with a smile on his face. I am going to cultivate some more before we start our adventure. Please be patient with me just a little longer, Brother Tian, she said. Take as long as you need, I won't complain no matter how long you make me wait. Yuan said with a bittersweet smile on his face. If Yu has the patience to take care of him nearly every day for the past 5 years without uttering a single complaint, he definitely won't complain about a few mere hours. After spending another hour inside the cultivation room, Yu entered the second-level Spirit Apprentice realm. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached second-level Spirit Apprentice. All stats plus 75. 2 more hours later, she entered the third-level Spirit Apprentice. You have absorbed enough qi for a breakthrough. You have reached third-level Spirit Apprentice. All stats plus 100. Brother, I have cultivated enough, let's do something else. Yu said to him afterward. Are you sure? You can cultivate some more if you want, he said to her. Honestly, I want to continue cultivating because I don't want to waste the 1,000 gold coins you'd spent to rent this room, but I also don't want to waste time cultivating here. Yu sighed with a perplexed expression on her face. I'm telling you, it's only 1,000 gold coins. I can earn that much by killing a few monsters and selling their monster cores, he said to her. Really? You can earn that much money from fighting monsters? Yu looked at him with suspicious eyes. If one could earn money using that method, wouldn't everyone be rich with gold coins by now? Of course. Yuan nodded. Anyway, if you want to leave, let's go buy you some equipment. We cannot have you leaving the city bare-handed, he said to her. Yu nodded and followed Yuan outside the room. But before they could leave, they had to pull a lever next to the door so that it would open. After leaving the room, Yuan took the key from the stone tablet and walked downstairs with the others. There are still 20 hours left. Give it to the next person that comes here. Yuan said as he handed the dumbfounded receptionist the key. Esteemed guest. You can simply keep this key with you and use it the next you come to our cultivator's haven. Furthermore, we have many branches across the eastern continent, and as long as you have this key, you can rent a room in any of the other branches. The receptionist explained to him. Really? Yuan raised his eyebrows, then I'll give it to my little sister here. She can use it in the future. Since he can cultivate by consuming monster cores, he didn't need to use niche places like the Cultivator's Haven to improve his cultivation. I would also like to spend 30,000 gold coins to buy more time in case she needs it in the future, Yuan said as he handed the money to the surprised receptionist. Right away, esteemed guest. The receptionist quickly accepted the money and ran to the back. Brother. Yuan suddenly called out to him. What? He turned to look at her with an innocent-looking face. 30,000 gold coins. Even if you have that much money, you shouldn't have spent it on me, she quickly lectured him. 30,000 gold coins were worth about $300,000 in the real world. It was a massive fortune to spend on anything, much less renting out some cultivation room. Trust me, Yuan. It's only 30,000 gold coins. Your brother has plenty left. And it's a good investment in case we cannot play together and you want to improve your cultivation in a safe environment. Although it may seem overboard, you are already behind the majority of the players in terms of cultivation, and this will help you catch up even if it's only a little. Yuan was speechless, mostly because what Yuan said made sense. There will definitely be days where they won't be able to play with each other, and if she wants to improve cultivation during such days, she can simply go to the Cultivator's Haven and cultivate safely and peacefully, as she didn't like fighting or shedding blood. A few minutes later, the receptionist returned with a new key and handed it to Yuan. Esteemed guest, there is 40 days worth of time in this key. Please keep it safe. Huh? 40 days? Yuan raised his eyebrows, as the math didn't add up. Yes, we have decided to give you 10 days as a bonus for doing business with us. The receptionist said with a smile on her face. Cultivator's Haven has been added to your associations. Your relationship with Cultivator's Haven has slightly increased from doing business with them. I see. Thank you. Yuan accepted the new key before giving it to Yuan. Thank you, brother. She accepted the key. Oh, I happen to have an extra storage pouch here. You can take this and keep your items inside. Yuan said as he handed her a storage pouch. Since he also has a spatial ring, he didn't need a storage pouch. You also have a storage pouch? Just how on earth did you obtain such a rare treasure? Only a handful of players have a storage pouch, and they are all top players. Yuan looked at him with wide eyes. Did he really just play around this entire time? There was simply no way that a casual player would have so much money at this point of the game, much less a storage pouch. Just what on earth has he been doing in this game? Ah, it was given to me as a gift, Yuan said. A gift? Whoever gave you this must be incredibly rich and generous. Yuan sighed in admiration. Anyway, let's find a store and get you some equipment, Yuan said a moment later. I feel bad for making you waste so much money on me, brother. You are spoiling me too much. I am only getting started, he responded with a proud expression, feeling refreshed that he can finally be of help to Yuan. In fact, I am going to spoil you until I am satisfied. Yuan merely shook her head and spoke with a bittersweet smile, although I am grateful, don't blame me when you are out of money. I can simply hunt a few monsters and sell their monster core at that time. He said with a bright smile on his face, and they began walking around Spring City in search of an equipment store. After walking around the city for some time, Yuan and the others finally decided on an equipment store that was named Spring City Spiritual Treasures. Once they entered the store, the middle-aged man behind the counter shouted, "Welcome to our equipment store. What kind of equipment are the young ones looking for?" What kind of weapon do you want to use? Yuan asked her. I'm not sure, but something light and small is preferred, she said. Something light and small, huh? The middle-aged man began to ponder for a moment before speaking. We have daggers, throwing knives, and fans. Which of these suit the young ladies' taste more? Fans. They are considered as weapons. Yuan was surprised, as this is his first time hearing such a thing. Of course. Anything can be a weapon in the hands of a cultivator. However, Fans are not commonly used due to their fragile appearance and weak presence, and most people prefer something that looks strong or cool, something like a sword. The middle-aged man explained to him. Can I look at the fans? Yuro then asked. Sure thing. These are the best fans we have in store at the moment. The middle-aged man then retrieved a long wooden box from the room behind and placed it on the counter. Upon opening the box, 3 beautiful fans that seemed to be made of special materials were revealed to Yuro. Wow! It's beautiful. Yuro quickly became fond of these fans. However, her excitement disappeared as quickly after seeing the prices for these fans. Jade fan. Grade, spirit. Quality, high. Physical strength required, 100. Mental strength required, 250. Price, 60,000 gold. Red metal fan. Quality, high. Physical strength required, 170. Mental strength required, 300. Price, 75,000 gold. Spirit weaver. Quality, peak. Physical strength required, 50. Mental strength required, 300. Price, 200,000 gold. Do you have something less expensive? A common fan is fine, too. Yuro said to the middle-aged man while sighing inwardly. There was simply no way that she could shamelessly ask her brother to buy something so expensive for her after he'd already wasted 30,000 gold on her. If you want something normal, you can find them on the shelves over there. Most of them are less than 5 gold coins. The middle-aged man spoke as he pointed at the wooden shelves by the window. However, Yuan suddenly spoke as the middle-aged man prepared to close the wooden box. Wait, I will buy the spirit weaver. Eh? The middle-aged man immediately stopped his movements to look at Yuan, as did Yuro, who stared at him with a gawking expression on her face. Don't look at me like that, Yuro. I know you want it since you were staring so intensively at it. Yuan said to her with a smile as he paid the shopkeeper. Even if I want it, you can't spend 200,000 gold just like that. Just how much money do you have, brother? She said to him, wondering if he'd taken out a loan from somewhere shady. I have enough. He said with a smile. Thank you for the purchase, young master. The middle-aged man changed the way he addressed Yuan, even speaking in a more respectful voice. After counting the money, the middle-aged man handed the beautiful white fan to him and said, the reason this one is more expensive than the others is not only because of its peak quality but because this treasure was born naturally, and naturally born treasures are naturally more expensive than man-made treasures. After accepting the white fan, Yuan extended his arms at Yuro and said to her, money is meant to be spent or else it isn't worth anything, Yuro. Furthermore, this is only a game. Accept it. While that is true, you still shouldn't spend so lavishly. Who do you think you are? Player Yuan, the richest player in the game? Yuro shook her head with a defeated smile on her face. The smile on Yuan's face immediately stiffened after hearing her words, and he didn't dare to respond to her question, fearing that he might reveal his identity sooner than he'd planned. A few moments later, Yuro looked at the spirit waver with sparkling eyes. This fan is truly beautiful. While I still want to fight using servants in the future, I definitely won't stop using this fan either. Hearing Yuro's words, the shopkeeper suddenly said, if you want servants, you can simply go to the beast contract shop that's down the street. You can find all sorts of beasts there. Really? Let's go take a look, brother. Yuro quickly said to him. Okay, he nodded. They left the equipment store shortly later and then went straight to the beast contract shop that was mentioned by the middle-aged man. Welcome to our beast contract store. Are you looking to form a contract with a beast today, young guests? The receptionist behind the counter called out to them after seeing them enter the store. We're just looking around for now, Yuro said. Perhaps I can help you with what you're looking for. What kind of beasts are you looking to get? We have matured beasts, young beasts, and even ones that are waiting to hatch. You sell even unhatched beasts? How does that work? I thought you can only form a contract with beasts with a will. Yuro asked. We simply do what's called a forced contract, which will forcefully establish a relationship between the unhatched beast and the seller so that they will be contracted to you immediately after their birth. Most customers tend to go for unhatched beasts because they are much easier to train than the young ones, while the mature ones are harder to control. Of course, unhatched beasts are also more expensive than the others. Do you want to buy a servant here, Yuro? Yuan asked her sometime later. She shook her head and said, No, I don't think I want to form a contract in such an unhealthy manner. I'd rather not force a contract and find a beast that's willing to become my servant, which will make our relationship that much more trustworthy and real. I understand, Yuan nodded. After leaving the contract beast store, Yuan asked Yuro, what do you want to do now that you have a weapon? Since this is a game, we should be completing quests and clearing dungeons for rewards, right? She said to him. What have you been doing with Xiao Hua? She then asked. Well, we mostly wander the wilderness and fight monsters, he responded after a quick ponder. That's all you've been doing? What about quests? She looked at them with wide eyes. We completed only 2 quests so far. 2. And you somehow managed to obtain so much money. I don't believe you, brother. There must be something unique that you're doing differently from the other players for you to have so much money. Then do you want to hunt monsters with us? Of course, we'll only fight monsters at your level, Yuan suggested. However, she shook her head and said, we can fight monsters later. I want to experience more of this world first, so I am going to do a few small quests. You know where to find quests? Yuan raised his eyebrows. Most shops hand out quests if you asked, she nodded. Where did you learn that? I didn't even know about that, he said. The internet is a wonderful source of information. You can learn almost everything on it. Anyway, this is how most players are earning their money, by doing quests and clearing dungeons. But since we have plenty of time to play together, I want to enjoy the casual things in this game with you before we start doing the serious stuff like clearing dungeons and hunting monsters. I am okay with that, Yuan nodded. I will follow you around now, so lead the way. Okay. Yuro then led Yuan around Spring City until she found a medicine store and went inside. Hello, I am looking for a quest. Does this store need assistance with something? Yuro asked the receptionist a moment later. The receptionist nodded and said, Oh, thank you for asking. I have been running low on some herbs, so if you don't mind, can you bring me 3 genes of spirit grass? They can be found 10 miles away from the city. You have received a quest from Mr. Chang's medicine shop. Quest, gathering spirit grass. Difficulty, easy. Quest description, bring back 3 genes of spirit grass to Mr. Chang's medicine shop. Reward, 30 silver. We'll be back with the spirit grass. Yuro said to the old man before walking out of the store with Yuan. That's it. Yuan was surprised by how easy it was for them to receive quests. What did you expect, brother? Yuro looked at him weirdly. Nothing, it's just that compared to the quests I have done, this is kind of boring. I don't know what kind of quest you've done, but this is quite normal for quests, and it's also very popular among the players since it's relatively safe and rewarding. 30 silvers are rewarding. Yuan raised his eyebrows. Compared to the rewards he's been given, 30 silvers is practically nothing. Seeing Yuan's doubtful look, Yuro said, 30 silvers may not seem much to someone as rich as you, but it's a considerable amount for other players. If one completes these quests 10 times, they would have enough for common equipment and whatnot. Repeatable quests, huh? Yuan nodded. Anyway, let's go harvest some spirit grass. I have already done some research last night about this place, so I know pretty much everything that's around Spring City, including the location of spirit grass, Yuro said as she led Yuan outside the city. As expected of you, always prepared. Yuan smiled at her enthusiasm. Sometime later, they left Spring City and began making their way towards the spirit grass. Brother Tian, there are some low-level spirit apprentice beasts ahead. Xiao Hua suddenly warned them. Yuan then said to Uro, I will take care of them. Be careful, brother. She nodded. Yuan then retrieved the starry abyss and silently approached the monsters. Three-horned pig at the third-level spirit apprentice. This is a good time for me to use the starry abyss and practice my dagger skills. Yuan thought to himself. Once he was close enough, Yuan suddenly rushed forward and swung the starry abyss according to the techniques he'd learned from the thousand knife techniques. Whoosh! The black dagger in Yuan's grasp flickered, and the three monsters were cleanly beheaded the following second without even having the chance to react. This feeling isn't that bad. Yuan looked at the starry abyss with a pleasantly surprised face. Meanwhile, Uro stared at the scene with a shocked expression. His movements are so fast and crisp. I didn't even notice his arm had moved until he beheaded the monsters, she cried inwardly after witnessing Yuan's prowess. If only she knew that this is his first time wielding a dagger. That was amazing, brother. You looked like an entirely different person just now. She praised him afterward. I guess you weren't lying when you said that you had hunted a lot of monsters. Your cultivation must be fairly high right now. What's your cultivation, brother? She then asked him. That's a secret, he said with a mysterious smile on his face. Why would you keep that a secret? She raised her eyebrows. Because it's for a surprise I have for you later, he quickly replied. Uro narrowed her eyes at him with a suspicious gaze. Seeing this, Yuan laughed nervously before saying, anyway, now that the monsters are dealt with, let's continue. Huh? You're going to leave just like that? What about these three monsters? Uro suddenly asked him. What do you mean? What about these three monsters? Yuan tilted his head in a puzzled manner. Don't tell me you were actually going to leave behind so much material on the ground. That's so wasteful. If we sell these monsters' meat and bones to the store, we can earn much more money, she explained to him. Oh. I never thought about that. He mumbled in a low voice. Did he really earn all that money just from selling monster cores? I cannot imagine how many monster cores one would need in order to earn hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Uro shook her head helplessly as Yuan, who didn't even know about selling the monsters' materials. Brother, we can either chop these pigs up like a butcher would and sell their materials separately or just sell the whole corpse at once. Which method would you rather choose? We'd earn more money from selling the materials individually, but it'll also require much more work, Uro said to him a moment later. Let me chop them up for you, Yuan said to her. Do you know how to? Uro looked at him with a doubting gaze. Butchering a whole monster is not something one can do without training and experience. Yes, I have this cooking technique called thousand knife technique, and when I look at these corpses, my mind automatically tells me how to butcher it with my dagger, almost like it's only natural, Yuan said to her. Really? But I am more interested in why you have a technique meant for cooking. She said to him. I'm not sure since I have never done it, but I feel very confident when looking at it. Yuan approached the three-horned pigs with the starry abyss still in his grasp. He then kneeled in front of the corpses and began cutting monster corpses with the dagger. His movements were neither too slow nor too fast, with each cut done in a single smooth motion, making all of his movement appear extremely natural, almost like he has years of experience already. Wow! And you learned that from a cooking technique? Uro mumbled in awe. Yes. Do you want to learn it, too? I still have the technique book with me, Yuan asked her. You can share techniques with others? Uro raised her eyebrows. We'll know once we try it. Let me finish up butchering this pig, though. After completely butchering the first horned pig perfectly, Yuan began working on the second horned pig, and his movements appeared even cleaner than previously. As expected of Brother Tian, he's learning at an extremely fast pace. Xiao Hua nodded her head in approval after seeing Yuan skillfully butcher the horned pigs. I'm not surprised, since my brother is a genius who learned to play nearly every instrument in the world professionally when he was only 5 years old, after all. Yuro also nodded her head, agreeing with Xiao Hua. Brother Tian can play the instrument. Xiao Hua looked at him with wide eyes. Is there something this guy can't do? Not only can he play the instrument but he can play them flawlessly. There used to be tens of millions of people who admire. That's enough, Yuro. It's all in the past. There's no need to bring it up anymore. Yuan suddenly interrupted her with a solemn expression on his face. Oh. I am sorry, brother. I got too excited and brought up something I shouldn't have again. Yuro quickly realized her mistake and apologized to him. Although Yuan used to play the instrument, because of his illness that crippled his sight, he was forced to adapt to playing the instruments while blind and until he can no longer physically move his body. Seeing the depressing atmosphere around them, Xiao Hua decided to not ask any questions for now and silently watched Yuan butcher the last horned pig. A few minutes later, once all 3 horned pigs were flawlessly butchered by Yuan, he tossed the materials into his spatial ring. I'm speechless, brother. Even though that was your first time butchering a pig, a monster, you didn't make a mess. Even your hands are clean. It's almost like you never did it. Yuro expressed her admiration for him once again. It's mostly thanks to the knife technique that I could even cut it at all and this knife that made it much smoother, Yuan said. Here, why don't you take a look at the technique yourself? Yuan retrieved the 1000-knife technique he bought from the store and handed it to Yuro. It's like a book, she said as she began flipping through the pages. Sometime later, Yuro finished reading the entire technique. She looked at Yuan with a tilted head and spoke, how did you learn the technique? I read the entire thing word by word and still don't have the skill. I did exactly what you just did, I read the book, Yuan said. He then turned to look at Xiao Hua and asked her, are these techniques a one-time use thing? If I already learned a technique from it, others won't be able to do the same. However, Xiao Hua shook her head and said, that's not possible. Techniques are not like monster cores where they disappear after one use. As long as you can comprehend the technique, you should be able to learn it. Then why can't I learn it? Yuro asked her. That's simply because you haven't comprehended the technique. Unless you are a cultivation prodigy like Brother Tian who can comprehend something at a mere glance, you'll need to read that book over and over again until you can comprehend it. Of course, it is also possible that you are not compatible with the technique. If that's the case, you won't learn the technique no matter how many times you read it. However, that usually happens only with the more profound techniques, not some ordinary cooking technique. Oh. Then I'll try again at another time, Yuro said, sounding somewhat disappointed. Yuan and the others returned to finding the spirit grass shortly later. During their journey, they encountered 2 more monsters, both at the second-level spirit apprentice realm, which Yuan swiftly and casually dealt with before spending some more time butchering. 2 hours have passed since Yuan and the others began the quest, and they have just reached the area where the spirit grass was located. What does spirit grass look like? Yuan asked after they reached the location. It's like regular grass but with a blue tip, like this one, Yuro spoke as she harvested a single blade of spirit grass before showing it to Yuan. We need 3 genes of these. That's going to take forever. Yuan's eyes widened after seeing the small grass. Actually, these are much heavier than regular grass, so we don't need as much as you think. Here, see for yourself. Yuro handed him the spirit grass. Wow! You're right. I can actually feel some weight behind it. Yuan expressed awe. How can something so tiny and light-looking have such weight to it? Brother Tian, the most deceiving thing in the cultivation world is one's appearance. You should never judge a book by its cover, or you'll regret it. Xiao Hua warned him. Yuan nodded his head before he began looking around. After spending a few minutes looking around, Yuan decided to stop using his eyes to look for the spirit grass and began to try something new. The spirit grass has a unique aura to it. If I can sense it with my cultivation, I should be able to find them even without needing to use my eyes. Yuan then began expanding his own aura until he could sense things a few meters around him. Wow! Even though my eyes are closed, I can somehow still see the world in my mind, and it seems even clearer than using my eyes. Yuan was amazed by this new finding. If only he could use this same technique in the real world. That way, he would still be able to see despite being blind. You have learned Divine Sense. Divine Sense. Rank, Earth. Mastery Level, 1. Description: as long as one activates their Divine Sense, they will be able to see everything in a certain distance, even things that normally can't be seen with the bare eyes. And within just a few moments, Yuan was able to locate over a dozen spirit grass at once. Xiao Hua looked at the expanded aura around Yuan with wide eyes. Divine Sense. Brother Tian somehow learned to use Divine Sense by himself. Even though he can only expand his Divine Sense a few meters, that's an incredible achievement for someone who's only at the Spirit Warrior realm. Xiao Hua thought to herself. Normally, only cultivators at the Spirit Master realm are able to learn and use Divine Sense, yet Yuan managed to learn it when he's only in the Spirit Warrior realm. However, compared to eating monster cores and his godlike comprehension talent, it didn't shock Xiao Hua too much, who was already getting used to his incomprehensible existence. Here, Yuro. I found 12 spirit grass. Yuan showed Yuro the spirit grass he found using his Divine Sense. What? How did you find this many so quickly? I only found 2 myself. Yuro looked at the small pile of spirit grass on his hands with wide eyes. Why don't you try using your cultivation to sense the spirit grass instead of looking for them with your bare eyes? It's much easier and more efficient because they have a unique aura that distinguishes them from the rest, Yuan said to her. How do I do something like that? She raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner. I'm not sure either. Yuan scratched his head, as it was such a natural feeling for him. Brother Tian, Divine Sense is not something anyone can use, and they must have an appropriate cultivation before they can even learn it, Xiao Hua said to him. Oh. Is that so? Yuan nodded. Then I will continue to look for spirit grass with my Divine Sense. Once Yuan left to look for more spirit grass, Yuro turned to look at Xiao Hua and said to her, you know a lot of things despite your young age. Xiao Hua has existed for longer than you think, she responded with a calm voice. Then how old are you? Yuro looked at her with wide eyes. However, Xiao Hua did not respond to her, acting as though she was deaf. You can't even tell a fellow lady? Yuro insisted. One's age does not matter when you are a cultivator. Xiao Hua said, avoiding the question. Yuro shook her head inwardly and sighed after seeing Xiao Hua's strong reluctance. Anyway, I can't let Brother Tian do all of the work by himself. I'll also continue looking for spirit grass. Yuro returned to searching for spirit grass with her bare eyes. Half an hour later, Yuan returned to Yuro and Xiao Hua with an abundant amount of spirit grass in his spatial ring. I should have around 20 genes of spirit grass in my spatial ring right now, Yuan said to her. 20 genes. That's way more than what we need, Yuro said. Yes, but if the quest is repeatable, we can complete it multiple times in a single run, Yuan said. Oh, that's quite smart, brother. Meanwhile, I have only managed to find 2 genes worth of spirit grass. Yuro sighed. Brother Tian, Xiao Hua also gathered some spirit grass for you, Xiao Hua said. Thank you, Xiao Hua. You can keep it to yourself until we need to hand it in, Yuan said to her. She nodded. Now that we've completed the quest, let's return to the medicine store and hand in our spirit grass, Yuro said. Thus, they began making their way back to Spring City. However, on their way back, Yuan and his small group encountered another group of players that appeared to be heading in their direction. Brother Tian, there are 4 cultivators at the 5th level Spirit Apprentice realm ahead, Xiao Hua said to them way before the 2 groups even met. They must be players that are doing the same quest, Yuro said. Once the 2 groups met, the other group asked them, "Hello, are you guys coming from the spirit grass location?" "Yes, that's right. It's just a mile that way," Yuan pointed in the direction they came from. The four players then exchanged gazes with each other and nodded with a determined gaze in their eyes before turning to look at Yuan again. "Since you know where to find more spirit grass and it's not too far away, why don't you do us a solid favor and hand over the ones you already have to us?" One of the players said to them, and the other three players drew their weapons. Yuan was speechless. Are they being robbed? In broad daylight? And before you get any ideas, let me warn you that there are 4 of us and only 3 of you, and one of them is a mere child. The player said. "What should we do, brother?" Yuro asked him as she grabbed his sleeves. Yuan narrowed his eyes at the 4 players and asked them a moment later, "The 4 of you are players, right? So what if we are? Hurry up and give us all of your spirit grass, or do we have to take it from your corpses?" Yuan ignored the 4 players and turned to ask Yuro, "Can you confirm for me that if players die, they will respawn later?" Yuro nodded and said, "If a player dies, they won't be able to control their character for an hour, and they'll respawn in the last city they were in." "Are you going to kill them?" she asked him afterward. "Yes," he nodded with a cold expression on his face. Xiao Hua looked at him with wide eyes. He's willingly going to kill 4 cultivators. What happened to his righteous speech about not wanting to kill anyone just a few days ago? Yuan retrieved the starry abyss and approached the 4 players with a cold gaze, and he spoke in a low voice, "I don't care if you want to rob us. I wouldn't have cared even if you wanted to kill me. However, threatening to kill my sister before me, you have crossed a line that you should have never crossed." The 4 players looked at Yuan's serious expression and began laughing out loud. "Are you going to fight the 4 of us by yourself? Who the hell do you think you are? Stop wasting our time and die already." One of the players suddenly rushed forward and swung the sword in his grasp at Yuan with sluggish movements, looking like a complete beginner with the sword. Yuan remained calm despite the sudden attack, even looking at the player with disdain in his eyes. "You call that a sword attack?" Yuan casually shifted his body and barely dodged the sword. The second he dodged the player's attack, Yuan jerked his hand forward, stabbing the player in the chest with the starry abyss. The player stared at him with wide eyes filled with disbelief for a moment before falling onto the ground. "You have killed your first player. You have gained the title, Player Killer. He killed our brother. Kill him and avenge our brother." The remaining 3 players immediately sprang into action after witnessing their brother being killed by Yuan, their faces filled with anger. Thousand Knife Technique. However, Yuan swung the starry abyss before any of the players could even get close to him, and before the players could even react, a black light flashes right before their necks. Plop plop. The 3 players collapsed onto the floor simultaneously a moment later with deep cuts in their necks. After killing the 4 players, Yuan stared at the corpses on the floor, feeling an indescribable feeling in his heart. "I thought I wouldn't be able to kill people, but it was surprisingly easy." Yuan looked at his palms that were slightly trembling. However, he was not scared, nor was he traumatized by the experience. "This is excitement," Yuan mumbled to himself in disbelief. When he fought the 4 players, he didn't see it as fighting another human. Instead, it felt no different than fighting monsters. "Brother. Are you okay?" Yuro and Xiao Hua approached him a moment later. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Yuro began patting him all over his body to check for injuries. "Don't worry, I am not injured," he said with a reassuring smile. And then he continued, "Do you think I'll be punished for killing other players?" "I don't think so, since there are many player killers out there but none of them have been punished for it," Yuro said to him. "I see. That was your first time killing another player, right? How do you feel, brother?" Yuro asked him afterward. "I don't know, but one thing for sure is that I don't feel bad about it, and knowing that they don't die permanently made it much easier," he said. "I won't let anyone hurt you, Yuro, no matter who they are." "Thank you, brother." Yuro nodded with a bashful expression on her slightly rosy face. What should we do with their corpses? Yuan asked sometime later. They'll respawn in an hour, so let's take their stuff before that happens, Yuro said as she began rummaging through their pockets. Why you're going to take their stuff? Yuan looked at her with wide eyes, as he didn't expect to see such savageness from her. Why not? You know that saying, an eye for an eye? They tried to rob us, so it's only fair that we do the same to them. And it feels no different from dismantling a monster after killing it. Sometime later, Yuro returned with a disappointed expression on her face. Besides their weapons, they only had 15 silvers and some minor recovery pills on them. She sighed, I guess it's better than nothing. Sometime later, they continued walking back to Spring City. Xiao Hua, can you tell us if there are people close to us? I don't want to risk running into more people like the ones just now, Yuan said to her. Okay, she nodded. 2 hours later, they returned to Spring City, and then Mr. Chang's medicine shop. Welcome back, young lady. Did you find the spirit grass? The receptionist immediately recognized her beautiful face. Yes, we even brought more than you'd requested if you don't mind. Yuro said to him. Oh, that's perfect. I'll pay you 10 silver more for every extra gene of spirit grass you have for me. The receptionist then placed a scale on the counter and said, throw everything you have on here. Yuro nodded and placed her 2 genes worth of spirit grass onto the scale. Then Yuan placed his 20 genes of spirit grass into the scale. You gathered 22 genes of spirit grass in such a short amount of time. I'm amazed. The receptionist exclaimed his admiration. Wait, we still have more, Yuan said and turned to look at Xiao Hua. How much did you gather? He asked her. 318 genes, she responded calmly. Huh? Everyone in the store suddenly turned to look at her with wide eyes filled with disbelief. I am sorry, young lady, but I don't think I heard you properly just now. How much spirit grass did you say you have? The receptionist cleaned his ears with his pinky finger before asking. 318 genes of spirit grass, Xiao Hua repeated in a calm voice. 318 genes, that's a whole year's worth of supply. And you mean to tell me that you gathered that much in a few hours? The receptionist stared at her with clear disbelief. Xiao Hua retrieved her spatial ring before dumping out a small mountain of spirit grass onto the counter, crushing the entire scale flat. The receptionist and everyone else in the store was beyond words, as most of them have never seen so much spirit grass in one place before, and even Yuan and Yuro were staring at her with wide eyes. How on earth did she gather so much spirit grass? Unless she plucked the entire location of its spirit grass, there was no way she would have obtained so much. Anyway. No matter how you obtained these spirit grass, I will pay you for them. The receptionist spoke after snapping out of his daze. 340 genes of spirit grass will be worth 3,400 silver, converted to gold coins will be 34 gold coins. Are you okay with this? The receptionist said to them. Yes, that's fine, Yuro nodded. A few minutes later, after the receptionist accepted the spirit grass, he handed 34 gold coins to Yuro. You have completed the quest, gathering spirit grass. You have been rewarded with 34 gold coins. Congratulations on completing your first quest, Yuro, Yuan said to her with a smile on his face. And you can keep the gold for yourself. Thank you, brother. This is mostly due to you and Xiao Hua. Yuro said. After leaving the medicine store, Yuan asked Yuro, what do you want to do now? After seeing how you had defeated those players with such ease, I have realized just how important it is to have a skill, so I want to use the money we just earned to buy some techniques. Yuan nodded and said, then let's find a store that sells some techniques that can be used with a fan. I know just the place. Yuro said, and she began leading Yuan and Xiao Hua through the city again. About half an hour later, they reached this ordinary-looking building that gave the atmosphere of a library from the outside. Myriad of techniques, huh? Yuan read the sign above the door with a curious gaze. According to many players on the internet, one has a chance to obtain a free technique if they have perfect compatibility with it. Furthermore, this place sells the cheapest techniques in the entire city. Yuro said as she has had her eyes set on this place ever since she learned of it. Let's head inside, Yuan said. Once they entered the building, they were baffled by the luxurious interior of the building that looked the complete opposite of the outside appearance, feeling like they'd entered some exalted individual's expensive mansion instead. They were then greeted by a beautiful young lady who was wearing what appeared to be disciple robes. Welcome to Myriad of Techniques, please place your hands on this crystal ball, as it will judge your qualifications. The young disciple said to them at the doorstep. Qualifications? Why must we qualify before we can buy techniques? Yuan asked her, as he couldn't comprehend the meaning behind their actions. We have 3 floors in this building with different quality and ranks of technique on each floor. Every guest will automatically have access to the first floor, but if they wish to buy techniques on the second or third floor, they must pass a simple test, she explained to him. I see. Yuro, you can go first, Yuan said to her. She nodded her head before placing her hand on the crystal ball provided by the disciple. A few seconds later, the clear crystal ball began glowing a beautiful golden light. When the beautiful young lady saw this, her eyes widened with surprise, and she spoke when the light disappeared shortly later, You are quite the lucky one, young girl. Huh? What do you mean? Yuro asked her. The divine crystal of heavenly fortune just measured your fortune and fate, and you are apparently deeply connected to someone with a heavenly destiny, said the female disciple. I'm sorry, but I still don't understand. Yuro spoke with an apologetic smile on her face. It's okay, because I don't understand it either, and I am only telling you what my master told me to say. The female disciple said with a straight face. Your master. Yuro looked around but there was nobody else there. My master is on the 3rd floor, and he is speaking to me using his divine sense. Anyway, you are qualified to buy techniques on the 2nd floor. The disciple said to Yuro before turning to look at Xiao Hua and continued, You are next. Xiao Hua did not immediately place her hands on the crystal ball and stared at the female disciple with narrowed eyes, seemingly in a deep ponder. Is something the matter? Yuan asked her. No, Xiao Hua is fine, she quickly responded before placing her small hands on the crystal ball. The divine crystal of heavenly fortune glowed a similar golden color a few seconds later, perhaps even a little brighter than Yuro's result, but there was a hint of black within the center of the light. The female disciple spoke after the light disappeared, just like the previous young lady, you are deeply involved with someone with a heavenly destiny, however, you also. When the female disciple noticed the subtle killing intent in Xiao Hua's eyes, she immediately stopped speaking with a mysterious smile on her face. After a moment of silence, the female disciple turned to look at Yuan and continued as though Xiao Hua did not exist. It is very rare for someone to have connections to someone with a heavenly destiny, much less 2 of them at once. Although it may not seem like it, my heart is beating in anticipation for your results, young man. Heavenly destiny. You have mentioned this word a few times now, but what exactly does that mean? Yuan asked her. Well, to put it in simpler terms, they are people who are destined to create massive waves that will greatly affect the world one way or another. There are multiple ranks of destiny like minor destiny that will only affect the lower realms and major destiny that will affect the higher realms, and the highest level of destiny is the heavenly destiny. Only powerful individuals that will affect every realm under the heavens will bear such a destiny. The female disciple explained to him. Is that so? Yuan nodded. While he understood the concept behind it, he didn't understand the real meaning behind having such a destiny. So both Yuro and Xiao Hua will be involved with someone like that, huh? I wonder who this person is. Yuan pondered to himself as he placed his hands on the divine crystal of heavenly fortune. The moment Yuan touched the divine crystal of heavenly fortune, the crystal ball trembled violently before exploding into many pieces. The female disciple cried out in a startled voice when the divine crystal of heavenly fortune suddenly exploded. Are you okay? What happened just now? Yuan asked her in a surprised voice. I am not injured, but the divine crystal of heavenly fortune. The female disciple looked at the shattered crystal with a terrified look on her face, as she has never experienced something like this before. Master, the divine crystal of heavenly fortune, it exploded. The female disciple lifted her head towards the ceiling and spoke to the empty air. A moment later, the female disciple spoke again and with a dazed expression on her face, really? You want me to bring him to you? I understand. The female disciple nodded before looking at Yuan again. My master would like to speak with you. Hearing her words, Yuan rubbed his eyes and sighed in a depressed voice, I am going to have to pay for destroying the divine crystal of heavenly fortune, aren't I? No. That's not it. It wasn't your fault that the divine crystal of heavenly fortune exploded. I think. Anyway, I don't know why, but my master would like to speak with you. The female disciple said to him. Can we go with him? Yu suddenly asked. I'm sorry, but my master only asked for his presence. She responded with an apologetic smile. However, Xiao Hua grabbed Yuan's sleeves with a stern look on her face. Seeing this, the female disciple said with a smile on her face, You can relax, little girl, we won't do anything to him. But alas, Xiao Hua did not move a muscle and continued to grab onto Yuan's sleeves. It's okay, Xiao Hua. I want you to protect Yu in my stead when I am gone. Yuan said to her. Make sure nobody bullies her, okay? Okay. Xiao Hua eventually released his sleeves and watched Yuan disappear with the female disciple shortly later. Are you okay, Xiao Hua? You have been acting weirdly ever since we entered this building, Yu asked her. Xiao Hua is fine. She said to her, and she continued a moment later, but that girl, she's a very powerful cultivator that shouldn't exist in this lower heaven. Huh? What do you mean by that? Yu asked Xiao Hua, as she was unfamiliar with such terms. That girl with the disciple robes just now is a cultivator at the Spirit King realm, and unless she also has a legacy to fulfill, she's an existence that shouldn't be in this world, the lower heaven, Xiao Hua explained to her. Spirit King. Lower heavens. Yu shook her head, still confused about what Xiao Hua was trying to say. Anyway, let's look around the first floor before we go to the second floor, Yu said. Xiao Hua nodded and followed Yu, as she didn't need to learn any new techniques for herself. Meanwhile, Yuan and the female disciple had just reached the second floor. What is your name, young man? I am called Zhu Yueying, said the female disciple. Yu Tian, he responded. Oh, that's a nice name, she nodded with a smile on her face. Anyway, before you meet my master, you should know a few things about him. First and foremost, my master is a very outgoing individual, but do not feel too comfortable around him, and most importantly, do not show any sign of disrespect, or else you will dearly regret it. I don't think I will have a problem with that. Yuan said, as he wouldn't disrespect anyone without a good reason. Good. Then the next thing you should know about my master is that he has very keen eyes for everything, so do not lie to him, because he will know, Zhu Yueying continued. If you don't feel comfortable with answering his questions, you should just remain silent, as that is better than being a liar. Is he going to question me a lot? Yuan asked. I don't know, she casually shrugged. Is that so? After navigating around the second floor for a few minutes, they reached the staircase for the third floor. However, there were two guards standing by the stair with a semi-transparent barrier that blocked their access to the third floor. Master wants to speak with him, Zhu Yueying said to the guards. What? The master is willing to meet with a stranger? The guards looked at Yuan with wide eyes, wondering what was so special about him. Since it's the master's request, go ahead. One of the guards then snapped his fingers, and the barrier blocking their path began disappearing. A moment later, they were free to enter the third floor. This is the third floor. Yuan expressed surprise after seeing the third floor, which was only large enough to fit two 5-meter-long bookshelves on each side and surprisingly empty, as there were barely books on these bookshelves, enough to be counted with one's hands. My master is waiting for you at the other side of that door. Zhu Yueying pointed to the door at the end of the small room that emitted a profound feeling. Yuan swallowed nervously before walking towards the door that gave him the chills. He then opened the door, and to his surprise, there was only darkness behind this door. Ah! I am supposed to enter this. Yuan turned around to look at Zhu Yueying, who nodded with a smile on her face. Don't worry, it's only a portal that will take you to my master, who is in a place so far away that the only way you can meet him is through teleportation. Yuan narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit uncomfortable about the weird atmosphere and the whole situation. What if they are trying to trick him just like what happened at the demonic spider's silent cave? However, as Yuan was wondering whether to trust them, an ancient voice resounded in his head, "It isn't polite to make the seniors wait so long, young man." And right as the voice ended in his head, a powerful force appeared from beyond the door, sucking him inside the darkness. Yuan screamed out loud as his body was tossed into the darkness, feeling like he was falling constantly through an endless hole. The falling sensation lasted for a good minute before the darkness suddenly vanished, replaced by a bright light. Yuan looked around, and to his surprise, he was surrounded by clouds, and when he looked down, he saw a vast world, one that stretched to the horizons. You have discovered. What the heck? Where am I? What happened to the technique store? Yuan exclaimed in a shocked voice as he continued falling from the sky. I'm going to die. I am definitely going to die if I fall from this height. Yuan cried out loud. Ha ha ha. Calm down, young man from another world, you won't die. A similar voice suddenly resounded beside Yuan, causing him to turn around. You are. Yuan's eyes widened with shock when he saw a healthy-looking old man with long white hair and a long beard falling beside him. The old man suddenly waved his sleeves, and as though gravity had stopped working, their body immediately stopped falling. Come with me. The old man began flying away, and Yuan could feel an invisible force pulling him along. A few minutes later, they landed on this small floating island that had a beautiful jade table in the center and two jade chairs beside it. Once they landed, the old man immediately walked to one of the chairs and sat down before taking out a teapot and two teacups. Sit down, young friend. The old man gestured to him in a friendly manner. Although Yuan was still trying to make sense of the situation, he sat down as instructed. Try this. The old man handed him one of the teacups. Thank you. Yuan accepted the teacup without thinking and looked at the transparent liquid in the cup. If he hadn't seen the ripple on the surface, he would have mistaken it as an empty teacup. The old man then pulled the teacup towards his own lips before chugging the cup of liquid in an instant. Yuan followed the old man's actions and drank the transparent liquid. Wow! Yuan could feel a refreshing feeling flow down his throat before it expanded in his stomach and then the rest of his body, feeling almost like an explosion had occurred within his body. You consumed a translucent dew of flawlessness. Impurities will now be cleansed from your body. A few seconds after consuming the translucent liquid, sticky black substances could be seen oozing from every pore on Yuan's body, filling the place with an intense smell that resembled the smell of rotten eggs and many other unpleasant smells. Whoa! What is happening to me? Yuan stood up in a panic after seeing this scene. Your body is currently discharging the impurities within your body. One must reach the Spirit Grandmaster realm before they can start cleaning the impurities within their body, but the translucent dew of flawlessness will help you achieve that regardless of your cultivation, and it will continue to protect your body from collecting any more impurities in the future so that you don't have to waste time manually discharging the impurities within your body after every breakthrough. The old man explained to him in a calm voice. The translucent dew of flawlessness is a rare treasure that will be very beneficial to you and your future cultivation. I don't really understand it, but thank you for giving me such a treasure, senior. Yuan bowed to him with his body nearly covered in impurities. No need to thank me, as this is but a small token for making you come all the way to this place. The old man smiled. A few minutes later, once Yuan discharged every drop of impurity that was contaminating his body, the old man waved his sleeves, creating a powerful wind that blew away the impurities and the awful smell. You have cleaned every drop of impurity within your body, obtaining a refined body. You have gained the title Untainted Body. Description: having an untainted body, your cultivation speed will increase significantly as long as you keep your body clear of impurities. How do you feel, young man? The old man asked him afterward. I don't know how I should describe this refreshing feeling. It feels almost like I have been reborn. Yuan said while staring at his own palms, feeling incredibly light and energetic, even powerful. Rebirth, huh? That's a good way to describe it. The old man nodded before pointing at the seat. Once Yuan was seated again, the old man spoke. I know you are wondering why I brought you to this place and where we are, so let's get that out of the way first. First of all, this place is not a location from where you came from, the lower heaven, or anywhere in the world for that matter. It is its own world, another dimension so to speak, hence why I was able to bring you here without much trouble. Now as for why I brought you to this place, it's simply because I want to know more about you, young man who destroyed the divine crystal of heavenly fortune with his destiny. Huh? Yuan looked at the old man with wide eyes. So he really was responsible for destroying that treasure. However, before we continue, why don't we introduce ourselves? The old man spoke, and he continued, most people address me as Master Bai, but you can just call me Senior Bai. Yuan nodded and said, my real name is Tian, but I am also known as Yuan. Tian, huh? Senior Bai nodded his head before continuing, now then, continuing with the matter, the reason why the divine crystal of heavenly fortune exploded after trying to read your fortune is simply because it could not read your destiny, hence why it exploded. Huh? Yuan looked at him with his eyebrows raised in a puzzled manner. What does he mean by that? The divine crystal of heavenly fortune is a very powerful treasure that can read one's fortune and destiny, and depending on the importance of their destiny, they are given a rating. There are countless geniuses in this world who have the ability to change or create history, but very few of them will be given a minor destiny. Then we have the major destiny, geniuses who will affect the heavens to a certain extent. Someone with a major destiny will appear once every 10,000 years. Senior Bai explained to him the functions of the treasure he destroyed. As for the final rating, heavenly destiny. There have been only 13 people who were given such a destiny ever since the ancient times, and every single one of these individuals had greatly affected the world so much that they were given their own era. However, not many people know this, but there is actually another rating beside the three I just explained, and there is no name for such a destiny, hence why I just call it the unknown destiny. The unknown destiny is the only destiny the divine crystal of heavenly fortune cannot read or sometimes mistake as a heavenly destiny, and in the cases where the divine crystal of heavenly fortune cannot read a destiny, it will explode. After the lengthy explanation, Senior Bai gave Yuan a moment to digest the information before continuing, ever since the ancient times. No, ever since the first cultivator learned to cultivate, there have only been two other individuals other than yourself that have had an unknown destiny, and I want to know what kind of person you are as the third person to have an unknown destiny, hence why I brought you here. I see, but what do you want to know about me? I have lived an insignificant life for the majority of my life, so I don't think you'll find anything interesting about me, Yuan said to him. Your life experiences don't matter to me. What I want to know is your ambitions, why you decided to become a cultivator and what keeps you on the cultivation path, Senior Bai said to him. My ambitions. Yuan lifted his eyebrows before speaking in a calm voice, honestly, I don't have any ambitions, and I only want to enjoy this beautiful world with my little sister and hopefully make some friends. You have no ambitions? That's quite hard to believe, as every cultivator has a dream. Despite expressing his doubt, Senior Bai was unable to sense any lies from Yuan's clear gaze. Although I may not have any ambitions, I do have a dream. However, This dream is not something one can achieve just by working hard for it. Yuan said with a bitter smile on his face. Ho! Do you mind clarifying? Senior Bai asked him with his interest piqued. In the cultivation world, there is almost no dream that cannot be attained through hard work. What about a person who was born without legs and dreams of walking? What about a blind man dreams of seeing again? Yuan asked him. Do you think those kinds of dreams could be achieved? Ha ha ha. Senior Bai suddenly laughed out loud before speaking, and here I was wondering what you were going to say. So what if one is born without legs? They can simply grow some with the help of treasures. The same goes for blind people. I know over a dozen medicines and treasures that can cure blindness. Yuan was speechless. They can do that in the cultivation world. However, even if that was the case, this was only a game, and once he logs off, this so-called cultivation world will cease to exist. Anyway, what about becoming a cultivator? What drove you to walk the cultivation path? Senior Bai then asked him. Well, it kind of happened by chance, Yuan spoke before briefly recalling how he became a cultivator. Chance? Nonsense. You are someone with an unknown destiny. Everything that happened to you or will happen to you in the future, everyone that you have met or will meet in the future, it was predetermined by fate before you were even born. Senior Bai said before continuing, then why do you continue to cultivate? If you didn't choose this path, why don't you quit? Because I have learned from a friend that strength means everything in this world, and without strength, I could lose everything that's important to me, hence why I continue to cultivate and continue to grow stronger, as I wish to explore this world with those who are dear to me without losing them. Cultivating to protect those important to you, huh? Despite hearing similar words from cultivators countless times throughout my life, I can only respect one's desire to protect their loved ones. And your friend is right, the cultivation world is an unforgiving world that preys on the weak and rewards the strong. If you wish to explore this world, you must have enough power. Senior Bai spoke as he profoundly caressed his long white beard. After a moment of silence, Senior Bai said, I have a firm understanding of your character now, but people can always change, and I can only hope that you do not change too much. By the way, if you don't mind me asking, do you have a unique physique? I can feel a profound feeling from your body, but I have never felt such a feeling before. Senior Bai suddenly asked. My physique? I have something called the heaven refining physique, he casually responded. Heaven refining physique? Senior Bai suddenly cried out loud as he stood up with a shocked expression on his face. Eh? Yuan looked at Senior Bai with wide eyes, as he didn't expect such an intense reaction. After a long moment of silence, Senior Bai cleared his throat before sitting back down. I see. So you are the person she met. What do you mean, Senior Bai? Yuan asked with his head tilted in a puzzled manner. Nothing, I was just talking to myself, Senior Bai quickly said with an awkward smile on his face. Anyway, I don't dare to keep you in this place any longer, little friend. If fate allows it, we shall meet each other again. Almost as though he was in a hurry, Senior Bai waved his sleeves, enveloping Yuan with his spiritual energy before sending Yuan flying towards the heavens. A few moments later, Yuan was surrounded by darkness again, but he was falling in the opposite direction this time around. After sending Yuan back to the portal, Senior Bai stared at the sky with a dazed look on his face. So his name was Yuan, huh? To think I'd meet the genius with the godly physique that woman met in this place. As expected of someone with an unknown destiny. I would have given him a few techniques and some treasures to help out his journey, but alas. After standing in the same spot for an unknown amount of time, Senior Bai sighed in an annoyed tone, I should probably let her know about our meeting or she'll think I am trying to steal him from her or something. Welcome back, Yuan, Zhu Yueying greeted him after he returned to the skill store. How was your meeting with my master? I don't know how I should describe it, he said with a weird smile on his face. Everything just happened so fast. Then what did you two talk about? She then asked. He asked me about my dreams and why I decided to be a cultivator. That's it? Zhu Yueying looked at him with raised eyebrows. Yes, he said. Zhu Yueying turned silent. Why would her master call him for something casual like that? She couldn't comprehend it. Anyway, since you have already spoken with my master, I'll leave you alone to look for skills now. Ah, you are allowed to buy a technique from any floor, she said to him a moment later. I understand. Since I am already here and there doesn't seem to be much technique up here, I'll look around this floor first before I reunite with the others. Zhu Yueying nodded and left him alone on the third floor shortly later. Yuan began looking around the third floor, but with only 2 bookshelves and a dozen techniques, it didn't take long for Yuan to see everything on the third floor. And out of the dozen techniques on the third floor, there was only one technique that he could learn, as it was related to the sword. Demon Sealing Strike. What a powerful sounding technique, Yuan mumbled the name of the technique with a feeling of awe. He then opened the technique and began looking through it. A few minutes after Yuan began reading the technique, he unknowingly entered a trance, which allowed him to indulge in the technique as though he was in his own world. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a notification appeared before him. You have learned Demon Sealing Strike. Demon Sealing Strike. Rank, Heaven. Mastery Level, 1. Description, consumes 1000000 chi. Must wield a sword to activate. An ancient sword technique used to seal demons. Oh no. I learned the technique without paying for it again. Yuan face-bombed himself afterward. And it's even a heaven-rank technique. I hope I can afford it with my remaining gold, or I am going to have to borrow the difference from Xiao Hua. He sighed. Meanwhile, above the sky, another announcement appeared. Player Yuan has become the world's first player to have learned a heaven-rank skill. Congratulations. After he'd accidentally learned the heaven-grade technique from the third floor, Yuan walked downstairs with a guilty expression on his face. What's the matter? You don't look so good. The guards noticed his expression and decided to speak to him, wondering if something unpleasant had happened during his meeting with their master. I was just wondering how much this technique would cost if I were to buy it. Yuan showed them the demon sealing technique. The demon sealing technique, huh? That's one of the rarest and more powerful techniques one can find in this store, and it's even a heaven-grade technique, so it'll be quite costly. Yuan immediately began sweating profusely after hearing the guard's words. If I recall correctly, this technique should be worth around 300 million gold coins. 300 million gold coins. Yuan cried out loud, nearly collapsing from fright. If the demon sealing technique is really worth 300 million gold coins, he wouldn't be able to buy this technique even if he'd borrowed all of Xiao Hua's money, and it would require him to sell about 10 heaven-grade treasures to have enough money for the purchase. 300 million gold coins, it's impossible. I cannot pay for this. Yuan thought to himself. While it pains him to even think about it, he'll have to skip this purchase even if it is considered theft that he learned the technique without paying for it. I'm sorry, Yu. Even though it was by accident and it's only a game, your brother has committed a crime and is now a criminal. He sighed inwardly. Hey, are you sure you're okay? The guards asked him again, as they were confident that something was bothering him. No, I'm fine, really. Yuan sighed as he turned around and began walking back upstairs. Where are you going, fellow Taoist? The guard asked. To return this technique, I cannot afford it, he responded in a pitiful voice. The guards exchanged looks with each other before laughing out loud, ha ha ha. Is that what you were worried about? Then you don't have to worry, since you don't have to pay for that technique. What? Yuan immediately stopped walking to look at the guards with his eyes wide with disbelief. What do you mean I don't have to pay for it? He asked them. I guess our senior sister forgot to tell you about this, but those who qualified to step onto the third floor are allowed to take one cultivation technique for free. Are you serious? Yuan looked at them with a doubtful gaze. Who in their right mind would give away something worth 300 million gold coins for free? Why would we lie to you? If you don't believe us, you can ask our senior sister or whoever is at the reception, said one of the guards. Though, they'll just tell you the same thing. Thank God. Yuan suddenly released a deep sigh of relief, feeling like he'd narrowly escaped punishment after doing something bad. Even though it's for free, you need to make sure to check it out at the reception. The guards then warned him. I will. Thank you. Yuan left the place shortly later to look for Yu Rou and Xiao Hua. How large is this place? Yuan was at loss for words after realizing just how much larger the first and second floor was compared to the third floor. And after walking around for a solid half an hour, Yuan was finally able to reunite with Yu Rou and Xiao Hua on the second floor. Brother! You're back. Yu Rou said to him. Sorry for leaving you two like that, he said. Brother Tian, are you okay? Xiao Hua was looking at him with her eyes as wide as saucers. Yuan had only been gone for an hour at most, yet there was something vastly different about him. Yes, I am. Why are you asking? There's something different about you. She said. Oh, that's because I just removed all of the impurities in my body, he said with an innocent smile on his face. You what? Xiao Hua exclaimed. Cultivators can only start discharging the impurities within their body after entering the Spirit Grandmaster realm, and it usually requires years of effort before they can remove all of the purities within their body. However, Yuan had only been gone for an hour and he somehow managed to remove all of the impurities within his body. There is only one treasure in this world that she knows of that could possibly achieve such a miracle, the translucent dew of flawlessness. However, such a treasure should not exist in the lower heavens. Hell, the translucent dew of flawlessness is considered a peerless treasure even in the higher realms, as it not only removes all impurities within one's body but it will also prevent their body from building up more impurities in the future, allowing one to save a magnitude of time in their life since they no longer need to manually remove their impurities anymore, which takes time and effort that could be used towards cultivating instead. Just who did Brother Yuan meet? Xiao Hua asked him. Some senior surnamed Bai, he said. Was he the one who gave you the translucent dew of flawlessness? Yes, he said it was a small token for taking up my time. Yuan nodded. Xiao Hua was speechless. Just who in the world would be rich enough to give away such a valuable treasure for such a reason? Anyway, how has your search been going? Did you find any techniques that suit your taste? Yuan asked Yu Rou sometime later. Well. Although there are not many skills that can be used with a fan, I have managed to find a skill that could be useful. Yu Rou showed him the scroll she had in her hand. Wind blades. A mortal rank technique that summons wind blades that cut foes from a distance. Yuan looked at the title and description, not daring to read the content inside, fearing that he might accidentally learn it. This way, once I get my own servant, I'll be able to support it from a distance without being in the danger zone, Yu Rou said to him. I see, this technique is really fitting for you, Yuan said as he handed the technique back to her. What about you, brother? Did you find a technique yet? Yu Rou then asked him. Yeah, I did. It's a sword technique, he said. What about you, Xiao Hua? You have been following me the entire time so you didn't get any chance to look around. Yu Rou turned to look at her. Xiao Hua doesn't need any new techniques, she shook her head. I see. Then let's pay for our techniques and leave this place. Are you sure you only want one technique? I think it'll be better if you have a few more. Yuan said to Yu Rou. Are you forgetting something, brother? Yu Rou said to him with a slight frown on her face. What am I forgetting? He raised an eyebrow. Yu Rou continued, you may be able to learn techniques very quickly, but I don't have your talent, so it'll take me days, even weeks to even learn a single technique. What am I going to do with a bunch of techniques that I don't have the time to learn? And you have already spent enough money on me. I can't let you spoil me too much, or I'll really start feeling guilty about it. I understand. Yuan said. Sometime later, they approached the cashier to pay for their techniques. Thank you for visiting our myriad of techniques. How may I help you today? A young man greeted them from behind the counter. Yes, I would like to purchase these techniques. Yuan placed his demon sealing technique and Yuro's wind blade onto the table. Yes, right away. The young man picked up Yuro's technique first and said, this will cost 200,000 gold coins. 200,000 gold coins. Why is it so expensive? It's only a mortal rank technique. Yuro exclaimed. Even Yuan was shocked by this unexpected price. Why is this technique so expensive compared to the techniques he'd brought? I don't know what to tell you, young lady. Martial techniques such as this wind blade are very rare and powerful and usually worth this much, and it's a technique from the second floor. In fact, our myriad of techniques is very affordable and cheap when compared to most stores out there with our pricing. If you went to another store, they would probably charge around 300,000 gold coins for this technique. Though, if you want something cheaper, there are many techniques that cost less than 1,000 gold coins on the first floor with some costing even less than 100 gold coins. No way. Yuro sighed before turning to look at Yuan. It's okay, brother. I'll just look for something cheaper on the first floor. However, Yuan said, it's okay, Yuro. If you want this technique, I'll buy it for you. And before you say anything to me, I already know what you're going to say, but I won't change my mind, so just keep quiet and nod your head. After hearing his words, Yuro, who was about to persuade him, slowly nodded her head with a dazed look on her face. After listening to the siblings' conversation, the young man behind the counter went to pick up the technique Yuan had picked. However, when he saw the name of this technique, his eyes widened with shock, and he turned to look at Yuan with deep respect in his eyes. The demon sealing technique. This is a technique from the third floor. And it's even the most powerful one. The young man looked at Yuan with a feeling of deep admiration in his gaze, as only the top geniuses with at least a major destiny are qualified to step onto the third floor. However, while the demon sealing technique is an extremely powerful technique that can seal even the strongest of demons with a single move, it is also extremely hard to learn, and it will take even top geniuses many years to even grasp the surface of this technique, hence why most people avoid it. This technique will be free of charge, esteemed guest. The young man said to Yuan with a smile on his face. What? Free of charge? Yuro exclaimed with disbelief on her face. How come she has to pay 200,000 gold coins for her technique whilst Yuan won't be charged even a single coin? That's outrageous. Yes, one can receive a technique of their choice for free if they qualified to enter the third floor, Yuan explained to her why he didn't need to pay. Unfair. Yuro sighed. Sometime later, Yuan paid the young man 200,000 gold coins for wind blade, leaving only a little over 200,000 gold coins for himself. If I keep spending money at this rate, my wallet won't last, and I'll run out of money before Yuro returns to school. Yuan cried inwardly. However, no matter how much it might pain his heart or wallet, he won't be humble when it comes to helping Yuro. Thank you for your purchase, esteemed guests. The young man handed the techniques back to Yuan, who then handed the wind blade to Yuro. Thank you, brother. Yuro accepted the wind blade with an ecstatic expression on her face. Sometime later, they left the myriad of techniques. Although I won't be here for long, I hope to see you again in the future, Daoist Yu Tian, Zhu Yueying said to him at the entrance. Yes, thank you for everything, too. Yuan nodded at her. After leaving the myriad of techniques, Yuan asked Yuro, what should we do now? It's getting late, brother. And it's almost time for dinner, so we'll stop here for today. Okay, I will see you on the other side, Yuan said. Yuro logged off a few seconds later. We'll be back tomorrow, Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua nodded and disappeared into his necklace. Yuan also logged off shortly later. What the heck? Yuan immediately frowned after logging off, as a strong smell that resembled rotten eggs suddenly assaulted his nose. What's this smell? It smells like shit. Yuan felt like puking, but then he realized something. Wait a second, this smell. I have smelled this awful smell before. Yuan suddenly recalled the impurities his body had discharged. However, that only made him more confused. Why would he be smelling something that he'd experienced in the game? A moment later, the door opened, and Yu walked into his room. Brother, here I am, aw. Brother? Are you okay? Yu suddenly shrieked in a terrified voice shortly after entering his room. What happened, Yu? Yuan was startled by her shouting. Why does this room smell so awful, and what are those black gunks sticking to your body? Yu exclaimed. Be black gunks. Yuan immediately turned speechless after hearing her words. Although he couldn't see his own body, in Yu's eyes, his body was pretty much submerged in this black gunk, looking like someone had poured a bucket of waste on him. Please wait for a minute, brother. I will be right back. Yu immediately ran back outside to look for the servants. Meanwhile, Yuan was pondering with a serious frown on his face. Black gunk. Impurities? No, that shouldn't be possible. Why would my real body discharge impurities when it happened in the game? But this awful smell is exactly like the impurities in the game, Yuan pondered and pondered, but he was unable to find an explanation for this phenomenon. What if what happens in the game also affects the real world? Yuan mumbled in a low voice before turning silent again. A moment later, he laughed, ha ha ha. What nonsense am I thinking? There's no way that's possible. If that was the case, wouldn't I also be able to cultivate in the real world? After laughing for a few seconds, Yuan suddenly stopped laughing and mumbled to him, well, it won't hurt to try. Yuan took a few deep breaths as he would before cultivation, and he tried to recall the technique Heaven's secret art. A moment later, almost as though it was embedded inside his memories, the scripture appeared inside his head. However, just because he can remember the contents of the technique does not actually mean he'll be able to use it. A few more moments later, Yuan took another deep breath before he started reciting the cultivation technique, consuming heaven technique, as though he was cultivating in the game. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Ouch! Yuan suddenly cried out loud after feeling sharp pain appear all over his body, feeling as though he was being stabbed by needles everywhere, which quickly forced him to stop cultivating. What was that? Yuan mumbled in a dazed voice, as he wasn't expecting anything to happen. However, to his surprise, his body actually had a reaction when he tried to cultivate. Even though it was unpleasant and very painful, it is still a reaction nonetheless. And wanting to confirm that it was not just his imaginations, Yuan tried to cultivate again. A few seconds later, the same pain occurred within his body. Ah! It hurt. It really hurts. Ha ha ha. It actually hurts. I can actually feel something. Yuan laughed loudly, as it has been a long time since he had felt any profound sensation from his body ever since it became numb and crippled. Sometime later, Yu returned to his room with a wheelchair and some servants. Cough cough. The servants were caught off guard by the intense smell and began coughing, feeling like they were being choked by the stench. Brother, let's get you out of that bed and clean those black gunk off your body. I have also called for a doctor who will be here shortly to look at your body. Yu said to him as she pulled his body from the sticky impurities with effort and while ignoring the smell that was assaulting her nose. Once Yuan was seated in the wheelchair, Yu said to the servants, I want this place cleaned up by tomorrow morning. However, keep some of that black gunk for the doctor to examine later. Yes, young lady. The servants bowed to her with respect, not daring to utter a single complaint in her presence. After Yu left the room with Yuan, the servants immediately began to curse under their breaths. What the heck? Why do we have to clean after that cripple? What even are these black gunks? It's all sticky and nasty, not to mention its horrendous smell. This is probably caused by the young master's condition. I have never seen anything like this before, but I won't be surprised he dies within the next few days. Humph. The faster he passes the better. I feel bad for the young lady, who wasted so many hours of her life tending to him only for him to die like that. While the servant started cleaning the stinky room and the dirty bed, Yu entered the bathroom with Yuan. After taking off Yuan's clothes, Yu used the shower head to rinse the impurities off his body. Once that was done, she began scrubbing his body that was still sitting on the wheelchair with some fragrant body wash. However, because the stench from the impurities was quite strong, Yu had to wash and rinse his body 3 times before the rotten smell could fully disappear. I'm sorry, Yu. Yuan sighed. What are you saying now? I have been washing your body like this once a week for years now, this is not much different except for the smell. Yu said to him. And she continued, I can only hope that it's nothing serious and the doctor can explain what had caused that black gunk to appear. It's sticky and oily like wet slime, but I have never seen anything like this before. Me too. Yuan said. While he has an idea of what the black gunks are and why it appeared, he didn't dare to say it to her without confirmation, as he'd only sound crazy for saying such a thing. A few minutes later, after rinsing Yuan's body for the 4th time, Yu said, Give me a moment to rinse myself off. Sometime later, once Yu cleaned the impurities that were sticking to her body, she pulled Yuan's light body off the wheelchair and carried him into the massive bathtub that was right beside them before sitting in the bathtub with him. How do you feel right now, brother? Does it hurt anywhere? While there are no injuries on your body, I am still worried about your condition. Yu asked him while hugging his back from behind. No, I am perfectly fine, he quickly responded. Haa. When I first saw you submerged in that black gunk, I was nearly scared to death, thinking that something terrible might have happened to you, she sighed in relief afterward. However, she still wasn't free of worries, as she still needed to know why his body discharged that black gunk. After sitting in the large bathtub for a few minutes, Yu suddenly noticed something different about Yuan's body, and she decided to ask, Is it just me or, did you get fatter, brother? What? Have you been feeding me more soup than usual? Yuan responded in a puzzled voice. No, I measure everything I cook, and I don't recall increasing the size of your meals. However, your body is clearly fatter than before, and it's not as bony. Yu said as she looked at his bare body with a wondering look. Are you sure you aren't imagining things? I cannot imagine why I would suddenly grow fatter. It's not as if I had been eating more. Yuan suddenly stopped talking midway through his sentence, as he realized something. Although he hasn't been fed more by Yu, his meals have indeed increased recently, and by a fair amount. Impossible. Could it be caused by my food consumption in the game? Yuan thought to himself, and his suspicions grew stronger. Well, as long as you don't grow to the point where I can no longer carry you, it should be fine, but I'll still ask the doctor about it later, Yu said. 10 minutes later, a servant knocked on the bathroom door and said from the outside, Young lady, Dr. Wang is here. Okay, let's get out now, brother. Yu tightly embraced his body from behind before standing up, pulling him with her. A few moments later, she placed him on a specially made table that was located right beside the bathtub before pressing a few buttons on the table. Soon, warm wind began blowing from the sides of the table, quickly drying Yuan's body. In the meantime, Yu dried her own body with a towel and wore a clean set of pajamas. Once she was fully clothed, she helped Yuan with his clothes next. After placing Yuan back on the wheelchair, Yu led him outside and into another room, where an old man with grayish hair and a long beard was waiting. Thank you for coming here despite it being so late, Dr. Wang. Yu bowed to him. Don't even mention it. Even if it was past midnight and I am already asleep, would immediately come here if summoned. Dr. Wang laughed as he stood up and walked to them. So? What happened? You sounded pretty frantic on the phone, so I thought something must have happened to the young master. But he seems perfectly fine. Dr. Wang said after looking at Yuan's condition with his bare eyes. In fact, he looks even healthier than my last visit. Well, you see. Yuro proceeded to explain the situation, telling Dr. Wang about the black gunks that smelled like rotten eggs and Yuan getting fatter somehow when he has only been getting lighter throughout the years. Black gunks that smell like rotten eggs? Interesting. Dr. Wang closed his eyes to ponder. After a moment of silence, he spoke, I have only heard of such situations in ancient medicine books but have never seen it personally. Do you have a sample of the black gunks that I can look at? Yes. I will be right back. Yuro said as she rushed back to Yuan's room for the sample. Once Yuro left the room, Dr. Wang looked at Yuan with a pitiful gaze. Out of the tens of thousands of patients he treated before, Yuan's condition was one of a kind. While he has seen patients with similar conditions, they were mostly caused by accidents or due to natural-born illnesses. Yuan, however, is neither sick nor injured, at least not a single doctor from around the world was able to find anything wrong with his body after many years of effort. Even Dr. Wang himself, who is recognized as one of the best doctors in the world, cannot find the source of Yuan's problems and was baffled by this phenomenon. Young master, have you felt any pain or uncomfortable feeling within your body lately? Dr. Wang asked Yuan sometime later. No, Yuan said, not telling Dr. Wang about the pain he'd felt when he tried to cultivate. What about other feelings besides pain or discomfort? Well, this might sound weird but I have been feeling more energetic as of lately. If I could, I would be jumping around right now, Yuan said with a bittersweet smile. Full of energy. Dr. Wang looked at Yuan with wide eyes. This is his first time hearing such words coming from Yuan's mouth. What about your diet? Have your meals changed lately? Dr. Wang then asked. No, I am still eating nothing but soup, Yuan said in a sighing voice. What about the amount? Did the young lady increase your portions? No, she told me that herself not long ago. I am going to feel your pulse now. Dr. Wang then turned his hand and began examining his pulses. A few moments later, Dr. Wang retrieved a stethoscope from his bag and began listening to Yuan's heartbeats. How strange. Dr. Wang suddenly mumbled in a puzzled voice. Is there something wrong? Yuan asked him with a worried frown. Oh, no. In fact, it's the opposite of that. Dr. Wang responded in a surprised voice, and he continued, my eyes were not wrong, your condition has indeed improved since our last checkup. Really? Yuan exclaimed in an excited voice. Even though his improved condition doesn't have any meaning overall and he's still crippled, it still made him happy to know that he was getting healthier, and it will also make Yuro happy once she hears about it. I wouldn't lie to my patients even if it's the last thing I do, Dr. Wang chuckled. A few minutes later, Yuro returned to the room with a small plastic container that contained a little of the impurities that were discharged by Yuan. Ho! This is the blank gunk that came from the young master's body. Fascinating. Dr. Wang looked at the impurities with great interest, and he continued, it resembles dirty engine oil at glance, but I have never seen anything like this before. Can I open it? He looked at Yuro, who immediately looked hesitant. Yuro then walked to the door with Yuan before opening the door a little. Okay, you can open it now. Yuro said to him afterward. Dr. Wang stared at her with wide eyes. Surely, the smell isn't as bad as they make it out to be, right? After swallowing his nervousness, Dr. Wang opened the container slightly and took a quick sniff of the black gunk inside. URG. Dr. Wang gagged after smelling the stench and immediately sealed the container again. What in Lord's name was that foul smell? I had many unpleasant experiences with foul smells as a doctor, but this experience was almost unbearable. Dr. Wang exclaimed with trembling hands before placing it on the floor, as he didn't even dare to touch the container anymore. After a moment of silence, Dr. Wang continued, I will have no idea what that black gunk is without examining it more closely with proper equipment, so I'll bring it back to my lab first thing tomorrow to examine it. Thank you, Dr. Yuan. Yuan said to him from the door, still not daring to approach him. Anyway, I have examined the young master's body and wasn't able to find anything wrong or different about him except the fact that his body is slightly healthier than before. Dr. Yuan gave Yuan a brief explanation of the results. Nothing wrong with him. His health even improved. Are you sure about that, Dr. Yuan? Yuan looked at him with a pleasantly surprised look. Yes, so you shouldn't worry about this incident too much. However, without identifying that black gunk, I do not dare to give you a clearer answer. That's okay. I am already more than satisfied with the results. Yuan said with a bright smile on her face. Did you hear that, brother? You're getting healthier. Yes. I heard. Yuan said with a slight smile on his face. Anyway, since there's nothing else we can do before I examine the black gunk, I will take my leave now. Though you should continue keeping an eye on the young master just in case anything else happens, and if that happens, make sure to call me and I will drop everything and run here. I will. Thank you again, Dr. Yuan. Yuan bowed to him as he left. Ha ha ha. I am envious of you, young master. If only I had such a caring sister to take care of me every day. Dr. Yuan laughed loudly as he disappeared from their sight. Once Dr. Yuan left, Yuan said to Yuan, brother, let's sleep together tonight. The maids are still cleaning your room, and like Dr. Yuan just said, I need to keep an eye on you. Okay, I'll be in your care tonight, Yuan said. A few minutes later, once Yuan returned to her own room with Yuan, she suddenly said, oh, right. You still haven't eaten because of this incident. I will be right back, brother. After carrying Yuan onto her bed, Yuan disappeared into the kitchen to prepare dinner for him. Now that I am alone, let's try cultivating again. Even though it hurts like hell, the pain gradually lessens the more I try to cultivate. Yuan said inwardly as he prepared himself mentally for the pain. Sometime later, Yuan took a deep breath and began reciting the cultivation technique in his head. Yuan spent nearly half an hour trying to cultivate while enduring the intense pain that came from it, but to no avail, feeling nothing but pain and with no progress. Why? Why can't I cultivate when there's clearly a reaction? Every time I feel like I am close to a breakthrough, the pain immediately interrupts my breakthrough. Yuan sighed inwardly. I guess I'll have to ask Xiao Hua and see if she knows something about this. Once Yuan returned to the room with dinner a few minutes later, Yuan decided to stop cultivating for the time being to eat dinner. Sometime later, Yuan said to him, brother, you can go ahead and sleep first, I am going to surf the internet to see if there is anything we can do together tomorrow. Okay. Good night, Yuan. Yuan said to her. Good night, brother. After tucking Yuan into bed, Yuan went to her computer and began surfing the internet, and as usual, she went to look at the forums to see if there was anything new or important she should know about. Player Yuan made the headlines again. What did he do this time? Yuan saw the posts that were marked hot and quickly clicked on the link. Player Yuan has become the first player to learn a heaven rank technique. Player Yuan shocks the world again with his insane progression speed. Just how is Player Yuan getting these high-ranking techniques? Click here to find out. So Player Yuan now has a divine rank technique and a heaven rank technique, whilst the rest of us are still running around with mortal rank techniques. Yuan shook her head. This Player Yuan is simply too amazing and unfathomable. How is he able to achieve such results? What is he doing differently from others? Is he really even a real player? What if Player Yuan is actually an admin screwing with everybody? That seemed more plausible than Player Yuan being a cheater. After reading all of the new forum threads about Player Yuan, Yuan for some reason decided to turn to look at her brother, who was already sound asleep on her bed. After pondering for a good moment, she returned to the internet and searched for the wealth leaderboards. What? There are already so many people on the wealth leaderboards? Yuan exclaimed in a low but surprised voice. It has only been a few days since the wealth leaderboards was unlocked by player Yuan, and there were already 1,000 players from all around the world that has managed to amass over 1 million gold. Obviously, these 1,000 people were not your regular players but some of the wealthiest players in the world who took advantage of their wealth to buy gold coins from other players through real-world trading just so they can get onto the wealth leaderboards. Let's see if I can find my brother's name here. Yuan began scrolling through the 1,000 names. After all, if Yuan could easily take out 431,000 gold coins and spend it on her without batting an eyelid, he should be on the wealth leaderboards. However, Yuan was unable to find the name Yuan on the wealth leaderboards even after scrolling all the way to the very bottom of the list, which was not too surprising, as he'd spent nearly 500,000 already, and that could have kicked him off the wealth leaderboards. Now that I think about it, what is Brother Tian's name in Cultivation Online? I never got to ask him, she thought to herself after this realization. Whatever, I'll just ask him tomorrow. Yuan shrugged before returning to the forums, where she navigated to the events section. Once she was in the events section, where players from all over the cultivation world share their experience with past and ongoing events to others for contribution points, which they can redeem for gold coins in-game. Let's see if there are any ongoing events near Spring City that we can attend together. Yuan proceeded to type Spring City in the search bar. Literally, a second later, over 10 pages of results that mentioned Spring City was in front of her. Most of these have already ended. Oh. What's this? There will be a major event tomorrow at Spring City where the Lord of the City, the Shien family, will be hosting a disciple recruitment exam for the Dragon Essence Temple, a very prominent sect in the cultivation world. Only those above the 3rd level Spirit Apprentice realm can join. Dragon Essence Temple. Recruiting disciples. Yuan raised her eyebrows. She then opened a new tab on her web browser and looked up the term sect. Let's see. Sects are an organization dedicated to the practice of cultivation and martial arts. Disciples from a sect can receive training from the sect elders and may even obtain valuable rewards from the sect to further assist their cultivation. My. So they are basically schools for cultivators. Yuan then turned to look at Yuan again, thinking to herself, if I recall correctly, brother has always expressed his desire to experience school life. Even though he cannot do that in this world, he can definitely do it in the cultivation world. Albeit it'll be different from our schools, it's better than nothing at all. Good. It's decided. We'll try to join this sect together and do our best as cultivators. Yuan nodded to herself with a resolute expression on her face. After looking around the internet for a few more minutes, Yuan also went to bed, but since Yuan cannot feel his body and his body itself is quite fragile, she must make sure to keep a safe distance from him and even place some padding between him to make a small wall, as it would be disastrous if she accidentally rolled into him and injured his body. Once she closed her eyes, Yuan fell asleep rather quickly. Yuan woke up early in the morning, as usual, to clean herself before preparing herself for her piano lessons. Once her morning lessons were done, Yuan went to prepare breakfast for Yuan. Good morning, Yuan, Yuan greeted her when she returned to the room with food in her hands. Good morning, brother. It feels weird to be greeting you in my own room, she chuckled. After washing Yuan's face and brushing his teeth, Yuan fed him chicken soup. Brother, I think I know what we should do next, she said to him as she fed him. What do you want to do? You have always wanted to experience school, right? Well, there are these places known as sects within Cultivation Online, and they are basically schools for cultivators. I know they're not the same, but it's the only way for you to experience school right now. Sects. What a coincidence. I was also about to ask if you wanted to join one with me. Yuan said in a surprised voice. Really? Then should we join one? She asked. Of course. Great. Then we should participate in the event in Spring City today. Yuan said to him. Event? What event? There's an event in Spring City where the Lord of the City, the Shien family, will be recruiting disciples for the Dragon Essence Temple. If we pass this exam, we should be able to join this sect. The Shien family and the Dragon Essence Temple. If Yuan could see right now, he would be staring at Ro with wide eyes filled with surprise. What a coincidence. Not only did he plan on joining the Dragon Essence Temple in the future, but he also knew the Shien family. Okay, that sounds good, Yuan said. Then it's decided. One more thing, brother. Your room is still being cleaned by the maids, so you'll play beside me today, she said to him. Oh. I forgot. Your gaming helmet was also submerged in that black gunk and was tossed in the trash last night, so we'll have to get you a new one. What? They threw away my gaming helmet? What about my account? Don't tell me I'll have to create a new account. You must retrieve that helmet no matter how bad it smells. Yuan cried out loud, his voice filled with panic. He cannot imagine what he'll do if he really has to create a new account because of this. What will happen to Xiao Hua, who is still inside the necklace? Would she remain there forever? That's terrifying to even think about. There's no need to panic, brother. Did you forget? You can only have one account and one character, and it doesn't matter how many times you change the gaming helmet, you'll still be able to play your character. Oh, right. I indeed forgot about that. Yuan said in a low voice before sighing in relief. Anyway, I'll go tell someone to buy one right now. Ro left the room to tell a maid to buy another console for Yuan. About an hour later, the maid returned to Ro with a brand new gaming helmet. Once everything was prepared, Ro and Yuan both laid on the same bed with the gaming helmet on their heads. I'll see you inside, brother. Ro said to Yuan before pressing the power button on his helmet, sending him into the game first before going inside herself. Welcome back, brother Tian. Xiao Hua left the necklace a second after he logged on. Xiao Hua. Thank God you won't be trapped inside that necklace forever. He sighed again after seeing her cute face. However, Xiao Hua merely looked at him with a puzzled look on her face. Why would she be trapped inside the necklace forever?